September. The rainstorm over Maching stabbed down like countless icy needles, tightening the hearts of all who felt it. Jiang Yang rode his electric bike against the deluge, delivering food. His raincoat was torn open in a large gash, and his back had long been soaked through. That cold crept up his spine, chilling him until his teeth nearly chattered. Damn it, he cursed under his breath. This blasted downpour. At that moment his phone rang. Before he could even speak, his wife Wang Lu's shrill voice exploded from the receiver. Jiang Yang, I must have been blind back then to marry a useless piece of trash like you. Still delivering food at 30. It's so humiliating. Let's get divorced. Trash. Jiang Yang clutched the phone, his heart crushed by an invisible hand, aching until he could barely breathe. After graduation, he had sunk the 200,000 yuan he'd saved from working odd jobs, plus online loans, into a milk tea shop, thinking he could carve out a future. In less than half a year, it was crushed by the swarm of new stores popping up around it. The shop closed, the money went down the drain, and the debts weighed on him like a mountain, crushing his breath. Now he delivered food, working 14 hours a day, enduring rain and scorching sun, and swallowing the abuse of all kinds of difficult customers. Let's divorce. Jiang Yang's voice was as hoarse as if scoured by sandpaper, and his chest ached with a hollow, empty pain. He knew Wang Lu had long looked down on him. Whenever she watched other women's husbands drive luxury cars and live in big houses, the disdain in her eyes couldn't be hidden. The moment he finished speaking, the line clicked dead, leaving only the busy tone drifting in the rain. Jiang Yang suddenly felt all his strength drain away. He could barely hold the handlebars, his knees went weak, and he nearly toppled into the water. His phone kept vibrating wildly, a platform alert about his overdue order. He stared at the 10 minutes overdue flashing on the screen. This order would cost him another fine. He was only 30 years old. How had his life spiraled into this? Could he really spend this whole life as a failed, ordinary man, trampled underfoot and mocked by others? Suddenly a cloyingly sweet female voice rang out in his ear. Here comes the little flying stick. Congratulations, host Jiang Yang, for unlocking the life experience system. At once a pale blue virtual panel appeared before him. Raindrops passed through it, yet it did not blur in the least. He blinked, convinced the freezing rain was making him hallucinate. Host Jiang Yang, age 30, weight 150, gene height 182 centimeters, system activation, reward infinite stamina, new quest, experience the joy of being a brother-in-law, reward upon completion. The next second, Jiang Yang's exhaustion receded like a tide pulled back from the shore, and the chill on his back dispersed in an instant. His stiff, aching arms and legs suddenly surged with power, and even his rain-blurred vision seemed to sharpen. He tried clenching his fists. The force surging from his muscles made his whole body tingle. Infinite stamina. It was real. The hand gripping his phone began to tremble, not from cold, but from excitement, from sheer ecstasy. He had thought he could only struggle at the bottom for the rest of his life, crushed by online debts and other people's contempt. Yet he had unexpectedly obtained a system. Heaven had finally opened its eyes. His life was about to undergo earth-shaking changes. With a system, why the hell would I still deliver food? Jiang Yang muttered to himself, and the stifled grievance and defiance inside him burned like ignited flames, heating his blood. His electric bike shot through the rainstorm like an arrow loosed from a bow, tearing down the road. The wind whipping against his face felt exhilarating. His mind worked at lightning speed. How could infinite stamina make money the fastest? Working a job was out of the question. Too slow. Starting a business. He didn't have capital. Suddenly his eyes lit up. A marathon. He couldn't beat professional sprinters in short distances, but long-distance racing was all about stamina. With infinite stamina, he would be invincible. If he won a world championship and broke the world record, endorsement deals would come flooding in until his hands went numb, and his worth would easily pass 100 million. By then, that snobbish woman Wang Lu and every person who had mocked him would have to look up to him. As for the new quest, experience the joy of being a brother-in-law. Wang Lu's younger sister Wang Mengming instantly popped into his mind. Wang Mengming was 18, a freshman at Maching Conservatory of Music. She had an oval face, apricot-shaped eyes, and a figure so striking that within a month, she had been crowned the goddess campus Belle, with suitors lined up from the practice rooms to the school gate. Before, he was only Wang Mengming's brother-in-law, a failed nobody who had to bury every trace of his feelings for her in the depths of his heart. But now it was different. Once he became a world champion, winning Wang Mengming would be as easy as reaching out and grabbing it. 10 minutes later, Jiang Yang turned his electric bike into Xinhua community, the tires rolling over the wet ground and throwing up fine spray. As soon as he stepped into the building entrance, the familiar damp smell of mildew hit him. It used to make his chest feel tight, but today was different. His steps were light, and he even felt like whistling. He planned to change into handsome clothes and go to a bar to have some fun. He reached the second floor. Before he could even get out his keys, he saw a beautiful girl standing at his door. She stood there in a white dress like a painting soaked by rain. The rain had completely soaked her dress. The fabric clung tightly to her body, outlining the girl's slender yet soft curves. Her wet black hair stuck to her fair cheeks and neck, and water droplets kept dripping from the ends. A small pool of wetness had already spread on the floor beneath her. This beautiful girl was none other than his younger sister-in-law Wang Mengming. Mengming. Jiang Yang was surprised. Why are you here? Wang Mingming raised a hand and tucked the stray hair stuck to her forehead behind her ear. Her voice was slightly hoarse from the rain. I just finished dinner with some classmates and was going to walk back to school, but the rain got so heavy. Since I happened to be passing by, I thought I'd take shelter here. Then I remembered you should be out delivering food, and I was just about to call you. Jiang Yang's face showed nothing, but it felt as if something gently plucked at his heart. He pulled out his keys and opened the door. Come in first, don't stand outside. The place was a rented one-bedroom apartment. Back when he lived with Wang Lu, Wang Mingming had occasionally come over to hang out. Since he and Wang Lu had separated, some of her things still remained scattered around, carrying traces of their old life. After closing the door, Jiang Yang pointed at the bedroom. Your sister left some clothes here. Go take a hot shower and change into something dry, or you'll catch a cold. Wang Mingming blushed slightly, lowered her head bashfully, and gave a quiet Jiang Yang walked to the bedroom wardrobe, found a light-colored dress Wang Lu had left behind, and also took out a fresh pair of underwear and a clean towel. He walked to the bathroom door, set the clothes down gently on the small wooden stool beside it, and knocked. Mingming, I've put a change of clothes by the door. Wang Mingming's thin voice came from inside. Thank you, brother-in-law. Jiang Yang returned to the bedroom, sat on the edge of the bed, and lit a cigarette. In the swirling smoke, he thought about the system quest. How could he experience the joy of being a brother-in-law? About half an hour later, the sound of the shower stopped. The door was pushed open softly. Wang Mingming came out wrapped in a white bath towel, shuffling in Wang Lu's pink slippers. The skin beneath the towel radiated the rosiness of a fresh bath, and droplets rolled from her wet hair and slipping across her collarbone. She walked into the bedroom and said softly, brother-in-law, I'm finished. You can go take a shower. Jiang Yang had been looking at his phone. He raised his head, and the instant his gaze met her, his breath hitched. He suppressed the strange, restless feeling rising in him and made his tone as casual as he could. Why didn't you change? Wang Mingming pinched the edge of the towel, her voice timid. I wanted to blow dry my hair first before changing. Brother-in-law, could you wait outside for a moment? All right. Jiang Yang snapped back to his senses and answered, I'll go to the kitchen. He turned, walked out of the bedroom, and gently closed the door. Ring, ring. His phone suddenly rang. He picked up and asked, who is this? A strange male voice came through the receiver. Hello, Mr. Zhang. I work for Huagua Online Lending. You borrowed money from our platform and haven't repaid it on time. If you still refuse, we will have to take debt collection measures. Jiang Yang let out a contemptuous snort, holding the phone slightly away from his ear. In the past, receiving such a debt collection call would have left his palms sweating and his heart pounding like thunder. But times had changed. He held the winning hand that could turn his fate around, so what was there to fear? I borrowed that money with my own ability, so why should I pay it back? He retorted coldly, his words carrying an unprecedented resolve. The voice on the other end turned suddenly severe. Then you'll have to bear all the consequences. Jiang Yang instead grew intrigued and asked leisurely, oh, what consequences? Do tell. Your personal credit will be completely ruined. Don't even think about getting loans for a house or car in the future. If I can't even pay back the money, what house or car would I buy? He sneered, his disdain practically spilling through the phone. We will apply to the court for compulsory enforcement in accordance with the law. Enforcement? Jiang Yang nearly laughed out loud. I'm penniless and drowning in debt. What can you possibly enforce? Are you going to haul away the shabby sofa in my rundown rental? I solemnly warn you, if you refuse to repay, it won't only affect your job and daily life. Your family may be dragged into it as well. You're welcome to enforce it. I'll be waiting. Jiang Yang's tone was airy, yet carried a desperate devil-may-care grit. I'm a single man, already divorced with no one to worry about. You'd better hurry up. I actually want to taste what compulsory enforcement feels like. With that, he hung up with a snap, as if the pent-up frustration that had weighed on his chest for so long had finally been released, leaving him indescribably refreshed. The days of sleepless nights crushed by online loans finally seemed to let in a sliver of light. Just then, Wang Mingming's voice came from the bedroom. Jiang Yang, come in. He froze for a moment. Just a moment ago, she had been calling him brother-in-law over and over. Why was she suddenly using his full name? He took a deep breath and pushed open the bedroom door. There sat Wang Mingming in front of the vanity, drying her hair, having changed into Wang Lu's pink spaghetti-strapped nightgown. The silky fabric draped smoothly over her figure, one strap hanging loosely off her gleaming shoulder. The warm air from the hairdryer lifted her jet-black hair, revealing a stretch of fair, delicate collarbone along her neck. Jiang Yang felt his ears suddenly burn. This Wang Mingming was nothing short of a silent temptation. Jiang Yang, you seem a little nervous. Wang Mingming turned her head, a mischievous glint shimmering in her eyes and a smile tugging at her lips. No, he answered vaguely. I just didn't expect you to come. Wang Mingming softly uttered an oh, then muttered quietly, go take a shower first. Jiang Yang grabbed the change of clothes he had long since prepared and slipped into the bathroom. The hot water cascaded over his body, washing away some of his restlessness. But when he finished showering and returned to the bedroom, his breath unconsciously caught at the sight before him. Wang Mingming was already lying in bed. She suddenly furrowed her brows, her voice soft and nasal. Jiang Yang, I think I've caught a cold. My head feels heavy, and I want to sleep for a while. Jiang Yang's heart clenched, and the words tumbled out. Let me cook you some cola with ginger slices. It'll be better once you sweat it out. As he sliced the ginger in the kitchen, the image of Wang Mengmeng in her spaghetti-strap nightgown lingered stubbornly in his mind. When he returned to the bedroom carrying the steaming bowl, he saw Wang Mengmeng lying on her stomach scrolling through her phone. The silky fabric of her nightgown clung tightly to her body, tracing graceful curves. The hem had ridden up, revealing a pair of fair, slender legs idly crossed. Jiang Yang's Adam's apple bobbed involuntarily. He set the bowl gently on the nightstand. Mengmeng, the ginger soup is ready. Thanks. Wang Mengmeng replied, her voice still soft and tender. Jiang Yang turned around, picked up the air conditioning remote, and switched on the heater, trying hard to keep his voice steady. You're wearing too little. Put on a blanket, or you'll catch cold. Wang Mengmeng responded softly, pulling the nearby blanket over herself. Lying flat, she closed her eyes, then added in a near whisper, if you're tired, you can lie down here and rest too. But you're not allowed to touch me. Jiang Yang answered almost instantly, his voice low. All right, I won't touch you. His words were firm, but inside, turbulent waves were already crashing. A man and a woman alone in one room, sharing one bed. Was he supposed to be Lin Xueqing? He clenched his fists hard, forcing himself to stay calm with the last shred of his reason. Now was not the time. Impatience would ruin the grand scheme. Once he achieved success, wouldn't there be plenty of opportunities? The rain outside showed no sign of stopping, and the bedroom fell so quiet that only Wang Mengmeng's soft, even breathing remained. Jiang Yang gazed at her tranquil profile like a sleeping beauty and suddenly felt that this rainstorm, which had drenched him so miserably, might have come at just the right time. This was practically a heaven-sent opportunity to get closer to Wang Mengmeng. Needing to distract himself, he walked over to the vanity and sat down, aimlessly scrolling through his phone. But he couldn't absorb a single word on the screen. His peripheral vision kept drifting uncontrollably toward the bed. Just as he turned his head once again, his gaze abruptly froze. It felt like all the blood in his body rushed straight to his head. The blanket on Wang Mengmeng had slipped down to her waist at some point. The hem of her pink nightgown rolled up, revealing white underwear and a stretch of snow-white waist skin so fair it was dazzling. In that instant, his cheeks and the back of his ears burned completely. He snapped his head back around, his heart pounding wildly in his chest, nearly bursting out. Jiang Yang muttered inwardly. Was Wang Mengmeng's sleeping state truly innocent, or was it a deliberate, or half-deliberate, test? He truly feared that in the next moment he would lose all reason and do something to Wang Mengmeng. Jiang Yang did like Wang Mengmeng, but he couldn't resort to force. Jiang Yang, why aren't you asleep yet? Wang Mengmeng murmured softly, her voice warm and fuzzy. Jiang Yang snapped back to his senses and quickly replied, I'm not sleepy. You go to sleep, don't mind me. Wang Mengmeng spoke again, her voice trembling slightly. Jiang Yang, I'm so cold. Jiang Yang immediately rose, said with concern, drink the ginger soup, and I'll get you another blanket. As he spoke, he pulled out a thick quilt from the storage bin and gently laid it over her. His fingers accidentally brushed her arm, and the silky smooth touch sent a tingling numbness through his fingertips. Jiang Yang, I don't want to drink the ginger soup. I'm still cold. Can you hold me? Wang Mengmeng's voice carried a cajoling, coquettish tone, tickling Jiang Yang's heart like a feather. Jiang Yang froze for a moment, then hesitated. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? How about I take you to get in 4 drip instead? It'll help you recover faster. His lips refused, but his heart was already dancing with joy. Hold her. He wanted nothing more. But he had to play it reserved, not let her think he was some desperate pervert. No, I just want you to hold me. Wang Mengmeng's coaxing carried a tenderness that brooked no refusal. Jiang Yang thought to himself. Since she had put it that way, refusing any further would just seem pretentious. Didn't he too long for such closeness with her? He had even fantasized about it countless times. He said excitedly, then I'm going to hold you. He quickly stripped off his jacket and pants, carefully slipped under the covers, and gently wrapped his arm around Wang Mengmeng's waist from behind. The silky smoothness under his hand made him gasp. The jasmine fragrance on her body mingled with the lingering mist of her bath, drifted into his nose, and sent his imagination running wild. Jiang Yang repeated silently in his heart, calm down, you must stay calm. But his body defied his reason and honestly reacted with a physical response. Embarrassed, he inched his waist back, trying to create a sliver of distance, terrified she might notice his condition. He asked softly, still cold. Wang Mengmeng replied softly, your body is really warm. Seeming to sense Jiang Yang's tension, her voice was gentle as water. What are you thinking about? Jiang Yang's heart skipped a beat and nothing. Liar, she said softly, you definitely have something on your mind. Jiang Yang scrambled for an excuse. I was thinking about what kind of job I should find in the future. Before he even finished speaking, his body involuntarily pressed closer. The feeling of holding her warmth and softness was too wonderful. He had not been intimate with Wang Lu for over half a year. Now holding the youthful and alluring Wang Mengmeng, his heart pounded as if it might explode. Don't act rashly. Absolutely don't act rashly. He repeated the warning to himself. Seeing that Wang Mengmeng was not resisting, he tentatively moved the hand resting on her waist slowly upward. Every time his fingertips grazed her delicate skin, a tremor shot through him. And so his hand crept upward inch by inch, finally stopping just below the curve of her chest. Suddenly Wang Mengmeng reached out and pressed down on his restless hand. She furrowed her brow slightly and said coldly, "Hey, where exactly are you trying to touch?" Jiang Yang's heart was pounding almost out of his chest. Summoning his courage, his voice trembled slightly as he asked Mengming, "Can I kiss you, eh?" "Of course not." Wang Mengming furrowed her brows gently. Jiang Yang felt as if cold water had been dashed upon him, his heart sinking with a hollow ache like a kitten clawing at his chest. He spoke with difficulty. "Mengming, how about I accompany you to the hospital for a checkup? Holding you like this, it's really quite uncomfortable. Where do you feel uncomfortable?" Wang Mengming's voice was tinged with innocent, yet mischievous curiosity. Jiang Yang gave a wry smile and decided to be frank. "My heart feels uncomfortable. My whole body aches." "Then, I suppose I'll let you kiss me." Wang Mengming suddenly burst into a giggle, a playful blush coloring her eyes and brows, her gaze holding both shyness and indulgence. Her words were like a lit fuse, instantly overwhelming Jiang Yang's rationality with a surging impulse. He could no longer restrain himself, tightening his arms to pull her into a deep embrace, lowering his head to kiss her gently, yet firmly. Her lips carried the cool freshness of mint, subtly intertwined with the faint fragrance of jasmine. The sweet, pure scent flowed between their lips and teeth, like a warm current washing over his heart. Jiang Yang felt in a daze that this was all too beautiful to be real. He suddenly felt he might be in an erotic dream, as he had experienced similar ones before. But in those dreams, he always woke up at the crucial moment. Since this was a dream, he decided not to hold back. He reached out, intending to remove Wang Mengming's underwear. At that moment, Wang Mengming suddenly pressed her hand against his, her eyes shimmering with a watery light. Her voice was gentle yet firm. "Jiang Yang, let's stop here for today. Actually, I've always liked you, but I can't give myself completely to you right now. Oh, it's very important to me. If we ever truly reach the point of marriage, I will give you everything. Before that, can we live together first? Are you willing? Live together?" Jiang Yang's eyes lit up instantly, and he nodded without hesitation. "I'm willing." His heart was soaring with joy. Living together meant he could see her every day, be this close to her. How could he worry about not having more opportunities to get near her? "It's settled then. I think I do have a bit of a cold, so just hold me while I sleep." Wang Mengming nestled contentedly into his embrace. Jiang Yang realized this definitely wasn't a dream, as his previous erotic dreams had never been this realistic. His heart full of sweetness, he couldn't help but ask curiously, "Mengming, what's gotten into you today?" He found it hard to believe that a girl as radiant as a star would propose living together. "Do you remember 5 years ago?" Wang Mengming squinted her eyes, her voice soft as if lost in recollection. "When I was in middle school, I got cornered in an alley by some thugs. You passed by, and even though you couldn't beat them, you still tried your best to protect me. Even though you ended up beaten black and blue, you saved me. From that day on, you became the bravest hero in my heart. I secretly vowed to marry you when I grew up. I just didn't expect you to end up marrying my sister instead. Luckily, you two are separated now." Jiang Yang suddenly understood. So it was that time. If he hadn't stepped forward back, then Wang Mengming might have met with misfortune. He never imagined that a moment of bravery from the past would forge such a bond today. A wave of relief and warmth washed over him. So he had already planted a seed in her heart long ago. His past inferiority and unease now dissolved into relief and joy. The night grew deeper. Jiang Yang couldn't fall asleep, still savoring the memory of their kiss. Just then he heard Wang Mengming call out softly, "Jiang Yang. Mengming, what's wrong?" He responded promptly, "Why aren't you asleep yet?" Wang Mengming's voice was tinged with shyness, as faint as a mosquito's buzz. Jiang Yang whispered, "Can't sleep. Has your cold gotten better?" "Much better." Wang Mengming scooted closer to him, rubbing her cheek against the hollow of his shoulder like a clingy kitten. Suddenly she planted a quick kiss on his cheek, her lips soft and warm. Jiang Yang tightened his arm, pulling her deeply into his embrace and lowering his head to cover those soft lips with his own. At first it was a gentle exploration, like a butterfly touching a petal. Gradually the kiss grew longer and deeper. As their breaths intertwined, he felt his blood run hot throughout his body. After a long while, Wang Mengming leaned back slightly, her cheeks flushed like the evening sunset. Her eyes shimmered with shyness and a hint of veiled anticipation as she whispered, "Jiang Yang, do you want to?" Jiang Yang's heart skipped a beat. Meeting her moist, hazy eyes, he instantly understood her implication and answered without hesitation, "Yes." Wang Mengming giggled, her eyes curving into a sly arc. "Do you even know what I'm asking about, answering so readily?" Jiang Yang pulled her closer, his nose gently brushing against her hair, and whispered with a low chuckle, "Of course I know. Don't worry, I'll be very gentle." Wang Mengming smiled softly and hugged him tightly. Moonlight streamed through the half-drawn curtains, casting a soft glow upon their intertwined figures. On this rainy night, the creaking of the bed intermingled with the sound of rain outside the window, weaving a melody. As the lingering warmth subsided, Jiang Yang lay sprawled on top of Wang Mengming like a deflated balloon. It had been a long time since he had felt such unrestrained pleasure. Moreover, Wang Mengming had given him unprecedented bliss. He gently kissed her lips and said with deep affection, "Mengming, I love you." Wang Mengming's cheeks were rosy, and she replied tenderly, "I love you too." The next morning, as dawn's light first appeared, Wang Mengming lay in Jiang Yang's arms, breathing evenly. Jiang Yang gazed at her beautiful face and breathed in the alluring fragrance of her body, his heart swelling with contentment. There was no denying that Wang Mingming's figure was stunningly beautiful. In high school, she had been the school beauty, but back then she hadn't fully matured. He hadn't expected Wang Mingming to suddenly change her mind. Everything had happened so suddenly. Just then a sweet female voice echoed in his ears. Congratulations, host, on completing the mission. Reward: increased body length by 3 centimeters. Experience the joy of being a security guard. Work as a security guard at the Institute of Technology. Reward will be distributed upon mission completion. Jiang Yang was momentarily stunned by the reward, but quickly broke into a smile. He couldn't help but kiss Wang Mingming's cheek. Wang Mingming let out a soft murmur, opened her eyes, and asked drowsily, "What time is it?" Jiang Yang's voice was slightly husky from just waking up, yet gentle. "It's just 7 o'clock. How are you feeling?" Wang Mingming snuggled deeper into his arms, her voice as soft as cotton candy. "I think I'm all better now. I'm just so hungry." Jiang Yang pinched her cheek, playfully asking with a smile, "What do you want to eat?" Wang Mingming rubbed her still sleepy eyes, which sparkled brightly. "I want a double cheeseburger with beef and bacon." Jiang Yang was amused by her greedy expression, his tone full of affection. "Forget the beef burger, I'll get you anything you want to eat. I'd even wrap myself up and offer myself for you to nibble on." As he spoke, he reached for his phone on the bedside table and opened the Tuanshuan app. Wang Mingming added, "And I want cola fries and 2 Portuguese egg tarts." "No problem." Jiang Yang nodded while placing the order on his phone. Wang Mingming looked at his focused profile and suddenly smiled, asking softly, "Jiang Yang, do you know why I suddenly changed my mind yesterday?" Jiang Yang looked up at her and shook his head. "No idea. Was it because you were conquered by my charm?" A blush crept onto Wang Mingming's cheeks, and her voice dropped, tinged with shyness. I had an erotic dream, and you were in it." After she said that, she quickly gave him a peck on the cheek like a cat that had stolen a treat, and hurriedly said, "I'm going to wash up first." With that, she threw off the covers and got out of bed. The silk camisole she wore hung loosely on her frame, revealing her delicate shoulders. Jiang Yang watched her tiptoeing towards the bathroom, the warmth of her lips still lingering on his fingertips. He chuckled and shook his head, quickly finalizing the order. He walked to the bathroom door, hearing the sound of rushing water inside, and asked with concern, "Mingming, are you okay?" Wang Mingming's voice came through the door, soft and gentle. "I'm fine. Don't come in, I'm using the toilet." Jiang Yang asked with concern, "Does it still hurt?" Wang Mingming replied, "Just a little." Jiang Yang's heart warmed as he said, "Then don't go to school for the next couple of days. Stay home and rest well." "Jiang Yang, I don't want you to deliver food anymore. It's too dangerous," Wang Mingming said, her voice tinged with earnestness. "Last week I passed by an intersection and saw a delivery rider get clipped by a car. It wasn't serious, but my heart clenched with fear. I really don't want anything to happen to you." Jiang Yang felt a surge of warmth. He nodded firmly, his voice solemn and earnest. "All right, I promise you I'll quit delivering food. I'll find a stable job in the next couple of days." He returned to the bedroom, sat on the edge of the bed, and pulled a cigarette from the pack, lighting it. The lighter gave a soft click, the flame illuminating the thoughts in his eyes as smoke curled upward, blurring his profile. Even without Wang Mingming's plea, he had already planned to do so. He needed to build a secure future for her. His mind drifted to the system task. He had never been a security guard, nor could he fathom the joy of being one. Then there was the marathon. He had checked online, and it was still 2 months away before it would be held in Magic City. He couldn't afford to be idle during this time. He could complete tasks to earn more rewards. Soon Wang Mingming's soft, sweet voice drifted from the bathroom. "Jiang Yang, what are you planning to do with the rest of my sister's things? Keep them or throw them away?" Smoke wreathed the cigarette between Jiang Yang's fingers as he exhaled, a ring, his tone decisive yet gentle. "Throw them away. From now on, this room will be filled with things that belong to you." While squeezing toothpaste, Wang Mingming said with a serious look, "As for us, don't tell my sister about it for now. After all, we're sisters. I really don't want to have a falling out with her over this." Jiang Yang quickly walked to the bathroom door, a doting smile on his face, and said softly, "All right, I'll listen to you. We'll keep it a secret for now." Just then Wang Mingming gently slid the bathroom door open, her eyes curving into a smile. "You can come use the bathroom now. I'll brush my teeth here." As she spoke, she picked up a brand new toothbrush from the holder. Looking at the beautiful woman before him, Jiang Yang couldn't resist wrapping his arms around her from behind, leaning in to press a tender kiss on her soft ear. His voice was full of affection. "Being with you makes me feel like I've become 10 years younger." Wang Mingming's lips curled into a sweet smile. She turned to look at him, her eyes brimming with love. "You're not old at all. You don't look like someone in your 30s. In my eyes, you'll always be the most handsome, the absolute most handsome." Jiang Yang said tenderly, "And you are the absolute most beautiful." Wang Mingming gave him an appraising look. "It's strange. Why do you seem taller?" Jiang Yang was taken aback for a moment before realizing the system reward had altered his physique. He explained with a smile, "It's not just a feeling. I've always been tall." Out of curiosity, he stuck out his tongue. Good heavens, his tongue had gotten longer too. Before he could only reach the tip of his nose, now he could almost touch his eyes. Jiang Yang thought to himself, if that's the case, then that part must have grown as well. Wang Mingming, thinking she had misjudged, asked with concern, "Jiang Yang, have you thought about what kind of job you'll do next?" Jiang Yang's gaze was firm and affectionate. Don't you worry about that. The job I choose won't be dangerous. I don't want you to be anxious because of my work, and I certainly don't want to lose you. With that, he suddenly scooped her up, holding her securely in his arms, and walked towards the bedroom. Wang Mingming's cheeks flushed. She gently pinched his arm and chided playfully, "Stop it. Go get washed up." He carried her into the bedroom, laid her gently on the bed, and said softly, "Let me give you another injection." He then slowly leaned down, pressing her beneath him, and kissed her. Wang Mingming protested shyly, "No. No. Knock, knock, knock. Knock, knock, knock." A clear knocking sound came from the door. Jiang Yang sighed. "Damn, why are they here so fast?" Wang Mingming giggled. "Go get it. I'm starving." Jiang Yang got up, walked to the door, and opened it. A delivery rider stood at the entrance. Jiang Yang recognized him immediately. It was his colleague Wu Tao. They had also been college classmates. Wu Tao said cheerfully, "I thought this address looked familiar. I didn't expect it to be your place. Lucky me, I really need to pee. Mind if I use your bathroom?" After shoving the food into Jiang Yang's arms, he rushed inside. As he passed the bedroom doorway, he caught a glimpse of Wang Mingming sitting on the edge of the bed, wearing a loose robe, her hair cascading over her shoulders. Their eyes met for a brief moment. Shocked and embarrassed, Wang Mingming quickly reached out and shut the bedroom door. Wu Tao's eyes widened in astonishment. He looked at Jiang Yang with envy. "Damn, bro, where did you find this beauty? She's absolutely stunning. That face, that figure. It's incredible. How much did she cost?" Jiang Yang was caught between laughter and tears, but a happy smile shone on his face as he explained, "She is priceless. Now hurry up and pee, then get lost. Don't hold up my important business." Wu Tao, however, looked serious. He leaned in close and lowered his voice. "No, I'm being serious. How much? If it's under 3,000, I think I could afford it." Jiang Yang, exasperated, smacked him on the head. "Are your eyes on your ass? Are you that blind? Don't you recognize who she is?" Wu Tao felt she looked familiar, but couldn't place her. He asked, bewildered, "So who is she? Which nightclub is she from? Where did you find her online? Is she an internet celebrity?" Jiang Yang laughed. "What nightclub? She's Wang Mingming from the music conservatory." Wu Tao's jaw dropped in disbelief. "No way, that campus belle Wang Mingming. How could she? Does she do this kind of thing too? Damn. Then the price must be over 10,000. Jiang Yang hit him again, annoyed. "Cut that crap. She's my sister-in-law, not some hooker." Wu Tao was stunned, his mouth agape. "What a? She's your sister-in-law? How come I never knew?" Jiang Yang urged him impatiently, "Enough with the chatter. Just go pee and then get out." He started pushing Wu Tao toward the bathroom. Only Wu Tao, being such a close friend, would be allowed inside his home. After a moment, Wu Tao came out of the bathroom. He sidled up to Jiang Yang and whispered, "So why is she at your place? Don't tell me you two are." Jiang Yang cut him off, pushing him towards the door. "She's my girlfriend now. Stop your wild guessing." With that, he slammed the door shut with a bang. Wu Tao stood outside, completely dumbfounded. He never imagined that the goddess of his heart was Jiang Yang's sister-in-law. And now she had become Jiang Yang's girlfriend. He muttered to himself, "That bastard. What a beast. Why didn't he introduce such a great sister-in-law to me earlier?" Jiang Yang picked up the takeout and walked into the bedroom, handing it to Wang Mingming. "Eat it while it's hot." Wang Mingming had overheard their entire conversation clearly from the bedroom. She placed the food on the floor, stood up, and pinched Jiang Yang's ear, applying a little pressure as she scolded, "So you've actually hired prostitutes before?" Jiang Yang instinctively held Mingming's hand with both of his, and explained, "I really didn't do anything. I've never done anything like that. I swear to heaven that guy just now misunderstood." Mingming looked at his nervous, yet earnest expression, slowly released his ear, and stared intently into his eyes, saying, "Jiang Yang, you listen to me carefully. I've given you my first kiss, my first love, and my first time. If I ever find out you're fooling around behind my back, I won't let you off easy. I'll just..." As she spoke, she made a snap gesture with her hand, a hint of playful menace in her eyes. Jiang Yang quickly pulled her tightly into his arms, his tone firm yet gentle. "With you in my life, no other woman in this world is anything but a fleeting cloud before my eyes. Even if they paid me, I wouldn't give them a second glance. In my heart and in my eyes, there has only ever been you." Wang Mingming heard this, and the corners of her mouth involuntarily curved up into a sweet smile. "That's more like it." After saying this, she reached out, picked up the takeout, and slowly opened the packaging. Jiang Yang picked up a burger, took a big bite, and said indistinctly, "This is pretty good." Wang Mingming in turn picked up her cola and took a gentle sip, tilting her head back slightly, revealing the fair, slender curve of her neck. She tilted her head, looking at Jiang Yang with a curious expression, and asked, "Jiang Yang, has it been a long time since you and my sister? You know, did it?" Jiang Yang swallowed the food in his mouth, nodded, and said helplessly, "Yes, you haven't let me touch her since. It's been about half a year now." Wang Mingming blinked, pressing on with her questions, "So how do you deal with it?" Jiang Yang shrugged his shoulders, a faint smile appearing on his face. "What can I do? I just try not to think about it. I'm exhausted delivering food all day anyway, so I just crash when I get home." Wang Mingming took another sip of cola and said with a smile, "So if I live here and don't give it to you, would you really not be able to control yourself?" Jiang Yang smiled. "Probably. You're too alluring. No one could control themselves around you." Wang Mingming gave a light smile. "I knew you couldn't hold back. Rather than watching you suffer, I might as well just give it to you. Wang Mingming ate a burger then lay down on the bed, gently patting her lower abdomen, saying, I hope I don't get any love handles. Jiang Yang looked at her with concern. You rest here and take it easy. I'll go out and buy you some fruit and stuff. Wang Mingming suddenly sat up and said softly, change the bed sheets. Jiang Yang's gaze fell upon the faint dark red mark in the center of the sheet. A warmth surged in his heart, overwhelmed by an indescribable sense of cherish. He swiftly changed into a new sheet, gently rolled up the old one, took it into the bathroom, and carefully placed it in the washing machine. Returning to the bedroom, he asked softly, Are you hungry? What do you feel like eating? Wang Mingming tilted her head, her tone tinged with a hint of coquettishness. I suddenly really want to eat durian and mangoes too. Jiang Yang leaned over, kissed her cheek, and chuckled. You can have whatever you want. You could even eat me up. Wang Mingming giggled, crawled to the head of the bed, picked up her phone, and found a comfortable position to watch a movie. Jiang Yang changed into a clean set of clothes and instructed, I'm heading out to buy things. Lock the door while I'm gone. Don't open it for anyone but me. I know, Wang Mingming nodded obediently. Be careful on the road and come back early. As she said this, she blew him a kiss. Jiang Yang laughed, catching the invisible kiss, then turned and headed out the door. His steps were light as he descended the stairs, feeling as though a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. Life after the divorce had been bleak and hopeless, but Wang Mingming's arrival had suddenly brightened his world, making even the air seem to carry a sweet fragrance. The area he lived in was part of the university district, surrounded by 5 colleges, as well as a private high school and a regular one. Thanks to his delivery job, he knew the area like the back of his hand. The Institute of Technology where Wang Mingming studied was not far away. It was a private university. With her looks and demeanor, even in a university town full of beautiful women, she was definitely at the level of a campus belle. Jiang Yang decided to take a spin around the campus area first. 10 minutes later, Jiang Yang rode his electric bike to the main gate of the Institute of Technology. After parking his e-bike, he went over to the security booth and asked a guard standing there, Hey buddy, are you hiring security guards here? The guard gave Jiang Yang a once-over. His height and build were decent, and he was pretty handsome. He asked, What's your educational background? Jiang Yang replied, I have a bachelor's degree. The guard said suspiciously, You're this handsome, and you want to be a security guard? Jiang Yang said with a smile, I feel like the security guard job is relatively easy. The guard nodded slightly. You're more than qualified. The salary is 5,000 a month. You can start tomorrow if you sign up today. But you can't have a criminal record. Jiang Yang asked, Is there still an interview? The guard said, Go see our team leader. If he agrees, you're in. After saying this, he pointed to a middle-aged man sitting inside the security booth. Thanks, Jiang Yang said, and then walked into the booth. The interview process went smoothly. After simply filling out a registration form, Jiang Yang could start work the next day. He wondered how many days the system meant by experience being a security guard, and was even more curious about what kind of reward it would give him. As for whether he'd be happy or not, that didn't matter to him. After all, the rewards from the system couldn't be too bad. He hoped it would be money so he could buy a house and give Wang Mingming a happy life. Jiang Yang went to a high-end fruit shop near the school. The warm lighting inside made the fruit on the shelves look like works of art. The mangoes glowed with an orange-yellow sheen, the grapes shone with a purple luster, and even the apples looked polished. He knew Wang Mingming had always loved durian. This time he decided to buy her the most expensive Jiang Yang. He walked into the store and said to a server, Give me 2 Jiang Yang durians. He also picked out some mangoes, bananas, and apples before heading to the cashier. The cashier skillfully scanned each fruit. After the crisp beeping sound, she smiled and said, Handsome, that'll be 825 yuan in total. For Jiang Yang, these high-end fruits were once something he'd grit his teeth, and buy just to please Wang Lu, never once allowing himself a single taste. Now buying them for Wang Mingming didn't hurt at all. Oh, instead it filled him with a sense of sweetness. Just then a faint scent of perfume drifted into the store. A girl walked into the fruit shop with an elegant stride. Her figure was graceful, clad in a tight-fitting white dress that seemed tailor-made for her, perfectly conforming to her silhouette. It cascaded down from her impossibly slender waist, accentuating her enviable S-shaped curves to the fullest. Her long flowing hair, as smooth as black satin, swayed gently with each step she took. Her face was delicate, with a pair of large, clear, and bright eyes. Her long eyelashes resembled butterfly wings, and her luscious red lips were like roses blooming in spring, radiating a captivating charm. Upon entering the store, the girl said to a shop assistant, Give me 2 Jiang Yangs. The assistant replied, Sorry miss, but the last 2 were just bought by that handsome guy over there. As she said this, she pointed towards Jiang Yang. Hearing the voice, Jiang Yang instinctively turned his head out of curiosity. The sight left him utterly stunned. The girl was breathtakingly beautiful, her skin crystal clear, and her face seemingly perfected by a beauty filter. He suddenly realized she looked familiar. She seemed to be his college classmate Chen Meilin, who had won the title of Miss World and was hailed as an irresistible goddess. Yes, he was certain it was Chen Meilin. During their university years, his relationship with her had been quite amicable. He had always harbored feelings for her, but believed himself too poor to muster the courage to confess. In college, Chen Meilin had many suitors, but never had a boyfriend. After graduation, she seemed to vanish into thin air, never attending any class reunions, and none of their classmates knew where she had gone. Jiang Yang's gaze drifted towards the store entrance where a red Ferrari 488 gleamed brilliantly under the sunlight. Judging by Chen Meilin's elegant demeanor and the Hermes crocodile skin bag she carried, he quietly concluded that the sports car must be hers. Chen Meilin glanced at Jiang Yang, a sweet smile curving at the corners of her mouth as she greeted him. Jiang Yang, what a coincidence. I never expected to run into you here. Jiang Yang quickly returned her smile, a hint of nostalgia in his voice. Long time no see. I thought you might have gone abroad. Chen Meilin replied softly. I've been in the country all along. I came to buy some fruit I like and never imagined I'd bump into you. Jiang Yang couldn't help but ask you. Are you married? Chen Meilin nodded slightly. I got married long ago. Hearing that she was married, he thought to himself that she must have wedded some wealthy businessman. No wonder she had cut off contact with her classmates after graduation. After all, their social standings were now vastly different. Despite the years apart, the Chen Meilin standing before him now had skin as fair as a peeled lychee, showing no traces of time. Instead, she seemed even more youthful and vibrant, not looking her 30 years at all, appearing even younger. Undoubtedly, she must have invested considerable time and money into maintaining such a delicate appearance. Having lost touch for so many years, Jiang Yang found himself at a loss for words with Chen Meilin. He resorted to a casual compliment. Lin, you're even more beautiful than before. Chen Meilin gave a subtle smile and responded, you look great too. You've become much more handsome. Jiang Yang glanced at the 2 durians on the counter, then at Chen Meilin, and said, I happen to have bought 2. Since you want one too, I'll let you have one. A flicker of surprise lit up Chen Meilin's eyes. Then I won't stand on ceremony. I absolutely love these. Let me cover the bill. As she spoke, she gracefully pulled a card from her exquisite Hermes bag and handed it to the cashier, saying in a gentle voice, charge this gentleman's order to my membership. Jiang Yang quickly tried to decline. Lin, I can pay for myself. Chen Meilin waved her hand lightly, beaming. Don't be silly with me. You can just treat me to a meal sometime. Jiang Yang didn't insist further. Given Chen Meilin's current circumstances, this amount of money was indeed trivial for her. After paying, Chen Meilin took the bag durian from the shop assistant, smiled, and said, I'll be heading off then. Let's catch up another time. With that, she walked out of the fruit store with light steps, gracefully settled into the driver's seat of her Ferrari, started the engine, and slowly drove away. Seeing Chen Meilin living such a happy life, Jiang Yang thought about Wang Mengming, who was with him, a man from the bottom rung of society. He knew he had to treat her even better. Jiang Yang left the fruit store thinking about buying some more snacks that Wang Mengming loved. Just then the Ferrari drove back and stopped right in front of him. Chen Meilin rolled down the window and said to Jiang Yang, let's add each other on WeChat. Without a second thought, Jiang Yang took out his phone and added her. Chen Meilin sent him a smiley emoji, then said, I'm off now. Remember, you owe me a meal. With that, she drove away. Jiang Yang saved her contact details and watched the Ferrari disappear into the traffic. He sighed inwardly, thinking that even if he had confessed back, then Chen Meilin probably wouldn't have accepted. Nowadays, most pretty girls are looking for wealthy men. Girls like Wang Mengming, who are beautiful and don't care about money, are truly rare. Of course, the fact that he had saved her life also played a part. Half an hour later, Jiang Yang returned to the rented apartment carrying a bag of fruit and another bag of snacks. Wang Mengming was lying on the bed, watching a movie, her feet kicked up high, the hem of her pink pajamas sliding up to her thigh and revealing a sliver of fair skin. Hearing the door open, she asked in a sweet, coquettish voice, Jiang Yang, where's my durian? A smile on his lips, Jiang Yang walked into the bedroom. He gently took the durian from the bag and playfully poked her, but with one of its spikes. Wang Mengming let out a soft yelp, reached back to rub the spot, and pouted, hey, you're so naughty. She sat up, a sweet smile on her face. Jiang Yang, it's so hot. Can we turn on the air conditioner? Jiang Yang replied, of course we can. Wang Mengming blinked and said with a giggle, the AC uses up a lot of electricity. I'm just trying to save you some money. A warm feeling surged in Jiang Yang's heart. He smiled slightly and said, it's not going to save that much money. As he spoke, he turned on the air conditioner. Wang Mengming urged him, hurry up and open the durian. I want to eat it. Jiang Yang went into the kitchen and placed the frozen durian in the microwave to thaw. He casually mentioned, Mengming, there are also mangoes, bananas, and potato chips in the bag. All your favorites. Okay, thank you, Wang Mengming said, sitting on the edge of the bed. She picked up a mango and gently peeled its skin, the sweet aroma instantly filling the air. Soon Jiang Yang finished thawing the durian. He carefully scooped out 5 pieces of flesh onto a plate and carried it into the bedroom. The moment Wang Mengming saw the yellow durian flesh, her eyes lit up. She couldn't resist reaching for a piece and exclaimed in delight, wow, I can't believe you bought Jiang Yang. This is so expensive. Seeing her so happy, Jiang Yang replied with loving eyes, as long as you like eating it, that's all that matters. I'll buy it for you every day from now on. Wang Mengming took a bite of the durian, smiled contentedly, and said playfully, then I'll eat until you go bankrupt. Jiang Yang chuckled and teased her, even if I really go broke, I'll sell myself into servitude just to make sure you have enough to eat. Your body belongs only to me. You're not allowed to sell it, Wang Mingming said, holding the durian flesh to Jiang Yang's lips. You have some too. Jiang Yang waved his hand saying, I don't eat it, you go ahead. Wang Mingming with an adorable commanding tone insisted, you have to eat it. Open up. Jiang Yang had never tried it before. He took a small bite and found it silky soft and sticky like ice cream with a rich creamy texture. It was far tastier than regular durian. Wang Mingming tilted her head, her sparkling eyes fixed on Jiang Yang, and asked curiously, my sister told me you never eat durian. Is it because you're reluctant to spend the money? Jiang Yang smiled gently. I am a bit reluctant, but when it's for you, I'm willing to part with anything. A happy smile spread across Wang Mingming's face. She pretended to look serious and said, then you have to eat 2 pieces today. If you don't, you're not allowed in bed tonight, and you can't touch me either. Jiang Yang couldn't help but laugh out loud and quickly nodded. All right, fine. Just so I can get into bed tonight, I'll definitely eat it. With that, he picked up a piece of durian and slowly began to eat it. Wang Mingming gazed at him with delight, her eyes curving into crescents. You were so good to my sister before. She was truly blind. But her blindness is my fortune, for it gives me the chance to be with you. Jiang Yang gently tousled her hair and said softly, let's not speak of her anymore. Wang Mingming smiled and said, she never appreciated what she had. After finishing the durian, Jiang Yang casually took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and lit one. Wang Mingming's eyes sparkled as she reached out her hand saying, I want to try one too. Let me have a taste. Jiang Yang quickly moved the cigarette away and coaxed gently, you shouldn't smoke. Wang Mingming simply snatched the pack from his hand, took out a cigarette, and said with a giggle, I'll just take a puff to see what it's like. Seeing her eagerness, Jiang Yang smiled helplessly, took out a lighter, and gently lit the cigarette for her, cautioning, just a taste, only 1 puff. Wang Mingming held the cigarette between her fingers and took a cautious drag, but the smoke immediately irritated her throat, sending her into a fit of violent coughing. Seeing this, Jiang Yang quickly took the cigarette from her hand. Smoking isn't for girls. After finally suppressing her cough, Wang Mingming pouted, a classmate of mine smokes, but she smokes those slim ones. Jiang Yang sat on the edge of the bed, took a drag, and slowly exhaled a smoke ring. Wang Mingming knelt on the bed and hugged him from behind, asking, Jiang Yang, do you know why my sister was so quick to divorce you? Jiang Yang replied, because I'm poor. Wang Mingming giggled, that's one reason. I also added fuel to the fire, painting you as utterly worthless. Jiang Yang chuckled, wow, you're quite cunning. Wang Mingming smiled sweetly. I just wanted to be with you sooner. Jiang Yang looked at her tenderly and asked, Mingming, I'm going to work tomorrow. Are you planning to stay home alone or go back to school? Wang Mingming perked up with curiosity. What kind of job did you find? Tell me all about it. Jiang Yang gently tapped her nose with his finger and smiled. Don't worry about the job. I promise it's not dangerous. You can rest easy. Wang Mingming tilted her head thoughtfully and said, then I'll go back to school. I'll bring my things over tomorrow. You have to pick me up in the evening, okay? Jiang Yang nodded without hesitation. No problem, I'll definitely come to get you. After finishing her durian, Wang Mingming picked up a tissue, gently wiped her mouth, and said with sparkling eyes, I'm going to watch a movie now. With that, she happily lay face down on the bed and started fiddling with her phone. Jiang Yang cleaned up the durian shells and other mess, then lay down gently beside her, turning to look at her. Wang Mingming said seriously, you have to be really good to me, you know. There are plenty of people chasing after me. If you disappoint me, I'll make you regret it for the rest of your life. Jiang Yang gently rubbed her head. I'll be good to you, whatever you want. After lying there for a while, he suddenly got up and said, Mingming, I'm going to step out for a bit. Wang Mingming was puzzled, put down her phone, and grabbed his hand. Why are you going out? Don't you want to stay home with me? Jiang Yang grinned sheepishly. I'm having a hard time controlling myself. Wang Mingming was momentarily stunned, then realization dawned. A soft, gentle smile spread across her face. Slowly she moved her phone aside, her eyes filled with tenderness, and pressed her lips softly against Jiang Yang's. Soon the room was filled with a sweet and intimate atmosphere. The next morning, Jiang Yang woke up early. Wang Mingming was still fast asleep, nestled in his arms. He carefully slid his arm out and quietly got out of bed. After a quick wash, he went to the kitchen to make breakfast for her. He realized how wonderful Wang Mingming was. Not only was she beautiful, but her personality was also lively. In his eyes, she seemed almost flawless. A moment later, Wang Mingming walked into the kitchen in her pajamas. The morning sunlight streamed through the window, gently bathing the kitchen in a warm glow. Seeing Jiang Yang busy by the stove, she fluttered over to him like a cheerful little bird. With a face full of anticipation, she asked, Jiang Yang, what delicious food are you making for me? Jiang Yang turned around with a smile and asked indulgently, what would you like to eat? Just say the word, and I'll make it for you. Wang Mingming tilted her head, thought for a moment, and said, I'm not that hungry actually. Just a fried egg and a glass of milk will do. My classmates are all on diets lately, so I need to keep up. I usually eat too much and might get fat. If I get fat, I won't be pretty anymore. Jiang Yang stopped what he was doing, looked at her seriously with adoring eyes, and said, your figure is perfect right now. You don't need to lose weight at all. Don't starve yourself for the sake of losing weight. Health is the most important thing. Wang Mingming giggled and gently hooked her arm around his. I know. Once you're done cleaning up, you should head to work. I have class too. Remember to pick me up tonight. I'm bringing everything from my dorm. Jiang Yang eagerly looked forward to living together with Wang Mingming. He smiled and nodded. I'll be there early. After a warm breakfast in the dining room, Wang Mingming went to the bedroom to change. In no time she appeared before Jiang Yang like a girl stepping out of a comic book. She wore a crisp white shirt with a playful bow tie at the collar paired with a pink pleated skirt that perfectly accentuated her slender waist. The white stockings on her legs added a touch of purity and sweetness, radiating an aura of vibrant youthfulness. Wang Mingming spun around and asked with a smile, "Do I look pretty?" Wang Yang's gaze was instantly captivated by her, his eyes brimming with admiration and affection as he praised sincerely, "You are truly beautiful, like a fairy descending to the mortal world." As he spoke, he couldn't help but gently embrace Wang Mingming and slowly leaned in for a kiss. Her cheeks flushed crimson as she softly pushed him away, protesting coquettishly, "Stop it, you need to get to work. I have classes this morning." Jiang Yang scooped her up by the legs, lifting her with a chuckle. "Let me give you another shot." Wang Mingming playfully pinched his arm. "You big pervert." Sunlight spilled over the plane tree leaves at the main gate of the music academy, casting dappled shadows. Jiang Yang and Wang Mingming walked hand in hand, their fingers intertwined with each other's warmth, slowly strolling towards the guard post. Wang Mingming looked up at him, her reluctance shimmering in her eyes like scattered starlight, her voice soft and clingy. "Jiang Yang, you must come pick me up early, don't be late." Jiang Yang's eyes were full of affection. "I know." Wang Mingming suddenly stood on her tiptoes, hugging him tightly, burying her face in his chest, her voice muffled, yet clear, "I love you." Jiang Yang tightened his arms, pulling her closer, his heartbeat thumping against her hair. "Mingming, I love you too." The two embraced at the school gate, the surrounding noise seeming to be isolated behind a pane of glass. Passing students couldn't help but look back. Many young men in particular wore expressions of shock and disappointment, a mix of envy, jealousy, and resentment. Wang Mingming was the universally acknowledged goddess of the music academy. Countless love letters sent to her had vanished without a trace. Many who confessed were mercilessly rejected. No one expected Wang Mingming to have a boyfriend now. After a long while, Wang Mingming finally let go, taking 2 steps back, her eyes sparkling as she said, "Honey, I'm heading in now, bye-bye." She turned and walked towards the campus, glancing back every few steps. After walking for a bit, she suddenly stopped, turned towards Jiang Yang's direction, and shouted with all her might, "I love you." Jiang Yang smiled and called back loudly, "I love you too." Half an hour later, at the Institute of Technology. After completing his onboarding procedures, Jiang Yang changed into a brand new security guard uniform. Other guards looked sloppy in their uniforms, but his fit perfectly. The security captain Sun Tzu handed him over to a guard named Chun Jiang to familiarize him with the campus environment. Chun Jiang, 40 years old, was an ordinary middle-aged man. He gave Jiang Yang a general rundown of the work procedures. The school had 4 gates, east, west, south, and north. Jiang Yang was assigned to the main gate post with occasional patrols around the campus. The work was simple as major incidents rarely occurred at the school. Security guards had almost nothing to do, making it quite leisurely. After making a round of the campus, Jiang Yang arrived at the main gate, standing guard and registering unfamiliar vehicles. Shifts rotated every hour. Jiang Yang found the work quite relaxing, not as tiring as delivering food. Delivering food had always made him anxious, constantly fearing he might get hit by a car. Of course, being a security guard was only for the rewards. The 5,000 yuan salary was truly too little, especially in a place like Magic City, where housing prices were sky high. Buying a house was incredibly difficult. Without the system, Jiang Yang would definitely have sought a higher paying job. Time flew by, and it was already 4 in the afternoon. Jiang Yang decided to ask for some leave to help Wang Mingming move her dormitory belongings back to their rented apartment. Just as he was about to change shifts, a thunderous roar approached. A white Lamborghini Aventador without license plates came screeching to a halt outside the barrier gate. Beep, 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 beep. The sports car honked impatiently. Jiang Yang noticed the barrier at the school gate didn't rise automatically, meaning it wasn't a school vehicle. He quickly walked to the passenger side, bent down slightly, and gently tapped on the window. The window rolled down slowly, and an impatient female voice came from inside. "What's all the knocking for? Don't you recognize my car?" Jiang Yang looked closely, and was surprised to see the driver was Chun Mailin. He hadn't expected her to drive a Lamborghini Aventador. Dressed in his security uniform and cap, he doubted Chun Mailin recognized him at first. He felt a twinge of inferiority, wondering what his former goddess would think seeing him as a security guard. He composed himself, a warm smile spreading across his face. Lin, what a coincidence we meet again." Chun Mailin turned to look at him, her brow furrowing slightly before her face lit up with surprise. "Jiang Yang, is that you? What are you doing here?" Jiang Yang answered truthfully, "I just started working here today." "No way, you're a security guard." Chun Mailin's eyes were full of astonishment. "If you needed a job, why didn't you tell me?" Jiang Yang smiled sheepishly. "I wouldn't want to trouble you." Just then the security captain in the guardhouse saw the situation and mistakenly thought Chun Mailin was angry. He hurried out, pushed Jiang Yang aside, and said respectfully to Chun Mailin, "I'm sorry, Chairman, he's new and doesn't know your car yet. Please don't mind him." Chun Mailin nodded slightly, her gaze falling back on Jiang Yang. "Get in the car, you can help me move some things." Jiang Yang hadn't expected Chen Meilin to be the chairman of this school. This revelation was like a small pebble creating ripples in his heart. After all, this school had a total of 5,000 to 6,000 students and staff. He immediately understood that this was most likely her husband's business. There was no way Chen Meilin could own such a large school on her own no matter how capable she was. He hesitated for a moment, then walked to the passenger side and gently opened the door. He had never ridden in an Aventador in his life. He carefully sat inside the space filled with Chen Meilin's perfume. Chen Meilin started the car and slowly drove into the campus. While driving, she asked with concern, "Why did you suddenly decide to become a security guard?" Jiang Yang thought for a moment, then explained, "A bit of a personal reason." Chen Meilin shook her head slightly. "This pays way too little. I remember you were so ambitious in college, always talking about starting a business and making a big name for yourself." Jiang Yang gave a wry smile. "I did have those thoughts, but reality is too harsh. Business is never as easy as imagined. I opened a milk tea shop hoping to expand, but the competition became too fierce, and I never even earned back my investment." You have a point. Chen Meilin agreed. College graduates are everywhere these days. Without social resources and connections, it's indeed hard to achieve great things. She paused, then continued, "I still suggest you quit the security job. If there's anything you want to do, just tell me. I can easily arrange a better job for you than this." Jiang Yang shot her a grateful glance and said, "I'd like to try it out for a while first. I really don't want to put you out." Chen Meilin smiled softly. "Don't stand on ceremony with me. We were classmates in university after all. This is nothing." Jiang Yang was momentarily at a loss for words, his mind swirling with thoughts he couldn't quite articulate. Soon the car came to a smooth stop in front of the school's administrative building. Chen Meilin turned off the engine and looked at Jiang Yang with a beaming smile. "Come on, let's go up to my office for a bit." Jiang Yang obediently got out of the car, closing the door behind him as he instinctively asked, Lin, where are the things you mentioned you needed to move?" Chen Meilin's lips curled into a playful smirk. "What things? I was just teasing you. Come on." With that, she walked into the building with an elegant stride. Jiang Yang quickly fell into step behind her. The two entered the elevator one after the other. Chen Meilin extended a slender finger and lightly pressed the button for the 8th floor. The elevator doors slid shut, and within the confined space the atmosphere seemed to grow subtly charged. Chen Meilin tilted her head slightly, her gaze soft, as she looked at Jiang Yang. "Why do you look a bit nervous?" she asked with a light laugh. Jiang Yang was taken aback for a moment before quickly explaining, "Nervous? No, not at all. It's just that today's coincidence is too much. I never imagined this school would be yours." Chen Meilin gave a slight nod as if a thought had struck her. "By the way, are you married?" Jiang Yang lowered his head slightly, his tone tinged with melancholy. "Just got divorced." Chen Meilin didn't seem surprised. She said thoughtfully, "I bet it was because of money." Jiang Yang let out a soft sigh, conceding, "Yeah, you're right." Chen Meilin remarked, "That's only natural. These days many couples divorce over money. But with your looks, finding a wife would be a piece of cake." Jiang Yang smiled. "I'm doing all right, I guess." Chen Meilin offered comfort. "Don't let it get to you. A divorce just means the fate between you two has run its course. I feel some things are destined. If it's not meant to be yours, no amount of forcing will make it so. And if it is, you can't avoid it." Jiang Yang agreed. "Well said. I've thought the same." Just then the elevator let out a soft ding as it arrived on the 8th floor. The doors slid open slowly. Chen Meilin was the first to step out. Jiang Yang quickly followed. As he stepped out, Jiang Yang noticed the floor's opulent decor. Exquisite chandeliers cast a soft glow, the marble flooring was polished to a mirror shine, and the walls were adorned with what looked like priceless works of art. Unlike typical school floors lined with offices, this one had only 4 rooms. They walked along the corridor and soon arrived at a grand, spacious doorway. Chen Meilin gently pushed the door open and smiled. "Make yourself at home." She stepped inside first. Jiang Yang entered the office and felt the space was remarkably expansive, roughly estimating it to be over 400 square meters. Near the window stood a massive desk flanked by 2 large bookshelves crammed with books. On one side there was a plush sofa and a coffee table. Chen Meilin walked over to the desk gracefully, placing her bag on it. "I only come to the school occasionally. What a coincidence that you happen to work here." Jiang Yang still felt a bit awkward. After all, the girl he had once admired most was now a big boss. The chasm in their statuses made him feel uneasy. Chen Meilin noticed him pacing nervously in front of the bookshelf and couldn't help but smile. "Have a seat, don't be so formal." Jiang Yang glanced at the book-filled shelves and remarked casually, "Wow, so many books. Do you actually read them all?" Sitting in the plush office chair, Chen Meilin chuckled. "They're just for show. I rarely read them." As she spoke, she walked over behind Jiang Yang, suddenly wrapping her arms around him and confessing with deep emotion, "Jiang Yang, I've had a crush on you for a long time. My marriage has been far from happy." Jiang Yang turned around smiling. "Lin, I've liked you for a long time too. I just never had the courage to confess." Chen Meilin blinked. "Really?" Jiang Yang smiled softly. "Really?" With that, he cradled her face in his hands and kissed her deeply. But all of this was just Jiang Yang's fantasy. In reality, Chen Meilin was still sitting in the office chair. Jiang Yang found it amusing, wondering why such a thought had crossed his mind. Seeing him staring blankly at the bookshelf, Chen Meilin asked, "Jiang Yang, what's wrong?" Snapping back to reality from his fantasy, Jiang Yang quickly said, Lin, I'm really sorry, but something urgent has come up. I need to head out. Chen Meilin laughed. What are you afraid I'm going to eat you alive? Leaving so soon? Jiang Yang replied with a serious expression, I really do have something to take care of. With that he headed for the door. He needed to go pick up Wang Mingming from school. He couldn't fathom that someone with Chen Meilin's current status would ever be interested in him. After all, she was married and probably had kids by now. Her husband was incredibly wealthy too. A glint of mischief flashed in Chen Meilin's eyes. So, when are you going to treat me to a meal? Jiang Yang quickly replied, another day. I promise I'll treat you another day. Chen Meilin said half jokingly and half seriously, it's a deal then. How about tomorrow? Otherwise I might just have to fire you. Knowing she was joking, Jiang Yang nodded in agreement. He jogged all the way back to the main gate. As soon as he entered the security booth, he saw 3 security guards huddled together laughing and looking at a phone. Jiang Yang asked, where's the captain? A guard named Jiang Yang replied, he's in the restroom. Jiang Yang leaned in. What are you guys looking at? Jiang Yang beckoned him over. Come take a look. Jiang Yang's gaze fell upon the phone screen. It was a video. It seemed to be secretly filmed, showing a couple kissing in the school's woods. Jiang Yang figured it must have been shot by the guards during their patrols. He watched for a while, and when he saw the security captain walk in, he quickly went over. Captain, I need to ask for some time off. The security captain asked, you know the chairman, right? Jiang Yang nodded slightly. We were college classmates. A smile spread across the captain's face. All right, go ahead. Jiang Yang knew the captain was only being lenient because of Chen Meilin. Otherwise, having just started a day ago, getting leave would have been difficult. 10 minutes later, Jiang Yang had changed into casual clothes and took a taxi to Building 8 of the Music Academy's female dormitory. He sent Wang Mingming a WeChat message and waited. After a while, a red Porsche 911 pulled up and stopped in front of the building. A young man got out of the car holding a vibrant bouquet of red roses. Jiang Yang observed the young man, who appeared to be around 30, with average looks, wearing a black Armani t-shirt. He guessed the man was there to pick up his girlfriend. The young man sized up Jiang Yang and asked, are you Jiang Yang? Surprised that the stranger knew his name, Jiang Yang hesitated for a moment before replying, who are you? The young man exclaimed in astonishment, damn, it really is you. I'm Qianlong, your high school classmate. Ever since Jiang Yang arrived in Magic City, he had settled there like a migratory bird, finding its new home, his visits back to his hometown becoming increasingly rare. His parents' divorce had shattered the home that once held warm memories, dimming his attachment to his hometown. As the years passed, his connections with high school friends had also gradually faded. Jiang Yang distinctly remembered that Qianlong's father worked at the Water Resources Bureau in their hometown, previously holding the position of division chief. He had later heard from classmates that his father had been promoted to bureau director. Jiang Yang furrowed his brow slightly and asked softly, how did you end up in Magic City? Qianlong puffed out his chest with pride and said, I came last year and started a company here. Jiang Yang let out a faint oh. Qianlong smiled and looked Jiang Yang up and down before casually asking, I heard from classmates that you were delivering food. Jiang Yang remained composed and nodded lightly. I did that before, but not anymore. Qianlong patted Jiang Yang on the shoulder enthusiastically and said, come work at my company. I happen to need a security guard. With your height, you'd look sharp standing there. You'd be perfect for it. Jiang Yang asked curiously, what kind of company do you run that needs a security guard? Qianlong waved his hand dismissively and said with feigned nonchalance, the company isn't that big, just a few hundred people. You'd just be in charge of parking lot security. Jiang Yang knew full well that Qianlong had always loved to brag back in high school and had always looked down on most of his classmates, choosing to socialize only with a few from wealthy families. His claim of having a few hundred employees was surely an exaggeration. Jiang Yang replied flatly, I already have a job now. No need to trouble yourself. Changing the subject, he asked, are you here to pick up your girlfriend? Qianlong's lips curled into a confident smile. I'm here to pick up my wife. You should know her, Wang Mingming, Wang Lu's younger sister. You must know her too. She's the reason I came to Magic City. Jiang Yang was taken aback and said incredulously, are you kidding? How could Wang Mingming be your wife? Qianlong replied smugly, she's not yet, but she will be soon. I love her too much. She's the only one I'll ever marry. Jiang Yang frowned slightly and said, stop talking nonsense. Wang Mingming is my girlfriend now. Qianlong sneered, his eyes full of contempt. Come on, she's the campus beauty. You think she'd fancy you? Stop dreaming. Just then Wang Mingming walked out of the building gracefully, wearing a pair of fitted jeans and a pink blouse looking like a blooming pink flower. Seeing her, Qianlong immediately rushed forward, blocked her path, and declared with deep affection, Mingming, I love you. Marry me. Without hesitation, he dropped to both knees, his face etched with sincerity and anticipation. Wang Mingming didn't even glance at him. She walked straight to Jiang Yang with a radiant smile and said, come inside with me. I've already spoken to the dorm matron. Qianlong froze as if struck by a paralysis spell. Recovering quickly, he blocked their path and demanded, his face full of accusation, Mingming, what's your relationship with him? Jiang Yang guessed that Qianlong had no idea he had once been married to Wang Lu, nor that Wang Mingming was his sister-in-law. Wang Mingming replied impatiently, he's my boyfriend. Stop bothering me from now on. We're already living together. With that, she tightly gripped Jiang Yang's hand and walked into the dormitory building. The word living together hit Qianlong like a heavy blow to his chest. He stood there stunned, completely dumbfounded. He simply couldn't understand how Wang Mingming could fancy Jiang Yang. It made no sense at all. Once inside the building, Wang Mingming gently swung Jiang Yang's hand and said sulkily, "Ignore him. He's a lunatic. He goes around telling everyone I'm his wife. It's so annoying." Jiang Yang smiled, without saying a word, simply holding her hand tighter. Together they arrived at dorm 408. Pushing the door open, they found it quiet and empty. It was Jiang Yang's first time stepping into a girl's dormitory. The room was cluttered with books and clothes scattered about in disarray. Wang Mingming wrinkled her nose and pouted. "I've wanted to move out for ages. My roommates are so fussy and they don't even care about hygiene. I'm super particular about cleanliness." She pointed to 2 large suitcases and a big black bag in the corner. "This is all my stuff. You take the suitcases and I'll carry the bag." Jiang Yang looked at her tenderly and said softly, "You rest here. I'll handle all this." With that, he effortlessly lifted the 2 heavy suitcases and headed out. It had to be said, with unlimited stamina, everything felt effortless, as if he had boundless energy. When he reached the ground floor, he saw Qianlong still lingering nearby. Seeing Jiang Yang come out, Qianlong hurried over and demanded anxiously, "Jiang Yang, are you just pretending to be her boyfriend?" A faint smile tugged at Jiang Yang's lips. "Whether I'm pretending or not doesn't matter. What matters is that she'd never fancy you. You'd better give up on that idea." Qianlong refused to accept it. "So you admit you're just pretending? She must be testing my sincerity, right?" Jiang Yang let out a cold laugh and ruthlessly shattered his illusion. "Stop flattering yourself. If she liked you, she'd have been with you long ago. Why wait until now?" Without another word, he turned and headed back into the building. Returning to dorm 408, Jiang Yang said to Wang Mingming, "That guy still won't give up. He insists I'm just pretending and that you're testing him." Wang Mingming curled her lips in disdain and linked her arm through Jiang Yang's affectionately. "Then let's prove him wrong so he'll stop bothering me." She tilted her head and smiled sweetly at him. "Honey, you've worked so hard today." Jiang Yang ruffled her hair with affection and chuckled. "This is nothing for me." He picked up the bag with one hand and naturally took her hand with the other as they left the dorm. Jiang Yang asked casually, "Where are your roommates? How come I haven't seen any of them?" Wang Mingming tilted her head and explained with a giggle, "They've all gone out on dates with their boyfriends." Jiang Yang asked with slight curiosity, "They all have boyfriends?" Wang Mingming nodded gently. "Yes, several of them are in relationships now." Jiang Yang was curious. "Isn't it a bit early starting in freshman year?" Wang Mingming explained earnestly, "One girl has been with her boyfriend since high school, and he's at our school too now. 2 other girls confessed to senior students and got together that very day. Another says she has a boyfriend, but I've never seen him. As for the last one..." She paused, lowering her voice. "She seems a bit frivolous. She's changed boyfriends several times in just a few months. I think she's just after gifts from guys." Jiang Yang fell into thought. He recalled that when he was in university, it was rare for freshman girls to have boyfriends. Times have truly changed. Girls nowadays are much more proactive in matters of the heart. "Seeing them all with boyfriends made me feel a bit anxious too," Wang Mingming added softly, a slight blush coloring her cheeks. As the 2 chatted and walked downstairs, they saw Qianlong waiting there holding a bouquet of flowers. He quickly stepped forward to block Wang Mingming's path. "Mingming, I know you're testing me. He must be a fake boyfriend." Before he could finish, Wang Mingming suddenly stood on her tiptoes, wrapped her arms around Jiang Yang's neck, and kissed him deeply. The kiss was brief, yet resolute, carrying a sense of staking a claim. Qianlong stared at the scene dumbfounded. The girl he had pursued for years was kissing someone else right in front of him. Wang Mingming released Jiang Yang and frowned at Qianlong. "Now do you believe it? Please stop bothering me from now on." Qianlong shot Jiang Yang a furious glare, then threw the flowers to the ground. "Jiang Yang, you stole my girl. I won't forget this." With that, he got into his car and sped away. Jiang Yang watched the receding car and shook his head helplessly. That guy must be losing his mind. Back at the rented apartment, Jiang Yang placed the 2 heavy suitcases in the corner of the kitchen and turned to Wang Mingming with a gentle smile. "Go get some rest. I'll take care of the luggage." Instead, Wang Mingming took his hand and led him into the bedroom, beaming, "No rush, we can sort it out later." Once inside, she sighed with relief, pulled her bra out from her collar, tossed it onto the bed, and flopped into the soft bedding. "Finally, we have our own little home," she exclaimed happily. Jiang Yang leaned against the doorframe and asked softly, "What would you like for dinner?" "I'll cook for you." Wang Mingming turned over and whispered, "I'm not very hungry. Just some fruit is fine. My period just started and my stomach feels a bit uncomfortable." "Would you like some brown sugar water?" Jiang Yang asked with concern, sitting down and gently stroking her hair. "No, it's not too painful yet since it just started." Wang Mingming snuggled closer to him. "I'll be fine after a little rest." Jiang Yang gently held her hand. "You need to keep warm during this time. Don't catch a cold." "I know," Wang Mingming nodded obediently. Just then she suddenly sat up, her eyes sparkling. "Jiang Yang, I want to try doing a live stream." Jiang Yang refused without hesitation. "No. Making money to support our family is my job. You just focus on your studies. But I promise I won't meet any fans." Wang Mingming pouted and shook his arm playfully. "This way you won't have to work so hard." Seeing you happy at school is all I want, Jiang Yang said firmly. You don't need to worry about anything else. Alright, I'll listen to you. Wang Mingming nodded obediently, then remembered something. Oh, by the way, could you buy me some sanitary pads? I don't know which roommate took mine. Jiang Yang frowned. Someone in your dorm steals things. That's why I didn't want to live in the dormitory, Wang Mingming said with a pout. I'll go buy them right now, Jiang Yang said, planting a kiss on her forehead before heading out. At the supermarket in the neighborhood, Jiang Yang was carefully browsing the shelves for sanitary pads when his phone suddenly rang. Seeing an unfamiliar number, he hesitated for a moment before answering. Hello. A gentle voice came through the phone. Jiang Yang, do you know how to fix a computer? Jiang Yang was taken aback for a moment, then replied, of course I can. Chen Meilin asked, my computer at home is broken. Could you come over and fix it for me? It's not convenient for me today. I still have some things to do. Would tomorrow work? That works too. I'll treat you to a meal then, and afterwards you can help me fix it. What time tomorrow will you treat me? Whenever you like. You're my big boss now, oh, I'll be at your service at any time. Then let's make it in the evening. Actually, whether you keep that job or not doesn't make much of a difference. If you're really short on money, I could lend you some. Jiang Yang politely declined. I really don't need it. I have some money on hand. See you tomorrow. He hung up the phone, feeling a sense of oddity. Why did Chen Meilin ask him to fix her computer? Given her favorable circumstances, she could easily buy a new one or hire someone to do it. He couldn't guess the reason. As for borrowing money, Jiang Yang wouldn't do it. He never borrowed money from anyone. After leaving the pharmacy, Jiang Yang stopped as he passed by a flower shop. Seeing the vibrant flowers inside, he thought he should send Wang Mingming a bouquet. He walked briskly into the fragrant flower shop. Inside the shop, colorful flowers were in full bloom, their rich fragrances intertwining. A young girl was focused on trimming the flower branches. Jiang Yang picked up a red rose and asked, Boss, how much is this rose? Hearing his voice, the girl quickly put down her shears, a warm smile spreading across her face as she stepped forward briskly. The red ones are 5 yuan each. We also have blue, white, and pink ones, but they're a bit more expensive. Although Jiang Yang had some money, he wasn't exactly wealthy. He thought for a moment and said, I'd like 99 red ones. Could you give me a discount? The female boss furrowed her brows, slightly pondered for a while, then said, how about this? Since you're buying a lot, I'll let them go for 450 yuan. Jiang Yang tentatively bargained. How about 300? If not, I'll have to check out other shops. With that, he made a move to leave. The female boss hesitated for a moment, but ultimately agreed readily. All right, 300 it is. I'll treat it as a wholesale price. I hope you'll come back often. Jiang Yang was getting better and better at bargaining these days. Although he usually bought most items online when shopping offline, he would save wherever he could. Before long, Jiang Yang, beaming with joy, hurried back to his rented apartment, clutching a large bouquet of delicate blooming roses. He tiptoed into the bedroom. Wang Mingming was lying on the bed, fully engrossed in watching a movie. Hearing the door open, she didn't even look up and casually said, You're back. Jiang Yang smiled as he walked to the bedside, gently placing the bouquet of roses beside her, and said softly, Mingming, these are for you. Wang Mingming turned her head, her gaze instantly captured by the large bouquet of roses, a flash of delightful surprise sparkling in her eyes. She excitedly got up, threw herself into Jiang Yang's arms, hugging him tightly, her voice filled with emotion. Thank you, these flowers are so beautiful. Jiang Yang said with a smile, no flower is as beautiful as you. Wang Mingming's eyes curved like crescent moons, and like a joyful little bird, she planted several kisses on Jiang Yang's cheek. Those sweet kisses melted Jiang Yang's heart. Afterwards, Wang Mingming sat by the bed, carefully holding the roses, burying her face gently into the blossoms, deeply inhaling the intoxicating fragrance, a blissful smile radiating on her face. She lifted her head, her gaze tender as she looked at Jiang Yang, and whispered, Don't buy these things anymore. It feels like such a waste of money. Jiang Yang said indulgently, As long as you like it, spending this money means nothing. I just want to see you happy. A blush crept onto Wang Mingming's face, and she said coquettishly, I didn't expect you to be so romantic. Jiang Yang said modestly, This isn't really romantic. I just want to make you happy. Wang Mingming laughed. I'm happy just being with you. But getting flowers makes me even happier. As she spoke, she set the bouquet aside and said in a soft, sweet voice, I'll cook dinner for you tonight. Jiang Yang asked, You know how to cook? Wang Mingming giggled, I can learn. With that, she hugged Jiang Yang and said affectionately, Thank you for the gift. Love you. Soon the room was filled with the scent of roses and the sweet affection between them. Knock, knock, knock. An abrupt knock on the door shattered the tranquility. Immediately after, a familiar voice came from outside the door, Jiang Yang, are you home? Upon hearing Wang Lu's voice, Wang Mingming's body stiffened, and her previously relaxed expression instantly turned tense. Her eyes were filled with unease and confusion, and her voice trembled slightly as she whispered, Why did she suddenly come? Jiang Yang gently shook his head, also lowering his voice. I don't know either. Wang Mingming tightly gripped Jiang Yang's arm, her eyes full of worry. Don't make a sound. I don't want her to see us together. If she finds out, she'll definitely scold me. Jiang Yang gently patted her hand to reassure her. Okay, let's just wait until she leaves. Wang Mingming carefully got up from Jiang Yang's embrace, quietly got off the bed, tiptoed to the door, and gently closed the bedroom door. After a while the knocking and calling from outside gradually subsided. Wang Mingming let out a long sigh of relief, patted her chest, and whispered, "Gosh, that scared me to death. Why did she suddenly come back? Could she have forgotten something here?" Jiang Yang frowned slightly, thought for a moment, and replied, "She shouldn't have left anything behind. She took everything she needed last time." Ring, ring, ring. Ring, ring, ring. At that moment Jiang Yang's phone rang abruptly. Wang Mingming glanced at the caller ID. It was Wang Lu. She quickly said, "Answer it, see what she wants." Jiang Yang let the phone ring a few times before answering with a hint of coldness in his tone. "What is it?" On the other end of the line Wang Lu's voice came through. "Jiang Yang, where are you?" Jiang Yang casually made up an excuse. "I'm out delivering food, why?" Wang Lu said, "I went to your place and saw the light on, I thought you were home." Jiang Yang's tone grew impatient. "Just tell me what you need." There was a moment of silence on the line, then Wang Lu slowly said, "Jiang Yang, when should we go through with the divorce procedures?" Jiang Yang replied readily, "Whenever you want." Another brief silence followed. Wang Lu's voice carried a hint of helplessness and weariness. "Jiang Yang, I know you've always worked hard to make money, and I know you treat me well. But everyone else is getting rich, why can't you earn some real money?" Jiang Yang let out a cold laugh. "You can find someone who can make big money then." Wang Lu's voice held a trace of hope as she said, "We don't really have any major conflicts between us. It's all because of money that things have come to this. I know you still love me deep down." Jiang Yang didn't want to continue this topic and said coldly, "I have things to do, I'm hanging up." Wang Lu said hastily, "Then I'll wait for you at your door. I'm not coming home, so don't bother waiting." Jiang Yang said, and decisively hung up the phone. Jiang Yang knew in his heart that there was never any love between him and Wang Lu. She chose him because her family was pressuring her to get married. Jiang Yang chose her because he was at the age where he should settle down. His heart already belonged to Wang Mengming, and there was no love left for Wang Lu. Wang Mengming, standing nearby, had heard the entire conversation clearly. She looked up at Jiang Yang with a complex expression and asked softly, "Jiang Yang, what does my sister mean?" Jiang Yang shook his head slightly. "Forget about her, whatever she means." Wang Mingming said, "She won't wait at the door forever, will she? If she does, how am I supposed to get out?" Jiang Yang replied, "She won't. It's almost past 10 o'clock, she'll definitely need to sleep soon." He put down his phone. "Mingming, let's sleep. We have to work tomorrow." Wang Mingming nodded slightly. "All right, I'm a bit sleepy too." She adjusted her pillow and slowly lay down. Jiang Yang covered her with a blanket. "Don't catch a cold." Wang Mingming blinked and said, "Jiang Yang, I want to ask you something." Jiang Yang lay down and asked, "What is it?" Wang Mingming smiled and said, "Are you happier with me or with my sister?" Jiang Yang replied, "That's an easy one, of course it's you. She's nowhere near you, she's like a dead fish." Wang Mingming snuggled into his arms smiling and asked, "Then what am I like?" Jiang Yang gently kissed her cheek and said, "You're like a mermaid, lively and full of energy." The next morning, the first rays of sunlight had not yet fully pierced through the clouds. Jiang Yang got up early. He tiptoed into the bathroom, not wanting to disturb the still sleeping Wang Mingming. After washing up, he prepared to make something to eat for his beloved Mingming. Knock, knock, knock. Knock, knock, knock. A series of urgent yet clear knocks came from the door. Jiang Yang wondered to himself, who could be knocking at this early hour? The image of Wang Lu flashed through his mind, and his heart tightened instantly. He remained silent, filled with worry. After all, Wang Lu and Wang Mingming were biological sisters. Wang Lu had always been very caring towards Wang Mengming, having meticulously looked after her daily life since they were young. He was worried that the two sisters would end up in a quarrel. After a moment, Wang Lu's familiar voice came from outside the door. "Jiang Yang, are you home?" Wang Mengming, who was still in her dreams, was abruptly awakened by the knocking. When she recognized Wang Lu's voice, she instantly became nervous. Jiang Yang still didn't respond, thinking that Wang Lu would probably leave after a while when she got no answer. After a little while longer, Wang Mengming cautiously got out of bed and like a frightened little rabbit tiptoed to the door. She gently tugged at Jiang Yang's sleeve and whispered, "Jiang Yang, has she left?" Jiang Yang shook his head slightly and said softly, "I'm not sure either." Wang Mingming bit her lip and said anxiously, "Oh my God, she's not going to wait here all day, is she?" Jiang Yang reached out and gently patted her shoulder to soothe her nerves. "She won't. She has to go to work." Wang Mingming thought for a moment and said with some helplessness, "Why don't you ask your friend to come check the situation? Otherwise I won't be able to go to school. Hiding like this isn't a solution." Jiang Yang nodded slightly and said indulgently, "All right, whatever you say. I'll text my friend now." He took out his phone and quickly sent a message to Wu Tao, who delivered food. He asked Wu Tao to help check if Wang Lu was still there. If she was, he wanted Wu Tao to lie and persuade her to leave. About 10 minutes later, Wu Tao rode his electric bike and arrived hurriedly at the bottom of Jiang Yang's building. He went up to the second floor and saw Wang Lu standing at the door fiddling with her phone. He knew Wang Lu, he had been the best man at their wedding. Wu Tao said to Wang Lu, "Wang Lu, what are you doing here?" Wang Lu was taken aback for a moment, then explained softly, "I'm here to see Jiang Yang." Wu Tao said with a serious expression, "He's not home. After we finished drinking last night, he said he was in a bad mood and went to find a prostitute." Wang Lu was startled by the word prostitute and exclaimed, "He actually went to a prostitute?" Wu Tao nodded emphatically and said earnestly, "That's right. I roughly understand the situation between you two. Since you've been married before, you should understand physical needs. You've been cold to him for over half a year, or anyone would find that unbearable. Wang Lu frowned slightly and murmured, but that doesn't mean he should go to a prostitute. How dirty is that? Wu Tao said indifferently, you're about to get divorced. What he does is none of your business, and what you do is none of his. Don't wait for him. He said he wants to enjoy himself for a few days, so he probably won't be back. With that he turned and left. He felt he hadn't said anything wrong. He'd have to make Jiang Yang treat him to a meal. Inside the room, Jiang Yang breathed a sigh of relief upon learning from Wu Tao that Wang Lu had left. He said to Wang Mingming, she's gone. She probably won't come back anymore. Wang Mingming also sighed in relief. I hope she never comes back. She made me feel like I was having an affair. Jiang Yang smiled and said, go wash up. You'll be heading to school soon, and I need to get to work too. At noon, after having lunch at school, Jiang Yang began his campus patrol with the security guard Sun Peng. Strolling along the campus paths, the female students passing by appeared mostly ordinary in Jiang Yang's eyes. Occasionally a few were decent looking, but they still paled in comparison to Wang Mingming. In his mind, if he were to judge by overall standards, Wang Mingming would score 93 points, while Chun Meilin could reach 96. A sudden curiosity welled up in Jiang Yang's heart, and he casually asked Sun Peng beside him, Sun Peng, you've been working at this school for a while now. Tell me, who's the school's beauty queen? Sun Peng, having worked at this technical school for 3 years, knew all the ins and outs of the campus. Upon hearing Jiang Yang's question, he answered without hesitation, that's got to be Qin Jiao. She's absolutely gorgeous. Jiang Yang's eyebrows rose slightly, curiosity gleaming in his eyes as he pressed, how beautiful. Describe her to me. A teasing smile spread across Sun Peng's face as he joked, she's so beautiful words can't describe it. And she's single too. If you're thinking of pursuing her, you might just have a shot. Jiang Yang quickly waved his hands in denial. I don't have any such intentions, just purely curious. After a pause, another question arose in his mind. Since she's the beauty queen, she must have high standards. Why has she remained single all this time? Sun Peng leaned in mysteriously and lowered his voice. Not only is she the beauty queen, but she's also a virgin. Jiang Yang glanced at him sideways, his face full of suspicion. Really? Sun Peng's expression turned serious as he vowed, absolutely true. And she's most fond of handsome guys, especially tall, handsome ones like you. I'm telling you, if you go after her, she'll definitely say yes. Jiang Yang had always been quite confident in his looks, and upon hearing Sun Peng's words, a ripple of interest stirred within him. Although Wang Mingming held an irreplaceable place in his heart, the thought of a beauty queen who had preserved her chastity piqued his curiosity nonetheless. He mused to himself, perhaps he should give it a try. Seeing Jiang Yang lost in thought, Sun Peng assumed he was tempted and quickly suggested, how about this? I'll get her to come out, and you two can meet. Jiang Yang was somewhat surprised and asked doubtfully, you can get her to come out? How do you have her number? Sun Peng proudly shook his phone and chuckled, I have the numbers of many pretty girls at school. Whenever you see one you like, just pretend you don't know her, and have her register. Jiang Yang smiled, guessing Sun Peng was probably looking to pick up a girl himself. After a moment's thought, Jiang Yang nodded. Alright, arrange the meeting. I'll take a look. Great. Leave it to me. I'll get it done right away. Sun Peng replied excitedly, eagerly pulling out his phone, deftly dialing a number, and thoughtfully putting it on speakerphone. Jiao Jiao. Sun Peng called out warmly as the call connected. A sweet voice came through instantly, speaking. Who is this? Hearing the voice, Jiang Yang felt a stir in his heart, thinking to himself that it was indeed sweet and charming. Sun Peng replied with a smile. I'm a security guard at the school. I have a little something to discuss with you. What is it? Haven't you always said you wanted a tall, handsome boyfriend? Well, I've got the perfect candidate here. He's incredibly handsome, a perfect match for you. Really? Tell you what, come to the garden behind the school now and meet him. Seeing is believing. Alright, I'll be right there. Jiang Yang was truly surprised that Chun Jiao agreed so readily. He pondered silently. Since she was the beauty queen, her standards must be exceptionally high, otherwise she wouldn't have stayed single all this time. A mix of anticipation and unease stirred within him. Jiang Yang and Sun Peng leisurely strolled to a small garden on campus, waiting quietly for Chun Jiao to appear. The garden was serene and beautiful, with a gentle breeze carrying the faint fragrance of flowers. Sun Peng looked around and said, let me go check. The school has several gardens, I'm afraid she might go to the wrong one. With that he hurried off. Jiang Yang sat alone on the bench, his mind continuously conjuring images of Chun Jiao. His heart was filled with curiosity. Just how stunning would she be? Before long, a girl's figure came into his view. She wore a pristine white dress, but her figure was rather plump, weighing an estimated 200 pounds. Her face was round and pudgy like a plump meatball, and with each step she took, her flesh jiggled gently. Staring at the girl, Jiang Yang couldn't help but lament inwardly, being that fat, how would she ever find a husband? This girl was none other than Chun Jiao. She waddled over to Jiang Yang with a somewhat sluggish gait, a shy yet expectant smile on her face, and said softly, hello there, I'm Chun Jiao. It's a pleasure to meet you. Upon hearing her self-introduction, Jiang Yang's eyes widened instantly, his face a mask of disbelief. He looked at Chun Jiao with utter suspicion, his tone laced with shock. You're Chun Jiao? Chun Jiao maintained her smile and nodded gently. Yes, that's me. Jiang Yang still couldn't believe it. No way. Chen Jiao confirmed once more, I really am Chen Jiao. Jiang Yang blinked. Impossible. Chen Jiao is the beauty queen. Chen Jiao replied calmly nodding. That's right, I am the beauty queen. In this year's school beauty contest, I ranked first. I did last year too. It finally dawned on Jiang Yang that this Sun Peng fellow was clearly making a fool of him. At the same time, he couldn't help but marvel that the male students at this school were truly full of nonsense, actually crowning her as the beauty queen. Jiang Yang stood up and said politely, I'm terribly sorry. I was the victim of a prank. I apologize for troubling you to come all this way. Chen Jiao's eyes were filled with sincerity and anticipation. I have a good feeling about you. If you agree, I could be your girlfriend. Jiang Yang was slightly taken aback, not expecting Chen Jiao to have taken a liking to him. He smiled and said, You're great too, it's just that you're a bit overweight. And I was only looking out of curiosity just now. I don't actually have any intention of dating. I'm really sorry for the intrusion. Hearing this, Chen Jiao's face instantly fell, and her eyes reddened slightly. Do you guys only care about looks? Seeing her so dejected, Jiang Yang quickly tried to console her. No, you misunderstand. It's not about looks. Actually, you're quite cute. It's just that maybe you haven't met the one who truly appreciates you yet. Don't be too sad. Chen Jiao bit her lip, lightly, her voice catching with a sob. I got sick and the medicine made me like this. Jiang Yang's heart softened. He comforted her. Once you're better, you'll definitely get back to how you were. Then it'll be much easier for you to find a boyfriend. I bet lots of guys will be chasing after you. Chen Jiao's tears welled up in her eyes as she whispered, So just because I'm fat I don't deserve love. Looking at her forlorn state, Jiang Yang felt a pang of pity and quickly said, You're still young. Love will come when it's meant to. Actually, there are many people who like chubby girls like you. Everyone has different tastes. You have to believe that there will be someone who sees your unique beauty. Chen Jiao nodded slightly upon hearing this, looking at Jiang Yang with gratitude. I understand. Thank you for not humiliating me like the other guys did. Jiang Yang smiled and said, Don't take it to heart. Some people just like to make inappropriate jokes. I'm also glad to have met you. You should head back now. Oh, I need to go on patrol. With that, he turned and slowly walked away. After a few steps, he couldn't help but look back. He saw Chen Jiao sitting alone on the bench, her shoulders trembling slightly as she silently cried. Her silhouette looked utterly lonely. Jiang Yang sighed inwardly. It wasn't right to just leave her here after asking her out. He returned to her side and consoled, Chen Jiao, you will definitely find someone who likes you. As he spoke, he pulled out some napkins from his pocket and handed them to her. Chen Jiao reached out with her plump hand, took the napkins, and wiped her tears. Thank you. Jiang Yang sat down beside her and asked, What illness do you have? Chen Jiao sobbed softly and said, It's nothing. You wouldn't understand even if I told you. Jiang Yang comforted her. As long as it's not a terminal illness, it'll get better. Once you're well, everything will be fine. He continued to console her with many words, and gradually Chen Jiao's mood improved considerably. She smiled at Jiang Yang and said, Thank you for talking to me so much. Jiang Yang smiled back. Living is better than anything. Look on the bright side. Many people are worse off than you. At least you have a sweet voice. Even if you're a bit plump, you're soft and cuddly. Some guys really like that. Time flew by quickly. Before they knew it, it was afternoon. Jiang Yang went on campus patrol with Sun Peng. He didn't let the incident with Chen Jiao create any awkwardness between them, choosing to treat it as a joke. After they had walked for a while, Sun Peng bumped Jiang Yang's shoulder and asked mysteriously, Want to have some fun? Jiang Yang was puzzled. What kind of fun? Sun Peng raised an eyebrow and said, Just follow me, I'll show you a good time. Jiang Yang was confused. Are you trying to play a trick on me again? Sun Peng replied, Of course not. Just come with me. With that, he quickened his pace. Jiang Yang hesitated for a moment before following him. The two arrived near a dense grove of trees close to the campus's east gate. Sun Peng said to Jiang Yang, Stay quiet and follow me. After saying this, he slipped into the woods. Jiang Yang followed him in. They walked for a while until Sun Peng suddenly stopped, hid behind a bush, and gestured for Jiang Yang to crouch down too. Jiang Yang crouched down beside him and asked, What are we doing? Sun Peng said with a sly grin, You'll find out soon enough. About 10 minutes passed. Two male students walked into the woods. After confirming no one was around, they embraced and kissed each other. Jiang Yang immediately understood Sun Peng's purpose for bringing him here. He said with disdain, Seriously, you brought me here just to see this? Sun Peng replied, Hold on, the best part is yet to come. Jiang Yang said helplessly, What's so interesting about this? They're just gay couples. Sun Peng didn't say anything. Jiang Yang was about to leave when he saw the two guys had already taken their pants off on the grass. He didn't want to watch anymore and said to Sun Peng, You're so boring. Isn't this disgusting? Suddenly Sun Peng shouted, Security is coming. The two guys were scared half to death by the sudden shout and ran away in a panic without even pulling their pants up. Jiang Yang found their flustered state quite amusing. He asked Sun Peng, Doesn't the school do anything about this kind of thing? Sun Peng stood up and said nonchalantly, Love is free, no one cares. I just wanted to have a laugh at their expense. These two always come here to date. Soon it was almost time to clock off. Jiang Yang changed into his casual clothes and arrived early near the main gate of the school, quietly waiting for Chen Malin. Virum. A thunderous roar filled the air. Chun Maylin, driving her flashy Lamborghini, swept over like a bolt of black lightning and came to a smooth stop right in front of him. Jiang Yang greeted her enthusiastically, then opened the door and got into the car. He noticed that Chun Maylin had changed her clothes today. She was wearing a white strappy top and a white pleated skirt. This outfit made her look like a 20-year-old girl. He looked at her and asked, Lin, what do you feel like eating? Chun Maylin gave him a cold glare. Shouldn't you call me Chairman Chun? Then she burst into laughter. Just kidding. I thought you might call me Chair Chun, and if you did I'd know you didn't consider me a friend. Jiang Yang was momentarily stunned, but realized it was just a joke. Chun Maylin asked, what do you want to eat? Jiang Yang replied, I'm treating, so you choose. Chun Maylin tilted her head, thought for a moment, and her eyes sparkled as she said, how about some barbecue? I remember there was this amazing barbecue place near campus when we were in university. I had my birthday dinner there once, and you were there too. Jiang Yang recalled, I haven't been there in ages. I wonder if it's still open. Chun Maylin replied, it's still open. I saw it when I passed by. With that she stepped on the gas, and they drove off. Sitting in the car, Jiang Yang felt a bit at a loss for words, unsure of what topics to discuss with Chun Maylin. Even though they had a good relationship in college, so many years had passed, and now their social standings were vastly different. A certain sense of unfamiliarity was inevitable. Chun Maylin noticed Jiang Yang's silence and couldn't help but smile. She joked, do you have something on your mind? Don't tell me you're worried about the bill and don't want to treat me. Jiang Yang quickly explained, of course not. I wouldn't hesitate to treat you. It's just that we haven't seen each other for so many years and suddenly it feels a bit unfamiliar. I don't know what to say. Chun Maylin chuckled softly, her eyes full of warmth. Don't be so formal. There's no need to feel like a stranger. I haven't changed much, you know. I'm still the same innocent, carefree girl I used to be. Jiang Yang, catching her playful mood, joked, haha, you're not a girl anymore. You're a beautiful young lady radiating charm. Chun Maylin giggled. Right, a beautiful young lady. But I still feel like a girl inside. Don't you think? Jiang Yang looked at her sincerely and said from the bottom of his heart, Lin, I can really see that you haven't aged a bit. In fact, you look younger with each passing day. Seriously, you don't look 30 at all. You're as vibrant and youthful as an 18-year-old girl. A faint blush crept onto Chun Maylin's cheeks. She gave a light smile and said coquettishly, oh, your tongue is sweeter than honey. You're making me blush. At that moment, Jiang Yang felt the subtle distance between them vanish completely. He asked curiously, Lin, you've been like a ghost for all these years. Why didn't you keep in touch with any of our classmates? Chun Maylin was silent for a brief moment, a complex look flashing in her eyes. She slowly said, right after graduation, I was still in contact with a few classmates. But then some things happened, and gradually we lost touch. I also didn't want to have any more contact with them. Jiang Yang sensed there was more to the story, but felt it wasn't appropriate to pry. He casually remarked, look at you now, driving a luxury car and living in a mansion. Countless people must envy your life. Chun Maylin nodded, gently, a hint of certainty in her voice. That's right. This is the life I've always worked hard for. What about you? Don't you want a better life? Of course I do. Jiang Yang said candidly, if I were a girl I might also look for a wealthy guy. After all, being young and pretty is a girl's biggest asset. Beauties are a scarce resource, and a goddess like you is even rarer. Things are valued for their scarcity. Chun Maylin felt pleased with his words. She glanced at him and asked, you don't think I'm a gold digger? Jiang Yang waved his hand, a hint of self-deprecating candor in his tone. I'm not that noble. Who doesn't love money? If you call yourself a gold digger, then I'm a gold digger too. Unfortunately, I don't have the knack for making big money, and I haven't run into any rich older women, so I can only live an ordinary life. Chun Maylin was tickled and let out a giggle. She reached out and lightly poked his shoulder, her fingertips carrying a faint coolness. You really aren't cut out to be a security guard. It's not that I look down on the job, but with a face like you're standing at the gate is just a waste of your looks. Jiang Yang raised an eyebrow, intrigued. So what do you think I'm suited for? Chun Maylin blinked, a mischievous smile curling at the corners of her lips. A male escort. Damn. Jiang Yang was caught between laughter and tears, nearly choking on his own saliva. That joke is way out of line. I'm not cut out for that kind of work. After a pause, curiosity got the better of him. You even know about that? Don't tell me you've hired one. Chun Maylin quickly shook her head and waved her hands. I've never done that. Jiang Yang's tone turned a bit more serious. I really couldn't earn money that way. With someone I don't like, I wouldn't even accept money. I'd be disgusted even if I were paid to do it. The other day when I was delivering food, I ran into this woman who looked like a ghost, and she offered me 500 yuan to sleep with her. Even 500 wouldn't change my mind. Chun Maylin's eyes sparkled with mischief. If you ever did get into that line of work, I'd rally all my girlfriends to come and support you every day. We'd make you the #1 male escort in all of Shanghai. Jiang Yang played along, puffing out his chest with mock confidence. Shanghai. If I were to do it, I'd aim to be the world's #1. His words sent Chun Maylin into a fit of laughter, her giggles crisp and clear like wind chimes, instantly transporting them back to their university days. Back then she laughed the same way, the light in her eyes brighter than the sun itself. Memories of treading on fallen leaves to class and scrambling for seats in the library played through their minds like an old film, inexplicably drawing them closer together. Before long the car pulled up at a barbecue joint near Shanghai Business College. The sign reading, "Genuine Awesome Beef Skewers," was crooked, gleaming with a greasy sheen in the evening glow, exuding a brazen, smoky charm. Chen Meilin parked the car and turned to Jiang Yang, a note of nostalgia in her voice. "See, the school hasn't changed a bit. Even that crooked tree by the gate hasn't moved." Jiang Yang looked around, noting the peeling paint on the teaching building walls, and couldn't help but agree. Yet coming to this diploma mill was a decision I regretted endlessly. I felt like those 4 years were a complete waste. Chen Meilin smiled softly, a look of resignation in her eyes. Maybe it was just fate. Regretting it doesn't do any good. With that, she unbuckled her seatbelt and pushed the door open. Jiang Yang followed suit, but his gaze snagged on the shop next to the barbecue joint. A love hotel had sprung up its sign, featuring a pair of figures locked in an embrace, so suggestive it was hard to miss. A thought flickered through his mind. He should bring Wang Mingming here sometime. They found an empty table outside, surrounded by the smoky aroma of grilled skewers and cumin. Chen Meilin picked up the menu and gestured at Jiang Yang, with her chin a sly glint in her eyes. "I won't hold back then." Jiang Yang pulled out a cigarette, lit it, took a drag, and said, "Order whatever you want." Chen Meilin smiled and called the waiter over, announcing crisply, 5 skewers of lamb penis. Jiang Yang nearly choked on the smoke he'd just inhaled, coughing violently as he stared at her in shock. Lin, you're into that stuff." Chen Meilin doubled over with laughter, pointing at him. "What are you thinking? They're for you. I wouldn't touch that." Jiang Yang quickly waved his hands. No. Swap them for kidneys. I can't handle that." Chen Meilin tilted her head, genuinely curious. "Don't all guys love that? I heard it's a real booster." "That's other guys. I'm not interested." Jiang Yang waved his hand dismissively. Chen Meilin scanned the menu again and spoke up. "Then let's get 20 skewers of lamb kidneys." "Are you crazy?" Jiang Yang was exasperated. 20. Are you trying to kill me with food?" Chen Meilin blinked, a teasing lilt in her voice. "Just want to give you a good boost. How else are you going to become the world's #1 male escort? That's hard work." Jiang Yang shot back with a grin. "No need for a boost. This body of mine's got plenty of stamina." He realized how carefree Chen Meilin was being now, and it made sense. She was a married woman now. How could she still be as shy as she was in college? Topics like these were probably as mundane to her as chatting about the weather. Chen Meilin ordered a pile of other skewers, chicken wings, and eggplants, then added, "and 6 bottles of beer." Jiang Yang quickly reminded her, "You're driving, you know. Better not drink. It's not safe." "It's fine, I'll just get a designated driver," Chen Meilin said, nonchalantly waving her hand. "We rarely get a chance to celebrate. I'm drinking tonight." Soon the beer arrived. Jiang Yang picked up a pair of chopsticks, deftly pried open a bottle, and poured Chen Meilin a full glass. "So how's your tolerance these days?" Chen Meilin puffed out her chest. 10 bottles easy." "Yeah right," Jiang Yang retorted. "You never touched a drop in college. A sip of beer would make your face turn red. I developed it later." Chen Meilin grinned proudly. "With all the business dinners you have to drink whether you like it or not." Jiang Yang filled her glass to the brim, then poured one for himself. Chen Meilin raised her glass, genuine warmth shining in her eyes. "Here's to our reunion." Jiang Yang clinked his glass against hers, the crisp sound cutting through the surrounding clamor. "Cheers." They exchanged a smile and downed their drinks in one go. Jiang Yang set down his glass, impressed by her composure. "Not bad. You really have built up your tolerance." Chen Meilin swirled her glass, curiosity in her eyes. "What about you? You could hold your liquor in college. Still can." Jiang Yang smiled and shook his head. "I used to be able to. Now I rarely drink. Only when something good happens do I have a little." Chen Meilin held her glass, her fingers tracing the rim as she asked with feigned casualness, "Jiang Yang, why didn't you date in college?" Jiang Yang nodded, a reminiscent look crossing his face. "There was someone on my mind back then." Chen Meilin's eyes lit up instantly. She blinked, those big lively eyes leaned in closer, and asked, "Was it me?" "Yeah." Jiang Yang looked at her adorable expression and couldn't help but laugh. He nodded slightly and teased, "Look at you, so clever, answering before I even finish. Congratulations, you got it right." Chen Meilin chuckled and pressed on, "Then why didn't you confess to me back then?" A hint of helplessness crept into Jiang Yang's smile. "I was dirt poor back then, and in my eyes you were like an unreachable goddess far above my station. I didn't have the courage to confess to you." Chen Meilin gently shook her head and said, "It's a good thing you didn't. Even if you had confessed, then I definitely wouldn't have agreed. At that time I had my own aspirations, focused entirely on changing my family's situation." Jiang Yang wasn't surprised by her words, it was all within his expectations. Chen Meilin raised her glass, took a small sip, and a trace of nostalgia flickered in her eyes. She spoke slowly, "My family was never well off. I have a younger sister and a younger brother. If I'd had any other choice, I wouldn't have ended up at that no-name university. When I was 20, my parents tried to force me to marry a man over 40 just because he offered a high bride price. At that moment I felt like I was being sold." Listening, Jiang Yang felt a pang of pity. He uttered a soft, "Oh," and then asked, "I remember during school lots of rich guys were chasing after you. Did you end up marrying one of them?" Chen Meilin smiled mysteriously. "Well, that's a secret for now." Then changing the subject, she asked curiously, "By the way, what does your wife do for a living?" Jiang Yang said indifferently, "She's a saleswoman selling gold jewelry." Chen Meilin pressed which mall. Jiang Yang didn't hide it, and blurted out Jinte for gold. Chen Meilin's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Oh, she must be quite pretty then, right? Jiang Yang said seriously, we were high school classmates. She's decent looking, but definitely no match for you. The two continued eating and chatting. Their conversation drifted to memories of their university days. Chen Meilin gently swirled the beer bottle in her hand, then drained it in one go. Her eyes shimmered as she looked at Jiang Yang, and asked curiously, I remember during college there was a girl who was quite fond of you. Why didn't you two take things further? Jiang Yang was slightly taken aback, then replied frankly, I just didn't have any special feelings for her. You can't force these things. Chen Meilin raised an eyebrow, a hint of probing in her eyes, and asked again, aside from me, did you never like any other girl back then? Jiang Yang slowly shook his head, his gaze sincere and focused. Liking you alone was enough to captivate my heart. Other girls just weren't my type. In my heart, none of them could compare to you. Chen Meilin's lips curled into a gentle smile as she teased, so wasn't your college time a bit of a waste? At the prime of your youth you should have had more romantic stories. Jiang Yang smiled softly, his eyes filled with reminiscence. Not a waste at all. Because I met you. You were like the moonlight in that period of my life, illuminating my youth. Back then I secretly vowed to myself that after graduation I would achieve great things, and then pursue you with all the pomp and splendor you deserved. It's just a pity that you suddenly disappeared, and I never managed to realize my aspirations. Chen Meilin felt a wave of emotion listening to him. She comforted him softly, it's all right. Success is never easy. No one achieves their goals without effort. You're still young, and you have a long road ahead. Who knows, maybe a great opportunity will come your way. Jiang Yang nodded slightly in agreement. Perhaps. I can only hope for better days ahead. Before they knew it, Jiang Yang had finished 3 bottles of beer. He opened another one and casually asked, Lin, do you have any children now? A tender light flashed in Chen Meilin's eyes. She nodded gently and smiled, almost. Jiang Yang poured himself a drink and added, you should have a child. Chen Meilin smiled mysteriously. That's what I think too. Jiang Yang chuckled and continued, seeing how well you're living now, you and your husband must have a great relationship, right? Chen Meilin raised her glass, took a sip, her face beaming with a happy smile. It couldn't be better. He's totally obedient to me. He wouldn't dare disobey me. If I say 1, he wouldn't dare say 2. Jiang Yang couldn't help but tease, you're quite formidable than a real strict wife. Chen Meilin put down her glass, her gaze fixed on Jiang Yang, and asked with interest, what about you? In your previous marriage, who wore the pants? Jiang Yang thought for a moment and slowly said, actually neither of us was really in charge. We usually discussed things together when problems arose. But later we just gradually drifted apart and our feelings faded. Chen Meilin asked, why didn't you have kids? Is it because you can't? Jiang Yang said seriously, I definitely can. It's just that I can't afford to have one right now. I can't support a child. After a while, Jiang Yang was about to open his 5th bottle of beer. He looked at Chen Meilin across the table and noticed that her usually fair face was now flushed with a light blush and her eyes had become somewhat hazy. A wave of concern surged in Jiang Yang's heart. He asked softly, Lin, how are you feeling? Are you okay? Chen Meilin lifted her head slightly, her eyes unfocused, and mumbled, I'm a bit drunk. As soon as she said this, she slowly slumped onto the table, as if she had no strength left to hold herself up. Jiang Yang couldn't help but smile wryly at the sight. Aren't you supposed to handle 10 bottles? You got drunk this fast. Let me take you home. Chen Meilin waved her hand weakly, her voice soft and languid. No need. I just need to rest for a bit. I just want to find a place to lie down. My head hurts a little. Jiang Yang thought for a moment. Since they had both been drinking, driving was definitely unsafe. He suggested, how about I call a taxi to take you home? That would be safer. However, Chen Meilin didn't respond, just lay quietly on the table. Jiang Yang hesitated for a moment, then decided to first take her somewhere she could rest. He walked to the car and took out Chen Meilin's exquisite Hermes bag. He gently opened it, rummaged through it, and finally found an ID card. He took out his phone and entered the address from the ID card to search for it, discovering it was located in a luxurious villa district. Jiang Yang thought to himself that her husband was probably at home at this hour. If he saw her come back in this state, it might spark a quarrel. After settling the bill, he looked around the area and noticed the only nearby option was a love hotel. He decided to take Chen Meilin there first to sober up a bit, and then figure out what to do next. So he walked over to Chen Meilin, carefully helped her up, and headed towards the hotel. Upon entering, he said to the female receptionist at the front desk, hello, I'd like to book a room. The receptionist looked him up and down with a hint of scrutiny, and asked, what is your relationship with her? Jiang Yang hastily explained, we're classmates. She's had too much to drink and needs to rest. The receptionist glanced at Chen Meilin and said, please show me your ID cards, and then you can pick a room. Jiang Yang looked at the display of rooms behind the attendant, each one uniquely decorated. He scanned them quickly and finally picked a room at random, one called the Romantic Ocean Rendezvous Room. In the picture of this room, the blue decor seemed to create a dreamlike oceanic atmosphere. The deposit is 200 and the room fee is 600. The receptionist stated. Jiang Yang didn't hesitate, handing her Chen Meilin's ID card. We're not staying the night, just resting for a bit, and then we'll leave. The attendant picked it up, glanced at it, and said, "Even so, the room fee is still 600. Jiang Yang replied, all right, 600 it is. He took out his phone and paid, then walked over to Chun Meilin with the room card. He said softly, Lin, let me take you up to sober up a bit. Come on. As he spoke, he gently lifted her legs and carried her steadily in his arms. Upon reaching the second floor, Jiang Yang followed the room card's directions and quickly located the room. He held the card near the sensor, and with a soft ding, the door slowly opened. Jiang Yang carried Chun Meilin inside and was immediately captivated by the sight before him. The room's decor was indeed very romantic. The blue walls were adorned with twinkling lights resembling the stars scattered across the vast night sky. The bed was dressed in soft blue linens adorned with several adorable sea creature plushies. A gentle light glowed from the bedside lamp, creating a warm and dreamy atmosphere, as if one were truly immersed in an underwater world. Jiang Yang laid Chun Meilin down gently on the bed, only then realizing it was a waterbed, soft and yielding. He sat on the sofa by the bedside, took out his phone, and sent a WeChat message to Wang Mingming. Where are you? I'm at school. When are you coming to pick me up? Something came up on my end. You go home and wait for me. Can my sister not stay at home and wait? No, she definitely can't come over anytime soon. After settling things with Wang Mingming, Jiang Yang looked at Chun Meilin on the bed. He could hear her breathing evenly and steadily. Because her skirt was relatively short, a glimpse of her white underwear was inadvertently revealed. Yet at this moment, no impure thoughts stirred within Jiang Yang's mind. In his eyes, Chun Meilin was simply a longtime classmate. He rose quietly, fetched a soft blanket, and gently draped it over her. Seeing how quickly she had fallen into such a deep sleep, Jiang Yang couldn't help but feel a wave of emotion. How unpredictable life was. The goddess who once seemed so unattainable was now here, sharing a room with him. He walked over to a chair, sat down, took out a cigarette, lit it, and took a deep drag. Wreathed in smoke, he gazed at Chun Meilin on the bed, wondering when she might wake up. Judging by the depth of her slumber, it seemed she wouldn't be waking up anytime soon. Jiang Yang leaned closer to the bedside and asked softly, Lin, are you asleep? Chun Meilin gave no response. He stubbed out his cigarette in the ashtray and whispered, Lin, you rest well. I'll be going now. With that, he slowly rose and tiptoed towards the door. But just as he reached the door and was about to open it and leave, he heard Chun Meilin's slightly weak voice from behind, don't go. Jiang Yang was taken aback for a moment, then turned around, asking with slight surprise, you weren't asleep? Chun Meilin frowned slightly and said softly, my head hurts a bit. Can you massage it for me? Jiang Yang murmured and quickly walked back to the bedside looking troubled. How do I do it? I've never massaged anyone before. Chun Meilin kept her eyes lightly closed and whispered, any way is fine. Just a gentle rub will do. Jiang Yang stood by the bed, leaned over slightly, and reached out his hand. His movements were a bit clumsy, yet exceptionally gentle as he began to massage her forehead and temples. His fingers applied moderate pressure, pressing down softly again and again. After a moment, Chun Meilin shifted slightly and said in a faint voice, help me to the restroom. Jiang Yang quickly responded with an, oh, and without hesitation gently lifted her up. He carried her towards the bathroom and only carefully set her down once he reached the door. Chun Meilin gave a slight nod, then walked into the bathroom alone, gently closing the door behind her. Jiang Yang asked with concern, Lin, are you okay? Chun Meilin replied softly, I'm fine. Don't come in. Jiang Yang heard this and said nothing more. He silently walked over and sat on the sofa, took out his phone, and immersed himself in a game. The room fell silent, broken only by the faint sounds of the game from his phone. About half an hour later, the bathroom door quietly opened. Chun Meilin emerged wrapped in a pristine white bath towel. The towel clung to her graceful figure, and her damp hair lay casually over her shoulder. A few droplets of water traced a slow path down her hair tips, leaving glistening trails on her fair skin. She walked over to Jiang Yang, her voice laced with a hint of laziness and fatigue. Jiang Yang, you go ahead. I want to sleep here for a while. Jiang Yang, completely absorbed in his game, only slowly looked up upon hearing her words. A flicker of concern crossed his eyes as he asked, are you sure you'll be all right staying here alone? Chun Meilin shook her head, slightly a hint of vulnerability in her eyes. I'll be fine, but stay with me for a little while, just until I fall asleep. Is that okay? Jiang Yang looked at her, a surge of tenderness welling up inside him, and nodded in agreement. Chun Meilin climbed onto the bed, lay down, and pulled the blanket over herself. I'm going to sleep now. You can watch some TV. Jiang Yang acknowledged with an, oh, got up, walked to the TV stand, picked up the remote, and pressed the power button. The television screen flickered to life, but what appeared on the screen were some adult films from a certain island nation, their cover descriptions brimming with suggestive and explicit elements. Jiang Yang thought to himself that after watching a movie like that, he definitely wouldn't be able to control himself. Although he did desire Chun Meilin, especially since she was even more alluring now than she was in university. He turned off the TV and said, Lin, I think I should get going. Good night. With that, he put down the remote and left without looking back. Half an hour later, Jiang Yang returned to his rental apartment, his heart full of joy, carrying Wang Mingming's favorite grilled cold noodles. He had just gently closed the door when he saw Wang Mingming wearing only a cute pair of panties bounding over from the bedroom like a lively little rabbit. She threw herself into his arms, giving him a big hug, her face beaming with a sweet smile, as she coquettishly asked, "Honey, did you miss me?" Jiang Yang planted a gentle, affectionate kiss on her forehead and said, "Miss you. I miss you so much I can barely remember what you look like. You're so mean." Wang Mingming pouted, playfully shooting him a mock glare, then snatched the grilled cold noodles from his hand. She said happily, "Wow, I didn't have lunch today and was just craving this. How are you so thoughtful? You're like a worm in my belly." Jiang Yang couldn't help but smile at her adorable expression, then scooped her up and carried her into the bedroom. As he walked, he gently admonished, "Mingming, even if you don't feel like eating lunch, you should still have a little something. I'd be so worried if you got hungry." Wang Mingming giggled in response, "I did eat 2 bananas." Jiang Yang gently laid her on the bed, then sat down beside her and lit a cigarette. Wang Mingming picked up a piece of grilled cold noodles with a skewer and held it to his lips, her eyes sparkling as she said, "Have a bite too." Jiang Yang smiled and waved his hand, saying, "I'm not hungry, you go ahead and eat." "Well, I won't be polite, then I'll finish it all." Wang Mingming playfully winked and then began to eat with relish, her contented expression as if she were savoring the most delicious food in the world. After eating for a while, Wang Mingming suddenly stopped, tilted her head, and asked curiously, "Brother-in-law, what exactly is your job?" Jiang Yang smiled and replied, "Security guard." Wang Mingming pressed on, "Where do you work as a security guard?" Jiang Yang exhaled a smoke ring and said slowly, "At the University of Science and Technology." Wang Mingming's eyes were full of confusion. "Why do you want to be a security guard there?" Jiang Yang gently tapped her nose with his finger and said, "I'll tell you later. It's a secret for now." Wang Mingming nodded obediently and said, "Being a security guard is good too. At least it's safe, and safety is the most important thing. It's okay, after I graduate I can earn money." Hearing this, Jiang Yang's heart ached with tenderness as he tightly embraced her and said, "Mingming, I'll work hard to take care of you and give you the best life possible. When the time is right, you'll understand why I do this." Wang Mingming looked up at him with a gentle smile. "As long as you don't do anything illegal, I'll support you no matter what you do." Wang Mingming tilted her head slightly, her big watery eyes gazing at Jiang Yang, a sweet smile blooming on her face like the warm spring sun. She said softly, "Brother-in-law, as long as you don't do anything illegal, that's all that matters. No matter what you do, I will support you unconditionally." Hearing her thoughtful words, a warm current surged in Jiang Yang's heart. He couldn't resist gently pinching her cheek and suddenly said, "Mingming, I know a particularly great hotel. Once your aunt leaves, how about we get a room there and enjoy some quality time together?" Wang Mingming blinked, her eyes full of curiosity, and asked, "What hotel? Sounds interesting." "A love hotel." Jiang Yang's lips curled into a mysterious smile. "Oh, I see." Wang Mingming suddenly realized. "I've heard my roommate mention it. She said the decor inside is quite explicit." Her cheeks flushed slightly and a hint of shyness appeared in her eyes. Jiang Yang chuckled. "It's not as wild as you imagine. It's actually very romantic." Wang Mingming pouted slightly and said seriously, "Really? I heard that there are many those kinds of ladies soliciting customers there. I also heard that some girls from our school work as hostesses outside. Someone once tried to recruit me, saying I could earn over 10,000 yuan a day." Hearing this, Jiang Yang's expression immediately turned serious. He quickly cautioned, "Mingming, from now on you must stay far away from people like that. We can't earn that kind of money. It's not a decent job." Wang Mingming nodded, a hint of relief in her voice. "That girl said I only needed to drink with the clients. I was actually a bit tempted at the time, but I don't know how to drink, so I didn't agree in the end." Jiang Yang affectionately patted her head. "Good thing you didn't go. Keep your distance from those people from now on." The next morning, sunlight filtered through the dappled leaves, casting patterns on the street. Jiang Yang rode his electric scooter, taking Wang Mingming to school. Wang Mingming sat obediently on the back seat, tightly hugging Jiang Yang, her head resting gently against his back like a docile little kitten. "Brother-in-law," Wang Mingming said softly, "my classmate's birthday is tonight. Do you want to come along?" Jiang Yang steered the scooter steadily and asked, "Are they all bringing their boyfriends?" Wang Mingming replied, "None of them are bringing theirs." Jiang Yang frowned slightly, pondering. "Then it might be inconvenient for me to go." A hint of coaxing crept into Wang Mingming's voice. "Tonight they're going to sing karaoke and stay up all night. I want to hang out with them too. Is it okay if I don't come home, brother-in-law?" Jiang Yang asked with concern, "How many of you are there in total?" Wang Mingming replied, 8 of us. "If you want to go, then go. But you must be careful." Jiang Yang cautioned, "Aren't you going to class tomorrow?" Wang Mingming shook her head slightly. "No, they're all planning to sleep in the dorm. I'll come home to sleep. If anything happens, call me anytime." Jiang Yang's eyes were full of concern, and he asked worriedly, "By the way, Mingming, none of these girls have particularly complicated social connections, do they?" Wang Mingming shook her head lightly and replied cheerfully, "No, brother-in-law. They're all really nice classmates. I went to one of their birthday parties before and hung out with them all night." "That's good." Jiang Yang nodded slightly, but his expression remained serious as he spoke earnestly. "You know, you can't always judge people by their appearance. You must be more vigilant. When you're out and about, you need to be cautious in everything. And one more thing, you must pay special attention to never drink any alcohol or beverages that others pour for you. There could be a big problem with that." Wang Mingming's eyes widened in surprise. "Huh? What kind of problem?" Jiang Yang explained seriously, you could be drugged. Wang Mingming pressed, what kind of drug? Jiang Yang explained, it could be a sedative or something like an aphrodisiac. Wang Mingming looked bewildered, never having heard the term. What is an aphrodisiac? You've never heard of it. Jiang Yang was a bit surprised. Seeing her innocent look, he thought for a moment, and then said slowly, a sedative is easy to understand. It's a drug that makes you fall unconscious without knowing it. An aphrodisiac, on the other hand, is a substance that makes you lose your senses and reason. After taking it, you might experience strange hallucinations and do things you can't control. Wang Mingming nodded, seeming to grasp it, and her expression turned serious. I'll remember that, brother-in-law. From now on, I'll only drink beverages I buy myself or pour myself. I'll never accept drinks from others. Jiang Yang smiled, finally at ease. He dropped Wang Mingming off at school and watched her walk through the gates before heading to the Technology Institute. Thanks to his connection with Chun Meilin, even when he arrived late, the team leader merely glanced at him casually, without saying a word. At noon, after finishing his meal, Jiang Yang began his usual patrol around the campus. Walking alongside him was, as yesterday, the security guard Sun Peng. As they walked, Jiang Yang noticed Sun Peng pacing while fiddling with his phone, completely engrossed. He couldn't help but ask, what are you doing? You're so focused. A sly smile immediately appeared on Sun Peng's face as he proudly declared, chatting up girls, what else? Jiang Yang raised an eyebrow and pressed, a student here. Exactly. Sun Peng replied enthusiastically, do you want to give it a try? I have the WeChat contacts of several pretty female students on hand. Just say the word, and I'll introduce you. Jiang Yang gently shook his head and said calmly, I'm not interested. The pretty girls at this school are all too ordinary. Sun Peng smiled dismissively and replied, it's just for fun, don't take it so seriously. I've already successfully hooked up with two. Although they weren't virgins and were only average looking, well, with the lights off, they all feel about the same. A faint ambiguous smile tugged at the corner of Jiang Yang's mouth as he asked, how exactly did you manage to win them over? Do tell. Sun Peng eagerly shared his method. It's simple. Just treat them to meals occasionally, give them small gifts, whisper sweet nothings in their ears, and keep them happy. Before you know it, they're yours. Jiang Yang merely smiled and didn't respond. He knew very well that if a woman was ugly or unattractive, even with the lights off, the experience was vastly different. Sun Peng continued, the girl I'm chatting with now just went through a breakup. This is a golden opportunity. She's quite good looking. With that, he scrolled through his phone to find a photo to show Jiang Yang. Jiang Yang glanced at it. Long hair, big eyes. It was a beautified photo, maybe an 80 out of 100 in looks. In person, she definitely wouldn't be as attractive. After chatting for a while, Sun Peng turned to Jiang Yang and said, bro, her mind is quite open. She wants to get back at her boyfriend. You in? Jiang Yang was taken aback by Sun Peng's words, a look of surprise flashing across his face. Hook up with her together? He asked, puzzled. Sun Peng leaned in closer, lowering his voice, a sly glint in his eyes. Not hook up together. I mean, we both. You know what I mean. Jiang Yang immediately waved his hand in refusal. I'm not interested. This was something that crossed a moral line, and he simply couldn't bring himself to do it. Even if the girl was incredibly beautiful, it was a firm no. Sun Peng, however, pursed his lips nonchalantly and said, it's just for fun. She won't mind. Think about it. At least 80% of the girls in this university aren't virgins anymore. The rest are mostly the ones no one finds attractive. Honestly, these girls have needs too. Jiang Yang knew that women did have needs as well. However, none of the girls at the school caught his eye. The two continued walking across the campus, and before long a girl approached them from the opposite direction. She wore a pink dress whose light, ethereal fabric swayed gently with her steps. Her long, lustrous black hair cascaded down her shoulders like a waterfall. Her makeup was exquisite, with a touch of pink blush perfectly blended on her cheeks. She radiated an aura of youthful vitality. Sun Peng's eyes lit up at the sight of her. He quickly nudged Jiang Yang and said, that girl is the real deal, the undisputed campus belle Zhou Mei. Jiang Yang uttered a soft, oh, and let his gaze settle on Zhou Mei. He took a careful measure of her. She was indeed attractive, with a well-proportioned figure and balanced features. She was curvaceous where it mattered and slender where it counted. By Jiang Yang's standards, she earned an 88. In his mind, she fell far short of Wang Mingming and couldn't even be compared to Chun Meilin. Sun Peng added, she's a total gold digger. Ordinary guys don't stand a chance with her. Just as he finished speaking, Zhou Mei walked up to Jiang Yang. A sweet smile curved her lips as she said softly, hello there, handsome security guard. Jiang Yang was momentarily taken aback before replying politely, hello. Zhou Mei tilted her head slightly and said in a coquettish tone, handsome, my little cat is missing. Could you help me find it? Her voice was laced with a sweet, cloying charm that sent a tingling sensation through the listener. Before Jiang Yang could respond, Sun Peng eagerly jumped in. Mei, I'm an expert at finding cats. Let me help you. Without sparing Sun Peng a single glance, Zhou Mei reached out and grabbed Jiang Yang's hand, her eyes brimming with expectation. She urged, handsome, let's go. Why are you just standing there? With that, she pulled Jiang Yang forward. Damn it, Sun Peng muttered, stunned, watching helplessly as Jiang Yang was dragged away, his mind filled with confusion. The situation was clear. Zhou Mei was interested in Jiang Yang, but he just couldn't figure it out. Wasn't Zhou Mei infamous for being a gold digger? Why would she fancy a mere security guard like Jiang Yang? Could it simply be because Jiang Yang was handsome? Jiang Yang asked curiously, are cats allowed in the dorms? Zhou Mei pouted playfully and replied, not at school, silly. At my place. Jiang Yang immediately guessed she must be renting an apartment off campus, likely living with her boyfriend. Living together outside campus was incredibly common these days. He asked, why don't you ask your boyfriend to help you look for it? Zhou Mei blinked and explained, my boyfriend is at work and can't get away. Please, handsome, just help me out. If we find it, I'll treat you to dinner. Her voice was soft and syrupy, laced with a hint of playful pleading. Jiang Yang thought for a moment. Since he had nothing else to do, he figured he might as well help her. Before long, the two left the school and arrived at a nearby upscale residential complex. The complex consisted of 8 high-rise buildings. The area was lush with greenery, quiet and serene with modern, yet elegant architecture. As they walked, Jiang Yang asked, what breed is your cat, and where did it run off? It's a ragdoll, super adorable. I brought it out for a grooming session today, and it slipped away when I wasn't paying attention. Zhou Mei said, a look of anxiety spreading across her face. Jiang Yang frowned slightly and said with a hint of helplessness, a lost cat isn't easy to find. Zhou Mei tugged at his sleeve, shaking it gently, her eyes full of pleading. Handsome, please be a dear and help me out. Unable to refuse her, Jiang Yang gave in. All right. Thank you, handsome. Come upstairs with me first. I need to grab something. With that, Zhou Mei led Jiang Yang into the building. He didn't think much of it and followed her into an entrance. Once inside the elevator, Zhou Mei pressed the button for the 18th floor. As the elevator ascended slowly, Jiang Yang deliberately stood on the opposite side, keeping a respectful distance. Zhou Mei asked, handsome, you're new here, aren't you? Jiang Yang hummed an acknowledgement and admitted, yes, just started. Haven't even been here a week yet. Zhou Mei complimented him, you're so handsome. I've never seen a security guard as good looking as you. Other guards look like guards in their uniforms, but you look like a model in yours. Jiang Yang smiled slightly and replied, thanks. Zhou Mei asked with a smile, I complimented you on your looks, why didn't you say I was pretty in return? Jiang Yang gave a perfunctory reply, you are indeed very pretty. In his mind, he was pondering how to find the cat later. The neighborhood was so large, finding the cat wouldn't be easy. It might even be in heat. He suddenly asked, hey, is your cat male or female? Zhou Mei paused for a moment, then said, it's a female cat. Jiang Yang asked again, how old is it? Zhou Mei thought for a moment and said, probably around a year old, I think. A friend gave it to me, so I'm not entirely sure. Jiang Yang said with a serious expression, I reckon that cat is in heat. You should probably find a male cat to mate with her. Zhou Mei chuckled softly. You seem to know a lot. You're right, she is indeed in heat. Soon the elevator arrived at the 18th floor. Exiting the elevator, Zhou Mei turned left and unlocked the door to 1801 with her fingerprint. She said to Jiang Yang, handsome, come in and wait for me for a moment. Jiang Yang stood by the elevator and said, I'll just wait outside. Come on in, there's no one home. My boyfriend won't be back until tonight. As she spoke, Zhou Mei pulled Jiang Yang into the room. Once inside, Jiang Yang surveyed the interior decoration. The apartment was exquisitely decorated with neatly arranged furniture and a minimalist, yet elegant style. He asked casually, is this your boyfriend's place? Zhou Mei, heading towards the bedroom, replied, yeah. Then she added, wait a moment, I'll just change my clothes first. Jiang Yang stood at the door thinking he would just help look for the cat casually. Time passed quietly. A few minutes later, the bedroom door creaked open and Zhou Mei emerged. The moment Jiang Yang saw her, he was stunned. Zhou Mei was wearing an extremely seductive semi-transparent slip dress. The flimsy fabric seemed to trace every contour of her body, exuding an indescribable allure through its sheer veil. With a hazy look in her eyes, Zhou Mei quickly walked up to Jiang Yang and said in a coquettish voice, handsome, I like you. Startled by Zhou Mei's sudden move, Jiang Yang stammered nervously, hey, what are you doing? I'm a decent man. Zhou Mei suddenly embraced him, gazing at him with deep affection, and murmured, I'm that little female cat in heat. Don't you want to be the tomcat? He was rendered speechless. He had thought the girl genuinely needed help finding her cat, but it turned out to be a setup. He thought to himself, there must be something fishy going on. He didn't know Zhou Mei at all, yet she was being so forward. It was highly abnormal. Drawing on his years of experience in society, a thought flashed through his mind. This was likely an attempt at a badger game. Perhaps if they got intimate, her boyfriend would suddenly come home, accuse him of rape, and use that to extort money. He probably wouldn't be able to leave easily without paying up. Although he had never encountered a badger game before, he had seen related news stories. Jiang Yang knew that if a girl was forward with him for no reason, there were only two possibilities. Either she genuinely liked him, like Wang Mingming did, but he had just met Zhou Mei, and that possibility was extremely slim. Or she had ulterior motives and was trying to trap him. After all, as the ancients said, unexpected kindness often masks ulterior motives. With this thought, Jiang Yang's expression hardened. He forcefully pushed Zhou Mei away and said in a low, serious tone, I'm not interested in you. With that, he turned and opened the door without hesitation. After returning to school, Jiang Yang's mind was still preoccupied with what had just happened. Recalling Zhou Mei's baffling forwardness, he couldn't help but feel grateful that he had held his ground. If he had wavered, even slightly, the consequences would have been disastrous, potentially dragging him into a whirlpool of trouble. In the afternoon, Jiang Yang went on his usual patrol around the campus. This time he was alone. because Sun Peng had left in a hurry without even eating lunch and hadn't returned. Time passed slowly and quietly. Soon it was nearing the end of his shift. Jiang Yang returned to the school's main gate, as usual, and saw Sun Peng sitting leisurely in the security booth from a distance. He entered the room and asked with slight confusion, "Where did you disappear to this afternoon?" Sun Peng wore a smug grin and said, "Went to have some fun." Jiang Yang was curious and pressed further a date with a girl. Sun Peng, even more pleased with himself, boasted, "You bet. Got her right on the spot. My speed is unmatched." Jiang Yang retorted, "I'd advise you not to take things too far." Sun Peng said dismissively, "Those girls are cheap. If I don't play with them, someone else will." Just then the piercing sound of police sirens shattered the peace around the campus. 2 police cars like black leopards sped up and screeched to a halt outside the main gate. The doors flew open and 6 uniformed officers with stern expressions filed out, followed by a girl in a white dress. The girl, looking haggard with anger and grievance in her eyes, pointed a trembling finger directly at Sun Peng in the security booth and shouted, "It's him." Before the echo of her words faded, the officers rushed into the security booth like a gust of wind and swiftly slammed Sun Peng onto the office desk. Jiang Yang was frozen, standing dumbfounded. He had truly never witnessed such a sudden scene. A tall, burly officer with piercing eyes barked, "Are you Sun Peng?" Pale with fright, his legs trembling uncontrollably, nearly wetting himself, Sun Peng stammered, I am. You were suspected of rape. Come with us." The tall officer's voice boomed, echoing in the booth. "Rape? Who did I rape?" Sun Peng's eyes widened in terror as he tried to struggle, but the officers held him firmly. Witnessing this, Jiang Yang suddenly understood everything. So Sun Peng had invited the girl out for lunch. At the meal he got her drunk, then took her to a small hotel and got a room. Sun Peng had assumed the girl was interested in him, but he had never expected that after sobering up she would not hesitate to call the police. Jiang Yang secretly felt relieved that he hadn't been swayed by Sun Peng's immoral talk. Otherwise, if he had gotten involved, the trouble would have been immense. In the evening, Jiang Yang was getting ready to leave work and head home. He had just stepped out of the security booth intending to change clothes in the locker room when he heard the familiar roar of an engine approaching. Turning around, he saw Chun Meilin driving her sleek Lamborghini and pulling up smoothly beside him. Chun Meilin slowly lowered the car window, looked at Jiang Yang, and said succinctly, "Get in." Jiang Yang was slightly taken aback and asked where to. Chun Meilin urged, "No need to change, let's go now." Jiang Yang got into the car. After fastening his seatbelt, he casually asked, "How did you rest at the hotel yesterday?" Chun Meilin replied with a calm expression, "It was all right, but the bed was too soft, I'm not used to it." Jiang Yang had never slept on a waterbed, so he asked curiously, "Aren't waterbeds supposed to be good?" Chun Meilin explained, "Waterbeds vary in quality. Mine at home is a waterbed, and it's very comfortable." "Oh," Jiang Yang responded, "that must be expensive." A brief silence fell over the car. Jiang Yang turned his head to look out the window, admiring the scenery along the way, while Chun Meilin focused on driving. The two seemed to have reached a tacit understanding, neither speaking another word. The car soon entered the second ring road and arrived outside an upscale villa district. 2 towering, majestic, gold-plated gates stood like golden guardians of this esteemed territory. The roads within the villa district were lined with neatly arranged lush and valuable trees. Some trees spread out like giant umbrellas, while others resembled elegant dancers. Amidst the flower beds, butterflies and bees danced gracefully. At the end of the road, villas of various styles were scattered in a pleasing arrangement. European-style villas featured towering Roman columns. Chinese-style villas showcased their upturned eaves and interlocking brackets. The antique wooden structures revealed the elegance and profundity of Eastern culture. Around the villas were vast expanses of lawn trimmed as flat as a green carpet. The lawns were adorned with lifelike sculptures. Each villa had its own independent wall shielding the interior from outside view. Soon the car arrived at Villa No. 18 and stopped. Chun Meilin pressed the gate switch with a remote control. The gate slowly slid open to both sides. Jiang Yang observed that this was a 2-story European-style villa with an estimated area of at least 200 square meters. Outside the villa were 6 parking spaces and 2 garages. 4 luxury cars were parked in the spaces. They included the Ferrari 488 he had seen before, a white Rolls-Royce Cullinan, and a gold Rolls-Royce Spectre coupe. Chun Meilin skillfully parked the car in an empty space and said to Jiang Yang, "Let's get out." Jiang Yang got out and asked, "What computer do you have?" Chun Meilin replied, "Apple." After speaking, she walked to the villa entrance and unlocked the door with her fingerprint. Inside, the spacious living room had a remarkably high ceiling with a magnificent crystal chandelier hanging from it. Many oil paintings adorned the walls. In the center of the living room was a set of sofas, which looked so plush that sitting on them would feel like being gently enveloped. On one side of the living room was an enormous floor-to-ceiling window offering a breathtaking view of the beautiful garden outside. With its profusion of colorful flowers and lush green grass, it felt like being in a fairy tale wonderland. The backyard of the villa was an entirely different realm. An oval private swimming pool with crystal-clear rippling water was surrounded by a few loungers and a delicate umbrella. On one side of the pool was an open-air barbecue area. On the other side was an exquisite small garden where a stunning variety of exotic flowers and rare plants vied for attention. The moment Jiang Yang stepped into this luxurious villa, he couldn't help but be awestruck by the scene before him. Surrounded by opulence, he looked around, feeling the wave of extravagance wash over him. Every detail exuded ultimate nobility. He mused to himself that in this prime second ring road location, a villa of this size and quality would likely cost at least 500 million yuan. Jiang Yang asked curiously, a villa this big must require a lot of staff to maintain. How many maids do you have? Chun Meilin's lips curled into a slight smile, a hint of teasing in her eyes as she retorted, what are you offering to be my maid? Jiang Yang quickly waved his hands and replied with a laugh, I definitely couldn't handle that. My cooking skills are just average, I wouldn't be up to the task. Chun Meilin gently placed her bag on the exquisite coffee table in the living room, and then changed the subject. I heard you're an excellent swimmer. Is that true? Jiang Yang nodded slightly, and said modestly, I'm alright, just a bit better than the average person. Then you can teach me to swim first. We can fix the computer later. After saying this, Chun Meilin walked lightly towards the stairs. Jiang Yang was stunned for a moment and instinctively asked, where are your servants? If there are swimsuits or something, we'd need them to find them for me. I didn't bring one. Chun Meilin replied without turning back. They went grocery shopping and won't be back for a while. There are men's swim trunks in the changing room by the pool. Take a shower first, then change and swim for a bit while you wait for me. Jiang Yang acknowledged with an oh, and turned to walk out of the villa. He followed the meticulously trimmed garden path to the pool. Beside the pool was a seemingly inconspicuous small room. He gently pushed the door open and a fresh scent greeted him. Inside was a small, exquisite bathroom. 5 shower heads were neatly aligned on the wall. Beside the bathroom stood a small wooden cabinet. He opened it to find several unopened men's swim trunks neatly folded inside. He casually picked one out and quickly changed into it. After changing, he took a simple hot shower and exited the changing room. He warmed up by the poolside, stretching his legs and twisting his waist. Ready, he took a deep breath, pushed off with his legs, and executed a perfect dive, plunging into the water like an agile fish, creating a huge splash with a resounding whoosh. After swimming for a while, he surfaced, shaking the water droplets from his hair. He couldn't help but marvel at the pool's water. So clear one could see the bottom, pure and free of any impurities at a perfectly comfortable temperature. About half an hour passed. The sun gradually set, painting the sky in brilliant shades of orange and red. Jiang Yang stood quietly in the pool, the water gently rippling around him. His gaze remained fixed on the villa, waiting for Chun Meilin to emerge. Before long, her graceful figure appeared. She was wearing a pure white bikini, looking like a white lotus blooming by the poolside. The swimsuit seemed tailor-made for her, perfectly accentuating her figure. Her skin was fair as jade, her posture alluring. Her full bosom added an extra touch of captivating charm. The bikini, however, was scantily clad, just barely covering her most private areas, preserving an air of mystery, while inadvertently revealing endless temptation. Jiang Yang was momentarily stunned, his eyes full of admiration. Chun Meilin walked gracefully to the poolside like an elegant swan. She looked at Jiang Yang with a smile and asked, how do you like my swimsuit? Jiang Yang finally snapped back to reality and offered a sincere compliment. So tempting, Lin. Your figure is absolutely stunning. Your husband is incredibly lucky. Chun Meilin's lips curled into a slight smile, a hint of playfulness in her expression. She sat at the edge of the pool, her gaze fixed on the distance. Keep me company for a while. Jiang Yang, stirred by Chun Meilin's stunning figure, felt a natural instinctive reaction. Embarrassed to get out of the water, he asked, what do you want to talk about? Chun Meilin urged him, come on up, sit beside me. Jiang Yang shook his head. No, it's fine. The water's great, comfortable to soak in. Chun Meilin smiled softly and gracefully descended into the water, her movements as light and elegant as a mermaid entering the sea. She suddenly threw herself into Jiang Yang's arms, her hands tightly circling his neck, and cooed, you managed to get away yesterday, but do you think you can run today? Startled by Chun Meilin's sudden move, Jiang Yang's face was full of shock as he stammered, Lin, what? What are you doing? Chun Meilin tilted her head slightly, her eyes burning with intense emotion, and pouted, what does it look like I'm doing? I gave you such a perfect opportunity yesterday, and you just left. Don't you understand my feelings at all? Flustered Jiang Yang quickly said, Lin, I already have a girlfriend. Chun Meilin let out a soft snort, dismissing it. So what if you have a girlfriend? Can she possibly be prettier than me? Jiang Yang was confused and couldn't help but ask, aren't you married? Chun Meilin said with a smile, I was, but I'm divorced now. After saying this, she looked at him with tender eyes and slowly asked, do you know who I had a crush on back in school? A thought stirred in Jiang Yang's heart, and he probed cautiously, don't tell me. It was me. Chun Meilin's lips curved into a sweet smile as she teased, oh, you're quick to guess now. That's right, I liked you back then. I remember one time shortly after we first enrolled, I was wearing a white dress, and my period started unexpectedly staining it. You used your clothes to cover me and save me from embarrassment. From that day on, I secretly had a crush on you. Later, I realized you were such an upright person, and I fell for you even more. But by my sophomore year, I matured and was determined to find a wealthy man to change my life. Now that I have money, you've naturally become the one I desire most. Jiang Yang never expected that Chen Meilin had feelings for him. Chen Meilin said with a beaming smile, "Do you know why you've never been successful? It's because you're too upright. But that's exactly what I love about you. To be honest, I was married, but I never had a physical relationship with my ex-husband because he was impotent. Besides, I never really loved him either." Jiang Yang was astonished. "No way." Chen Meilin nodded slightly. "The thing is, I'm already 30, and I want to have a child." With that, her gaze grew increasingly tender. She rose slightly on her tiptoes and gently pressed her lips to his, the kiss soft and filled with endless longing. Faced with such a passionate advance from Chen Meilin, Jiang Yang felt his heart race out of control. He instantly lost all his resistance, completely immersed in the unexpected sweetness and fluster of the moment. Just as Jiang Yang was about to remove her swimsuit bottoms, Chen Meilin placed her hand over his and said, "Not here. Let's go to my room." She affectionately took his hand and led him slowly into the villa. They went up to the second floor and walked straight into the master bedroom. The moment he stepped inside, Jiang Yang's eyes lit up. The sheer size of the room far exceeded his imagination. It was more than 3 times larger than his own living space. The bedroom was lavishly decorated with elegance, every detail showcasing exquisite taste. In the center of the room was a massive double bed, so wide it looked like it could easily accommodate 5 people. The bed was dressed with plush mattresses and luxurious linens, inviting one to lie down and experience its comfort. Chen Meilin gently tugged Jiang Yang along until they stood by the bed. Then she raised her hand and gave his chest a gentle, playful shove. Following her lead, Jiang Yang slowly reclined onto the bed. Chen Meilin lightly bit her lip, her gaze growing more hazy. She slowly reached up and slipped off her swimsuit, which fell to the floor like a drifting petal. Then she leaned down, gently pressing her body against his. At that moment their eyes met, and time seemed to stand still. Their eyes sparkled with deep affection and desire, instantly igniting the fiery passion of love within each other's hearts. 2 hours later, Jiang Yang leaned against the comfortable headboard. Under the soft lighting, Chen Meilin's face was flushed like a delicate peach blossom. She breathed softly, nestled in his arms. Jiang Yang held her gently, never dreaming that he would be the first to be with Chen Meilin. Chen Meilin lifted her head and looked at him with tender eyes. "Jiang Yang, I hope you don't overthink this. Even though we've been intimate, I have no intention of being with you. I don't want to get married again either. I just want to have a child. Let's consider this as fulfilling a dream we both had from our university days." Jiang Yang was taken aback by her words. He paused, puzzled, and asked, "Why don't you want to get married?" Chen Meilin said slowly, "I don't believe in marriage. I've seen too many friends' husbands cheat. Let's just be each other's confidants." Jiang Yang blinked and said, "So you just want to find someone to borrow some seed from?" Chen Meilin nodded, admitting, "That's right." Jiang Yang suddenly realized, "So you saying you brought me here to fix your computer was definitely a lie too, right?" Chen Meilin blinked, a hint of slyness in her eyes, and said with a smile, "I am that computer. My English name is Apple." Damn! Jiang Yang was caught between laughter and tears. A woman's words truly can't be trusted. A meaningful smile hung on Chen Meilin's face as she said softly, "Don't worry, I won't interfere with your life. I just want to have a child early. Otherwise it'll be too difficult in a few more years." Jiang Yang asked, puzzled, "With your lifestyle, why choose me?" Chen Meilin smiled, "Because you've always been in my heart. Besides, you're handsome, so the child is bound to be good looking." After saying this, she looked at Jiang Yang. "Tell me about your girlfriend." Jiang Yang replied slowly, "She's a student. As a matter of fact, she's my sister-in-law." "No way." Chen Meilin's eyes widened slightly, her face full of surprise. "You even went after your sister-in-law?" Don't misunderstand. Jiang Yang quickly explained, "We only got together after my wife and I divorced. And we're just living together now, without any intimate relations." A flicker of curiosity passed through Chen Meilin's eyes as she pressed, "How old is she, and what does she look like?" "She just turned 18, and she's stunningly beautiful. The campus belle of the music conservatory." Then Jiang Yang recounted every detail of how he and Wang Mingming met and got to know each other. Chen Meilin listened quietly, deeply moved by the story. Had she been in that situation, she truly couldn't have made the same decision as Wang Mingming. It was clear from this that Wang Mingming genuinely loved Jiang Yang deeply. As for herself, her feelings for Jiang Yang were merely a fondness, far from being a profound, unforgettable love. Jiang Yang suddenly asked, "So did you never think of finding me?" Chen Meilin replied, "I actually knew you were married, so I never reached out. Coincidentally, when we met at the fruit shop that day and I heard about your divorce, I was overjoyed. And to think you were working as a security guard at my school, I felt our meeting was destiny." "You're so silly. Last night, I was pretending to be drunk, deliberately letting you take me to the hotel. But you just left without a second thought. Didn't you feel any attraction to me then? Honestly, did you, or didn't you?" After saying this, Chen Meilin playfully stared intently into Jiang Yang's eyes. Jiang Yang smiled and said, "I did feel something, but you said you were married, so." I kept restraining myself. Chen Meilin giggled. "Don't believe everything a woman says, especially a beautiful one." Then she added, "Don't go anywhere these few days. Stay home and keep me company, okay? I can't, Lin. I'm really worried about Meng Meng being home alone. She's young, her mind is as pure as a blank sheet of paper, innocent and naive. I'm afraid something might happen to her." Jiang Yang's face was full of worry, his eyes revealing deep concern for Wang Mingming. Chun Meilin pouted slightly upon hearing this, a mischievous glint flashing in her eyes. She said coquettishly, "Then you have to stay and keep me company today? Otherwise I'll call the police and report you for violating my will." Jiang Yang found this both infuriating and amusing and said helplessly, "That's way too ruthless of you. How can you be like this?" Chun Meilin's eyes twinkled as she continued, "How about this? You can go home at night to be with your Mingming, but you must come and keep me company during the day. As for that security guard job of yours, just quit it. I'll give you money." Jiang Yang replied, "That wouldn't feel right. Are you really that dense, or are you just pretending?" Chun Meilin couldn't help but laugh. "You've already got both wealth and beauty, now what more do you want?" Jiang Yang chuckled along, shaking his head slightly. "Well, the beauty part I can accept since I do have feelings for you. But the money, forget it. Taking your money would make me feel like a gigolo." "Ha ha ha." Chun Meilin burst into laughter, amused. "I must say, with looks like yours, you definitely make good money as a gigolo." Jiang Yang gently stroked Chun Meilin's silky smooth hair, a hint of worry in his eyes as he asked, "If the child is born, what would that make me to him?" Chun Meilin was silent for a moment before replying, "The child will definitely take my surname. As for your relationship with him, I haven't figured that out yet." Then she suddenly asked, "Are you hungry? There's food in the kitchen. Go grab something to eat. Just bring me a durian and a banana. I don't plan on having dinner." Jiang Yang realized he was indeed a bit hungry. He gently placed a kiss on Chun Meilin's forehead and said tenderly, "All right, I'll go get them for you." With that, he got up from the bed and put on his underwear. He went downstairs to the kitchen. The kitchen was very spacious, with a long dining table in the middle, wide and long enough to seat 12 people at once. On one side of the cabinets, there were two huge double-door refrigerators. Jiang Yang gently opened one of them, and a wave of cold air immediately rushed out. The fridge was stocked with all kinds of exquisite fruits, vibrant in color and plump in shape. In addition, there were also some beautifully crafted pastries. From the freezer, he found a frozen Jiang durian and took 3 bananas. Then from the other fridge, he grabbed a bottle of fresh milk and some pastries. After thawing the durian, he brought everything back to the bedroom and said to Chun Meilin, "So why did you send the household staff away today?" Chun Meilin smiled lightly. "I don't want to tell you, but you'll probably find out eventually." Jiang Yang didn't press further. He placed the durian and bananas on the bedside table, then sat on the edge of the bed and took a bite of his bread. Chun Meilin picked up the plate of durian, took a piece, and began eating it with great relish. As she ate, she asked out of curiosity, "Jiang Yang, did your wife divorce you just because you were poor?" Jiang Yang replied indifferently, "There wasn't much love between us anyway. We only got together because we were at that age." Chun Meilin uttered an "oh" and sighed. "A marriage without love won't last, but even one with love isn't guaranteed to last either." Curious about her marriage, Jiang Yang asked, "You've been married for so long, but you never had a marital relationship with him. How did he put up with that?" Chun Meilin replied, "That's his inadequacy, not my problem. Actually, he loved me very much and doted on me, but I only got together with him for his money. After the divorce, he generously gave me a share of his assets and said he would still love me even though we weren't together." She then smiled lightly and said, "Didn't you say you were a gold digger? Don't you want to find a wealthy girlfriend?" Jiang Yang said seriously, "First there has to be a connection. Otherwise no amount of money matters. You can't force these things. I wouldn't even spare a glance at someone I don't like." Chun Meilin agreed. "Well said. In fact, I know many handsome guys, some of whom are rich. But I just don't feel a connection with them. Otherwise there wouldn't be a place for you. When my heart is occupied by one person, it's hard for another to enter." Ding dong. At that moment, a crisp doorbell rang. Chun Meilin was startled for a second. She picked up her phone, opened the smart home control center, and brought up the security camera feed. Standing at the door was a young woman, a friend of hers. Chun Meilin gently put down her phone, a relaxed smile spreading across her face. "It's a friend. She's probably here to hang out. No need to worry about her. She'll leave soon enough when she sees I'm not home." After eating a simple meal from the fridge, Jiang Yang returned to the bedroom upstairs. He lay down on the bed, naturally reached out, and gently wrapped his arm around Chun Meilin's shoulder. With a trace of seriousness, he asked, Lin, are you really not going to be with me?" Chun Meilin shook her head slightly. "To be honest, I'm somewhat frigid. If we were together, and I kept withholding, you definitely wouldn't be able to endure it. So there's no point in being together." Hearing this, Jiang Yang found some sense in her words. His desires were strong. If Chun Meilin were truly cold, infidelity would be inevitable. After finishing her food, Chun Meilin said, "You should quit your security job. I'll arrange a position for you as an assistant to the chairman. You just collect the salary. Stay as long as you like, go home when you want. It's relaxed and easy. Others will handle the actual work. With a higher income, you can give your young girlfriend a better life. Think about it. She's young now and genuinely likes you. But as she gets older, her thinking will become more mature and realistic. If your income stays low, conflicts are bound to arise after you've been together for a while. I've seen too many examples of this. You don't need to feel inferior. The world has never been fair. Many people lack ability, but hold high positions, while others are highly capable, but have no connections and never get anywhere in life." Jiang Yang certainly understood this logic. Just like Chen Long, who was a nobody, but had money because his father was an official. Chun Meilin raised her chin slightly and said playfully, You're just a security guard, but right now you're holding your goddess chairman in your arms, and you also have an 18-year-old school beauty as a girlfriend. Not to mention other industries in the security business, you're definitely the pinnacle. Hearing her words, Jiang Yang smiled faintly. He asked curiously, so what are your plans with the assets you got from the divorce? Chen Meilin said lightly, my plan is to get pregnant and have a child. In my spare time, I'll do beauty treatments, go shopping, travel, and enjoy life. After saying this, she touched her lower abdomen with a look of contentment. Once the baby is born, I'll be at home taking care of the child. You can come and visit if you want. Jiang Yang realized that Chen Meilin had made peace with the idea of being a single mother. Perhaps she had seen through marriage and made this decision. He suddenly thought of Wang Mingming, so he sent her a few messages on his phone. After confirming everything was fine, he felt relieved. The next morning, Jiang Yang woke up naturally. He had to admit the waterbed was truly comfortable. Moreover, both of them had been thoroughly satisfied the night before. Chen Meilin lay beside him, her bare back exposed, still fast asleep. At that moment, a system notification appeared before Jiang Yang's eyes. Host has experienced the joy of being a security guard. Mission completion 100. Reward top-tier piano maestro ability. New mission experienced the joy of being a private tutor. Reward will be granted upon completion. Seeing the reward, Jiang Yang couldn't help but smile. He never dreamed that being a security guard could be so enjoyable. After washing up, Jiang Yang went to the changing room by the pool and put on his security uniform. He returned to the bedroom and gently tapped Chen Meilin's shoulder. Lin, I'm heading off now. Chen Meilin asked drowsily, where are you going? Jiang Yang smoothed his clothes, his tone calm, yet tinged with a hint of naturalness. I should be heading home now. Chen Meilin's voice was as soft as water-soaked cotton. Come on, one more time. She inched closer to him, her fingertips lightly tracing his arm with a playful, coquettish pout. I checked the calendar, and these days are exactly my ovulation window. An hour later, Chen Meilin lay on the bed, her hair scattered messily across the pillow, her chest heaving with deep breaths. Her voice was thick with exhaustion, yet laced with a satisfied smile. You'd better eat well these next few days, look how energetic you are. Jiang Yang, who was putting on his shirt, replied flatly, no need, my stamina is just fine. Chen Meilin turned her head, watching his tall, straight back, and let out a deep sigh, a smile shimmering in her eyes. All right. But remember, you're not allowed to fool around with other women now. Jiang Yang glanced back at her. Don't worry, I never touch shady people. With that, he got off the bed. I'm off then. Go on. Chen Meilin waved her hand. I need to sleep in today, oh I'm beat. Just as she finished speaking, as if she suddenly remembered something, she added, tonight bring your little Ming to the Junhua Hotel. I'll treat her to dinner and see what she's like. Oh, and I have an empty apartment newly renovated not long ago. It was meant to be my brother's wedding house near the Institute of Technology. She paused, a hint of helplessness coloring her tone. My brother, he's been such a worry. He got involved with gambling and drugs, got arrested a while back, and won't be out for 4 years. The house is just sitting there empty, fully furnished. You two should move into it, close to her school. Jiang Yang asked, puzzled. Your brother's in jail, why don't you pull some strings? Chen Meilin replied, let him reflect in there. Otherwise he'd definitely stir up even bigger trouble. Jiang Yang thought for a moment it made sense. Some people, when they suddenly get rich, get too full of themselves. He nodded slightly. All right, I'll take it. Between him and Chen Meilin, there was no need for excessive pleasantries. Having both gotten what they needed, he leaned over and gave Chen Meilin's backside a playful, patted gesture of casual intimacy. Lin, I'm taking your car back. Chen Meilin let out a soft hum from the pat, looked up at him with a teasing glare, a smile tugging at her lips. You can take the car, but... She drew out the words, a sly warning in her eyes. Don't you dare use my car to pick up girls. A faint, subtle smile curved at the corner of Jiang Yang's mouth. With you around, who else could catch my eye, eh? Chen Meilin was amused, her eyes crinkling at the corners. I was going to give you $1 million as spending money, but I'm afraid a man with money goes bad, so I'll hold off for now. She reached up to tuck a stray strand of hair behind her ear, her tone turning more serious. Once I confirm I'm pregnant, this relationship between us ends. I'll make it up to you then. Half an hour later, Jiang Yang returned to his rented room to pack his things. He tiptoed towards the bedroom, his body suddenly freezing solid. The air conditioner in the bedroom hummed, and Wang Mingming was lying on the bed fast asleep alongside a strange girl. He could roughly guess what had happened. It must be that Wang Mingming thought he was going to work, so after her gathering, she let her classmates sleep over. He closed the door with a movement as light as a feather, afraid of disturbing the brief tranquility. Leaving the apartment, Jiang Yang sat in the car and casually downloaded a tutoring app from the App Store. When filling in his profile, his finger paused over this specialized subjects column before finally selecting piano. Just after registering, he suddenly remembered there was a tutoring center near the university town where many students and parents reportedly gathered daily. Soon he arrived outside the tutoring center. Many signboards were placed outside the shop, filled with tutoring information. Jiang Yang had majored in programming in university. Originally, he knew nothing about music, but with the ability of a top-tier piano master, being a tutor was now quite easy. Jiang Yang stood before the information board, carefully browsing its contents. He noticed there wasn't much information about piano tutors, and the prices listed were mostly between 200 and 500 yuan per hour. This price range made him silently assess the market. Learning piano was indeed quite expensive. If it were him back, then he couldn't even afford a tutor. Just then a middle-aged woman strolled over to the information board. Her eyes scanned the board quickly, and she muttered to herself, "Why is the price for piano tutors so high? If I'd known, I wouldn't have let my child learn piano." She frowned slightly, her face full of helplessness and conflict. Jiang Yang overheard her, turned his head slightly, and asked politely, "Sister, are you looking for a tutor for your child?" The middle-aged woman looked up, her gaze meeting Jiang Yang's. She nodded lightly, her voice filled with anxiety and helplessness. "Yes, my child has only passed level 4 in piano, but the college entrance exam is just around the corner. And she doesn't take it seriously at all, just wants to play all day. It's driving me crazy." Jiang Yang thought for a moment, then said, "Sister, I could try being a tutor. And as for the price, I'd only charge 50 yuan an hour." 50. The middle-aged woman's eyes widened in surprise. "Why so cheap?" She looked Jiang Yang up and down, her eyes full of doubt. Jiang Yang explained, "I'm just looking for a part-time gig to earn some extra cash. I don't aim to make a fortune." The middle-aged woman squinted slightly and asked, "Which school did you graduate from?" Jiang Yang answered confidently, "The Conservatory of Music." The middle-aged woman hesitated, showing a troubled expression, "But I'd still prefer a female tutor since my child is a girl." "Oh, I see." Jiang Yang nodded slightly. "Well, if you're not comfortable, that's fine. But I assure you I have no ill intentions. I have a girlfriend myself, and she's very beautiful." The middle-aged woman lowered her head and thought for a moment before slowly saying, "All right, you can give it a try. If you teach well, I'll hire you. But let me be clear up front, you must not have any designs on my child. She's just a high school student." Jiang Yang quickly responded with sincerity, "Don't worry, I understand." Subsequently, Jiang Yang followed the middle-aged woman as they left, walking towards the nearby residential area. Along the way, they chatted casually. The middle-aged woman said her surname was Zhang, so Jiang Yang politely addressed her as Sister Zhang. Sister Zhang told Jiang Yang that her daughter Sun Qian had recently become obsessed with cosplay, enthusiastically attending various anime conventions all day, completely neglecting her studies. Before long, they arrived at an ordinary residential community. Trees lined the paths within the community, not very tall, but lush and green. They entered one of the buildings and climbed the stairs to the 3rd floor. Sister Zhang took out her key, unlocked the door, and stepped aside to let Jiang Yang in, whispering to him, "I threw away all her messy cosplay clothes today and confiscated her phone. She's probably sulking right now." Jiang Yang merely let out a soft, "Oh," thinking to himself that this girl's son, Qian, must be very upset about this. As they stepped inside, Jiang Yang looked around and found it to be a cozy 2-bedroom, 1-living-room apartment. The living room was simply and comfortably furnished. In one corner stood an ordinary grand piano, silently emanating a subtle artistic aura. Sister Zhang turned to the shoe cabinet, took out a pair of slippers, and handed them to Jiang Yang, saying, "Put these on first, then play a piece for me, so I can see your skill level." Jiang Yang took the slippers with a smile, put them on, walked to the piano, and sat down slowly. He thought for a moment, gently placed his hands on the keys, paused briefly, and then began to play Jay Chou's Nocturne. His hands danced nimbly across the keys like 2 light butterflies, each rise and fall precisely matching the melodious and slightly melancholic rhythm of the nocturne. Notes flowed from his fingertips like a babbling brook, echoing melodiously in the air. Sister Zhang listened quietly, a look of satisfaction gradually appearing on her face. He could play from memory without a score, and his technique looked quite professional. The worry that had been weighing on her heart finally began to ease. Sister Zhang stepped lightly to the door of Sun Qian's bedroom, raised her hand, and knocked gently. Her tone was tender and carried a hint of expectation as she said, "Qian, Mom found you a piano teacher. If you can successfully get into the music conservatory, Mom won't interfere with your hobbies anymore. This teacher is also a graduate of the conservatory. Why don't you come out and meet him, okay?" A girl's angry shout immediately echoed from within the room. "I won't learn, I don't want to learn, just go away." Sister Zhang let out a helpless sigh, turned to look at Jiang Yang, and said with a worried expression, "This child. I really don't know what to do with her." Jiang Yang also felt deeply helpless. If he were in Sun Qian's position and encountered such a situation, he would probably be angry too. He looked at Sister Zhang and said softly, "Annie, why don't I come back after you've managed to persuade her?" Don't go, I'll talk to her some more," Sister Zhang said hurriedly. She truly didn't want Jiang Yang to leave, as it was incredibly rare to find a professional teacher at such a low price. Jiang Yang nodded, turned back to the piano, sat down, and continued playing. The soothing melody once again filled the living room. Just then, with a creak, the bedroom door slowly opened. Sun Qian stormed out furiously and shouted at Jiang Yang, "Stop playing." Hearing the shout, Jiang Yang stopped playing and turned to look at Sun Qian. She was wearing pink pajamas, her features delicate and pretty, with a faint blush coloring her fair face. Her bright, large eyes were wide open, carrying a hint of anger, yet still full of spirit. Her twin ponytails made her look playful and adorable. The moment Sun Qian saw Jiang Yang, her heart skipped a beat. She hadn't expected her tutor to be so handsome. Gazing at him, most of her anger dissipated in an instant. She turned to her mother, her tone becoming remarkably gentle. "Mom, where did you find this tutor?" Sister Zhang replied with a smile, "I found him at the tutoring market." "Oh," Sun Qian responded, then said, "I'll go change my clothes." With that, she turned and skipped back to her room, gently closing the door behind her. Standing behind the door, an unconscious shy smile spread across Sun Qian's face. For some reason, this handsome teacher gave her a wonderful feeling of love at first sight. Her heart felt like it held a little rabbit thumping wildly. She quickly opened the wardrobe, pulled out a JK uniform, and carefully changed into it. Then she sat at the vanity and began to apply her makeup meticulously. About half an hour later, Sun Qian finished getting ready. She walked out of the bedroom with light, graceful steps, looking beautiful. At that moment, Jiang Yang was chatting with Sister Zhang in the living room. He casually looked up and saw Sun Qian's appearance, his eyes brightening with surprise. With her makeup done, she looked even more adorable and lively. A touch of soft blush colored her fair cheeks like the evening glow. Beneath her curved brows, her bright eyes seemed to hold the stars. Her pink lips curved slightly upward in a subtle, knowing smile, adding to her sweetness. The JK uniform made her look full of youthful energy, and her slender calves beneath the short skirt were fair and straight. Sun Qian walked slowly up to Jiang Yang, lowered her head slightly, and said softly, "Hello, teacher." Jiang Yang smiled gently and replied, "Hello." Sun Qian turned to her mother and said obediently, "Mom, don't be angry anymore. I'll start learning piano now." Her mother couldn't believe her ears. Sun Qian's attitude had done a complete 180-degree turn, which delighted her. She quickly said, that's great. You must study hard. Teacher Zhang here is very professional." "I know, Mom," Sun Qian said. "Go to your room and rest. Don't disturb my lesson." All right, I'll go to the kitchen and prepare some fruit for you too." Sister Zhang beamed and walked into the kitchen. Sun Qian sat down gently beside Jiang Yang, her eyes full of admiration, and said affectionately, "Teacher Zhang, I will definitely learn well from you." Jiang Yang looked at her serious expression and smiled slightly. He chatted with her about light and interesting topics to bridge the distance between them, while patiently teaching her to play the piano. Sun Qian studied with great focus, her eyes fixed on Jiang Yang's fingers dancing across the keys, occasionally asking questions, all of which Jiang Yang patiently answered one by one. Soon an hour had passed. Jiang Yang stopped playing and turned to ask Sun Qian, "Do you still want to continue learning?" Sun Qian's eyes lit up, and she nodded emphatically, saying eagerly, "Yes, of course I do." "Then I'll come again tomorrow. I have some things to take care of, so I need to get going," Jiang Yang said as he stood up. "Let's add each other on WeChat, teacher," Sun Qian said quickly, her eyes full of anticipation. Jiang Yang took out his phone, added Sun Qian on WeChat, and then left the room. Sun Qian quickly chased after him, saying, "Teacher, let me walk you out." The two walked downstairs one after another. Sun Qian followed silently beside Jiang Yang, head bowed, unconsciously twisting the hem of her clothes, as if she wanted to say something, but was too shy to speak. Jiang Yang also remained silent, simply walking quietly. A subtle atmosphere hung in the air. He suddenly realized that this so-called life experience system seemed to be bringing him a stroke of good luck with women. First Chen Meilin, and now today, he had met Sun Qian. He had to admit he liked cute girls like Sun Qian. And these past 6 months with Wang Lu had been quite stifling. Since fate had brought them together, he decided to follow its arrangement. Judging from Sun Qian's behavior, she was certainly interested in him. Because as the saying goes, a woman adorns herself for the one who delights her. A woman dresses up to please the man she likes. Jiang Yang stopped, turned around, and said calmly to Sun Qian, "You don't need to see me off any further. Go back inside." Sun Qian looked up, her eyes full of expectation, and asked eagerly, "Teacher, what time will you come again tomorrow?" Jiang Yang thought for a moment and asked in return, "What time are you free tomorrow?" Sun Qian's eyes sparkled and she quickly said, "I'm free all day. You just set the time, teacher." "All right, then we'll talk on WeChat," Jiang Yang said as he turned to leave. Watching his receding figure, Sun Qian suddenly called out loudly, "Teacher, you must come." Jiang Yang didn't turn back, simply raised his hand and made an okay gesture signaling that he would indeed come. He felt confident. Given Sun Qian's current attitude towards him, he was certain he could handle the situation, so there was no need to rush. He had made up his mind, when opportunity presents itself, one should seize it. If he didn't pursue her, someone else eventually would. After parting ways with Sun Qian, Jiang Yang carefully selected 2 durians and returned to his rented apartment. Wang Mingming was standing in front of the wardrobe, meticulously organizing her belongings. Hearing the door open, she turned around, and a gleam of pleasant surprise instantly lit up her eyes. She stepped forward and gave Jiang Yang a warm hug, pouting playfully. "Honey, why are you back so early? I thought you wouldn't be back until evening." Jiang Yang smiled indulgently and said, "I was thinking of you, so I came back early." "I missed you too," Wang Mingming said, standing on her tiptoes to gently kiss his cheek. Jiang Yang said tenderly, "Mingming, stop packing. We're moving tomorrow." Wang Mingming was taken aback, a flicker of confusion in her eyes. "Moving where?" Jiang Yang explained, "A friend of mine has a house. We'll go live there. The environment is far better than here. I'm sure you'll love it." Wang Mingming asked with slight concern, "Will it be convenient for us to stay there? Won't it be a bother for them?" Jiang Yang said firmly, "Don't worry, it's very convenient. Once I've saved up enough, I'll buy a house of our own. Then we won't have to move again. But houses are so expensive. When will we ever be able to afford one? I've thought it through. I don't want you to feel too much pressure. After I graduate, we can go back to our hometown. Life there would be easier." Wang Mingming said, her eyes showing her concern for Jiang Yang. Jiang Yang held her hand tightly, his tone resolute yet gentle. We don't need to go back. I said I would buy a house in Demon City, and I will. Once the house is bought, I will marry you in grand style. Wang Mingming was deeply moved and hugged him tightly. I believe in you. I will definitely marry you. They embraced, and in that moment it felt as if the world had faded away, leaving only the sound of their heartbeats. Jiang Yang suddenly suggested, come on Mingming, let's go for a drive. It'll help us relax. Wang Mingming's eyes lit up with surprise. Where are we going? Jiang Yang smiled gently. Wherever you want to go. Today it's all up to you. Wang Mingming tilted her head, thought for a moment, then her eyes brightened with excitement. I want to go to the beach. Honey, let's go to the beach, okay? To the beach it is. Jiang Yang replied without hesitation, then urged, hurry, get changed, and let's go. Wang Mingming happily ran to the wardrobe, picked out a pair of slim-fit jeans, and a simple white t-shirt looking vibrant, playful, and full of youthful energy. She affectionately linked her arm with Jiang Yang's, beaming with childlike joy. When they arrived outside the residential area, Wang Mingming instinctively looked around for Jiang Yang's usual electric scooter. Honey, where's your scooter? A slight smile played on Jiang Yang's lips as he pointed to a sleek Ferrari parked by the road. We're taking that. Wang Mingming followed his gaze. When she saw the red Ferrari, her eyes widened in utter astonishment. Wow, whose car is this? Jiang Yang replied briefly, a friend's. Wang Mingming's eyes were full of curiosity. You have a friend who drives a Ferrari? Jiang Yang smiled and explained, a classmate of mine. We're pretty close. He then walked over to the passenger door, opened it with a gentlemanly flourish, and made a welcoming gesture. After you, my little princess. Thanks. Wang Mingming was overjoyed and, rising on her tiptoes, gave Jiang Yang a gentle kiss on the cheek. As the car started to move, she watched the scenery recede outside the window, her heart light and carefree. Suddenly, she turned to Jiang Yang and asked seriously, Honey, are you really not going to remarry my sister? Jiang Yang was momentarily stunned, then averted his gaze from the road to look at her, replying firmly, Mingming, I've already told you I'm going to marry you. How could I even think of remarrying her? Wang Mingming lowered her head, a trace of guilt flashing in her eyes. But I feel a bit sorry for my sister. If I hadn't said those things to stir things up between you two, you wouldn't have divorced so quickly. Jiang Yang reached out and gently patted her head, comforting her. Divorcing her was bound to happen sooner or later. What's done is done. Don't think about it anymore. Between your sister and me, there's no going back. Remarriage is impossible. Wang Mingming looked up, a hint of worry in her eyes. But if we get married later, how are we going to tell my sister? I'm a little scared to face her. Jiang Yang took a deep breath. We'll cross that bridge when we get to it. It's something we'll have to face eventually. But don't worry, we'll figure it out. Wang Mingming thought for a moment, then her eyes suddenly lit up. How about we just elope? Elope? What do you mean? Jiang Yang asked, puzzled. Wang Mingming explained enthusiastically. We just go get the marriage certificate and then have a honeymoon trip instead of a big wedding. That way we don't have to face my sister in a big public ceremony. What do you think, brother-in-law? Jiang Yang, looking at her expectant eyes, felt his heart fill with tenderness. No problem. As long as you're happy, we can do whatever you want. Soon they arrived at the beach. Jiang Yang held Wang Mingming's hand tightly as they strolled along the soft sand. The sea breeze gently brushed past, carrying a salty tang and playfully lifting her long hair. Waves lapped gently against the shore, sending up sprays of white foam. Jiang Yang gazed out at the vast sea, his mind drifting to Chun Mailin. He didn't have strong feelings about having a child right now. But if Chun Mailin were to have one in the future, what would that mean for their relationship? He was also curious about how much of the property Chun Mailin had received in the divorce. He already knew she owned a university and a 5-star hotel. Noticing his pensive mood, Wang Mingming asked, Honey, what are you thinking about? By the way, Jiang Yang replied, My friend's treating us to dinner tonight at the hotel next door. Wang Mingming turned her head to look. Wow, that's a 5-star hotel. So she asked, Is this friend of yours a guy or a girl? Jiang Yang said flatly, a girl. She was my classmate in college. Wang Mingming asked curiously, Is she pretty? Jiang Yang thought for a moment. Not as pretty as you. At dusk, the two walked arm in arm into the Jungle Hotel. Jiang Yang had Wang Mingming wait in the lobby on the first floor while he headed to the restroom. As he stepped inside, he saw Chen Long standing at the urinal. He hadn't expected that fellow to be there too. He walked to the side, pretending not to see him. Chen Long turned his head, and the moment he saw who it was, anger flared in his chest. With the pittance you earn, Chen Long muttered under his breath, You've got some nerve showing up in a place like this. Jiang Yang let out a cold laugh. And with that tiny thing you've got some nerve calling yourself a man. Chen Long shot him a vicious glare, but when he caught sight of Jiang Yang's attributes, a wave of inferiority washed over him. Furious, he yanked up his pants and stormed off, throwing a parting threat over his shoulder. You just wait. After finishing his business, Jiang Yang returned to the lobby. There he saw Wang Mingming talking with a girl seated at the grand piano. He walked over, his gaze sweeping across the girl. Her features were as delicate as a painting, her skin fair as snow, smooth and lustrous. Her eyes were like a pair of clear springs, and her nose was elegantly straight and petite. Her lips were like peach blossoms in full bloom, soft pink and temptingly dewy. A cascade of jet black hair fell like a waterfall over her shoulders, silky and shining with a satin-like sheen. Her beauty was like a pearl nurtured by the Jiang Yang waterways, embodying gentleness, vivacity, and charm all at once. He recognized her instantly. Zhou Jiai from the music academy, also a freshman. She was hailed as the ancient-style beauty, the girl with the second-best looks on campus, second only to Wang Mengming, and she majored in piano. Wang Mengming said to Jiang Yang, "Honey, you know her, right?" Jiang Yang gave a slight nod. "Yeah, I've even delivered takeout to her before." Then he asked, "What's she doing here?" Wang Mengming explained, "She came to the hotel to apply for a part-time job playing the piano, but the hotel said that since she's a freshman, she's not professional enough and can't be hired." Jiang Yang let out a casual, "Oh," his tone dismissive. "What's so hard about that? When you see my classmate later, just mention it to her. She's the chairman of this hotel. A small matter like this, one word from her, and it's done." Wang Mengming's eyes went wide as saucers, her voice filled with disbelief. "Oh my God, she's the chairman here." Jiang Yang didn't elaborate, just lifted his chin slightly. "Let's go. She's already waiting for us upstairs." Wang Mengming immediately turned and smiled at Zhou Jiai. "Jiai, you heard that right. Wait for my good news." Zhou Jiai was stunned. She never imagined that Jiang Yang, the delivery guy, knew the big boss of the hotel. Not in a million years. "Mengming," she said, "I'd be so grateful. I'll definitely treat you to a meal sometime. Don't be so formal with me." Wang Mengming winked at Zhou Jiai with a smile. "I'm off now." With that, she naturally linked her arm through Jiang Yang's and walked briskly with him toward the elevator. The elevator doors slid shut and their reflections appeared in the mirrored walls. Jiang Yang suddenly turned his head and asked, "Are you close with this Zhou Jiai?" "Very close," Wang Mengming said softly. "We're in the same club, and as luck would have it, we're from the same hometown. We always hit it off talking about home, so we're probably the closest two in the club." Jiang Yang let out an "oh." So they were fellow townsfolk. That was a stroke of fate. The elevator rose smoothly, and with a soft ding the digital display jumped to 28. As the doors opened, a waitress in a perfectly tailored cream-white uniform stood outside her face, wearing a warm, just-right smile. She addressed Jiang Yang respectfully. "Are you Mr. Jiang Yang?" Jiang Yang gave a slight nod, his voice calm. "Yes, I am. The chairman specifically asked me to escort you both." The waitress made a "please" gesture and led the way with light footsteps. "This way, please. The chairman is waiting for you in the VIP lounge." The corridor was carpeted with thick plush flooring that muffled their footsteps completely. Wang Mengming leaned in close to Jiang Yang, her voice barely a whisper. "Honey, this classmate of yours. Are you too close? If she's just a regular classmate, I'll be too embarrassed to bring it up later." A faint, subtle smile curled at the corner of Jiang Yang's lips, and a barely perceptible warmth flickered in his eyes. "Don't worry. We're very close." "That's great." Wang Mengming instantly relaxed, her tense shoulders slumping as her steps became lighter. The three of them arrived at a solid wooden door carved with a swan relief. The waitress knocked softly twice, and only after receiving a response did she slowly push the door open. Inside, warm yellow light filled the room, and the air carried a faint scent of white tea. Chen Meilin was wearing a pink fitted dress today, her long hair loosely tied up at the back of her head, revealing her slender fair neck. Hearing the sound, she looked up. Her gaze landed on Jiang Yang first, and a familiar smile immediately bloomed at the corners of her lips, her eyes slightly upturned with a hint of spirited charm. Then her gaze shifted to Wang Mengming beside him, pausing on her face for a moment. Indeed, a beautiful young girl with gently curved brows and a hint of unspoiled youthfulness. Especially the full, generous curve of her bust. Even she couldn't help but secretly sigh. Truly impressive. Jiang Yang led Wang Mengming forward and introduced her. "This is Chen Meilin. Just call her Sister Lin Lin." Wang Mengming was secretly astonished. She had imagined Jiang Yang's classmate would be a composed, powerful businesswoman. But Chen Meilin looked so young, her skin as delicate as a freshly peeled egg, and the spirited look in her eyes rivaled any college student's. If she hadn't known her identity beforehand, who would have guessed she was the chairman of such a large hotel? She nervously clutched at Jiang Yang's sleeve, her voice soft and timid. "As Sister Lin Lin, hello. My name is Wang Mengming." Her fingertips turned slightly pale from tension. Chen Meilin stood up and walked over to her in her stiletto heels. Her tone was affectionate. "What a little beauty. Even cuter than Jiang Yang said." She turned and picked up an exquisitely wrapped gold-embossed gift box from the coffee table, handing it to Wang Mengming. "A little gift for our first meeting." Wang Mengming froze for a moment, then quickly waved her hands. "Sister Lin Lin, I couldn't possibly." "Take it," Chen Meilin said with a smile, pressing the box into her hands. "It's nothing fancy." She said to Jiang Yang, "Don't just stand there, have a seat. I really wanted to see you today, and you didn't disappoint. You two make a perfect match. I heard from Jiang Yang that you don't eat much at night. Funny, I usually skip dinner myself. So I just ordered a few simple things." Then she turned back to Jiang Yang, her tone playfully reproachful. "But I made sure to order a few hearty dishes for you, so you can get some proper nutrition." As she finished speaking, she shot him a quick, playful wink. Jiang Yang never anticipated that Chen Meilin would have prepared a gift for Wang Mengming. A warm smile graced Chen Meilin's face as she said to Wang Mengming, "Come on, take it." Wang Mengming looked up, a hint of shyness coloring her features as she murmured to Chen Meilin, Thank you, Sister Lin. Her voice was gentle, laced with gratitude. A soft, graceful smile curved Chen Meilin's lips as she replied, no need for such formality. Go on, open it, and see if you like it. Instinctively, Wang Mingming's gaze drifted towards Jiang Yang, her eyes filled with a silent question and a flicker of hesitation. Jiang Yang gave a slight nod of encouragement. Go on, open it. Only then did Wang Mingming slowly extend her hand, carefully peeling away the wrapping. As the contents were revealed, she couldn't help but freeze in surprise. It was an exquisite pink Chanel handbag. The fine leather gleamed with a soft luster, and the metal chain sparkled with understated luxury. She distinctly remembered seeing this very bag in a luxury boutique's window display while shopping with classmates. The salesperson had mentioned it was a limited edition priced at over 300,000 yuan. At the memory, a wave of anxiety washed over her. She quickly lifted her head, a hint of panic in her voice as she addressed Chen Meiling. Sister Lin, this is far too precious. I truly cannot accept it. Jiang Yang naturally recognized the Chanel brand, but he was unaware of the bag's specific monetary value. Chen Meiling waved her hand dismissively, her tone sincere and firm. Take it. You're so beautiful and lovely, you completely deserve a bag like this. After speaking, she turned her gaze to Jiang Yang and continued, you two should stay here tonight. I've already booked a deluxe suite for you. Wang Mingming once again looked at Jiang Yang, her eyes full of inner turmoil and uncertainty. Only after receiving his subtle nod of approval did she quietly accept the gift. Having only just met Chen Meiling, receiving such an expensive present on their first encounter felt overwhelmingly generous. Just then 3 waiters entered the room. They methodically placed a series of dishes before the trio. On the tables in front of Chen Meiling and Wang Mingming sat a delicately prepared bird's nest tremella and snow pear soup. The glistening bird's nest, soft and sticky tremella, and sweet snow pear melded together, releasing an enticing aroma. Beside it was a bowl of sea cucumber congee, each grain of rice saturated with the umami of the sea cucumber, tempting enough to make one's mouth water. Additionally, an assortment of artfully arranged, vibrantly colored fruits accompanied the meal. In front of Jiang Yang, however, was a table laden with hearty, rich dishes. The scallion braised sea cucumber was glossy with a rich red-brown hue, tender and soft, permeated with a deep savory sauce. The braised abalone were impressively large, their thick, flavorful sauce clinging tightly to the succulent meat. The grilled oysters were tender and juicy, the aroma of garlic perfectly complementing the freshness of the oyster meat. A majestic king crab and a lobster commanded their corner of the table. Chen Meiling surveyed the bountiful feast and said to Jiang Yang with a smile, eat up. Jiang Yang looked at the mountain of food before him and couldn't help but retort wryly, are you trying to burst me? Chen Meiling gave a light, suppressed laugh. She then picked up her glass, looked at Wang Mingming, and said gently, Mingming, let's have a toast. Ignore him. Wang Mingming said timidly, Sister Lin, I don't drink. Chen Meiling explained patiently, this is red wine. Drinking a little is good for the skin, it's fine. Jiang Yang chimed in from the side, go on, drink. Red wine is indeed good for you. Wang Mingming carefully picked up the goblet, gently clinked it against Chen Meiling's, and whispered, thank you, Sister Lin. With that, she tilted her head back and drained the glass in one go. Chen Meiling hadn't expected Wang Mingming to be so earnest, downing half a glass of wine completely. After Wang Mingming gulped down the red wine, a warm, tingling sensation spread down her throat. She couldn't help but cough lightly, and a faint blush immediately bloomed across her fair cheeks. Seeing this, Chen Meiling's eyes were full of concern as she quickly said, Mingming, don't be so nervous. Please don't treat me like a stranger. Think of us as family. Just relax. Wang Mingming nodded slightly, biting her lip, a hint of unease in her eyes, momentarily at a loss for words. She had assumed that drinking red wine was like drinking beer, which she had seen others down in one go. Jiang Yang patted her back, gently, his voice laced with both affection and worry. This wine has a strong after effect. Gulping it all down like that, you're bound to get drunk soon. Chen Meiling, however, appeared quite nonchalant, saying with a smile, it's fine. Since we're staying here tonight, there's no need to worry about being drunk. Hearing this, Jiang Yang said no more. He picked up a piece of tender sea cucumber with his chopsticks, placed it in his mouth, and chewed slowly, savoring the pleasure of the delicious food. After a while, Wang Mingming leaned slightly closer to Jiang Yang and whispered, honey, could you talk to Sister Lin for me? I'm too embarrassed to ask her myself. Jiang Yang gave a soft, oh, and then looked at Chen Meiling. Lin Mingming has a good friend also from her hometown who wants to apply for a part-time pianist position at the hotel. But the hotel felt she was too inexperienced, being only a freshman. Chen Meiling nodded slightly, a composed smile on her face. You can make the decision on this. I've already made the arrangements. You're now the hotel's general manager in name. If you need anything, just let Wang Kai know and he'll take care of it. I'll send you his WeChat contact in a moment. Upon hearing this, Wang Mingming's eyes widened in astonishment. She never imagined Jiang Yang had suddenly become the hotel's general manager. The change was so immense that it took her a moment to process. Jiang Yang nodded and turned to Wang Mingming. Tell your friend to come in for work tomorrow. I'll have a word with Wang Kai. Snapping back to reality, Wang Mingming quickly looked at Chen Meiling, her eyes brimming with gratitude. Thank you, Sister Lin. It's such a small matter, I felt really awkward bringing it up. Chen Meiling gave a light laugh. Don't be so formal with me. Your and Jiang Yang's matters are my matters. Don't give it another thought. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Wang Mingming said, then let me toast you again on behalf of my friend as well. With that, she picked up the half glass of red wine the waiter had just poured, and without hesitation drank it all. Seeing this, Chen Meilin quickly urged, Mingming, that's enough. The after effect of this wine is really strong. With those 2 glasses down, you probably won't wake up until tomorrow afternoon. Wang Mingming blinked her big watery eyes and said with an innocent look, is that so? I thought the wine tasted rather sweet. Seeing Wang Mingming like this reminded Chen Meilin of herself at 18, just as naive and innocent. Soon Wang Mingming began to feel dizzy, her body feeling light and floaty, and she couldn't help but slump onto the dining table. Chen Meilin observed Wang Mingming, who was already slightly tipsy, then turned to Jiang Yang and said, please help her back to her room. It's on the 32nd floor. With that, she retrieved a room card from her handbag and handed it to Jiang Yang. He took the card and asked, and what are you going to do in the meantime? Chen Meilin replied softly, once you've settled her and come to my office. Jiang Yang took a few more bites of his food, then slowly rose, gently supporting Wang Mingming as they headed towards the door of the private dining room. At the doorway, he turned back, looked at Chen Meilin, and asked half-jokingly, what if I don't go? Chen Meilin frowned slightly, a hint of reproach flashing in her eyes, and countered, what do you think? A smile played on Jiang Yang's lips as he escorted Wang Mingming out of the room. Watching their departing figures, Chen Meilin couldn't help but let out a soft chuckle herself. Jiang Yang brought Wang Mingming to the 22nd floor, carefully searching for the room number. Upon finding it, he swiped the card against the sensor. With a soft beep, the door slowly swung open. He bent down slightly, gently lifting Wang Mingming into his arms and carried her into the room. The lighting inside was soft and the bed was wide and plush. Jiang Yang carefully laid Wang Mingming onto the large bed. With gentle movements, he removed her trousers and t-shirt, then pulled the blanket over her, tucking in the edges to ensure she would sleep comfortably. After settling Wang Mingming, Jiang Yang turned and left the room, heading towards the chairman's office on the 45th floor. He arrived at the office door and knocked softly. Upon hearing a come-in from inside, he gently pushed the door open and entered. There he saw Chen Meilin seated in a luxurious office chair, deeply engrossed in a phone call. Jiang Yang quietly closed the door, walked over to a nearby sofa, and sat down, casually, patiently waiting for Chen Meilin to finish her call. A moment later, she hung up, her gaze shifting to him. Is she settled in? Jiang Yang nodded sincerely and said yes. Thank you for the gift from Mingming. Chen Meilin raised an eyebrow. It wasn't for you, so why are you thanking me? Jiang Yang shrugged slightly and asked, is there anything else then? Chen Meilin looked at him with a knowing, ambiguous smile. What do you think? Jiang Yang shook his head with an innocent look. I have no idea. Chen Meilin rose, walked over to Jiang Yang, and nestled herself onto his lap. She reached out, poking his chest with a finger, and said with playful coquetry, how can you be so good at playing dumb? Jiang Yang feigned ignorance. If you don't tell me, how am I supposed to know? A blush crept onto Chen Meilin's face. She bit her lip, urging him, hurry up and carry me inside. Jiang Yang asked, puzzled, carry you where? Chen Meilin pointed towards the bookcase. There's a bedroom in there. I stay there sometimes when I don't want to go home. You go take a shower first. Understanding dawned on Jiang Yang. He gently lifted Chen Meilin. Approaching the bookcase, he carefully inspected it and discovered a hidden door. He nudged it with his foot, and the door swung open slowly, revealing a hidden sanctuary. Inside, a spacious double bed dominated the room, adorned with exquisite and luxurious linens. Beside the bed stood an elegant vanity table cluttered with various cosmetics and skincare products. The entire room was warm and cozy, remarkably similar in style to her bedroom at home. Jiang Yang gently placed Chen Meilin on the bed and said, all right, I'll go wash up. But Chen Meilin grabbed his arm, her eyes filled with urgent desire. Don't wash up. With that, she flipped over onto her stomach, wiggling her hips, playfully arching her back slightly in a pose that was both coy and alluring. Jiang Yang couldn't help but laugh, teasing her. You're like a cat in heat. Chen Meilin responded with a coquettish, you're so annoying. Later, Chen Meilin lay languidly in Jiang Yang's arms, her chest gently heaving as she caught her breath, a look of satisfaction etched upon her delicate face. Jiang Yang stroked her smooth silk-like back, saying half-jokingly, this counts as overtime, doesn't it? So how about some overtime pay? Chen Meilin gave a soft, subtle smile, a glint of cunning in her eyes. She then said with a feigned serious tone, you dare ask me for overtime pay? Humph, with just one phone call from me, you could be looking at a minimum of 3 years behind bars for going against my will. As she spoke, she deliberately raised an eyebrow, her gaze laced with playful threat. No, don't be like that. Jiang Yang quickly begged for mercy, a helpless expression on his face. Chen Meilin let out a soft sigh, her tone turning somewhat melancholic. It's strange. I never really had any desire for this sort of thing before. But now whenever I see you, I suddenly want it. Jiang Yang frowned, slightly pondering for a moment. Maybe it's your ovulation period. When my wife and I first got together, she was the same way. Chen Meilin suddenly asked, so is it your wife who doesn't want kids, or is it you who's incapable? Jiang Yang replied, of course I'm capable. It's just that our circumstances don't allow for it. A sudden thought struck him, And he said to Chen Mailing, the other day, while I was on patrol at the school, a girl came up to me saying her cat was lost and asking me to help find it. When I got to her place, she started coming on to me. What's that all about? Are all the students at the school like this now? Chen Mailing blinked, her curiosity piqued. So what happened next? Jiang Yang replied. I figured it might be a badger game, so I left. Chen Mailing said. I generally don't get involved with matters at the school. The principal handles those. Chen Mailing finished speaking and said dismissively, students do as they please, but it's their own choice. In this day and age, girls have quite open minds, so this kind of thing is pretty common. Other schools don't bother with it either. She tilted her head, a hint of curiosity in her eyes, and pressed on. If that girl were really beautiful, would you lose your composure and fall into temptation? Jiang Yang gave a soft snort, his face full of seriousness, and answered without hesitation. Not even then. I wouldn't risk inviting trouble over a moment of impulse. Chen Mailing asked with a serious expression, between your Meng Meng and me, who do you think is prettier? Jiang Yang replied immediately, in my eyes you are the only one who is uniquely beautiful. No one in this world can even compare to you. Chen Mailing pressed on relentlessly, and what about Meng Meng? Jiang Yang's lips curled into a slight smile as he said her. Naturally she ranks as the second most beautiful. Chen Mailing chuckled softly, reached out, and gently poked Jiang Yang's chest, teasing, you're quite good at sweet talking. If Meng Meng asked you the same question, you'd definitely say she's the most beautiful. Jiang Yang, with a solemn and earnest expression, said seriously, she told me herself that she thinks you're exceptionally beautiful. Far more than her. She even said you carry a unique charm that captivates her. Hearing this, Chen Mailing felt a surge of delight. At around 11 p.m., Jiang Yang left Chen Mailing's office. He returned to the suite and saw Wang Mengmeng still lying on the bed, breathing in a steady rhythm. Seeing her deep slumber, it was clear the red wine had quite a potent after effect. After a quick wash, Jiang Yang leaned against the headboard ready to play some games. Free from the pressures of life, now he felt incredibly relaxed. He picked up his phone and saw several WeChat messages from the lowly Sun Qian. Teacher, are you there? Teacher Zhang, what time will you come tomorrow? Teacher Zhang, are you married? Jiang Yang thought for a moment and replied, I'm moving tomorrow, so I can't make it. Soon a reply came back, I'll come help you move. You focus on practicing the piano at home. If you practice well, I won't come. Okay, I'll definitely practice hard. A moment passed. Jiang Yang was browsing the news. He saw Sun Qian had sent a video. He tapped on it. In the video, Sun Qian wore a black microskirt, white stockings on her legs, and a pink crop top. She danced provocatively, swaying her body sensually. Watching her dance, Jiang Yang was suddenly reminded of courtship displays in the animal kingdom. He recalled how some male birds showcased their prowess to win over females during mating season. Sun Qian seemed to be doing exactly that, courting. Jiang Yang smiled and replied with a message, great dancing, but you still need to practice the piano soon. After, Sun Qian sent a picture. It was a picture of her cleavage. Jiang Yang chuckled and replied, what's this? Sun Qian sent a shy emoji. Jiang Yang replied, get some sleep. The next afternoon, Jiang Yang was sitting on a lounge chair on the viewing platform, happily playing a mobile game. Casually, he glanced up and saw Wang Mengmeng slowly sit up, her eyes full of confusion, looking drowsy and disoriented. Jiang Yang quickly put down his phone, walked over to the bedside, and said with concern, finally awake. If you hadn't woken up soon, I was about to call an ambulance. Wang Mengmeng looked around the unfamiliar surroundings, confusion evident in her eyes, and murmured, where is this? How did I end up here? Jiang Yang explained, this is a hotel room. Wang Mengmeng frowned slightly, trying to recall, and asked hesitantly, did I drink too much? More than just too much, Jiang Yang said with a smile. You've been asleep for nearly 16 hours. Oh my God. Wang Mengmeng gasped, covering her mouth. How could I have slept so long? Don't drink like that anymore, Jiang Yang advised earnestly. Red wine has a strong after effect, you need to be careful. I know, Wang Mengmeng said, full of remorse. I didn't realize red wine could be so potent. After speaking, she got out of bed, her steps still unsteady, and headed to the bathroom. Standing outside the bathroom door, Jiang Yang asked, do you want to stay here another night or go back and move today? Moved? Wang Mengmeng responded loudly from inside the bathroom. Staying at a hotel is too expensive, we can't waste money. Jiang Yang said casually, it's not like you're paying for it. Still, I can't stay here. Sister Linlin gave me such an expensive bag, ooh, I can't let her spend more money. Do you know how much that bag costs? Yes, I saw it while shopping. It's a limited edition, over 3,000 yuan. Even the regular ones cost tens of thousands. Hearing this, Jiang Yang realized just how generous Chen Mailin truly was. It was clear that over 3,000 yuan meant nothing to her. After washing up, Wang Mengmeng walked out of the bathroom and said to Jiang Yang, honey, can we return the bag to Sister Linlin? It's so expensive, I'd be terrified to carry it. If I ever lost it, I'd die of heartbreak. Jiang Yang patted her head and said, once you accept the gift, you don't return it. I'll find a chance to reciprocate her kindness. Wang Mengmeng thought for a moment and said, I'll just keep the bag at home. If you ever need money, you can sell it for over 3,000. That could buy a decent house back in our hometown. Jiang Yang said, the bag is yours now. How you handle it is your business, no need to discuss it with me. The two had lunch at the hotel, then drove back to the rental apartment. As soon as they got out of the car, Jiang Yang spotted Zhou Jia standing at the entrance of the residential complex, seemingly waiting for someone. Somewhat surprised, he turned to Wang Mingming beside him and asked, "Is she waiting for you?" Wang Mingming explained she heard I was moving today, so she volunteered to come and help. Just then Zhou Jia spotted them and hurried over with a grateful smile. "Mingming, I had nothing to do at school anyway, so I thought I'd come lend a hand. And I really need to thank you properly. The hotel not only agreed to hire me as a part-time pianist, but also offered me 300 yuan an hour, a rate usually reserved for professionals. I'm overjoyed, and it's all thanks to your help." Wang Mingming quickly waved her hand and said with a smile, "Don't mention it. We're fellow townsfolk, we should look out for each other." Jiang Yang listened quietly without saying much. Since she was already here with good intentions, he decided to let it be. Seeing this, Zhou Jia seemed to be someone who remembered kindness and was grateful for the help in finding her a job. Being willing to earn money through part-time work showed she had good character. There wasn't much in the rental apartment anyway, and Jiang Yang had originally planned to organize things himself. The three of them walked into the rental apartment together and immediately got to work. Jiang Yang was in charge of the kitchen. Opening the cupboard, he saw that most of the pots, pans, and dishes were old and worn with chipped edges. He decided to discard most of them and buy new ones for the new place. He carefully wiped down the few small appliances that were still usable and packed them into a cardboard box. Meanwhile, Wang Mingming and Zhou Jia were tidying up the bedroom together. Wang Mingming placed folded clothes into the suitcase one by one, while Zhou Jia helped organize the books on the shelf. They chatted softly as they worked, moving in perfect harmony. Jiang Yang finished the kitchen quickly and appeared at the bedroom door, asking Zhou Jia, "Jia, which high school did you graduate from?" Zhou Jia replied with a smile, "I went to No. 5 high school." Jiang Yang gave a soft, "Oh," and nodded. "I've heard of that school. It has a good reputation and solid teaching quality." Zhou Jia blinked curiously and asked, "Jiang Yang, which school did you attend?" Jiang Yang replied, "I went to No. 18 high school." Then, as if something occurred to him, he casually asked, "Why did you decide to take on a part-time job?" Zhou Jia lowered her head and explained softly, "I want to earn some money and save up enough to rent a place of my own. The dormitory conditions at school are really poor, too crowded and noisy, and I can never get a good night's sleep." Wang Mingming turned to Jiang Yang, her eyes sparkling as she asked, "Sweetheart, how big is the house we're moving into?" Jiang Yang replied, "It's a 3-bedroom. "Perfect." Wang Mingming immediately looked at Zhou Jia and said enthusiastically, "Jia, why don't you come live with us? That way you can save on rent, and since we're all fellow townsfolk, we can look out for each other." Jiang Yang hesitated slightly and asked, "Is that convenient?" Zhou Jia quickly waved her hands and said, a little embarrassed, "Mingming, thank you for your kindness, but I really can't. How could I impose on you like that? I'll find a place on my own. I don't want to trouble you." Wang Mingming saw that she was adamant and didn't push further. After a moment's thought, she said, "Well, what do you think of this rental apartment we're in now? Our lease still has 3 months left. If you don't mind, you could move in here for now and figure things out once the lease is up." Jiang Yang chimed in, "Yeah, it's a good fit for you to stay here. It saves me the hassle of negotiating with the landlord over the remaining rent." Zhou Jia looked around the room. Though it was small, it was clean and tidy, quite suitable for living alone. She was visibly moved and said gratefully, "Then, if I stay here, I'll pay you the rent once I start earning." Jiang Yang quickly replied, "I'm not in a hurry for money. Just pay when you're more financially comfortable. No rush." It was just past 6 in the evening. The setting sun cast its remaining glow through the clouds, gilding the city with a warm golden edge. Jiang Yang had finally moved everything into the new wedding house. The apartment was over 200 square meters, lavishly decorated. An ornate European-style chandelier radiated brilliant light, the marble floors gleamed like mirrors, and exquisite oil paintings adorned the walls, every detail exuding elegance and grandeur. The furniture and appliances were all in place. Fresh quilts, neatly folded daily necessities arranged in perfect order. From toothbrushes and towels to refrigerators and TVs, virtually nothing else needed to be added. Wang Mingming spun around the living room in excitement, then sank into the plush sofa with a blissful smile. She said to Jiang Yang, "Brother-in-law, if our future home could be like this, I'd be completely content." Zhou Jia sat beside Wang Mingming, her eyes full of envy, and sighed softly. "This place is truly wonderful, and the location is great too. I hope that one day I can have a home like this." Wang Mingming patted her hand and encouraged her, "With your hard work and talent, you'll definitely make it." Zhou Jia smiled faintly, then changed the subject. "Mingming, you know what? That Shenlong has started pursuing me again. He's been texting and calling me every day. I'm so fed up with him. I can't seem to get away from him." Wang Mingming frowned and said disdainfully, "He's just a lunatic. Just ignore him. The more attention you give him, the more he'll pester you." Jiang Yang warned Zhou Jia, "That Shenlong is all talk. Don't believe a word he says." Zhou Jia nodded slightly. Wang Mingming turned to Jiang Yang, her eyes bright, and said, "Sweetheart, we've moved into a new home today. We should celebrate. How about I order some takeout?" Jiang Yang nodded with a smile. "Order whatever you two want. I'll cover the bill." Wang Mingming then looked at Zhou Jia. "Jia, no need to rush moving today. It's been a long day. Why don't you stay here tonight? You can share a room with me, and we can chat." Zhou Jiayi's eyes lit up, and she nodded eagerly. Sure, but dinner tonight is on me. Consider it a thank you for helping me find a job and letting me stay in such a nice place. Jiang Yang waved his hand. I've got it. Once you've earned some money, you can treat us both to a nice meal. Wang Mingming took Zhou Jiayi's hand and said, Jiayi, let's go take a shower first. By the time we're done, dinner should be ready. Zhou Jiayi nodded. Okay, but I'll need to borrow your pajamas. Wang Mingming said generously, that's no problem. Wear whatever you like. Then she said to Jiang Yang, sweetheart, we'll leave the rest to you. We're off to shower. Jiang Yang settled onto the sofa and pulled out his phone to place an order. He carefully considered Wang Mingming's favorite foods, selecting fresh peaches, durian, and mangoes among the fruits. He added her beloved burgers and fries along with a few cans of beer and several bottles of juice. No sooner had he placed the order than a crisp chime echoed through the air. The doorbell rang. Jiang Yang was taken aback. It couldn't have arrived that quickly. He rose and walked to the door, asking softly through it, who is it? A familiar voice came from outside. Chen Meilin's. It's me. Jiang Yang's brow furrowed slightly as he quickly opened the door. Looking at Chen Meilin standing there, he asked in confusion, why are you here? Chen Meilin raised an eyebrow, a playful glint in her eyes. What, am I not allowed to come? With that, she strode directly into the room, her gaze casually sweeping over the brand new apartment. Jiang Yang closed the door and walked over to her. You should have let me know you were coming. I'd have prepared something. You've just moved in. Shouldn't you treat me to a meal to celebrate? Chen Meilin retorted with a smile, then looked around and asked, where's Meng Meng? She's taking a shower in the bathroom, Jiang Yang replied. Without another word, Chen Meilin grabbed his hand, pulled him into a bedroom, and closed the door behind them. She turned around, stood on her tiptoes, and gently pressed a kiss to his lips, her gaze tender. Did you miss me? Jiang Yang looked at her and gave a slight nod. Of course I did. Chen Meilin wrapped her arms tightly around him, her cheek resting against his chest. Her voice was muffled. I feel like I can't be without you anymore. What am I supposed to do? Jiang Yang gently patted her back. Weren't you always the rational one? What changed your mind? Chen Meilin gave a faint smile. It's strange. I'm feeling conflicted now. I want to be with you, but I also worry you might betray me. Jiang Yang chuckled. Our relationship is fine as it is. If you want, I'll come and keep you company. At least you won't have to spend all day worrying about me cheating. Chen Meilin's thoughts were in a whirl. She changed the subject. This house has never been lived in. How does it feel? Jiang Yang replied, it's fantastic. After he spoke, he asked, what would you like to eat? I'll order something for you, and we can all eat together. Chen Meilin thought for a moment. Let's get some grilled skewers and some beer. Meng Meng and I will have a drink. Jiang Yang frowned. Are you trying to get her drunk again? Hearing this, Chen Meilin explained, I didn't force her to drink yesterday. She wanted to drink on her own. A girl has to learn to handle her liquor eventually. A little bit won't hurt. Jiang Yang glanced at her and casually asked, aren't you worried about gaining weight eating like that? Chen Meilin lifted her chin nonchalantly, a hint of pride in her expression. With my metabolism, I'm naturally not prone to gaining weight. I can eat whatever I want. Jiang Yang didn't respond. He pulled out his phone and began ordering the food she loved. Chen Meilin walked over to the bed and sat down, her eyes holding a glimmer of anticipation. She said to Jiang Yang, I want to sleep here with you tonight. Let's pretend it's our wedding chamber, okay? Jiang Yang's brow creased with hesitation. Lin Mengmeng is still here. Chen Meilin pouted playfully. Let her get drunk for one more night. I just want to sleep here tonight. I want to. Jiang Yang gave a helpless smile. I really don't know what to do with you. Let's just go out then. Her classmate is here anyway. Chen Meilin's eyes lit up, a happy smile spreading across her face. All right. Afterwards, Jiang Yang walked to the bathroom door and called out, Mengming, I'm heading out for a bit. The delivery is on its way. You and Jiayi go ahead and eat without me. Wang Mengming's voice came from inside the bathroom. Where are you going? Jiang Yang made up an excuse. There's some business at the hotel. I need to go handle it. Wang Mengming cautioned him. All right. Drive safely and be careful on the road. Jiang Yang and Chen Meilin left the apartment together and made their way downstairs. Chen Meilin affectionately linked her arm through Jiang Yang's, a smile on her face. So you do care about me? Jiang Yang glanced at her. Of course I do. As they reached the parking area, Chen Meilin suddenly spoke up. I left my phone at your place. Can you go back and get it for me? Jiang Yang nodded. All right, wait for me in the car. With that, he turned and walked back. As he neared the building, 7 men approached from the vicinity. One of them was Chun Long. The other 6 all sported crew cuts and had tattoos inked on their arms. The group stopped in front of Jiang Yang. A bald man stepped forward, his eyes gleaming with hostility. Are you Jiang Yang? Jiang Yang scanned the 6 of them, his expression calm. I am. The bald man took a step closer, his voice menacing. Listen here, kid. Break up with Wang Mengmeng right now. Otherwise, we won't hesitate to break your damn legs. At this, Jiang Yang looked at Chen Long. You're playing this game with me? Chen Long sneered, his expression arrogant. I've got money to burn. You think I can't handle a delivery boy like you? I could crush you with my wealth. A contemptuous smile curled at the corner of Jiang Yang's mouth. With just you guys? There are security cameras everywhere. I really doubt you dare lay a finger on me. The bald man's face darkened as he spat out a threat. You must be tired of living. I'm just here to warn you today. Get lost while you still can. Next time you won't even know how you died. Just then, Chen Meilin walked over from the side. Her gaze settled on the bald man, and she asked calmly, "You're with Palaheo, aren't you?" The moment the bald man saw Chun Maylin, his fierce expression vanished without a trace. He immediately adopted a respectful demeanor, bowing and scraping. "Hello, chairwoman." "Good day, chairwoman." Chun Maylin's gaze turned icy as she stared at him. "Whose legs did you just say you were going to break?" "Chairwoman, it's a misunderstanding. A complete misunderstanding. We were just trying to scare him," the bald man said, waving his hands hastily and forcing a smile. "We had no idea Jiang Yang was someone you knew. We wouldn't have dared to actually touch him. We truly wouldn't have dared." Chun Maylin's gaze shifted to Chun Long, and she said to the bald man in a frigid tone, "Take him away. Handle it as you see fit." The bald man's face turned pale with fright at her words, and he nodded frantically like a pestle pounding garlic. "Yes, yes, yes." With that, he and the others dragged Chun Long away. Completely bewildered, Chun Long struggled violently, his face twisted with terror as he pleaded, "Brothers, what are you doing? I paid you good money." Smack. The bald man delivered a vicious slap across his face. "Shut your damn mouth. You must have a death wish daring to mess with a friend of the chairman. You nearly got me into serious trouble." The force of the blow left Chun Long's ears ringing and stars dancing before his eyes. He couldn't fathom how Jiang Yang could possibly be a friend of the chairman. The group dragged Chun Long to a secluded corner and surrounded him, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks. With a hand clamped over his mouth, Chun Long couldn't even cry out for help. Jiang Yang hadn't expected Chun Long to pull such a stunt. With his current boundless stamina, dealing with these thugs would be a trivial matter, but he worried about underhanded tricks. After all, it's easy to dodge a spear in the open, but hard to guard against an arrow in the dark. He was even more surprised by how terrified these men were of Chun Maylin. Chun Maylin said to Jiang Yang with a calm expression, "Truly a beautiful woman is a calamity. Having such a pretty girlfriend isn't always a good thing." Jiang Yang asked, "What was that Belle you mentioned earlier?" Chun Maylin replied nonchalantly, "Just some bouncers at my husband's club. I've seen them around. I frequent that place, so they look familiar." Jiang Yang uttered an, "Oh," and said, "I'm going upstairs to get my phone. You wait for me in the car." He turned and headed back upstairs, gently twisting the door open. The living room was silent, and the bathroom door was still closed, with the faint sound of running water audible from within. He figured Chun Maylin hadn't been in any other room, so his phone must be in the master bedroom. He strode towards the bedroom door, casually pushing it open and walking straight in. After just 2 steps, Jiang Yang's movements came to an abrupt halt. There stood Zhou Jiai, completely naked, holding a pair of briefs in her hand, coming face to face with him. Their eyes collided in the air, and time seemed to freeze for an instant. The color drained from Zhou Jiai's face in an instant. She trembled violently and let out a shriek of awe. Instinctively, she raised her arms to cover her chest and darted behind the wardrobe, her fingertips quivering slightly. Jiang Yang's mind buzzed. He spun around abruptly, his voice laced with barely concealed panic. I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to." He felt his ears burning and his heart pounding, as if it might burst from his chest. From the bathroom came Wang Mingming's voice, "Jiai, what's wrong?" Zhou Jiai steadied herself and quickly replied, Nothing. I saw a cockroach." "Oh, so you're afraid of cockroaches. Did you find my underwear?" "Found them." Jiang Yang breathed a sigh of relief when he heard Zhou Jiai's response. His Adam's apple bobbed as he whispered this. "Please don't mention it to Mingming. She might overthink it if she finds out." Zhou Jiai let out a soft hum, her voice still carrying a tremble that hadn't quite subsided. "I won't say anything." After a pause, she asked, "Why did you suddenly come back?" "I forgot my phone. It should be on the bed." Jiang Yang tried to keep his voice as steady as possible. "Could you please hand it to me?" "Thank you." Zhou Jiai hurried to the bedside, picked up the phone, and walked behind Jiang Yang. She carefully held it out to him, her fingers barely brushing against his hand. "You should leave now," she urged him, her voice tinged with embarrassment. Jiang Yang took the phone, hummed in acknowledgement, and without looking back, gently closed the door behind him as he left with somewhat hurried steps. The moment the door shut, he could still hear his own heart thundering like a drum. As he stepped into the elevator, the scene just witnessed replayed relentlessly in his mind. Zhou Jiai's snow-white figure was etched into his memory, truly a beautiful sight. He hadn't anticipated this turn of events, having assumed both women were in the bathroom. Jiang Yang exited the residential complex and walked to the roadside. Chun Maylin, sitting in her Lamborghini, asked, "Found it?" Jiang Yang handed her the phone and said, "Here." As he spoke, he walked around and slid into the passenger seat. After settling in, he said flatly, "Let's go." Chun Maylin turned sideways, a mysterious smile playing on her lips, and said to Jiang Yang, "You know my club has male escorts. Want to go and try it out?" Jiang Yang frowned, slightly puzzled. "Try what?" Chun Maylin's face broke into a mischievous grin as she drawled, "You'd pretend to be one of the escorts, of course." "What the hell?" Jiang Yang couldn't help but exclaim, his face a mask of resistance. "What if someone actually picks me? What would that even mean?" Chun Maylin let out a scoff, raising an eyebrow as she eyed him. "Don't be so confident in yourself. The guys there are handpicked. Many are even top graduates. In looks and conversation, they're not a bit worse than you in any way. Top graduates doing this kind of work." Jiang Yang was stunned, finding it hard to believe. "It's all for the money, isn't it?" Chun Maylin said flatly, as if it were the most common thing in the world. There are even campus queens and department beauties from all sorts of universities in there. Plenty of them. Her eyes suddenly lit up, and she grabbed Jiang Yang's arm, pulling him towards the car. Let's go have some fun. See if you've got what it takes to get picked. Jiang Yang was genuinely curious. In all his years, he'd never seen what those male escorts at such places were really like. Chen Meilin, excited like she'd discovered a new world, floored the accelerator and sped off. She turned to Jiang Yang and said, once we get there, we'll act like we don't know each other. I'll call a few of my friends to book a room, and you'll pretend to be one of the staff there. If you get chosen, I'll give you 95 tonight. Jiang Yang was utterly baffled, frowning as he asked, what's 95? Chen Meilin feigned surprise, raising an eyebrow. You don't even know what 95 is. Jiang Yang shook his head slightly, his eyes full of confusion. I really don't. Looks like you've truly never set foot in such places. Chen Meilin pursed her lips in a smile, deliberately keeping him in suspense. I'll tell you when we get there. Jiang Yang's curiosity was thoroughly piqued. He was both bewildered and intrigued, desperate to know what 95 meant. At the same time, he secretly wondered if he'd even be selected with his looks, and found himself growing restless. After driving for a while, Jiang Yang couldn't help but ask again, do you go to places like that often? What do you do there? Chen Meilin gripped the steering wheel, eyes fixed on the road ahead, and answered casually, just having a few drinks and chatting with my friends. You think only you men like to hang out at clubs? Women like to spend money too. Jiang Yang quickly waved his hands in denial. Don't lump me in with them. I've never been to a place like that. Chen Meilin chuckled at his words, her eyes curving into crescents. I knew you'd never been there. If you had, I wouldn't even bother with you. Jiang Yang's suspicion lingered, and he pressed on. So you're telling me you've never hired a male escort? Chen Meilin glanced sideways at him, her tone resolute. If I had, wouldn't you have been able to tell? Jiang Yang was momentarily stunned, then the implication dawned on him. Chen Meilin was a virgin, there was no way she had ever hired an escort. He dropped the subject, and circled back to his earlier curiosity. So what exactly is a 95-foot? Chen Meilin turned her head to look at him, but didn't answer, instead giving instructions. In a bit, get out of the car near the club. Go in and ask for a woman named Bing Bing. She's the PR manager there. Tell her Chi Chi sent you. Jiang Yang was utterly confused. Who's Chi Chi? Don't worry about that. Just do as I say. Chen Meilin brushed it off casually. They have clothes inside. You can spruce yourself up, and then just wait for the lineup. Jiang Yang knew about the lineup system. It was like being a hostess getting picked by clients. And for male escorts, the clients were naturally women. His curiosity grew. What kind of woman would come looking for a male escort? 10 minutes later, the car stopped at a street corner near the club. Jiang Yang got out and walked towards the 6-story standalone building not far away. The structure was grand and symmetrical. The marble facade glinted coldly in the night, exuding an air of mystery and prestige. A massive neon sign atop the building blazed with the words, Belle Hao Business Club, its brilliant shifting lights a testament to its opulence in the dark. The club's entrance was wide and imposing, with huge glass doors set in an intricate metal frame, offering a tantalizing glimpse of the luxurious interior. In the parking lot out front, a row of luxury cars, Porsche 911s, Ferraris, Bentleys, Rolls-Royces, stood in a line, a clear display of the establishment's caliber. Chen Meilin's white Lamborghini was in a reserved spot. It wasn't peak hours yet, so there were still plenty of empty spaces. Jiang Yang took a deep breath and walked in through the front entrance. The moment he stepped into the lobby, the hostesses in red mini-skirts on either side bowed in unison, their voices syrupy sweet, as they chimed, Welcome to Belle Hao. They were attractive and tall. Jiang Yang's gaze swept over them, noting their average looks were decent, but nothing that truly caught his eye. He averted his gaze and walked further in. His attention shifted to the club's interior. The lobby's ceiling soared to a height of 10 meters, making the space feel open and grand, almost connected to the sky, instantly lifting one's spirits. A colossal crystal chandelier descended from the top, its thousands of precisely cut crystals refracting the warm light. Fine scattered halos spilled onto the floor like a shower of crushed diamonds, dazzling to the eyes. Along the walls were several groups of black velvet sofas, their armrests trimmed with delicate gold piping, clearly worth a fortune. A faint, elusive fragrance hung in the air, a crisp cedarwood mixed with a hint of lily of the valley. It was just right, carrying an indescribable elegance. The bar in the reception area was polished to a gleaming shine. Behind it, a liquor cabinet spanned 3 entire walls, rising from the floor to the ceiling. Behind the glass doors, bottles of red, white, and amber spirits were arranged in perfect order. The foreign labels were a dizzying array, each bottle displayed like a meticulously curated work of art. As Jiang Yang was taking this in, a girl in a white mini-skirt walked up to him. Her hair was a cascade of blonde waves that brushed her shoulders. The neckline of her low-cut top revealed a pronounced cleavage, and her makeup was heavy. Her voice was sticky sweet, as if coated in honey, as she said respectfully, Welcome, honored guest. How many in your party? Jiang Yang quickly said, I'm looking for Bing Bing. The girl's eyes curved into a smile. She reached up to tuck a strand of hair behind her ear and said softly, That's me. She wasn't very tall, barely reaching 170 centimeters in her stilettos, and had to look up slightly to speak to Jiang Yang. Jiang Yang hadn't expected her to be Bing Bing. He relayed Chen Meilin's message. Chi Chi sent me. Then follow me. Bingbing turned and walked towards the elevator, her high heels clicking sharply on the marble floor. As she passed the liquor cabinet, she glanced back at Jiang Yang with a smile. Which university are you from? Tech University, Jiang Yang said, making up a school. Oh, a real scholar, huh? Bingbing raised an eyebrow. Just then the elevator chimed, and the door slid open. She stepped inside and asked Jiang Yang, did Chi-Chi explain everything to you? Jiang Yang replied, not really. It's simple, Bingbing said as the elevator ascended. She leaned against the wall, twirling a silver ring on her finger. I'll take you to the lounge. There's a changing room, a makeup room, and a bathroom. Pick out a nice outfit, freshen up, and just wait. She paused, giving Jiang Yang an appraising look. You've got good potential. With a little effort, you might just get picked tonight. The elevator stopped on the second floor. The doors opened to reveal a red-carpeted corridor with faint sounds of laughter echoing from the far end. Bingbing turned and winked at him. Relax. Don't be so tense. Jiang Yang asked, just one thing, how does the payment work? Bingbing said seriously, you're part-time, so you get paid per gig. The club takes half of the service fee, and you get a 20% commission on any drinks consumed. If you want to make money, you need to use every trick in the book to win the client's favor. You can't lose your temper with them, and you can't get complaints. If you get a complaint, you get zero pay, and you can kiss this career goodbye. If a client gets angry because of poor service, you might get a severe beating. If you're a long-term worker, the club will step in to pacify the client. If you want to make money here, you have to leave your pride at the door. Jiang Yang nodded slightly. This part-time gig wasn't going to be easy. Soon Bingbing led him to a black door marked male staff lounge. She said to him, go on in. There's a guy inside named Housie. He's the manager. Ask him if you have any questions. Jiang Yang watched Bingbing leave, then pushed the door open. The lights in the lounge were glaringly bright. 7 or 8 young men were sprawled on the sofas, most of them hunched over their phones. The soft clicks and swipes of their fingers were starkly audible in the quiet room. Jiang Yang scanned the room. They all looked young, around 20 years old, each dressed neatly and sharply. Some had short, neat haircuts, others had flashy dyed hair. A few had glinting earrings, and one had the faint edge of a tattoo peeking out from his sleeve. They were all tall, at least 180 centimeters by the look of it. Their features weren't exceptionally striking, but each had a certain sharp, clean-cut charm. Jiang Yang gently closed the door behind him and asked, excuse me, which one of you is Housie? His voice was not loud, yet it instantly drew everyone's attention. Several gazes fell upon him in unison, tinged with scrutiny and curiosity. One young man with dyed yellow hair and a fitted white shirt raised his eyes and replied nonchalantly, that's me. Jiang Yang said politely, I'm here for the part-time job. Housie grunted and gestured with his chin towards the back. Go change in the back room and put on some simple makeup. If there's anything you don't understand, come ask me. With that, he lowered his head, his fingers resuming their rapid glide across his phone screen. Jiang Yang stood rooted to the spot, an inexplicable tightness gripping his chest. Even though it was just a pretense, stepping into such a place for the first time surrounded by unfamiliar faces and unfamiliar rules, he couldn't help but feel a sense of being at a loss. He steadied himself and walked into the changing room in the back. 2 young men were already inside changing. One was adjusting his tie in front of the mirror, the other had taken off his jacket, revealing a tight-fitting printed vest underneath. Against the wall stood 2 large clothing racks crammed with all sorts of menswear. From crisp suits to flashy shirts, even sequin stage costumes, they all jostled together in a dazzling array. On the other side were several individual lockers. Jiang Yang glanced down at his own white t-shirt and black casual pants, his brow furrowing slightly. He wasn't keen on wearing clothes that others had worn, or it made him feel uneasy, worried about cleanliness. After all, it was better to be cautious in a place like this. So he turned and walked into the adjacent restroom, turned on the tap, and splashed cold water on his face. He then dampened his hair in front of the mirror and ran his fingers through it casually. Returning to the makeup counter, he picked up a can of mousse, sprayed it lightly on his hair, and deftly styled it into a casual, effortless look with his fingers. He checked himself in the mirror and nodded in quiet approval. His face and height were no less impressive than anyone else's. This should be good enough. Once he was ready, he went back to the lounge and found an empty seat in the corner of the sofa. Housie caught a glimpse of him from the corner of his eye, and seeing he was still in his casual clothes, couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Why haven't you changed? Jiang Yang replied calmly, I'm fine in these. Housie seemed to guess his thoughts and said, the clothes are all disinfected. Don't worry about wearing them. If you plan on staying long-term, you should get your own. Jiang Yang explained, I'm just not used to wearing other people's clothes. I just wanted to try this part-time thing. Housie didn't say more, just went back to fiddling with his phone, his fingers tapping away rapidly on the screen. The lounge fell back into its previous silence, broken only by the intermittent sounds of keys tapping and the faint distant hum of traffic from outside the window. Jiang Yang moved closer and asked, Housie, I have a question. Housie turned his head to look at him, his tone somewhat icy. Call me Brother Hao. Jiang Yang quickly corrected himself upon hearing this. Brother Hao, this is genuinely my first time in a place like this. I don't know anything. I could really use your guidance. Is there anything I should be careful about? Housie glanced at him, pausing his finger on the phone screen. He drawled, it's not that complicated. The key is to be flexible. Don't act stiff and don't hold on to your pride. If a guest asks you to have a drink with her, you do it. If she wants to hear sweet talk, you say the pleasant things. They're all female clients, so you need to be smooth-tongued and attentive. Make them feel good, and they'll be willing to spend more. Remember, don't throw a tantrum. If you piss off a guest, you'll be in for a rough time. Jiang Yang quickly nodded in agreement. Oh, I understand. But curiosity got the better of him, and he probed further. I've heard people talk about. Is there something like going out in places like this? Howsey kept his eyes on his phone, fingers still swiping the screen. The club never openly offers that service. We still have rules to follow. But if a guest really insists on taking you out, then it's a private matter between you two. As for how much you can earn, it depends on your ability to handle the situation and how much skill you have. There are some other things I can't tell you just yet. Jiang Yang's heart stirred, and he pressed on. But if you do go out, how much can you typically make? Howsey held up a single finger and wagged it in front of him. Jiang Yang was stunned for a moment, then ventured a guess. 8,000. Howsey shot him a sideways glance, his tone laced with disdain. 8,000. Are you trying to insult a beggar? It's 10,000. Whoa, that much? Jiang Yang's pupils contracted slightly, the words slipping out before he could stop them. He hadn't expected the price to be this high. Howsey snorted. Don't think it's easy money. Some of those clients look all glamorous on the surface, but they're perverted behind closed doors. They've got all sorts of kinks. If you run into one of those, you'll have a rough time. Jiang Yang pressed his lips together and fell silent. The excitement stirred by the high pay was instantly quelled by a chill that ran down his spine. Clearly this line of work was far more complicated than he had imagined. Jiang Yang's curiosity got the better of him again. Brother, how much do you make in a month here? Howsey replied coldly, don't pry into other people's business. Jiang Yang didn't ask anything further. Just then Howsey added, you should come up with a stage name for yourself. Jiang Yang understood he definitely couldn't use his real name. He thought for a moment and said, let's go with Xiao Chong. Howsey gave him a look. A cockroach. That's not a good name. Pick another one. Jiang Yang thought again, then a name suddenly came to him. How about elephant? As soon as he said it, everyone else's gazes turned towards him. Howsey was taken aback for a second, then gave a slight nod. All right, elephant it is. Seems like no one's used that one before. After saying this, he asked, are you a student? Jiang Yang quickly responded, yes, student. I go to a tech university. Howsey replied, so you're a real brainiac. Jiang Yang asked, are you one too? Howsey shook his head slightly. I dropped out in high school. A moment later the door opened, and 3 young men walked in. Jiang Yang noticed one of them wearing a white t-shirt with clearly defined muscles. He looked like someone who worked out regularly. After entering, the 3 of them respectfully greeted Howsey, calling him Brother Hao. Jiang Yang watched them head into the changing room and followed them in. He walked over to the muscular guy and struck up a conversation. Hey man, how long did it take you to build those muscles? The muscular guy gave him a once-over and asked, new here? Jiang Yang replied, first time. The muscular guy said, oh, I'm a fitness trainer. I haven't been here long either. Jiang Yang inquired, how long would it take me to get in shape like you? The muscular guy opened a locker, glanced at him, and said, if you're consistent, at least a year. Then he asked, what's your name? Jiang Yang told him his stage name. Elephant. The muscular guy was a bit taken aback, curious. Why that name? Jiang Yang replied, just made it up on the spot. What's yours? The muscular guy said proudly, King Kong. He then flexed his bicep for Jiang Yang to see. Jiang Yang couldn't resist reaching out and touching it. It was rock hard. Just then another person walked into the changing room. Jiang Yang casually glanced at him. He was on the slimmer side, but quite tall, around 1.8 meters. He was dressed in a black casual suit and had a rather alluring look. The man glanced at Jiang Yang, offered a faint smile, and said in a voice that sent shivers down one's spine, what are you staring at? Never seen a handsome guy before. The sound of his voice gave Jiang Yang goosebumps all over. Jiang Yang said to Jiang Yang, he goes by Feng Wang. He's a freak. Feng Wang furrowed his brow and said with an effeminate air, how rude. You're the freak. I'm a man of virtue. Half an hour later, nearly 20 people crammed into the lounge, the air thick with the mingled scents of hair gel and perfume. Everyone had changed outfits. Some wore ill-fitting suits, others sported flashy streetwear, and a few had opted for tight undershirts, deliberately showing off their muscles. Some whispered sweet nothings into their phones, their voices dripping with affection. Others shouted into their phones, their voices urgent and rapid. Sis, come on over today, let me show you a good time. Jiang Yang sat on the sofa, his gaze sweeping over the crowd. To be fair, none of them were exceptionally handsome, but none were ugly either. They would all stand out in a crowd. Their average height was around 6 feet. Not a single short one among them. By that measure, with his looks, he was certainly among the cream of the crop here. Of course, there were a few who outshone him. Some stood half a head taller, broad-shouldered, and long-legged, commanding presence just by standing there. And then there was Jiang Yang, clad in a tight black tank top, his arm muscles bulging and gleaming their contours as hard as iron. Just then 3 knocks, knock, 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 sounded at the door. Not too loud, not too soft, but like a signal, they instantly quelled most of the room's clamor. A hoarse male voice came from outside. Time to pick. Everyone out. The moment the words fell, the people in the lounge put down their phones, swiftly tidied their clothes and hair, and filed out one by one. Howsey led the way. Jiang Yang, mingling with the crowd, deduced that Chun Meilin's friends must have arrived. He moved with the flow toward the door, and had just stepped out when he was pushed forward by the surge of people behind him. The group flooded into the staff-only elevator, instantly filling the space. Housie reached out and pressed the button for the 5th floor. The metal key lit up with a soft beep. The elevator doors slid shut, completely sealing off the outside light. The cramped space fell into dead silence, broken only by the low hum of the elevator's operation and the slightly strained breathing of the people within. Jiang Yang was squeezed behind Housie, his arms unable to fully extend, with no room to even turn his head. In just a dozen seconds, the elevator chimed ding and came to a stop, its doors slowly opening. As if by unspoken agreement, the group filed out through the gap. Housie walked at the front, turned a corner, and stopped outside a private room marked Angel. Bing Bing was standing right at the door. She cleared her throat, turned to face the group, and announced in a loud voice, "Listen up, everyone. Tonight's guests are all friends of the boss. I want every single one of you to be on your best behavior. Anyone who messes up and upsets the boss or her friends will have me to deal with. Got it? Got it." They all responded in unison, their voices tinged with nervousness and awe. Housie quickly added, "Line up against the wall over there in groups of 10 and go in one group at a time." Jiang Yang happened to be near the front, and as the first group entered, he was the 6th one in. The private room was brightly lit and lavishly decorated with a crystal chandelier casting dazzling light, and a carpet so thick it seemed to swallow half your foot with each step. 5 stylishly dressed women sat on a wide sofa chatting and laughing. The air was filled with the faint scent of perfume and the sweet aroma of a fruit platter. Jiang Yang immediately spotted Chen Meilin sitting at one end of the sofa. She leaned against the backrest, her face expressionless, as if she were just an indifferent observer. The other 4 women looked to be around 30 years old. One of them, who appeared to weigh about 200 pounds, had her hair in a bun on top of her head. The remaining 3 had decent figures, but average looks. Jiang Yang had assumed Chen Meilin's friends would all be beauties. Perhaps these were just a few of them. Bing Bing hurried over to Chen Meilin and said respectfully, "Sister Lin Lin, everyone's here." Then she turned and barked at Jiang Yang and the others. "Are you all mute? Hurry up and greet them." Everyone was a bit nervous because of the boss's presence. Hearing Bing Bing's words, they quickly bowed and said in unison, "Good evening, fairies." Jiang Yang had no idea how to address them and bowed a beat late. Chen Meilin gave a slight nod, her gaze sweeping over the group, and said to her friends beside her, "You all pick first. I'll just watch." As she spoke, her gaze casually landed on Jiang Yang, and the corner of her mouth curled into a faint, subtle smile that only he could understand. Jiang Yang raised an eyebrow at her. At that moment, the plump girl lifted her eyes and scanned the crowd, her gaze pausing on Jiang Yang's face before she asked, "What's your name?" Jiang Yang's heart skipped a beat, silently praying he wouldn't be chosen, but he casually replied, "They call me Elephant." The moment he said it, the room erupted in laughter. Even the women on the sofa couldn't help but chuckle. Chen Meilin laughed along with them. The plump girl laughed for a good while before stopping, pointing at him and asking, "Why do they call you Elephant? Is it because you're big down there?" Jiang Yang hadn't expected her to be so blunt and explained, "It's just a random name." The plump girl asked again, "What talents do you have?" Jiang Yang glanced at Chen Meilin and said, "I know how to fix computers." The room burst into laughter again. Chen Meilin laughed so hard tears came to her eyes. After laughing for a moment, the plump girl raised her chubby hand and pointed at Jiang Yang, saying, "That's you. Come over here." Jiang Yang was speechless. It was exactly what he had feared. Not him. Chen Meilin suddenly spoke up. Her voice was soft, yet it reached everyone's ears with perfect clarity. The plump girl was taken aback. She looked at Chen Meilin and raised an eyebrow, asking, "What's wrong?" Chen Meilin replied calmly, "He looks new. He doesn't know anything." "Oh, come on, he's handsome enough, that's all that matters." The plump girl waved her hand dismissively, a determined look in her eyes. "I want him." Chen Meilin said flatly, "He's interesting. I'll take him." A long-haired girl sitting beside Chen Meilin chimed in, "Lin Lin, don't you never pick anyone." Chen Meilin took a sip from the glass in front of her and said indifferently, "Don't misunderstand. I just want someone to have a drink with me. That's all. Watching you all have fun would be so boring for me." "That won't do," the plump girl insisted stubbornly. "I saw him first. I even want to take him out with me later. I'm definitely going to make him take good care of me." Jiang Yang thought to himself, "Sis, please spare me. Let someone else take care of you." Chen Meilin said to the plump girl, "Pick someone else." The plump girl whined with a hint of urgency, "Lin Lin, you can pick anyone, anytime. Just this once, let me have him. I'll pay 50,000. As her words fell, she cast a provocative glance at Jiang Yang, her eyes sizing him up like a piece of merchandise with a price tag. Jiang Yang's heart jolted at her words. Not for 50,000, not even for 10 million, would he ever leave with someone like her. Just the thought of being held by her made his stomach churn. The other boys nearby turned pale at the mention of 50,000, their eyes brimming with envy. Chen Meilin twirled her wine glass idly, a faint arc of red wine tracing the rim. She raised her eyes to the plump girl, her tone calm, yet resolute. "I'll offer 100,000. Lin Lin." The plump girl grew anxious, her voice rising before she quickly lowered it, pleading with a hint of grievance. "Lin Lin, please don't fight me on this, okay? You're the boss here. You can have him drink with you any day. There's no need to compete with me over this one time. I'll offer 300,000. Let me have him." The other 9 boys were utterly stunned. 300,000 just like that. Jiang Yang hadn't expected it either. His heart leaped to his throat. Then unexpectedly Chen Meilin relented, her voice unreadable, "Fine, he's yours." A thunderclap seemed to explode in Jiang Yang's mind. He shot a look at Chen Meilin, his eyes full of disbelief. "Lin, are you messing with me? You want me to go with that greasy, lecherous plump girl? I'd rather die." Just as the plump girl was basking in her triumph, the sound of high heels clicking against the floor echoed from the entrance. A woman in a tight red dress walked in, her long hair draped casually over her shoulders, the fabric clinging to her curvaceous figure. She scanned the room, her gaze finally settling on Jiang Yang. "Not bad. I'll take him. I offer 500,000. Jiang Yang glanced at her unmoved. Her figure was fine, but her face was plain, and her eyes held an air of condescending arrogance. Not much better than the plump girl. Chen Meilin suddenly spoke, her voice laced with a playful stubbornness. "Enough, all of you." She pointed at Jiang Yang, drawing out her words deliberately. "You there, come here." Jiang Yang's suspended heart thudded back into place. He let out a silent sigh of relief. His steps hurried as he moved to sit beside Chen Meilin, a thin layer of sweat already forming on his back. Chen Meilin leaned in, her warm breath brushing against his ear as she whispered with a triumphant smile, "I just saved you." Jiang Yang turned his head, whispering back, "You planned that." Chen Meilin curved her lips, a mischievous glint in her eyes as she tapped his arm lightly. "You're only allowed to drink with me. No funny business." Jiang Yang asked in a low voice, "What do your friends here do?" Chen Meilin replied nonchalantly, "They're all rich heirs. That plump one is Sun Siki, daughter of the Tianhua Group boss." Jiang Yang asked curiously, "What does Tianhua Group do?" Chen Meilin answered, "Real estate. It's the second largest real estate company in Demon City. Her father's net worth is in the hundreds of billions." Jiang Yang hadn't expected her father to be that powerful. No wonder she was so free with her money. Chen Meilin continued, "She's quite twisted. She loves toying with handsome men. If she'd taken you, you'd probably be ruined." Jiang Yang asked, curious, "Twisted how?" Chen Meilin said seriously, "She has a strong sex drive and keeps you drugged. Once you're with her, you won't be able to leave." "Damn," Jiang Yang muttered under his breath, his brows furrowing into a knot. He truly hadn't expected the girl to be so ruthless. He pressed on, "Why is she like that?" Chen Meilin stirred the ice in her glass, explaining calmly, "She had a boyfriend before. He cheated on her with her best friend. She had the guy castrated. She hasn't been the same since." Jiang Yang let out an "oh." Just then he caught a glimpse of Jiang Yang being singled out by Sun Siki. She tilted her chin at Chen Meilin, her tone teasing. "Lin, I'll be taking this little Jiang Yang with me today then." Chen Meilin gave a slight nod, a faint smile playing on her lips. "Have fun." Jiang Yang silently felt a pang of worry for Jiang Yang. That guy was built like a rock, all solid muscle. But in that woman's hands, who knew if he could withstand the ordeal? Chen Meilin took a sip of her wine, her gaze settling on Jiang Yang as she suddenly smiled and asked, "Why are you called Elephant?" Jiang Yang met her amused eyes, raising an eyebrow. "What do you think?" Chen Meilin smiled softly, a glimmer of slyness in her eyes. "Quite a fitting name, I must say." As she spoke, the woman in the red dress swayed over and sat down beside her. She winked at Jiang Yang. "Handsome, come with me tonight. I'll give you 500,000. Chen Meilin shot her a sidelong glance, her tone flat. "Stop it. He's just here for a part-time job." The woman in red pouted, swirling her glass indifferently. "Isn't a part-time job about making money? Is 500,000 not enough? What else could earn you that much?" Chen Meilin's voice turned colder. "Pick someone else." The woman in red grinned mischievously. "What, have you finally changed your mind?" Chen Meilin gave her a light shove. "No, don't talk nonsense." The woman in red pouted, didn't press further, and moved over to Sun Siki, grinning slyly. "Chi-Chi, I've also got my eye on Jiang Yang." "What now?" Sun Siki smiled slightly. "Then we'll share." The woman in red beamed. "That's perfect." Jiang Yang hadn't caught their whispered conversation, so he turned and asked Chen Meilin, "What does that girl in red do?" Chen Meilin watched the retreating figure of the woman in red, saying flatly, "Her name is Sun Hong. Her father owns a gold mine worth tens of billions. She's a bit twisted too." Jiang Yang frowned. "How come all your friends are?" He stopped mid-sentence as he saw Feng Wang being singled out by a girl with short hair. She was dressed in a simple white t-shirt, but her eyes held an uncompromising intensity. The girl pulled Feng Wang into her arms. "You're coming with me tonight." Feng Wang said happily, "Thank you, sis. I'll make sure you have a great time." The girl cupped Feng Wang's face and kissed her. Jiang Yang hadn't expected the woman to be so forward. She really was uninhibited. Chen Meilin, unfazed, said to Jiang Yang, "Go out first. Wait for me nearby. I'll come down in a bit." Jiang Yang asked, puzzled, "Leaving so soon?" Chen Meilin blinked. "You don't actually want to stay here and be a gigolo, do you?" Jiang Yang replied, "Of course not. I was just curious about how female guests have fun at a club like this." Chen Meilin frowned, her tone laced with obvious discomfort. "They're partying way too hard. It's an eyesore." Jiang Yang, hearing her words, roughly understood the situation. Given these women's backgrounds and connections, their revelry would be utterly uninhibited, a scene likely too chaotic to stomach. It was indeed inappropriate for Chen Meilin to remain there. He asked no further questions, rose, and quietly left the private room. Despite his curiosity about such a scene, he had no desire to witness it. It seemed that women with money indulged in even wilder excesses than men. Bing Bing was standing guard at the door. Seeing him emerge, a flicker of surprise crossed her face. "Why are you out here?" Jiang Yang casually made up an excuse. Sudden stomachache, needed to find a restroom. The one inside was occupied. Bing Bing urged him promptly. Then hurry back, don't keep the chairman waiting. All right, be right back. Jiang Yang replied, quickening his pace, eager to extricate himself. He hadn't taken more than a few steps when he heard footsteps behind him. Bing Bing caught up, gently grasping his wrist, her tone warm and familiar. Hey, what's your phone number? Jiang Yang's heart skipped a beat, realizing she might be interested in him. He quickly made an excuse. I'm only working here for this one day. I don't think I'm cut out for this, so let's not bother. Bing Bing, however, refused to let go, tilting her head with a smile. It's fine. When I get off work, how about I treat you to dinner? Then I'll take you somewhere nice. Jiang Yang grew even more flustered, lying hastily. I'll give it to you later. With that, he pulled his hand back and strode forward, fearing she might follow again. Seeing that Bing Bing hadn't followed, he breathed a sigh of relief and quickly slipped into the staff elevator. As soon as the doors closed, before he could press a button, the elevator came to a halt on the second floor with a soft ding. A throng of garishly dressed young women surged in, instantly cramming the small elevator car to capacity. Jiang Yang glanced at their attire. Short skirts, off-shoulder tops, and makeup that was elaborate, yet failed to conceal a certain world weariness. He knew at once they were hostesses from the club. The elevator was instantly saturated with a heavy mix of perfume, sweet, pungent, cloying, assaulting his nostrils and making it hard to breathe. He shrank back into a corner, trying to avoid the crowd, hoping the elevator would hurry down to the first floor. The girls' gazes, sharp as hooks, kept sweeping over Jiang Yang, their whispers rising and falling. A new guy? Not bad looking. He's my type. A girl with long curly hair standing to the right raised an eyebrow and asked, Hey, what's your name? How old are you? Jiang Yang felt uneasy under the scrutiny, but replied calmly, I'm a guest. I got on the wrong elevator. Upon hearing this, the girls let out a collective, oh, their curiosity dimming. Some turned away to fiddle with their phones, ceasing their chatter. The elevator chimed as it reached the first floor. Jiang Yang squeezed his way out, walking briskly, almost without looking back, towards the main entrance. 10 minutes later, Jiang Yang stood on a street corner near the club, the evening breeze helping him gather his thoughts. Before long, Chen Meilin's car pulled up slowly to the curb. The window rolled down, revealing her smiling face. Jiang Yang opened the door and got in, his curiosity not yet dispelled. He couldn't help asking them. They wouldn't actually do that kind of thing right in the private room, would they? Chen Meilin glanced at him sideways, a faint, enigmatic smile playing on her lips. Seems like you're quite knowledgeable. Jiang Yang chuckled. I'm not a 3-year-old. I could figure that out with my eyes closed. Chen Meilin said seriously, definitely not in the private room. They probably take it elsewhere. Jiang Yang suddenly remembered something, turning to her. You said earlier if I got picked you'd give me 95. Chen Meilin smiled softly, a sly glint in her eyes. Quite the memory. Slowly she took out her phone and tapped on it a few times. Jiang Yang's phone chimed, and a transfer notification popped up on the screen. 95 yuan. There you go. 95 bucks. Jiang Yang's brows knitted into a tight frown. He reached out and grabbed her wrist. Do you really think I'm stupid? I just asked around in there, and it's not that simple. Chen Meilin gently pulled her hand free, a look of innocence on her face. That's exactly what I meant. I'm giving you 95 yuan. What did you think it was? You know you're not being very honest, Jiang Yang said, making a move to open the car door. If you don't explain clearly, I'm getting out. Chen Meilin quickly reached out and grabbed his arm, saying repeatedly, all right, I'll satisfy your curiosity. As she spoke, she gently pressed the accelerator, and the car glided smoothly forward. After they had driven a short distance, Jiang Yang watched the street scenes flash by and asked casually, do the girls at that club, do they also provide outside services? Chen Meilin shot him a teasing glance. What are you thinking of, getting some ideas? Jiang Yang quickly shook his head. No, just curious. Chen Meilin looked back at the road ahead. Of course. If the customer is willing to pay the price, there's always someone willing. Jiang Yang recalled the scene in the elevator and added, when I came down I ran into a few of the girls. They didn't look all that special. It's still early, not the peak hours yet. A lot of the decent-looking ones haven't arrived yet, Chen Meilin explained with a smile. Besides, beauty is in the eye of the beholder. And every flower needs green leaves to set it off. Some may not be the most stunning, but they're certainly not bad, and they have their own clientele. Jiang Yang understood. The girls just now weren't really that bad, it's just that with a girlfriend like Wang Mengmeng by his side, his standards had unconsciously risen, making ordinary looks fail to impress. After another moment, as if a thought struck her, Chen Meilin suggested, how about we go to that love hotel from last time? Jiang Yang frowned at this. A place like that? Could there be hidden cameras? Chen Meilin had a sudden realization. Oh, I almost forgot about that. I hadn't even thought of it. Good thing you left last time. If there had been hidden cameras recording us, our secret would have been exposed. She then turned to look at Jiang Yang, her eyes probing. How would you know about hidden cameras? Have you been filmed before? Jiang Yang quickly waved his hands. No, I've just seen news about it. Better not go to that kind of hotel. Soon. The car arrived at an upscale residential complex. Chen Meilin parked in front of a building and said, the staff are all at the villa. We'll do it here today. Jiang Yang asked, whose place is this? Chen Meilin turned off the engine and explained, I bought it for my younger sister. She's still in high school, but she'll live here once she starts college. Jiang Yang inquired, how are your sister's grades? Chen Meilin nodded slightly. Pretty good. She attends a private school affiliated with the group. I don't want her to be too far from me, so she's aiming for a university in the Magic City. When she reaches the right age, she'll find someone to marry. This place is just temporary housing for now. Jiang Yang looked at Chen Meilin, a hint of sincerity in his voice. With a sister like you, whoever marries your sister would be incredibly fortunate. A faint smile touched Chen Meilin's lips, warmth shimmering in her eyes. Marrying my sister isn't easy. They have to get past me first. But you're right, whoever gets her will indeed be lucky. My sister is far more sensible than my brother. She's thoughtful, considerate, and has a kind heart. Just then Chen Meilin's phone rang. She picked it up, glanced at the caller ID, and pressed it to her ear. Siki, what's up? Sun Siki's voice came through the receiver, exaggerated and tinged with excitement. Lin, why did that guy called Elephant leave so soon? I wanted to chat with him. Chen Meilin kept her eyes on the road, replying calmly. He said he wasn't comfortable with the environment here, so he left. I've got my eye on him, Sun Siki declared with determination. I want to keep him. I'll give him $1 million a month. Get someone to contact him for me. Chen Meilin raised an eyebrow slightly, her tone even. I don't have his number. Forget it. Sun Siki pressed on half jokingly. Don't tell me you fancy him too, and that's why you took him away early. That's impossible, Chen Meilin chuckled lightly. You know me. I wouldn't go for someone from that kind of place. Oh, what a pity. Sun Siki lamented, then asked curiously, Lin, be honest with me. I swear I won't tell a soul. Is there someone else in your life? No. We've known each other for so many years, you should know me by now. When have I ever given another man a second glance? Enjoy yourself. I have other things to attend to. Chen Meilin hung up, turned to look at Jiang Yang, a playful smirk on her lips. Who knew Fatty Chi would actually take a liking to you? She said she'd give you $1 million to keep you. Jiang Yang scoffed, his tone dripping with disdain. Even 10 million wouldn't tempt me. Getting entangled with a woman like that. I'd like to live a few more years. We'll see, Chen Meilin raised an eyebrow. When 10 million is right in front of you, let's see if your heart wavers. It definitely won't. Jiang Yang stated firmly. A woman like that. I just couldn't bring myself to it. Chen Meilin teased. I have to say, if you were ever a gigolo, you'd definitely be popular with wealthy older women. Jiang Yang was silent for a moment. It's strange though. Why haven't I ever had any rich women hit on me? Chen Meilin said bluntly, because the people you surround yourself with aren't in that league. Jiang Yang thought about it. She had a point. His circle was definitely lacking. Forget billionaires, he didn't even know anyone worth tens of millions. The two got out of the car. Chen Meilin naturally took Jiang Yang's hand as they walked into the building entrance. Once inside the elevator, she pressed the button for the 16th floor. The elevator doors slid shut, leaving only the sound of their breathing in the confined space. Suddenly, Chen Meilin leaned closer to Jiang Yang, resting her head against his chest. She asked softly, Jiang Yang, do you think if we had gotten together back, then what would we be like now? Jiang Yang looked down at the top of her head, thought for a moment, and smiled. Hard to say. Maybe we'd be very happy. Or maybe. I don't think we'd be too happy. Chen Meilin interrupted, her voice gentle. We were too young and too stubborn back then. Add money problems into the mix, we'd definitely fight. And as we fought, our feelings would fade. Maybe we'd even end up divorced. Jiang Yang gently patted her back and chuckled. You never know. Maybe you'd bring me good luck. Maybe my career would have soared, and we'd be living happily ever after. The elevator chimed as it reached the 16th floor, and the door slid open, interrupting their thoughts. Chen Meilin stepped out first and walked to the door on the right. She placed her finger on the electronic lock's fingerprint scanner, and the lock clicked softly. Chen Meilin opened the door and said quietly, If my sister is home resting, I come over to keep her company. Jiang Yang closed the door behind him, his gaze sweeping across the room. The two-bedroom, two-living-room layout was spacious. The decor wasn't luxurious, but had a modern feel. In a corner of the living room stood a white grand piano. Chen Meilin bent down to change into slippers, her soft hair falling over her shoulders. She said to Jiang Yang, There are men's slippers at the bottom of the shoe cabinet. See which pair fits. Jiang Yang opened the cabinet and saw several pairs of men's slippers. He picked a gray pair. After putting them on, he couldn't help but ask, You live with your sister, so why do you have men's slippers? Chen Meilin explained, My parents stayed here for a while before. They were my father's. As she spoke, she playfully pushed Jiang Yang towards the bathroom. Go take a shower. Make sure you're clean. Jiang Yang grabbed her wrist, his thumb brushing against her smooth skin, and leaned in with a grin. How about we shower together? It saves water. Chen Meilin gently freed herself and laughed. You go ahead. I need to call my sister first. Jiang Yang didn't push it. He watched her walk towards the living room before closing the bathroom door. He quickly stripped off his clothes. As the hot water cascaded down, the clamor of the nightclub flooded back into his mind. He thought about the events there while he washed. If that fatty Chi had been even slightly prettier, he might have considered it. $1 million a month would be tempting for anyone. In just 10 minutes, Jiang Yang stepped out of the bathroom, a towel wrapped around his waist, drying his hair. The door to the master bedroom was ajar. He pushed it open and saw Chen Meilin sitting on the edge of the bed on the phone. Her voice was soft. You take care at school. Call me if anything happens. Seeing him enter, she quickly said, Gotta go, placed the phone on the nightstand, and stood up, her hair swaying. I'll go take my shower now. Jiang Yang gave her a light pat on the rear and said with a smile, "Don't be long." Chen Meilin playfully wiggled her hips. She reached into her top, pulled out her bra, and tossed it to Jiang Yang before heading into the bathroom. Jiang Yang got onto the bed, leaned back against the soft headboard, and picked up his phone. As the screen lit up, a WeChat message from Wang Mingming popped up. The message in the chat had her usual clingy tone, "Darling, when are you coming back?" Jiang Yang's fingers paused for a moment, then he typed, "Won't be back tonight." The reply came almost instantly, "Why not?" Jiang Yang thought for a second, then typed, "Ran into some friends, hanging out with them." A few seconds later, another message came through. "Alright then, don't drink too much. Love you." Jiang Yang stared at those 3 words for a couple of seconds, replied with a "love you too," and tossed his phone aside. The sound of water running in the bathroom drifted in, faint yet distinct. Jiang Yang leaned against the headboard, his fingers unconsciously tracing the pattern of the bedsheet. Chatting with Wang Mingming earlier had stirred no guilt in his heart. He noticed the change within himself, all because of Chen Meilin's arrival. He knew more changes lay ahead, and the fate of their relationship remained uncertain. 10 more minutes passed. Chen Meilin, wrapped in a bath towel, walked into the bedroom. Jiang Yang put down his phone and said impatiently, "Hurry up, hurry up." Chen Meilin smiled softly and said shyly, "Then you can't look. Close your eyes." Jiang Yang gave a gentle smile. "Alright, I won't look." With that, he slowly lay back and closed his eyes. Chen Meilin quietly slipped off the bed, reached out, and switched off the bedside lamp, plunging the room into a serene darkness. Jiang Yang chuckled. "If you're turning off the light, why did you still make me close my eyes?" Chen Meilin laughed too, in case you peeked. The next afternoon, sunlight streamed into the bedroom, casting a warm, cozy glow. Jiang Yang was sleeping soundly when a sudden urgent ringtone jolted him awake. He groggily opened his eyes, fumbled for the phone on the pillow, and saw an unfamiliar number on the screen, clearly a spam call. He casually rejected the call, turned over, and tried to go back to sleep. Chen Meilin had left in the morning, saying she had a beauty appointment with her girlfriends, leaving him alone in the spacious room. Jiang Yang was too lazy to move, so he just stayed in bed, listening to the occasional chirping of birds outside the window, savoring the rare peace and quiet. His mind also drifted back to the splendid time of the previous night. After lying there a while longer, he finally decided to get up and picked up his phone to check WeChat. As soon as he opened the app, he saw a string of messages from Sun Qian, the girl with the doll-like face, sent from a little past 7 in the morning until just now, mostly asking when he would come over, her tone full of anticipation. Half an hour later, Jiang Yang took a taxi to the residential complex where Sun Qian lived. Just as he reached the entrance of the complex, he saw Sun Qian walking out of the parcel station nearby, wearing a pink pajama set, her hair loose, holding a small delivery box. Sun Qian's eyes lit up when she saw him. Clutching the box, she trotted over, a surprised blush on her face. "Teacher Zhang, why are you here?" Jiang Yang smiled slightly. "Not welcome." "Of course I'm welcome." Sun Qian's eyes curved into crescents as she laughed. "I was afraid you wouldn't come today." Jiang Yang noticed she was completely makeup-free, her delicate cheeks looking as if they could be pinched. He glanced at the box in her arms and asked, "What did you buy?" Sun Qian hid the box behind her back, looking a bit embarrassed. "It's nothing, just a little doll." The two walked into the complex together, heading towards Sun Qian's building. On the way, Sun Qian tilted her head up to look at him, asking curiously, "Teacher Zhang, how old are you today?" Jiang Yang raised an eyebrow. "How old do I look?" Sun Qian tilted her head, thinking seriously, 23 at most. Jiang Yang said calmly, "I'm 30 this year." "Oh my god." Sun Qian's eyes widened in surprise. "You look way too young. I thought you were a fresh graduate." Soon they arrived at Sun Qian's doorstep. Sun Qian took out her key, opened the door, and stepped aside for him to enter, saying with a smile, "My mom's at work, so I'm home alone today." Jiang Yang muttered an "oh" and walked in. Sun Qian closed the door, took out a pair of new blue slippers from the shoe cabinet, and placed them at his feet. "Teacher Zhang, change your shoes." Jiang Yang put on the slippers, his gaze sweeping across the living room before settling on the piano in the corner. "How's the practice coming along?" Sun Qian walked over to the piano, her fingers lightly gliding over the keys, her tone dejected. "I actually know all the pieces, I just don't feel like practicing." "Why not?" Jiang Yang asked, sitting down beside her. "I don't want to go to university." Sun Qian's voice dropped, carrying a hint of stubbornness. "I want to start earning money after graduation. I have a classmate who dropped out and became a streamer at home, making tens of thousands a month. I want to be a streamer too, but my mom won't allow it. She even threw away all the streaming clothes I bought." Jiang Yang looked at her cute doll-like face and asked softly, "Trying to help out your family?" "Yeah," Sun Qian nodded, her tone carrying a maturity beyond her years. "I've checked university costs, over 200,000 for 4 years. My family's not well off and piano lessons are expensive. I'm not really interested in it anyway, so it's more practical to just start working and earn money sooner." Jiang Yang was silent for a moment, then looked at her and said, "You can become a streamer after you get into university. It's not too late. Half a year won't make a difference. Learning more is always a good thing." Sun Qian's eyes lit up. "Teacher Zhang, you support me being a streamer?" Jiang Yang nodded slightly. "If you can really make tens of thousands a month, that's a good thing. Many people can't even save that much in a year. And don't worry about the tutoring fees. Seeing how sensible you are, I'll teach you for free." "Oh, I couldn't possibly." Sun Qian waved her hands hastily, a look of unease on her face. Teacher Zhang, your price is already low enough. I've checked, there's nothing cheaper anywhere. Jiang Yang chuckled, his tone relaxed. I'm just free and looking to pass the time. Actually, I have a proper job that pays much better than this. Then, what is Teacher Zhang's job? Sun Qian blinked, pressing on curiously like a little squirrel craning its neck. Well, that's a secret for now. Jiang Yang deliberately teased, pointing at the piano. Focus on your piano practice first. Get into university, and maybe I'll tell you then. Sun Qian obediently hummed in agreement, sat down beside him, and gently placed her fingers on the keys. All right, I'll start practicing then. The melodious sound of the piano flowed through the small living room, sometimes smooth, sometimes stumbling. Sun Qian practiced with great focus. Occasionally, when she encountered an unfamiliar passage, she would stop, frown, and ponder for a moment before looking up at Jiang Yang with a hint of seeking help in her eyes. Jiang Yang would then patiently point out her fingering issues or help her break down the musical phrases, meticulously polishing the details. Time slipped away like notes cascading off the keys. Before they knew it, the wall clock pointed to past 4 in the afternoon. Jiang Yang listened to Sun Qian finish a piece, then gently interrupted. Qian, let's stop here for today. I need to get going. Sun Qian's fingers paused on the piano keys, a reluctant expression immediately spreading across her face as she asked in a hushed tone then. What time will Teacher Zhang come tomorrow? I'll see how it goes. Jiang Yang stood up, casually ruffling her hair. It was soft, carrying a faint scent of shampoo. I'll come over if I have time. Sun Qian's face flushed crimson in an instant like a ripened apple. She lowered her head, her voice as faint as a mosquito's buzz, yet carrying an unmistakable earnestness. Then you must come, okay? As Jiang Yang reached the door, Sun Qian suddenly called out, Teacher Zhang, can you wait a moment? He turned around and asked, is there something else? Sun Qian fidgeted shyly and said, you have to come tomorrow, all right? Jiang Yang nodded slightly. All right, I'll definitely come. Don't argue with your mother anymore. Get back to school soon. Sun Qian said softly, but if I go back to school, I won't have time to practice piano at home because I'd have to live on campus. Jiang Yang asked, do you think you can get into a university with your current grades? Sun Qian replied with confidence, definitely no problem. Jiang Yang nodded slightly. That's good then. With that, he opened the door and left. Sun Qian chased after him to the doorway, saying reluctantly, Teacher Zhang, you must come. Jiang Yang didn't look back, simply making an okay gesture. He left the residential complex and settled into the driver's seat of his Ferrari. As he started the engine, a low rumble emanated from the motor. Ring, ring, ring. Just as he was about to shift gears, his phone suddenly rang. Glancing at the caller ID, it was Wang Mingming. He swiped his finger across the screen and answered, Mingming, where are you? Honey. Wang Mingming's soft, syrupy voice came through the phone, laced with a cautious tentativeness. I wanted to discuss something with you. What is it? Go ahead. Jiang Yang leaned back in his seat, tapping his fingers lightly on the steering wheel. Could Zhou Jia stay with us? Wang Mingming's voice grew even quieter. She's living alone outside, and says she's a bit scared. Jiang Yang pondered for a moment. Why did she want to rent a place outside in the first place? Originally, she planned to rent a place together with me, Wang Mingming explained. But then I got together with you, so the plan changed. If you're okay with it, then it's fine. Jiang Yang didn't hesitate much. The house was big enough, one more person wouldn't be a problem. That's great. Wang Mingming's voice instantly became cheerful. Hurry back, I'll be waiting for you at home. Half an hour later, Jiang Yang pulled open the door to the room and saw Wang Mingming and Zhou Jia crouching on the living room floor, organizing their suitcases. Clothes and books were scattered on the sofa nearby. Moving in this quickly, Jiang Yang changed his shoes and walked over to ask. Wang Mingming straightened up, dusted off her hands, and said with a smile, she's always afraid of troubling me. At first, she absolutely refused to come. But the school dormitory conditions really aren't that great, so I dragged her here. Zhou Jia's face was tinged with an embarrassed blush. She didn't dare look at Jiang Yang, only murmuring softly, Brother Jiang Yang, sorry for the trouble. It's no trouble. Jiang Yang waved his hand, walked over to the sofa, and plopped down. He lit a cigarette, his gaze fixed on Zhou Jia, his mind involuntarily recalling her snow-white figure. A moment later, Wang Mingming walked out from Zhou Jia's bedroom. She smiled and sat down in Jiang Yang's lap, her arms gently looping around his neck, her tone soft and coaxing. Honey, Jia is a bit strapped for cash right now. Can the rent wait for a while? She can pay you back once she starts earning. Jiang Yang reached out and pinched her cheek, laughing carelessly. Who needs rent? The house is just sitting empty anyway. More people make it livelier. But she insists on paying. Wang Mingming shook his arm, acting like a little kitten seeking affection. Jiang Yang raised an eyebrow, a hint of smugness in his voice. There's really no need. Don't you remember? I'm currently serving as the general manager. My monthly salary is 100,000. Why would I care about this little bit of rent? Oh my god, 100 a month. Wang Mingming's eyes widened in shock as she counted on her fingers. Doesn't that mean over 300 a day? Jiang Yang couldn't help but burst out laughing. Did you learn math from your music teacher? It's over 3,000 a day. Wow, over 3,000. Wang Mingming exaggeratedly gaped, then nuzzled into his chest. Does that mean I can eat durian every day from now on? Of course you can. Jiang Yang playfully tapped her nose. So don't even think about becoming a streamer. Just focus on your studies. I'll buy you whatever you want to eat. Wang Mingming nodded, then added with a sigh, Sister Lin is really too generous, giving you such a great job just like that. With her net worth, this kind of money really is nothing. She was mainly just doing me a favor. Jiang Yang explained with a smile. Just then Zhou Jiai walked out of the bedroom. Approaching them, her cheeks slightly flushed, she said in a soft voice, Brother Jiang Yang, I don't want to stay here for free either. How about this? I'll do the cooking from now on, and that can be my rent, okay? Jiang Yang looked at her a bit surprised. You know how to cook? Zhou Jiai nodded, gently, a hint of pride in her eyes. I learned in high school. My dad is a chef, he taught me. I make pretty decent home-style dishes. That's perfect. Wang Mingming immediately jumped down from Jiang Yang's lap, grabbing Zhou Jiai's hand. I've been looking for someone to teach me. I can learn with you. Zhou Jiai was infected by her enthusiasm and smiled. Should we go grocery shopping now then? Yes, let's go. Wang Mingming hopped to her feet. I'll go change first. With that, she went into the bedroom and closed the door. Only Jiang Yang and Zhou Jiai remained in the living room, and a subtle, almost imperceptible silence filled the air. Jiang Yang cleared his throat, lowering his voice, a hint of awkwardness in his tone. About that incident before. I'm really sorry. Zhou Jiai kept her eyes lowered, her fingers nervously twisting the hem of her clothes, her voice so soft it seemed afraid of disturbing something. It's fine. Anyway, it's already been seen. As she finished speaking, a faint blush crept up to the tips of her ears. Jiang Yang quickly changed the subject and asked, when do you plan to start working? How many hours a day? I want to go right after school, every day. Zhou Jiai looked up, a serious glint in her eyes. If possible, I'll do 3 hours. No problem. Jiang Yang nodded, then added, if there's anything you're not quite skilled at, just let me know. I can play the piano too, so maybe I can help. Zhou Jiai's eyes lit up with surprise. Brother Jiang Yang plays the piano too. Jiang Yang nodded slightly. A little. I never would have guessed. Zhou Jiai remarked softly, her tone carrying a bit more ease. Then I'll definitely have to ask you for advice. I'm actually quite afraid I won't be able to handle that job. Don't worry, you play very well. Jiang Yang encouraged, then casually asked, so what do you plan to do after graduation? Zhou Jiai mused for a moment, then said softly, my original plan was to become a piano teacher for a stable life. But if this hotel job can last long-term after I graduate, I might want to stay on full-time. After all, the income would be considerably higher than teaching. That way I could establish myself in the Magic City sooner, bring my parents over, and finally have a home of our own. Jiang Yang looked at her gentle yet resolute profile and said earnestly, with your qualities, you could easily marry a decent man. Why work so hard to buy a house and settle down on your own? Zhou Jiai smiled at this, her smile clear and open. Of course, I'd love to meet someone suitable and well off, but such things depend on fate, I suppose. Anyway, I'm still young, so there's no rush. If I ever meet someone I truly adore, even if he doesn't have much money, I'd still be willing. As they were speaking, Wang Mingming emerged from the bedroom, swinging a beige canvas bag, and waved at Zhou Jiai. Jiai, shall we go? If we're any later, all the good produce at the market will be picked over. Zhou Jiai turned back and gave Jiang Yang a faint smile. Brother Jiang Yang will head out to buy groceries now. Okay, be careful on the road, Jiang Yang nodded. He watched the two girls leave, chatting and laughing, and the door clicked shut softly. Ring, ring, ring. The phone's ringtone blared abruptly. Without even glancing at the caller ID, Jiang Yang guessed it was Chun Meilin and answered with his usual teasing tone. Lin, it's only been this long, and you already miss me. Chun Meilin on the other and didn't take the bait, her voice more serious than usual. I'm telling you something important. Can you consider breaking up with Wang Mingming? Break up, eh? Jiang Yang was taken aback. Why? Don't tell me you've finally come around and are planning to take over yourself. I'm never getting married in this lifetime. Chun Meilin cut him off, directly changing the subject. However, I can introduce you to a woman with excellent prospects. She's beautiful, perhaps not quite as stunning as your Mingling, but definitely a great beauty. Jiang Yang raised an eyebrow, skeptical. Someone with those qualities. Would she even be interested in me? Don't be so sure. Chun Meilin's tone turned playful. That day when we left the club, Fatty Chi secretly took a photo of you and posted it in her group chat for wealthy ladies. While several of them privately asked me about you. No way, really. Jiang Yang was caught between laughter and tears. It was too absurd. Why would I lie to you? Chun Meilin continued. The one I want to introduce to you has a special situation. She was married before, but on her wedding night her husband died before they even consummated the marriage. Jiang Yang was even more astonished. How did he die, eh? Chun Meilin said flatly. The man was 30 years her senior. He probably got too excited, had a heart attack, and didn't make it. How old is she now? 26, and she takes excellent care of herself. Looks like she's in her early 20s. Jiang Yang stroked his chin, even more puzzled. She can really fancy me. Yes, she does, Chun Meilin confirmed. And she's inherited her late husband's entire fortune of several billion. Jiang Yang laughed self-deprecatingly. So she wants me to be a live-in son-in-law. Think about it carefully, Chun Meilin advised. This opportunity isn't given to everyone. Jiang Yang was silent for a few seconds, then asked, is she really that beautiful? A light laugh came through the phone. In terms of looks, she's just a tiny bit behind me, but she's definitely a beauty. Then forget it. Jiang Yang thought for a moment, his tone becoming firm. I don't want to live under someone else's thumb. A good life, good or bad, must be earned by oneself to feel secure. I suggest you reconsider. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, Chun Meilin tried to persuade. Jiang Yang answered bluntly, if we were truly together, I'd have to be the one in charge at home. Chun Meilin sounded a bit regretful. Fine, I'll look for someone more suitable. After hanging up, Jiang Yang leaned back in his chair. He didn't have much money now, but with the system backing him, he could occasionally brush out rewards, and who knows, maybe he'd hit the jackpot one day. He had to forge his own path. Less than 10 minutes later, his phone rang again. Jiang Yang answered, his voice lazy. What now, Miss Chun? Chun Meilin's voice came through with a smile. I just got off the phone with her. She said marriage isn't necessary, but she has a proposal. Give you 3 million in one go for 1 month of your company. Jiang Yang was stunned, his brows furrowed. Damn, she really thinks of me as that. Don't get the wrong idea, Chun Meilin chuckled. She actually wants a child, and she thinks you have good genes all around, making you a suitable candidate. Jiang Yang muttered, inwardly testing the waters. Is this reliable? It's not a trap, is it? You don't trust me. Chun Meilin's tone was confident. For you, this is a sure win. To be honest, even though she was married in name, she's still pure. Really? Jiang Yang was a bit surprised. Don't tell me she's like you. Her situation isn't like mine. Her ex-husband was actually introduced by me, Chun Meilin said seriously. For anyone else, I wouldn't bother playing matchmaker for this kind of deal. Count yourself lucky, you're getting a great bargain. Jiang Yang quickly calculated in his head. 3 million 1 month. It did seem not a bad deal. After all, he wouldn't suffer any real loss. He was silent for a moment, then tried to negotiate. Can the price be higher? She's so rich. Chun Meilin was surprisingly straightforward. I'll decide for her. At a brand new top-of-the-line Range Rover. Does that settle it? Deal. Jiang Yang agreed, readily adding a joke. Remember me for more of these gigs in the future. Uffed. Chun Meilin scoffed. I have plenty of wealthy single ladies around me. If I introduced them all to you, you'd be gasping for air this time next year. You underestimate me, Jiang Yang said nonchalantly. Enough joking around. Chun Meilin dropped the playful tone. Get yourself spruced up tomorrow and go meet her. But just to be clear, I have to confirm I'm pregnant before you two can start. No problem, Jiang Yang agreed without hesitation. After hanging up, he felt pretty pleased with himself. Since the system didn't give cash rewards, he'd just have to find his own ways to make money. 3 million plus a top-of-the-line Range Rover, over 5 million in total. An hour later, Wang Mingming and Zhou Jiai returned carrying bags full of groceries. Jiang Yang crossed his legs, unable to hide his smug grin. Don't bother cooking. Tonight I'm taking you both out for a lavish dinner. Wang Mingming looked at him quizzically while changing her shoes. What lavish dinner? Why the sudden urge to eat out? Order whatever you want, anything. Jiang Yang said with a grand wave of his hand. Wang Mingming and Zhou Jiai exchanged a glance and laughed. No need, Jiai, and I eat very little at night anyway. Eating out would just be for you, and it's a waste. We bought very fresh fish and ribs. Jiai said she'd make you her signature sweet and sour ribs and steamed sea bass. Jiang Yang thought about it. It was true. They both had bird-like appetites at dinner to stay in shape, and eating a big meal alone was no fun. All right, today I'll get to taste the imperial chef's cooking. Zhou Jiai smiled demurely and carried her bags into the kitchen. Wang Mingming followed to help, and soon the crisp sounds of washing and chopping vegetables along with the girls' hushed laughter drifted out. Jiang Yang strolled to the kitchen doorway, leaned against the frame, and watched the harmonious sight of them bustling inside. He suddenly spoke up, mumbling, I have something to tell you. My. Wang Mingming turned around, a scallion still in her hand. What is it? Wang Mingming, while rinsing vegetables in the sink, turned her head and asked, what plan? Zhou Jiai also paused her task of picking vegetables, looking at Jiang Yang with curiosity and a hint of scrutiny in her eyes. Leaning against the kitchen doorframe, Jiang Yang smiled and said, I've landed a deal. If it goes through, I could make millions. When that happens, you won't need to go to school anymore. I'll take care of you. Wang Mingming's hands froze, her eyes wide with astonishment. What kind of deal makes that much money? The kind that's a sure win with almost zero cost. Jiang Yang said it casually, his tone laced with certainty. Wang Mingming remained skeptical, wrinkling her nose and muttering, How can there be such a good deal? It's not a scam, is it? Jiang Yang waved his hand dismissively with a smile. Of course not. Wang Mingming tilted her head, her fingers unconsciously picking at a vegetable leaf. But if I don't go to school, what would I do? I can't just stay home all day, can I? Isn't the point of school to get a good job later? If I support you, can't you still live a good life? Jiang Yang stepped closer, softening his voice. Besides, I wouldn't restrict your freedom. You can go shopping whenever you want, hang out with friends, do whatever makes you happy. Wang Mingming's eyes lit up, a smile tugging at her lips, yet she still couldn't quite believe it. This feels like a dream. Did Sister Lin help you find this deal? Jiang Yang nodded emphatically. You could say that. She did help a lot. Sister Lin is amazing, Wang Mingming exclaimed sincerely. I'd be content with a small and let alone a 5-star hotel. Listening nearby, Zhou Jiai's movements slowed, a dazed look in her eyes. She recalled occasionally seeing Jiang Yang delivering food in the past. In such a short time, he had become the general manager of a 5-star hotel and was now talking about making millions at once. The sheer contrast was staggering, hard to process. She hesitated for a moment, then couldn't help asking, Brother Jiang Yang, is doing business really that profitable? Jiang Yang smiled and explained, not all of it is. It's mainly that wealthy people have access to many resources. I never had contact with that circle before, so I didn't know. But now it's different. I have more connections. Zhou Jia nodded thoughtfully. I see, she said, lowering her head to continue picking vegetables. The tap water gushed noisily into the sink. The greens on the cutting board looked fresh and vibrant, and a faint homely aroma filled the kitchen. Jiang Yang asked, Jai, what delicious food are you making for me? Zhou Jia felt a bit shy around Jiang Yang due to the earlier misunderstanding. But since it was in the past, she didn't dwell on it. She smiled and said, I'll make you 3 dishes. One is braised pork belly, my specialty, one is chives and eggs, and the other is oysters. Jiang Yang chuckled. From now on you just settle in here comfortably. Don't mention rent anymore. Zhou Jia smiled softly. All right, if you really make a fortune, I'll be your chef. Jiang Yang pointed at her and said, great, it's a deal. Beaming, he walked to the living room and plopped down on the sofa. He knew it wouldn't even take a month. He'd know the result in 10 days. Still, he was curious about what that girl looked like. If she wasn't attractive, he definitely couldn't accept it. In the kitchen, the tap dripped, making a faint rhythmic sound. Zhou Jia, wiping the cutting board with a cloth, smiled at Wang Mingming. Mingming, it seems you really chose the right person. Maybe you bring him good luck. Look how much he's changed since he's been with you. Wang Mingming blushed at the words and waved her hand dismissively. It's not really because of me. It's mainly because his classmate is so capable. You don't even know, she's not only beautiful, but also super talented. She's even the chairman of a tech institute. My goodness. Zhou Jia's eyes widened in shock. That's incredible. I can hardly imagine it. Wang Mingming patted her arm sincerely. Once Jiang Yang really makes it big, I'll have him find you a better job. Zhou Jia lowered her head and whispered, actually, my expectations aren't high. I'd be very satisfied just being a full-time musician at a hotel. After speaking, she seemed to remember something, looked up at Wang Mingming with curiosity, and asked, Mingming, have you, done it with him? Wang Mingming's face flushed crimson instantly. Her fingers peeling garlic paused for a moment before she whispered, not yet. To be honest, sometimes I have those kinds of dreams. And in the dreams, it's him. But every time it gets to the crucial point, I wake up. Zhou Jia was amused, and a faint smile curved her lips. Wang Mingming, now more interested, pressed further. Jai, have you ever had dreams like that? Zhou Jia's face turned red in an instant, as if brushed with rouge. She gently shook her head, her voice barely a whisper. No, I haven't. Wang Mingming asked again. Do your roommates talk about those things often? Zhou Jia was confused. What things, eh? Wang Mingming lowered her voice, a bit embarrassed. Things between men and women. Zhou Jia nodded. Yes, sometimes they talk about it quite explicitly. I feel too shy to listen. Me too, Wang Mingming agreed wholeheartedly. They always say being with their boyfriend feels like being in heaven. I always wonder, doesn't going to heaven mean you're dead? What does it even mean? Zhou Jia couldn't help but laugh. My roommates say that too, and I don't understand it either. Wang Mingming blinked and asked again, so don't you want a boyfriend? Zhou Jia quickly shook her head, burying it even lower. No, not at all. I'm even a little scared. Wang Mingming pressed. Why are you scared? Zhou Jia's voice held a hint of timidity. They say, the first time hurts a lot. I'm most afraid of pain. Just then Jiang Yang, holding a cigarette in his mouth, appeared at the door and asked, what are you two chatting about? Your faces are as red as little apples. Startled like children caught misbehaving, they both jumped quickly, turned around, and said in unison, nothing, nothing at all. Wang Mingming hastily grabbed some vegetables nearby, pretending to be busy. Zhou Jia in turn looked down at the pot of water, but her ears had quietly turned bright red. Jiang Yang exhaled a puff of smoke and said, would you two like to have some red wine tonight? A friend gave me 2 bottles, each worth over 10,000. Wang Mingming asked curiously, was it Sister Lin who gave them to you? Jiang Yang gave a slight nod. Yes, it was her. She drinks red wine often, she says it's good for the skin. Wang Mingming hesitated and asked, isn't this red wine so expensive that it might get us drunk easily? Jiang Yang casually replied, we're at home anyway, if we get drunk, we can just go straight to bed. Besides, whether you go to school or not doesn't really matter much. Alright then, I'll have a little taste too. Wang Mingming nodded in agreement, then turned to Zhou Jia and said, Jia, would you like some as well? Zhou Jia quickly waved her hand. I don't drink. It's fine, I don't either. Wang Mingming urged with a smile. This red wine tastes sweet, not harsh at all. It's quite good. Zhou Jia hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Then I'll just have a tiny sip to try. Half an hour later, Zhou Jia and Wang Mingming neatly arranged the home-cooked dishes on the dining table. The braised pork glistened with a warm, oily sheen, the stir-fried greens looked tender and crisp, and the air was filled with a rich, savory aroma. Wang Mingming wiped her hands and walked to the kitchen door, calling out to Jiang Yang in the living room, honey, come eat. Jiang Yang was focused on a mobile game, but he put down his phone and stood up with a smile. I can't wait to taste our chef Zhou's cooking. He walked into the kitchen, picked up the decanter, and poured half a glass of red wine into the goblets of Wang Mingming and Zhou Jia, the wine swirling gently in the glasses. He then poured himself half a glass as well. The three sat around the dining table. Jiang Yang raised his glass and said with a smile, come on, cheers. Wang Mingming and Zhou Jia also picked up their glasses, their fingertips gently holding the slender stems. Jiang Yang tilted his head back and drank it all in one go. As he set down the glass, he unconsciously licked his lips and smacked them, saying, "This wine is really good, smooth on the palate. I could drink it every day without getting tired of it." Wang Mingming took a sip, savoring the taste, finding it no different from what she had at the hotel last time, sweet with a slight tang. She put down her glass and asked Zhou Jia, "So isn't it sweet and quite tasty?" Zhou Jia took a small sip, the wine sliding down her throat with a hint of fruity aroma. She nodded gently. "It's okay, not as bitter as I imagined. Baijiu is the bitter one, it burns your throat," Jiang Yang said, picking up a piece of braised pork with his chopsticks. The piece with its perfect balance of fat and lean melted in his mouth, releasing a savory sweet flavor and the rich aroma of fat. Zhou Jia looked at him with anticipation and asked nervously, "Jiang Yang, how is it?" Jiang Yang swallowed the meat and gave her a thumbs up, saying sincerely, "It's fantastic. This skill is no less than a 5-star hotel chef's." Zhou Jia breathed a sigh of relief, a happy smile spreading across her face. "Thank you." Wang Mingming quickly finished her half glass of wine and poured herself another half. Jiang Yang noticed and cautioned, "Take it easy, don't end up like last time, unconscious after drinking too much." Wang Mingming waved her hand, laughing. "Don't worry, I'm only having this one glass today." As she spoke, she also topped up Zhou Jia's glass. "Jia, have a bit more, don't be shy." Zhou Jia held her glass, gently swirling the wine, a faint blush already spreading across her cheeks. Jiang Yang said to Zhou Jia, "Jia, feel free to do whatever you like here. I might have to go on a business trip, and you can keep Mingming company then." Wang Mingming blinked, puzzled. "You have another business trip?" Jiang Yang nodded. "Yeah, I need to make money. Business trips are inevitable." Wang Mingming looked disappointed. "I thought you could stay home with me every day." Jiang Yang smiled slightly. "There's plenty of time in the future. A few days won't matter." After a while, Zhou Jia's fingers holding the wine glass trembled slightly. She finished the last drop of wine, her cheeks flushed, her eyes somewhat glazed, and said to Wang Mingming, "Mingming, I think I'm a bit drunk. My head is spinning, and I feel light." Wang Mingming quickly put down her chopsticks and stood up. "Then go to your room and lie down for a while to rest." "Okay." Zhou Jia slowly stood up, steadying herself on the table's edge, her steps unsteady. "Once I'm awake, I'll come and clear the table. No need, we'll handle it later. You go ahead." Wang Mingming said, quickly walking over to support her arm, carefully guiding her towards the bedroom. Jiang Yang watched their retreating figures, then picked up the decanter and poured the remaining wine into his own glass. The deep red wine swirled, creating fine ripples in the glass. He took a sip, the mellow fruit and slight tannic astringency spreading on his tongue. He had never tasted such a smooth red wine before. Not long after Wang Mingming returned, she walked over to Jiang Yang and naturally sat on his lap, wrapping her arms around his neck. Her eyes curved into crescents as she said with a beaming smile, "Honey, I have some good news for you." Jiang Yang blinked and gently tapped her nose with his fingertip. "What good news?" Wang Mingming snuggled closer into his arms, lowering her voice with a hint of shyness. "My period is over." Jiang Yang's heart pounded, a smile instantly welling up in his eyes. His Adam's apple bobbed slightly. "Then what are we waiting for?" With that, he scooped Wang Mingming up in his arms and headed for the bedroom. Wang Mingming quickly wrapped her arms around his neck, her cheek pressed against his chest, her voice barely a whisper. "Wait. Jia is still in the next room," Jiang Yang said with a smile. "Keep it down, it'll be fine." The next morning, when Wang Mingming woke up, the morning light was already filtering through the curtain gaps into the room. She quietly got out of bed and put on her pajamas. She walked to the door of Zhou Jia's bedroom and gently pushed open the slightly ajar door with her fingertip. She saw Zhou Jia leaning against the headboard, holding her phone engrossed in it. The sunlight fell on her face, casting a lazy glow. Wang Mingming walked over and asked with a smile, "Jia, why are you up so early?" Zhou Jia looked up, her eyes still hazy from just waking. "I just woke up not long ago either." "You slept all the way till dawn." Wang Mingming sat down next to her and casually tidied her scattered hair strands. "Yeah, I slept deeply and comfortably." Zhou Jia put down her phone and stretched slightly. Wang Mingming leaned in curiously. "What were you looking at just now so intently?" Zhou Jia picked up her phone and shook it, saying casually, "Nothing much, just a classmate who said they want to treat me to a meal." Wang Mingming asked curiously, "Who is it? Is he handsome?" Zhou Jia said indifferently, "He's definitely not as handsome as your Jiang Yang. He's just a regular classmate. I don't have much interest in him." After saying that, she changed the subject, looking at Wang Mingming with a hint of curiosity in her eyes. "By the way, Mingming, did you too do it last night?" Wang Mingming's face flushed, but she couldn't help grinning. "How did you know?" Zhou Jia looked away a bit embarrassed. "I wasn't sleeping very soundly last night and vaguely heard your voice. At first I thought you two were arguing, but then I thought about it. It didn't seem like it." Wang Mingming's cheeks grew even hotter and she whispered, "My period just ended so." She blushed before finishing the sentence and gently pushed Zhou Jia. "You've got such sharp ears." Zhou Jia giggled and teased, "Mingming, you naughty girl, didn't you say nothing happened between you two?" Wang Mingming wore a blissful expression. "Actually, it happened a while ago. I didn't plan to give myself to him so soon, but I couldn't help it because I keep dreaming about him. And now he's all I can think about." Zhou Jia smiled and said, I'm so envious of you two. Then her gaze turned serious. Mengming, tell me the truth, what does being together really feel like? Wang Mingming pondered for a moment before speaking. It's hard to describe. It's like when I'm with him, I don't have to force a conversation. Even just sitting quietly together feels incredibly comfortable. It's like having a little sun in my heart, warm and reassuring. Zhou Jia flashed a mischievous grin. That's not what I'm asking about. I mean that. Wang Mingming suddenly caught on. Oh, that. How to put it? It's just very pleasant. You'll understand once you have a boyfriend. I can't really explain it. Wow. Zhou Jia's eyes lit up. You make me want to fall in love right now. Then go find someone. Wang Mingming leaned in and whispered teasingly, speaking of which, you haven't even had your first kiss yet, have you? Zhou Jia's cheeks flushed instantly. She quickly turned her head away and mumbled, no. I haven't. Wang Mingming stifled a laugh and deliberately teased her, want to experience it? Huh? How? Zhou Jia whipped her head around, her eyes full of confusion. Wang Mingming couldn't resist a mischievous impulse and leaned in her nose, almost touching Zhou Jia's face. It took Zhou Jia a moment to react. She flailed and pushed her away, her voice laced with embarrassment and irritation. Stop it. You scared me. You're so bad. Wang Mingming doubled over with laughter, patting her shoulder. Just kidding. Hey, I don't want to go to class this afternoon. Let's go shopping instead. Tonight I'll play the piano with you at the hotel, and then we'll come back together. Zhou Jia nodded. Okay, and with the money I earned today, I'll treat you to dinner. Wang Mingming smiled. No need for dinner, just buy me a milk tea. With that, she got off the bed. I'm going to wash up first. Zhou Jia also got up. I'll come too. Noon. Jiang Yang was sleeping soundly. The phone on the bedside table suddenly vibrated, its sharp ringtone piercing the room's silence. He frowned, fumbling on the pillow for a while before finding his phone. Without opening his eyes, he swiped to answer, his voice hoarse and lazy from just waking up. Who is it? Chen Meilin's crisp voice came through the line, tinged with reproach. Still asleep. It's almost 1 o'clock. Jiang Yang yawned, his mind still foggy. What's up? Did you forget what we talked about yesterday? Chen Meilin's voice rose a notch. You're meeting that girl today? Get up and get ready. Remember to dress sharp, don't embarrass me. Jiang Yang suddenly snapped awake. He slapped his forehead and sighed in frustration. Oh no, I almost forgot. Alright, where are we meeting? Come to the cafe in my hotel. See you in an hour. Okay, I'll be right there. After hanging up, Jiang Yang immediately sat up, threw off the covers, and strode to the wardrobe. He opened the door, his eyes scanning the row of clothes, finally stopping on a neatly folded new pair of underwear in the drawer. He thought for a moment. Today probably wasn't the day for that, since he had to wait for Chen Meilin's results. He decided on a black casual suit. He quickly got ready and checked himself in the living room mirror. He looked absolutely stunning. Jiang Yang left the apartment and walked to the elevator, pressing the down button. Ding. At that moment, the elevator doors slowly slid open. Zhou Jia stood inside. Her eyes met Jiang Yang's, and she froze mid-step, her pupils slightly constricting, pausing almost imperceptibly for 2 seconds. Her gaze unconsciously lingered on him. He exuded a refreshing, spirited handsomeness that made her heart skip a beat. Jiang Yang broke the brief silence with a smile. Jia, I thought you two were going shopping. What are you doing here? Zhou Jia snapped back to reality, a faint blush creeping onto her cheeks. She quickly explained, we went to school first. I came back to pick up something. Jiang Yang's smile widened. He playfully adjusted his posture and asked with a grin, so what do you think of my outfit today? Zhou Jia's eyes sparkled. She nodded emphatically, her voice a pitch higher than usual. So handsome. Satisfied with the answer, delight bloomed in Jiang Yang's eyes. He gave a soft om. Good. I'm off. With that, he stepped into the elevator. Are you driving? Zhou Jia asked instinctively. Jiang Yang turned his head, catching the faint blush on her ear tips. A flicker of slyness passed through his eyes. He nodded slowly. Yeah, why? Want to ride back to school? That would be great. Zhou Jia's face broke into a bright smile, her eyes curving into crescents. She quickly returned to her room to grab her things. When she stepped back into the elevator, there was a skip in her step. She said softly, thank you, Jiang Yang. No problem. Jiang Yang replied, nonchalantly pressing the close button. The elevator door slid shut, sealing off the noise of the outside world. Inside, only their soft breathing remained so quiet they could hear each other's heartbeats. Zhou Jia felt her heart racing. In that instant, she realized she had fallen for Jiang Yang. Suddenly, the elevator, which had just started moving, gave a violent jolt accompanied by a soft clunk. The next second, the light above them flickered and died, plunging the car into complete darkness. Startled by the sudden turn of events, Zhou Jia trembled and let out a scream. Her body instinctively clung to Jiang Yang, her face burying into his chest. Jiang Yang was also taken aback by the sudden jolt. Feeling the soft warmth in his arms and catching the scent of Zhou Jia's perfume, his body stiffened. The darkness enveloped them like a gentle net. Zhou Jia remained nestled against his shoulder, the clean scent of his laundry detergent mixed with a hint of sunshine filling her nostrils. Her own heartbeat thundered in her ears, a loud thump-thump that made her eardrums feel hot. Her cheeks burned as if on fire. Her voice was as faint as a mosquito's buzz, laced with barely concealed nervousness and shyness. Jiang Yang, I'm so sorry. I'm a bit afraid of the dark. Jiang Yang pulled her into his embrace, his palm resting on her slightly trembling back, his voice soft and gentle. It's alright, don't be afraid. It's probably just a minor glitch with the elevator. As he spoke, he freed one hand to fumble for the alarm button. His fingertips met a cold surface, but pressing it yielded no response. He frowned and instinctively reached for his phone in his pocket to turn on the flashlight. But then he reconsidered. He decided not to. It was nice just holding her quietly like this. Zhou Jia nestled in his arms, feeling his steady heartbeat and strong arms. Her fear gradually dissipated, replaced by an indescribable shyness. After a moment's hesitation, she whispered, "Brother Jiang Yang, please. Please don't tell Ming Ming about this." I didn't mean to." Jiang Yang chuckled at her words, the vibration in his chest transmitting through his clothes to her. "If I told her, who knows how she'd misunderstand. Besides, this makes us about even." Zhou Jia was stunned for a moment, then realized he was referring to what happened last time. The heat in her cheeks intensified, but a trace of sweetness inexplicably welled up in her heart. How could this be such a coincidence? Last time he accidentally saw her completely exposed, and now she was holding him like this in the dark. She had never embraced someone of the opposite sex like this before. She thought to herself, so this is what it feels like to be held by him. So secure, so safe. She wished she could stay like this for a while longer. After a moment, the elevator lights flickered back on. The car jolted slightly and began to move again. Zhou Jia quickly released Jiang Yang and leaned against the side of the elevator. Jiang Yang said seriously, "Jia, I'm afraid I have to go on a business trip. You and Ming Ming stay home and behave. If anything comes up, call me right away." Zhou Jia couldn't help but ask, "Where are you going? How long will you be gone?" Jiang Yang thought for a moment. "Not sure. Maybe around a week." Zhou Jia replied with a soft "I understand. Ming Ming and I will be fine at home. Will you be coming back today?" Jiang Yang responded, "Not sure. I'll send Ming Ming a WeChat message." The two walked out of the elevator and left the building. Zhou Jia followed silently beside Jiang Yang, her mind feeling somewhat chaotic. She hesitated for a moment before speaking. "Brother Jiang Yang, maybe I should move out. I feel like my being here is affecting you and Ming Ming." Jiang Yang replied, "You really can't leave. If I go on this business trip, Ming Ming wouldn't dare stay home alone." Zhou Jia realized he had a point. Besides, she was also afraid to live alone elsewhere. They got into the car. Jiang Yang fastened his seatbelt and said to Zhou Jia, "Just stay here comfortably. You can be my cook." Zhou Jia smiled. "So my cooking really suits your taste?" Jiang Yang nodded. "That's right. From now on, you're my personal chef." Half an hour later, in the coffee shop of the Jungle Hotel lobby, soothing piano music drifted through the corner. Chen Meilin held a cup of coffee. The swirling steam blurred the smile at the corners of her eyes. She looked at Jiang Yang approaching briskly, her eyes brightening slightly. Jiang Yang walked over, pulled out a chair, and sat down. "Is she still not here?" Chen Meilin took a sip of her coffee, her eyes curving into a smile. "What's the rush? You look great today, much more spirited than before." Jiang Yang paused, instinctively tugging at his shirt collar. "Why don't you just show me a photo first? A photo can't capture the vitality of the real person." Chen Meilin set down her cup, the base meeting the saucer with a crisp ding. "You'll know soon enough when you meet her." Jiang Yang raised an eyebrow and leaned back in his chair, a note of certainty in his voice. "I feel like 10 days with her would be enough. No need to drag it out for a month." Chen Meilin chuckled lightly. "So confident in yourself?" "Of course," Jiang Yang said with a confident expression. "The girl's name is Sun Qian." Chen Meilin's smile faded, her voice lowering slightly. "She's been working by my side for a while. She's quite introverted, but very gentle. Lacks her own opinions." She paused, stirring the sugar cube in her cup. She originally planned to be a full-time housewife after getting married. But then, her husband passed away suddenly, leaving her a pile of inheritance. She has no idea how to manage it all and relies on me for every decision. She trusts me completely, and I did save her life once. So I suggest you consider her." Jiang Yang listened to Chen Meilin, curiosity piqued. "How did you two meet?" Chen Meilin said indifferently, "We've known each other for a long time. We went to the same high school. Later she got into an art college and charmed many people back then. She was the campus belle for 3 consecutive years." Jiang Yang's eyebrow shot up. If she was the campus belle, her looks must be beyond question. He rubbed his fingers against the cold edge of the table, his Adam's apple bobbing. "But what about Ming Ming?" His voice dropped. "She stayed with me during my toughest times. I can't betray her." Chen Meilin watched his conflicted expression, raised her cup to steam, brushing her eyelashes. "You could just keep her on the side. Isn't that what many bosses do these days? Or give her a severance package and part on good terms?" Jiang Yang said nothing, his gaze fixed out the window. The glass reflected his somewhat bewildered face. Chen Meilin caught the look on his face and couldn't help but curl her lips. "See, it was right that we didn't get married back then. It's true what they say, a man with money will change for the worse. If we had gotten married, who knows how many girls you'd be chasing after outside. I would never tolerate that. I might have even killed you." Jiang Yang looked up at her, his tone tinged with exasperation. "The thing is, you're frigid. At my age, how could I possibly endure that?" Chen Meilin frowned slightly, taking a sip from her coffee cup. "You endured it for so long with your wife. That's different." Jiang Yang spread his hands, his tone frank. "I never had any feelings for her, so I could tolerate it. But with you by my side, it's different. I'd want it 8 times a day." He trailed off laughing at his own words. Chen Meilin was amused but frowned. Are you trying to kill me? 8 times a day. I couldn't even handle 8 times a year. Once a year is more like it. Jiang Yang said with a laugh. Isn't that a bit much? Your needs have been pretty high these past few days. That's now. This is about the future. Chen Meilin set down her cup, her tone turning cold. People change. Even if we start off sweet, once the novelty wears off, over time you'll go looking elsewhere. Jiang Yang was momentarily at a loss for words. He teased, by that logic you really are suited for a solitary life. Chen Meilin didn't take the bait and changed the subject. I originally hadn't planned on introducing Sun Qian to you. But given our relationship, it's better than letting an outsider have the advantage. As they were talking, Jiang Yang instinctively looked up towards the hotel's main entrance. A girl in a tight black dress walked into the lobby. The girl's long hair cascaded over her shoulders, her skirt hem falling just above the knee, tracing the smooth, slender curve of her waist. As she walked, the skirt swayed gently with each step, revealing a glimpse of fair, shapely calves. Under the light, the black dress made her skin appear even more luminously pale. When she lowered her gaze slightly, her long lashes fluttered like the wings of a butterfly. Jiang Yang's eyes fixed upon the girl, and in his heart he was certain this was Sun Qian. She was undeniably beautiful, though perhaps a notch below Chen Meilin. She was on par with Wang Mingming, just not as well endowed. Their styles, however, were polar opposites. Chen Meilin was a tall, aloof beauty, her brows carrying a distant pride. This girl, in contrast, was petite, no more than 1.6 meters tall, exuding a sweet, refreshing charm, her makeup a light, Japanese-style sweet aesthetic. She didn't look 28 at all. She seemed more like a girl just entering university, her eyes still holding a hint of unpolished innocence. There was no trace of her having been married. Seeing Jiang Yang seemingly captivated, Chen Meilin arched an eyebrow with a smile and asked, "What are you looking at?" Jiang Yang averted his gaze, replying with a smile, "Nothing." Just then the girl began walking towards the cafe. Jiang Yang immediately straightened up, a smug, pleasant calculation forming in his mind. Someone this beautiful, not only would he not have to spend a single cent, but he'd be getting millions in return. This was a godsend, a windfall almost no one else in the world would ever stumble upon. But the very next second his jaw dropped. The girl wasn't heading his way at all, as she took a seat at a nearby table instead. Jiang Yang's brow furrowed instantly, the little fireworks of hope in his heart fizzling out with a damp of. So she wasn't here for him after all. Disappointment was written all over his face. He couldn't help but steal a glance her way. As luck would have it, she happened to look over at that exact moment, and their eyes met. Jiang Yang felt his heart skip a beat. Wasn't this love at first sight? Just then Chen Meilin suddenly nudged his leg with the tip of her shoe. Here she comes, here she comes. Jiang Yang whipped his head around, eyes wide. Where is she? Chen Meilin casually pointed towards the entrance of the lobby. See her? The one in the pink dress. Jiang Yang followed her finger, and his jaw nearly hit the floor. The girl in question looked to be a good 130 Jean, standing at maybe 1.5 meters tall with a round bun hairstyle. She looked exactly like the mischievous sprite Benbo Erba leaping out of Journey to the West. No way, Lin, this is the beauty you were talking about. Jiang Yang's mouth twitched. She's a monster. Don't just focus on her looks. Chen Meilin rolled her eyes. Pretty faces are a dime a dozen, but an interesting soul is 1 in a million. What matters is that she's a good person. Forget it. A woman's mouth is the devil's workshop. Jiang Yang shook his head like a rattledrum, his face a mask of reluctance. I'm not doing this even for the money. I'd like to live a little longer. Chen Meilin said calmly. It's only for a month. Just grit your teeth and bear it. Jiang Yang waved his hands frantically. A month. Even an hour would give me internal injuries. Just close your eyes, Chen Meilin teased. It's all the same in the dark. Jiang Yang retorted helplessly, I'm not blind. Chen Meilin finally burst out laughing and waved towards the nearby table. Qian, come over here. Jiang Yang's ears perked up at this, and he turned to look. The girl in the black dress, the one who had made his heart flutter moments ago, was gracefully walking over. She stood beside Chen Meilin and greeted her in a soft, gentle voice, Lin Jie. As the girl lifted her eyes to look at Jiang Yang, a faint blush spread across her cheeks. She gave a slight nod, a silent acknowledgement, her shy demeanor like a delicate flower bud just beginning to bloom. It finally dawned on Jiang Yang. He thought to himself, that Chen Meilin always playing tricks on me. His emotions had been on a roller coaster, swinging up and down, nearly making him dizzy. Chen Meilin explained to Jiang Yang with a smile. I already told Qian all about it. She knows you're not a real gigolo. Sun Qian took a seat next to Chen Meilin, her hands placed neatly on her knees, fingers curled slightly. She occasionally stole a glance at Jiang Yang, only to quickly lower her head again when she saw him looking back, the tips of her ears turning a deep crimson. Seeing this, Chen Meilin playfully teased her. Qian, be honest, isn't he even more handsome in person than in his photos? Sun Qian's face flushed even deeper. Her voice was as faint as a mosquito's buzz, yet she managed a soft and whispered yes. Watching the girl's bashful demeanor, all of Jiang Yang's earlier discontent flew out the window, and he secretly rejoiced. This roller coaster ride was totally worth it. Chen Meilin made a move to get up. So should I leave you two to chat alone? No, Lin Jie, please stay. Sun Qian quickly grabbed her arm, a look of dependence in her eyes. I don't know what to say. You've been married before and you're still this shy. Chen Meilin shook her head helplessly. Take it slow. Spend some time together first, get to know each other, and then we'll talk. Sun Qian was silent for a moment, then suddenly looked up at Jiang Yang and asked in a small voice, Jiang Yang, do you have any special talents? Jiang Yang smiled slightly and blurted out, I guess you could say so. I'm pretty good at fixing computers. Chen Meilin gave his leg a light kick under the table, chiding him, say something serious. Jiang Yang chuckled, then said seriously, I can play the piano. You can play the piano? Surprise flickered in Sun Qian's eyes, and she even straightened her posture a little. Chen Meilin was also surprised. How come you can play the piano? Jiang Yang blinked. Why shouldn't I be able to? Chen Meilin frowned slightly. Why didn't I know about this? Jiang Yang said with a smile, you never asked. Then, could you play something for me? Sun Qian's tone carried a hint of hopeful anticipation. No problem. They have a piano right here, Jiang Yang said, walking towards the piano placed in the hall. Chen Meilin and Sun Qian followed. Jiang Yang sat down at the piano, his fingers resting lightly on the keys. He turned to Chen Meilin and asked, what would you like to hear? Chen Meilin crossed her arms and said with a smile, anything. Let's see what you've got. I took some lessons after I got married. Sun Qian stood a little further away, her hands clasped in front of her, her gaze fixed on Jiang Yang's handsome face, filled with curiosity and expectation. The instant Jiang Yang's fingertips touched the keys, the surrounding noise seemed to be muted. He took a deep breath, his gaze sweeping across the keyboard before he struck the first note. The melody of I Like You flowed forth gently, carrying a touch of youthful tenderness, yet incredibly sincere. His fingers danced lightly over the black and white keys, each note imbued with a cautious, treasured affection. Standing not far away, Sun Qian's slightly furrowed brow gradually relaxed, the shyness in her eyes melting away, leaving only pure focus. Chen Meilin unconsciously tapped her arm with her fingers, a faint, ambiguous smile playing on her lips. She never expected Jiang Yang to know how to play the piano, and his technique was quite professional, far better than hers. During the interlude, Jiang Yang glanced up at Sun Qian, and seeing her looking at him, he flashed a sunny smile. As the final note faded, its resonance lingered in the air. Jiang Yang withdrew his hands, the cool touch of the keys still lingering on his fingertips. He looked up at Chen Meilin, a hint of casual pride in his brow. Well, how was that? Chen Meilin leaned against the pillar beside the piano, her fingertips tapping lightly on the lacquered surface. She chuckled at his words, a hint of teasing in her eyes. I never would have guessed you had such a hidden talent. Jiang Yang rose to his feet, his shirt cuff brushing against the keys and producing a cascade of delicate notes. A deliberate nonchalance colored his tone. I don't care for all that flashy stuff. Just showing off a little. Chen Meilin turned her gaze to Sun Qian, who was still staring absently at the light reflecting off the piano. She smiled and said, well, with this it seems your future children might inherit a musical streak. Sun Qian snapped back to reality, her ears turning crimson. She avoided Jiang Yang's gaze, her fingers twisting the hem of her skirt as she murmured, barely audible, that's what I was thinking too. Chen Meilin raised an eyebrow, her gaze shifting between the two. Is there anything else you two want to say? Sun Qian stole a glance at Jiang Yang and saw he was looking at her. She quickly lowered her head, her voice soft and gentle. Not for now. Whatever you say is fine. Don't always defer to me, Chen Meilin said, reaching out to smooth a strand of wind-tossed hair for her, her fingertips inadvertently brushing Sun Qian's earlobe. You should have a mind of your own. Sun Qian smiled lightly. It's fine. I'm quite satisfied. Chen Meilin looked at the two of them, her tone turning more serious. Since you both feel it's a good match, that's naturally for the best. But I still have to say this, in the end this is more like an agreement of mutual convenience. Don't invest too much real emotion. When it's time to part ways, the deeper you're in, the harder it will be to walk away. Sun Qian responded softly. Lin, I understand what you mean. But even if we don't end up together in the end, it's not a big deal. After all, you're our matchmaker. We're bound to run into each other often. If we can't be lovers, we can still be friends. It's not easy to find someone you truly like. Chen Meilin looked at her, her tone lightening. I'm glad you see it that way. It's not about selling yourself short, and it leaves room for the future. Honestly, I think you two make a great couple. It'd be wonderful if you could be together. Sun Qian replied. Lin, let's just leave it to fate. You always say so many things are destined. If that's true, then the outcome of whether we end up together has already been decided, hasn't it? Chen Meilin gently pinched her cheek. You've got a surprisingly clear grasp on things. Then she turned to Jiang Yang. Since there's nothing else to discuss, Qian and I are off shopping. Jiang Yang, you should head home and get some rest. Prepare yourself. Jiang Yang nodded slightly. Understood. Chen Meilin then asked Sun Qian softly, is your ovulation period coming up? A faint blush crept across Sun Qian's cheeks, and she replied in a soft voice, it should be soon, in the next day or two. Chen Meilin turned to Jiang Yang. Want to come shopping with us? We can pick up a few outfits for you two. Jiang Yang thought for a moment. He had nothing else planned today, so he answered, sure, but the three of us won't fit in one car. What are you driving? Sun Qian suddenly spoke up, a touch of excitement in her voice. I drove my G-Wagon here. Let's take my car. Chen Meilin looked at her, a glint of amusement in her eyes. All right, Qian, let Jiang Yang drive your car. Sun Qian nodded obediently. Okay, you two go on ahead, Chen Meilin said, glancing at her diamond-encrusted wristwatch. I have a few things to take care of. I'll meet you at the usual place. Sun Qian waved goodbye to Chen Meilin. Alright, see you later, Lin. With that, she turned and headed toward the main entrance, her skirt swaying lightly against the floor like a graceful deer. Jiang Yang caught up with a few quick steps, falling into stride beside her. Sunlight streamed through the glass ceiling of the hotel lobby, casting interwoven shadows at their feet. He turned his head and asked, Qian, where do you live? I'm at Longhu Garden on the First Ring Road, Sun Qian replied, glancing up at him before quickly looking down again. It's not too far from here. Jiang Yang asked casually, so what do you like to do in your free time? I'm pretty much a homebody, Sun Qian admitted. She gently tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. Most of the time I like staying and reading and painting. Other times I go shopping and get spa treatments with Lin, and occasionally I travel. As they chatted, they arrived at the parking lot. A pristine white Mercedes-Benz G-Wagon sat there, spotless and gleaming. Sun Qian pulled the car keys from her delicate handbag and handed them to Jiang Yang. Her fingertips inadvertently brushed against his hand, and a subtle electric current seemed to pass between them. Both paused for a moment, and Sun Qian's face flushed even deeper. Here you go, Sun Qian said, pressing the keys into Jiang Yang's hand. He took them, opened the door, and slid into the driver's seat, which still held a trace of warmth from the sun. Sun Qian settled into the passenger seat, obediently fastening her seatbelt. She turned to Jiang Yang and asked, so what about you? What are your hobbies? Jiang Yang adjusted his seat as he replied, I like fishing, playing games, basketball, poker. And I also like fixing computers. With that, he started the engine, which hummed to life with a steady purr as he pulled out of the parking spot. Sun Qian wrinkled her delicate nose, curious. Fixing computers counts as a hobby. Jiang Yang turned to her with a grin. Yeah, I especially love fixing Apple products. It brings me a lot of joy. Sun Qian was amused, her eyes curving into crescent moons. You're quite a character. That's the first time I've heard of someone who enjoys fixing computers as a hobby. The atmosphere in the car instantly became lighter, and Jiang Yang's grip on the steering wheel unconsciously relaxed. Sun Qian didn't feel like she was 28 at all, though she seemed more like a young girl. Jiang Yang asked very casually, Qian, if you don't mind me asking, before you got married, did you ever date anyone? Sun Qian's fingers hesitated for a moment before she gave a slight nod. I did once, but we broke up. Because of Lin. Jiang Yang pressed further. What happened? Sun Qian was silent for a moment before speaking slowly. It was when I was a freshman in college. There was a guy pursuing me, good-looking, from a well-off family. He chased me for a few months, and I eventually said yes. One time I was shopping with my boyfriend, and we ran into Lin by chance. We went to the same high school, and even though we'd never interacted, I remembered her because so many guys in school had a crush on her. I thought it was a nice coincidence, so I went over to say hi. Turns out she knew who I was from school. Sun Qian's tone softened as she recalled. What I didn't expect was that she knew my boyfriend too. She told me he was a player, that he'd even pursued her before, and she shared a lot of his dirt with me. I was shocked. When I checked things out, everything she said was true, so I broke up with him immediately. Jiang Yang let out a knowing, oh. A hint of gratitude filled Sun Qian's eyes. I'm really thankful to Lin. Another time a classmate tricked me into going to a KTV, saying it was a get-together. It turned out I was supposed to accompany clients for drinks. Before I knew it, I was drunk, and then two men were helping me walk out. Luckily, Lin happened to be singing in the next booth with her friends. She saw what was happening, didn't hesitate for a second, and with her friends' help she got me out of there. If she hadn't, I would have been violated. Sun Qian gently clutched the hem of her skirt and continued, since then I've regarded Sister Lin as my own elder sister. She's truly been good to me, teaching me so much about the ways of the world. Without her, I dare not imagine where I'd be now. Perhaps I'd have strayed down the wrong path and made a complete mess of my life. Jiang Yang shifted the topic, a hint of probing in his tone. So this time when you got married, you chose someone so much older. Was it for the money? It was Sister Lin who taught me that, Sun Qian replied without hesitation. She told me that if a woman wants happiness in the future, she should marry a wealthy man and not ruin her life over a fleeting emotional impulse. Later, after Sister Lin got married, she kept me by her side, giving me simple work at the hotel and paying me a very generous salary. So this time you're still following her advice? Jiang Yang asked again. A faint smile curved at the corners of Sun Qian's lips as she nodded. Yes, but there's also my own reason. You really are my type. If you like me too, I hope we can be together. If not, I hope we can at least be friends. Jiang Yang smiled and asked, so do you plan to follow Lin's example and never marry again? Sun Qian was silent for a moment before saying, I actually don't want to live alone. Sister Lin told me that a woman should only marry someone who truly loves her to find happiness. Now if I marry, it will be to the man I love. If I never meet him, then I simply won't marry. Listening to her words, Jiang Yang realized she indeed lacked a mind of her own. International Finance Center, one of the most renowned shopping destinations in the Magic City. After parking the car in the lot, Jiang Yang stepped out. Sun Qian also got out and walked over to him, saying, let's go to the cafe and wait for Sister Lin. With that, she walked ahead. Jiang Yang followed and took her hand, asking, do you two come here often? A look of happiness spread across Sun Qian's face. Yeah, this is our most frequent spot, but we go other places too. They walked side by side into the cafe on the first floor where warm amber light fell upon Sun Qian's pretty cheeks. She asked softly, "What kind of coffee do you usually like?" Jiang Yang waved his hand. "I'll skip it. Lin will probably be here soon." Sun Qian blinked and whispered, "Since you're not drinking, let's just wander around a bit. She'll call me when she arrives." Soon they passed a meticulously decorated men's clothing store. Sun Qian's eyes lit up, and she pulled Jiang Yang inside. "Let me pick out some new outfits for you." Jiang Yang waved his hand. "No need, I have plenty of clothes in my closet." Sun Qian asked softly, "Do all guys hate shopping that much?" Jiang Yang said casually, "I'm fine with it. I do shop occasionally, but I always know exactly what I want beforehand. I pick it up and leave. Unlike you girls who can take forever browsing." Sun Qian laughed. "That's true. When Sister Lin and I shop, we can go from one end of the street to the other. She always ends up buying a ton of stuff. Me, I just like browsing. I buy less. Because I bought a lot before, all gifts from my husband." Jiang Yang asked curiously, "Your husband passed away. Aren't you sad?" Sun Qian said frankly, "He was truly good to me. He pursued me for a full 6 years, and I was so moved that I decided to be with him. Of course I was sad, but he's gone now. Our connection had run its course. Still, I never really loved him. Oh my, it's only been a few minutes, and you're already arm in arm. You two move fast." At that moment, Chen Meilin's voice came from behind, laced with playful amusement. Sun Qian's cheeks flushed. She shook her body shyly, then turned to Chen Meilin and said, "Sister Lin, maybe we shouldn't have him accompany us shopping." "Why?" "Afraid he's in the way." Chen Meilin walked over to her side and raised an eyebrow. "No, not at all." Sun Qian muttered softly. "I'm just worried he'll get tired if we shop too long." "Oh, we've only been shopping for a few minutes, and you're already feeling sorry for him. At this rate, I doubt you'll ever be able to live without him." Chen Meilin teased her deliberately. Sun Qian smiled gently. "That's not true." Chen Meilin turned to Jiang Yang, who was watching with a smile, and teased, "Didn't you say you had great stamina before? Today you'll accompany us for a proper shopping spree, and we'll pick out some new clothes for you too." Jiang Yang nodded lightly. "All right, let's shop then. But honestly, there's nothing I really want. You two just pick what you like." Chen Meilin laughed and patted Jiang Yang's arm, her tone playfully reproachful. "You don't have to pay for anything, so just grab whatever catches your eye." With that, she pulled Sun Qian closer and winked at her. "First, let's pick him out a watch to match his outfit." Sun Qian nodded obediently. "Sure." The three of them walked into a Patek Philippe boutique where the soft lighting made the timepieces in the display cases look even more exquisite. This was Jiang Yang's first time stepping foot into such a top-tier watch store. As he walked to the men's section, the price tags in the glass cases made his eyelids twitch slightly. The cheapest was over 100,000, while the most expensive exceeded 10 million. He turned to Chen Meilin and said, "Lin, I don't usually wear watches. No need to buy me one." "That's just your usual habit," Chen Meilin said dismissively, waving her hand. "A man needs a decent watch to make an impression. Consider it a welcome gift from Qianqian. Just pick one." Jiang Yang frowned, his tone turning serious. "There's really no need. I honestly don't have the habit of wearing watches." With that, he turned and walked out. Chen Meilin followed him out, somewhat exasperated. "You really are something. Turning down a gift that's handed to you. It's not that I'm refusing it. It's just that I genuinely wouldn't use it," Jiang Yang explained. "Wearing one feels uncomfortable." Chen Meilin pressed on. "Then what do you actually like?" Jiang Yang thought for a moment and said, "There's nothing I particularly want. I already have everything I need." "You need to update your spending mindset," Chen Meilin said with a smile. "You're at least the general manager of a 5-star hotel now." Jiang Yang replied with a smile, "When I really find something I want to buy, I'll buy it myself." Seeing his firm stance, Chen Meilin had no choice but to drop it. "Fine then. You wait here, Qianqian, and I will take another look." Jiang Yang had never understood the logic of women shopping. Even when they had no intention of buying, they could spend ages in a store studying a piece of jewelry or a dress for a long time, their eyes gleaming brighter than for anything else. He looked through the boutique's glass door, where Chen Meilin was pointing at a watch and saying something to Sun Qian, who nodded from time to time. He suddenly realized that perhaps this was their joy. It had nothing to do with buying, but simply savoring the unhurried moments. Jiang Yang felt that with 4 campus Belle-level beauties by his side, he had no need for luxury goods to attract the opposite sex. He walked over to a lounge chair and sat down, aimlessly watching the people passing by. In the past, when he came here, he'd noticed plenty of pretty girls. But now they all seemed so ordinary. None of them could compare to the 4 girls around him. He knew it was because his standards had risen. Just then a girl walked toward him. She smiled gently and greeted him, "Hello, handsome. Can I add you on WeChat?" Jiang Yang appraised the girl before him. She looked young with delicate features, worthy of a score above 80. He shook his head politely. "Sorry, I have a girlfriend." "Oh." The anticipation in the girl's eyes faded instantly. She turned and walked away with a hint of disappointment. Jiang Yang watched her retreating figure, his heart undisturbed. He had been approached before, but most were plain-looking. Someone this refined was rare. As he was about to look away, a familiar figure caught his eye, Wu Tao. Wu Tao was accompanied by a girl in a pink dress, her long hair cascading over her shoulders, her waist slender. Her makeup was exquisitely applied, her beauty also ranking above 80. Curious about where Wu Tao had found such a girl, Jiang Yang stood up and called out from a few steps away, "Taozi." Wu Tao turned at the sound, his eyes lighting up when he saw him. He hurried over. Jiang Yang, what are you doing here? Jiang Yang replied casually, just shopping with a friend. Wu Tao winked suggestively. That sister-in-law of yours? No, another friend. Jiang Yang deflected his gaze, drifting to the girl in the distance. Who's that girl? Wu Tao said nonchalantly, met her online. We're on a blind date. Jiang Yang raised an eyebrow. What's she looking for? Wu Tao said with a smug look. She said her family is well off with 3 apartments in Magic City. Her parents are in business, and they're pressuring her to marry. She wants to marry someone with good character and a compatible personality. Money doesn't matter. Come on, Jiang Yang scoffed. There's no such thing these days. Don't get fooled. It's true. And I'm the lucky one who found her. Wu Tao patted his chest. Relax, I'm sharp. No way I'd get scammed. Jiang Yang knew his nature, persuasion was futile. He changed the subject. By the way, I've been busy lately. I wanted to talk to you about something. Report to Jungle Hotel tomorrow. I've arranged a position for you in the admin department. Starting salary is $15,000 a month. We'll adjust it when a better position opens up and your pay will rise too. Jungle Hotel. Wu Tao's eyes widened. The 5-star one by the sea. Jiang Yang nodded. You arranged this for me. Wu Tao looked skeptical. Since when do you have that kind of pull, eh? I know someone there. Jiang Yang didn't elaborate. It's better than delivering food. At least you can save up and find a decent girl later. Or were you serious? Wu Tao still didn't believe it, reaching out to feel his forehead. No fever. I'll send you the HR manager's WeChat later. It's all arranged. Jiang Yang brushed his hand away. You'll see when you get there. Oh, and cancel your apartment lease. Find a place near the hotel. It'll be more convenient. Wu Tao was stunned for a moment, then a wide grin spread across his face. He gave Jiang Yang a light punch on the shoulder. Man, you've made it big, haven't you? You're a real friend. Jiang Yang glanced at the girl again. I have a feeling this blind date isn't reliable. Keep your wits about you. Once you're working at the hotel, there'll be plenty of single women around. Wu Tao nodded vigorously, excitement gleaming in his eyes. All right. We'll get going then. Maybe I'll make some progress tonight. Heh. He winked at Jiang Yang, his unfinished words full of implication. Jiang Yang quickly cautioned him. Take it easy. Don't get yourself into trouble. Don't do anything foolish. Don't worry, I know exactly what I'm doing. Wu Tao waved his hand with a grin, then strode over to the girl. The two walked side by side toward the other end of the mall, their figures soon swallowed by the crowd. Jiang Yang watched them disappear, a slight frown creasing his brow. There was something unreal about this blind date. A girl from a good family wouldn't so readily go out with a stranger. Once Wu Tao started at the hotel and met more people, he'd find the right girl. As he mused, footsteps sounded behind him. Chun Meilin and Sun Qian walked over. Chun Meilin lightly tapped his shoulder, her eyes crinkling with amusement. Staring at some beauty again. You look so captivated. Jiang Yang turned his gaze, landing on the two women. He smiled. Apart from you two, there's no beauty here worth staring at. Chun Meilin raised an eyebrow. Such a smooth talker. Sun Qian then stepped forward, offering a deep blue velvet box. We got you a watch. Her voice was soft. Jiang Yang was taken aback. He hadn't expected their shopping trip to be for him. Words of refusal formed in his throat, but died there. He accepted the box. Thank you, Sun Qian. You shouldn't have spent so much. Open it. See if you like it. If not, we can still exchange it. Sun Qian's eyes held a hint of expectation. Jiang Yang lifted the lid as instructed and was momentarily blinded by the brilliance within. It was the fully diamond-encrusted Patek Philippe. He had seen it in the store earlier, priced at over 3 million. He instinctively closed the box and looked up at Sun Qian. Qian, this is too precious. I can't accept it. I'm glad you like it. Sun Qian seemed unconcerned, taking the watch from the box and gently reaching for his wrist. Let me put it on for you. Her fingertips were cool against his skin. Jiang Yang instinctively flinched, but she held his wrist steady with a gentle touch. As the clasp clicked into place, Chun Meilin chuckled from the side. Jiang Yang, don't underestimate Sun Qian. She's worth billions now. With her, you'll never have to worry about anything. Billions? Jiang Yang was stunned. He remembered Chun Meilin mentioning a few $100 million before. Could it be? In dollars? The thought made his heart skip a beat. No wonder she was so generous. Sun Qian finished adjusting the watch and appraised it. It fits perfectly. It really suits you. Jiang Yang looked at the watch on his wrist, the diamonds refracting tiny shards of light under the glow. Yet his heart felt uneasy. He took a deep breath and said earnestly, Qian, once I'm capable, I'll give you a grand gift in return. Sun Qian smiled. All right, I'll be waiting. Chun Meilin then took Sun Qian's hand and said cheerfully, come on, let's get some clothes and make Qian's boyfriend even more handsome. Sun Qian said softly, he's already handsome enough. Jiang Yang walked beside Chun Meilin and said, no need for clothes. The watch is more than enough. Chun Meilin retorted, why are you being so frugal with her money? She can't spend it all anyway. Just take whatever she buys you. Just then Sun Qian spoke up. Lin, I'm going to the restroom. Do you want to come? Chun Meilin replied, no, I'll pass. All right, I'll be right back. With that, she headed toward the restroom. Chun Meilin eyed Jiang Yang. Still hung up on your Ming Ming? Jiang Yang replied, yeah, I really am. Then here's my advice, be with Sun Qian and keep Ming Ming on the side. Sun Qian suddenly inherited all that money and has no idea how to manage it. She's always wanted to be a full-time housewife raising kids. She has no head for business. Besides, Sun Qian probably won't care what you do outside. Jiang Yang asked curiously, why wouldn't she care? Chen Meilin remarked indifferently, Sun Qian and I are completely different people. You'll understand once you get to know her deeper. Jiang Yang raised an eyebrow, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. Deeper, you say? Chen Meilin blinked, puzzled. What do you mean deeper? Jiang Yang deliberately dragged out his words, his tone laced with teasing. I mean, the kind of understanding that's 9 shallow and 1 deep. Can't you be serious for once? Chen Meilin frowned, reaching out to pinch his arm with moderate force. I'm trying to talk to you about something important. Jiang Yang laughed and conceded. All right, I'll listen. Getting to know her deeper, got it. Chen Meilin withdrew her hand, her gaze fixed on him, her tone turning more earnest. But seriously, you really fit the old saying, a rich man is a lost man. Jiang Yang leaned in, his voice carrying a playful, placating tone. That depends on the person. As long as you can satisfy me, why would I ever look elsewhere? Cut it out. Chen Meilin rolled her eyes, though a hint of indulgence crept into her words. I've heard that line 1,000 times if I've heard it once. I'm telling you, stop letting your mind wander. Focus your energy on Sun Qian. She paused, then continued. I've seen more of the world than you have. Sun Qian is genuinely good. That Ming Ming of yours is decent, but Sun Qian has a solid family background. She's ready-made. Jiang Yang didn't take the bait, instead moving closer. Lin, I still want to be with you. How about 3 times a day? Chen Meilin squinted at him. And can you guarantee you won't cheat? I swear. Jiang Yang nodded vigorously. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old? Chen Meilin poked his forehead. It's impossible for us. Settle down with Qian. Seeing her firm stance, Jiang Yang's eyes darkened before he finally nodded. Fine, I'll listen to you. That's more like it. Would I ever steer you wrong? Chen Meilin immediately brightened, her tone lightening. Think about it. There are plenty of pretty girls, but most are just empty shells with nothing inside. Sun Qian is different. She's beautiful on the outside, but she's also insightful and gentle. She's a rare gem. If you let her get away to someone else, you'll regret it for the rest of your life. Otherwise, I wouldn't have kept her by my side for so long. Jiang Yang glanced around and lowered his voice. She doesn't know about us, does she? Chen Meilin gave a slight shake of her head. No, she doesn't. Don't tell her. There's no need. Has yours shown a result yet? Jiang Yang asked again. Not yet. It should be any day now, Chen Meilin replied casually. Want me to put in some more effort, give you a little charge? Jiang Yang winked. Chen Meilin let out a cold laugh. Not needed, Jiang Yang said with a smile. A computer can't just sit idle, you know. It'll break down. Chen Meilin shot him a glare. If it breaks, I'll fix it myself. Jiang Yang asked with a sly grin. And how would you do that? Chen Meilin frowned slightly and gave his leg a light kick. Why are you so annoying? Jiang Yang asked cheerfully. Lost your desire already? Chen Meilin said with a straight face. There is a way for us to be together. If you can do it, then by all means go ahead. Jiang Yang's eyes lit up. What is it? Chen Meilin smiled. You castrate yourself. Damn. Jiang Yang was speechless. If I did that, what would be the point of being with you, eh? Chen Meilin also grinned mischievously. Don't you still have your tongue? She covered her mouth and laughed. Jiang Yang joked, you're a freak. Chen Meilin stopped laughing and turned serious. Honestly, I'd like to be with you too. But with my personality, if we got married, I would never allow you to have any contact with other women. If you ever cheated, I might not kill you, but I would definitely castrate you. So it's better we don't get together. Keeping things as they are is fine. Upon hearing her words, he abandoned the thought of them being a couple. He couldn't guarantee he wouldn't cheat. He was even more convinced that Chen Meilin was fully capable of carrying out her threat to castrate him. Even if she didn't do it herself, she could have someone else do it. Just then Sun Qian emerged from the restroom, walked over to Chen Meilin, and said softly, Lin, let's go. Jiang Yang followed behind the two, noticing that Chen Meilin was drawing an incredibly high number of glances. Almost every man who passed by let his gaze linger on her for a few extra seconds. It was no wonder. She was wearing a tight red dress that ended just above her thighs, her long fair legs clad in sheer stockings. Combined with her delicate striking face, she was indeed eye-catching, like a blooming red rose radiating a captivating allure. After walking a few steps, Sun Qian suddenly turned to ask Jiang Yang, what else do you like? Jiang Yang smiled, his tone natural. I like you. Sun Qian's face flushed instantly, even her ears turning a shade of pink. She chided softly, I meant things like clothes or something else. Really no need. Jiang Yang shook the watch on his wrist. A watch is enough for me. Sun Qian then turned to Chen Meilin. Lin, is there anything you want to buy today? Chen Meilin thought for a moment. I've had my eye on a few Chanel outfits. Then I'll buy 2 sets as well, Sun Qian said immediately. Jiang Yang, listening from the side, subtly furrowed his brow. He recalled the days of shopping with Wang Lu. Women, when it came to buying clothes, could spend an hour trying things on in a single store, picking and choosing, endlessly fussy. It seemed that regardless of wealth, women shared the same obsession when it came to buying clothes. He sighed inwardly, mentally preparing himself for an afternoon of accompanying them. As they passed a jewelry store, Sun Qian suddenly stopped, her eyes drawn to a diamond necklace in the window glittering under the lights. She turned to Jiang Yang, her gaze earnest. Jiang Yang, how about I buy you a necklace? Look at that platinum one, it would suit you well. Jiang Yang quickly waved his hand. Really no need. I've never liked wearing that kind of stuff. Having something around my neck always feels cumbersome. Don't buy me anything else. I'd start feeling really embarrassed. Chen Meilin, overhearing this, couldn't help but laugh. By that logic, if someone suddenly gave you 100 million, you wouldn't even know how to spend it. That's not true, Jiang Yang said without hesitation. First I'd buy a house in a good location. Then I'd get a decent car. I'd save the rest. Chen Meilin pressed further. And what if you already had the house and the car? Jiang Yang was taken aback. He hadn't thought about that. A thought crossed his mind. If he had the house and car, the money would probably go to women. As for starting a business, he had no plans. After all, with the system in place, while it didn't give him money, it did reward him with abilities. Besides, he had already decided to be with Sun Qian, and with her substantial family wealth, there was no need to start a business. He said casually, when that time comes, I'll naturally find ways to spend it. It's too early to think about that now. Just then a ringing sound cut through. It was Chen Meilin's phone. The screen lit up with the caller ID, Bao Li, how shall you? She glanced at it, answered the call, and her tone instantly became professional. Shall you, what's the matter? A respectful female voice came through the line. Chairman Chen, today is your routine address session. What time do you plan to arrive this evening? Change it to 6 p.m. tomorrow night. Chen Meilin's voice carried an unquestionable authority. Have everyone assembled. Anyone absent or late will be fired on the spot. All right, I'll inform them right away. After hanging up, Chen Meilin turned to Jiang Yang, her tone softening slightly. Tomorrow night you'll come with me to the club and hold a meeting for the hostesses there. Jiang Yang was stunned. Me? Hold a meeting for them? The highest position he'd ever held was vice monitor in middle school, and the most people he'd ever managed was collecting homework. He'd never faced a scene like this. That's right, Chen Meilin nodded. If you do well, the club might just be put under your management in the future. Jiang Yang's heart skipped a beat. He kept his expression calm, but inwardly he was filled with apprehension. A club. A place full of young women. He couldn't help but wonder, what did those so-called high-end girls actually look like? The few he'd seen in the elevator last time were decent enough, but there were supposedly even more beautiful ones he hadn't seen yet. If he became the general manager there someday. At this thought, Jiang Yang suddenly realized that Chen Meilin wasn't just his confidant, she was his benefactor. Still, he was curious why Chen Meilin would put him in charge of that place, especially since she'd explicitly told him not to fool around. He hadn't planned on fooling around anyway, as it was hard to meet a stunning beauty like Chen Meilin. Jiang Yang asked seriously, but a meeting needs a topic, right? The topic is simple, Chen Meilin said casually. It's just about improving service quality and boosting sales skills. In short, it's about teaching them how to please the customers and make them willing to spend more. Another important matter, we'll implement a bottom-out elimination system. Whoever has the worst performance each month gets fired. Also use your judgment to weed out the girls who don't meet our image standards. Jiang Yang nodded, his fingers unconsciously tracing the watch on his wrist, the cool touch seeping through his skin. He suddenly felt that this unexpected assignment was rather intriguing. Chen Meilin continued, many girls are eager to work at the club now, so we need to let some go and bring in younger replacements. Also, a new members-only club will be opening soon. If you're willing, you could go there too. Jiang Yang asked, how many hostesses are there at the current club? Over 100 women, Chen Meilin replied. Jiang Yang hadn't expected that many. He'd only seen about a dozen in the elevator last time. Moreover, that members-only club would undoubtedly be even more upscale, and the girls there would certainly be more beautiful. Jiang Yang nodded, slightly brimming with confidence. No problem. After saying this, he lowered his voice and asked Chen Meilin. Lin, the club won't get inspected or anything, right? Chen Meilin replied calmly, no one would dare. Jiang Yang's mind was instantly clear. Running a high-end club in Demon City without a formidable background was simply not feasible. She must have cultivated a vast network of connections over the years. Just like those rich second-generation girls he'd met at the club last time, they were all on good terms with her. It was a little past 5 in the afternoon. Jiang Yang carried nearly 20 shopping bags of various sizes in his hands, all filled with new clothes Chen Meilin had bought. His energy was as boundless as a perpetual motion machine. Now, he wasn't tired, but a hint of boredom was written on his face. Seeing this, Chen Meilin teased him, can't handle this little bit. What happened to all that boasting about your stamina? Jiang Yang replied honestly, it's not that I'm tired, but you bought so many clothes. Can you even wear them all? Chen Meilin chuckled lightly. This isn't even a lot. You'd be shocked if you saw my closet. Jiang Yang noticed that her clothes were never the same at any meeting. The styles and fabrics were always exquisite and refined. He imagined her closet must be more extensive than a typical clothing store's display. Sun Qian quietly said from the side, Jiang Yang, if you're tired, you can put the bags in Sister Lin's car first. We'll wait for you here. Jiang Yang shook his head. I'm not tired, just that carrying them is a bit cumbersome. Chen Meilin said, go put the stuff in the car first. We'll head to Mr. Hai's restaurant on the 5th floor for dinner. Tonight we can swim at my hotel and get some exercise. Jiang Yang's eyes lit up. Swimming sounds great. I've been wanting to stretch my muscles. Chen Meilin added, perfect, you can teach Sun Qian. She doesn't know how to swim yet. Jiang Yang said with confidence, no problem, swimming is easy. Chen Meilin fished the car keys out of her bag, her fingers subtly brushing against his trouser pocket as she slipped them inside. The car is just by the roadside. After you drop the stuff off, come straight up to the 5th floor to find us. As Jiang Yang exited the mall's first floor, he immediately spotted Chen Meilin's white Lamborghini parked by the curb. A few young girls were gathered around it holding up their phones to take pictures, chattering away like a flock of sparrows. As he was about to walk over, he caught a familiar figure from the corner of his eye. It was the lowly girl Sun Qian. She was standing on the roadside wearing a pink dress, pristine white stockings, and her hair tied into two playful pigtails that swayed gently with her movements. Jiang Yang walked up behind her and deliberately drawled, "Qian Qian." Sun Qian spun around, her eyes lighting up like stars, unable to hide the joy on her face. "Teacher Jiang, what are you doing here?" "Accompanying a friend to do some shopping," Jiang Yang replied with a smile, countering, "Why aren't you at home? You said you were busy today." Sun Qian pouted, a hint of grievance in her babyish voice. "I was so bored at home alone, so I came out for a stroll. I really was busy." Jiang Yang said, "I'll come find you another day. Are you waiting for someone?" "Yeah, I came with a classmate," Sun Qian said, pointing towards the Lamborghini. "She's over there taking pictures." Jiang Yang glanced at the girls crowded around the car taking photos and asked, "Why aren't you joining them?" "Not interested." Sun Qian's face fell, her voice listless. "If you're not here, I have no mood for anything." Jiang Yang was amused by her. "Once I'm done with my work, I'll come find you. You still need to keep practicing the piano." "I only have the energy to practice when you're here." Sun Qian stomped her foot like a spoiled little rabbit. "When you're not here, I get annoyed just looking at the piano." All right, Jiang Yang said, smiling at her adorable pout. "I'll definitely come tomorrow afternoon. Happy now?" Sun Qian's eyes immediately curved into crescents. "Great. You have to come. What if you don't?" Jiang Yang replied, "I'll be there. I keep my word." Just then a girl with a ponytail walked over to Sun Qian. She looked at Jiang Yang, curiously tugging at Sun Qian's arm and asking, "Qian Qian, who's this?" Sun Qian responded with a smile, "This is my piano teacher." The girl's face lit up with surprise. "Wow, he's really handsome." Jiang Yang was pondering over the system task, knowing that rewards could only be unlocked by completing it. It seemed he had to win over Sun Qian to unlock the reward. He sent a message to Chen Meilin on his phone, Lin, I need to go handle something." Chen Meilin's reply popped up, "What is it?" "Meng Meng is looking for me. Don't mention Meng Meng to Sun Qian yet. I'll explain later." "Okay, see you at the swimming pool." Jiang Yang put his phone away and turned his gaze to Sun Qian. Her twin ponytails swayed gently in the breeze, her pink skirt hugging her thighs, shimmering with a pearlescent luster under the post-rain sunlight. Jiang Yang said with a smile, "Sun Qian, want to go for a ride?" Sun Qian's eyes widened instantly like two black grapes, and she said happily, "Sure. Where are we going?" "Get in first," Jiang Yang said, walking to the sports car and opening the front trunk to pack away more than 20 shopping bags. Sun Qian was astonished. She walked over to Jiang Yang and asked, "Teacher Jiang, is this your car?" "A friend's," Jiang Yang said nonchalantly, then opened the passenger door for her and said, "Get in." Sun Qian's classmate stood rooted to the spot, never dreaming that the car belonged to Jiang Yang. Jiang Yang nodded at her. "Sorry, classmate, you'll have to make your own way back. I'm taking Sun Qian for a spin." With that, he slid into the driver's seat and started the engine with a single press. The sports car roared to life. Inside the car, Sun Qian clutched her skirt tightly and asked timidly, "Teacher Jiang, what exactly do you do?" "Tutoring is just a side job," Jiang Yang said, smiling at her. Sunlight streamed through the sunroof, casting dappled patterns on her collarbone. "You'll find out in time." Sun Qian swallowed hard and secretly took in the car's interior. The clock on the center console gleamed with a cold light, and even the air vents were crafted like works of art. It was the first time she had ever ridden in such an expensive car. The warmth of the leather seats seeped through her stockings, reminding her of the touch of a piano's lacquered finish. Jiang Yang casually asked, "Sun Qian, what do your parents do?" "My parents." Sun Qian began, her voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz. "My mom sells cosmetics at the mall, and my dad drives a bus." Jiang Yang noticed her fingers tracing circles on her knees, her knuckles turning white. He slowed the car and turned into a tree-lined street, shadows of the plane trees dancing on her face. "What about you? What do you want to do in the future, eh?" Sun Qian bit her lip and whispered, "I want to be an internet celebrity." Jiang Yang asked curiously, "Why do you want to be an internet celebrity?" "Just for the money." Sun Qian's ears turned crimson red. "Yeah, I want to make money." Jiang Yang said plainly, "Being an internet celebrity isn't that easy. Besides the piano, what other talents do you have?" Sun Qian thought for a moment and said, "I also know how to do makeup. I could be a beauty influencer and cosplay different characters." Jiang Yang praised her. "That's pretty impressive. As it happens, I might have something I need your help with." Sun Qian asked curiously, "What is it?" Jiang Yang replied, "I'll tell you later." Sun Qian hummed in acknowledgement. 2 hours later, the car pulled up steadily in front of Sun Qian's apartment building. The setting sun stretched long shadows across the ground. Jiang Yang unbuckled his seatbelt and said, "Well, I'll be off then." But Sun Qian suddenly reached out and grabbed his sleeve, her fingertips gently curling, her voice soft and tender. "Teacher Jiang, no one's home. Why don't you stay for a bit before you go?" Jiang Yang looked at the anticipation in her eyes, which seemed to hold two little stars, and couldn't help but nod. "All right." Sun Qian immediately broke into a radiant smile. They arrived at Sun Qian's doorstep. She unlocked the door, stepped inside, and rummaged through the shoe cabinet to pull out a pair of brand new pink slippers with a little rabbit embroidered on the front. She placed them on the floor and said, "Were these? They're clean." Jiang Yang changed into the slippers and walked into the living room, taking in the small but tidy space. He asked casually, "Don't your parents get off work quite late?" Sun Qian nodded, then turned and dashed towards her bedroom. She stopped at the doorway, turned back, and beckoned to him. "Come on, take a look at my room." Jiang Yang followed her. As the bedroom door swung open, a sea of pink nearly dazzled his eyes. A pink princess bed, a pink wardrobe, even the desk lamp was a blend of pink and white. The air was filled with a faint scent of cherry blossoms, as if he had stumbled into a small world made of cotton candy. "You really like pink, huh?" he said, walking over to the bed and sitting down. The mattress was soft, sinking slightly under his weight. "Yet it feels warm and cozy." Sun Qian stood by the wardrobe, twisting the hem of her clothes with her fingers, a faint blush spreading across her cheeks. Jiang Yang looked at her like that, his heart feeling as if a cat were scratching it. He deliberately teased her. "You insisted on me coming today. Is there something you want to tell me?" Sun Qian pursed her lips into a smile, her eyes curving into crescents. "I bought a new outfit. I wanted you to see it." The setting sun outside the window streamed through the sheer curtains, casting mottled light and shadows on the floor. The scent of cherry blossoms in the air mingled with her own scent, creating a sweetness that was intoxicating. Jiang Yang asked curiously, "Oh, another cosplay outfit?" "Yep," Sun Qian said, opening the wardrobe door. Just as she was about to reach inside, her wrist was gently caught by Jiang Yang. He pulled her into his embrace in one smooth motion. The girl's body was soft, carrying the faint, clean scent of shampoo. Jiang Yang looked down at her instantly flushed cheeks and spoke in a voice that was both gentle and tender. "Clothes could never compare to you. I'd rather look at you." Sun Qian's face grew even hotter, turning as red as an apple. Watching her shy expression, Jiang Yang leaned in and kissed her deeply. The moment their lips met, Sun Qian froze as if under a spell, her entire body going rigid. Jiang Yang could clearly feel her trembling like a fledgling bird just breaking out of its shell in early spring, filled with a hint of bewildered panic. His kiss was very light, like a feather brushing against a petal, cautiously exploring, as if afraid to disturb this sudden sweetness. Sun Qian's eyelashes fluttered, then her eyelids slowly closed, casting a small shadow beneath them. Her initially tense body gradually relaxed like melting cotton candy, leaning softly against him. Her lips carried the faint fragrance of lip balm mixed with a unique, youthful sweetness. He gently cupped the back of her neck and deepened the kiss. It was not an urgent conquest, but a tender cherishing, as if handling a rare treasure. Sun Qian's mind went completely blank, leaving only the warm sensation from their touching lips and the faint, distinctive scent of Jiang Yang. It was a reassuring scent, like a blanket that had been dried in the sun or the freshness of grass after rain. Instinctively, she raised her hand and gently grasped the front of his shirt, her fingertips trembling slightly. After a moment, Jiang Yang slipped his hand beneath her clothing. Sun Qian's face flushed so deeply it seemed ready to drip blood, a sensation she had never experienced before. Outside the window, the setting sun had completely sunk below the horizon, and the pink desk lamp inside the room cast a warm, cozy glow. The light stretched their embracing shadows long across the room. Sun Qian clenched her fists, every muscle in her body pulled taut, like a bowstring drawn to its limit. Her heart pounded wildly in her chest, the thumping sound nearly drowning out everything around her. Her mind was a blank expanse, leaving only the searing sensation on her skin to spread outward. Soon a tingling numbness washed over her like a tide flowing from the point of contact and suffusing her entire body. The tension that had gripped her moments ago melted away, and her frame went soft, slumping instinctively and pressing closer into Jiang Yang's embrace. Moonlight filtered through the gauze curtains, casting fine silver specks across the floor. The room was so still that the only sound was their intermingled breathing, laced with a faint, moist warmth, intimate and clinging like sugar that refused to dissolve. An hour later, Sun Qian lay languidly nestled in Jiang Yang's arms, her cheeks flushed and still bearing the remnants of warmth, her breath coming in shallow gasps like a kitten basking lazily in the sun. Jiang Yang bent down and pressed a gentle kiss to her forehead, his voice tender enough to melt. "Qian, you're wonderful." Sun Qian burrowed deeper into his embrace, her fingertip playfully poking his chest as she chided with a hint of shy reproach. "You're so bad. You said you'd only look." Jiang Yang let out a low chuckle, the vibration of his chest warming her through their pressed skin. "Who told you to be so beautiful? I couldn't help myself. You always pick on me." Sun Qian's voice was muffled as she nuzzled into the crook of his neck, her words as light as a feather, yet her arms tightened around him, pulling him closer as if trying to melt into his very being. Jiang Yang looked at her blushing earlobes, unable to resist another kiss, his fingers brushing through her slightly tousled hair. "It's my fault. Next time I'll hold back." His words were sincere, but the mirth in his eyes was unmistakable. He glanced at his watch, the hour hand having slipped past 8, and said softly, "I should go. If your parents come back and see me here, it won't be good." Sun Qian immediately lifted her head, a sheen of moisture glistening in her eyes like a puppy unwilling to see its owner leave. "Stay a little longer. Just a little while. Be good." Jiang Yang gave her cheek a gentle squeeze, soft and warm. I'll come see you tomorrow. Sun Qian pressed her lips together, nodding reluctantly, then pressed further. You promise you'll come tomorrow, right? Jiang Yang paused, recalling the new quest that had just appeared in his system, and said with a hint of resignation, tomorrow might not work. Let me contact you when I'm done, okay? As he spoke, he threw off the covers and got out of bed. While getting dressed, a thought struck him, and he turned back to ask, Qian, do you have any pocket money? Sun Qian blinked. Why, aren't you into cosplay costumes? Jiang Yang adjusted his collar, his tone casual. If you like them, buy some more. I'll give you the money. Sun Qian shook her head, speaking earnestly. No, my mom won't let me buy any more. All right, Jiang Yang didn't push it. If you're ever short on cash, just tell me. Don't be shy with me. Just then a system notification chimed in his ear. Ding! Congratulations, host, on experiencing the joy of tutoring. Reward: unfailing tolerance of 1,000 cups skill. New quest: experience the joy of running a street stall. Reward will be granted upon completion. Jiang Yang inwardly chuckled. This new quest was certainly down to earth. A street stall. In all his life he had never run a street stall. After getting dressed, he walked to the bedside where Sun Qian, wrapped in a blanket, sat with eyes sparkling as she gazed up at him. Jiang Yang said gently, Baby, I'm heading out. Sun Qian asked softly, Sweetheart, are you really coming tomorrow? Not sure. I might have to go on a business trip. Jiang Yang gently stroked her head. Where are you going? Sun Qian pressed her eyes full of curiosity. Out of town. I'll message you on WeChat. Jiang Yang ruffled her hair. If you're really short on money, come to me. Don't tough it out alone. I'm not short on money, Sun Qian said with a smile, her eyes curving into crescent moons. Jiang Yang gave her lips a light peck, his voice soft. Call me anytime if anything comes up. An hour later, the lobby of Junel Hotel blazed with lights, crystal chandeliers refracting a dazzling radiance. As Jiang Yang stepped through the door, he heard the melodious strains of a piano. Zhou Jiai sat before the instrument, her fingers dancing across the black and white keys, her expression focused. His gaze swept across the room and landed on Wang Mengmeng, who stood not far away, engaged in conversation with a middle-aged man. The man in his 40s wore a black casual outfit and appeared relatively refined, though his eyes kept lingering on Wang Mengmeng with a hint of scrutiny. Jiang Yang walked over and naturally took his place beside Wang Mengmeng, asking, Who's this? Wang Mengmeng turned to look at him, her tone uncertain. He says he's a talent scout. He mentioned a role he wants me to play as the lead actress. The middle-aged man immediately swiveled, a warm smile spreading across his face as he asked Wang Mengmeng, Young lady, and who might this be? I'm her boyfriend. Jiang Yang replied, curtly sizing up the man with an impassive demeanor. The middle-aged man hurriedly stepped half a pace closer, a beaming smile on his face as he extended his hand in greeting. Hello. I'm Wu Bin, an agent from Zheng Kaisen Film Company. Jiang Yang mused inwardly. He'd heard of talent scouts, but this was a first. He extended his hand with studied indifference, letting their fingers barely brush before pulling back. If you have something to say it to me. Wu Bin's smile widened, his body leaning forward slightly with a deliberately earnest tone. Well, you see, our company is casting for a new drama we've just started pre-production on. We're holding open auditions. I spotted your girlfriend right away. Her look, her temperament, it's as if the female lead was tailor-made for her. So I wanted to ask, is it a web series? Jiang Yang cut him off, one eyebrow arching slightly. Yes, a web series. That's what the young folks love these days. Wu Bin nodded hastily, a shrewd glint flashing in his eyes. What's the title? For now it's set as My Days Living with the School Beauty. As Wu Bin said this, his gaze once again swept over Wang Mengmeng. Jiang Yang's brow furrowed at the title, the corners of his mouth turning down. Sounds like one of those wish fulfillment flicks. It's adapted from a novel. Wu Bin hastily explained, pulling a folder from his briefcase. Tell you what, I brought the script. Why don't you two take a look? I guarantee the role is a crowd pleaser. No need. Jiang Yang waved his hand dismissively, his tone final. My girlfriend isn't doing this. Wu Bin was visibly taken aback, clearly not expecting such a blunt refusal. His smile froze for a split second before he quickly plastered it back on. Bro, this is a rare opportunity. The pay is 300,000. And with your girlfriend's looks, she's guaranteed to blow up after this. Then we're talking tens of millions in future paychecks. Easily. Find someone else. With that, Jiang Yang took Wang Mengmeng's hand and walked away. After a few steps, she whispered, Honey, why won't you let me try? Her fingers gently scratched his palm, tinged with confusion. Jiang Yang turned to look at her, clearly seeing the curiosity in her eyes. You really want to act? Wang Mengmeng bit her lower lip, gently nodded, and lowered her voice, speaking with a cautious, tentative tone. I just thought. It's always good to earn a bit more money. Jiang Yang looked at her earnest expression, his heart softening, as if soaked in warm water, melting into a puddle of tenderness. He reached out and pinched her cheek, his fingertips touching that delicate warmth. I'll earn the money. That kind of show is a mess, it's not for you. He knew very well that it was likely a pretense for casting, a scheme to take advantage of her, to force Wang Mengmeng into a compromising position. Even if it were a legitimate crew, that kind of show would inevitably involve kissing and intimate scenes. Just the thought of Wang Mengmeng getting close to someone else made him feel uneasy all over. His woman. He didn't even want another person to touch her fingertip. As for himself, he had no intention of becoming an actor either. The two of them walked over to Zhou Jia. Jiang Yang asked with a smile, "How does it feel here?" Zhou Jia looked up, a hint of contentment in her eyes. "It's great. It's quiet here, and it's comfortable to play the piano." "That's good to hear," Jiang Yang nodded, his tone caring. "Don't overdo it. 2 hours a day is enough." "It's fine," Zhou Jia waved her hand dismissively. "There's nothing to do after school anyway. Here I can also earn some pocket money." Wang Mingming linked her arm with Jiang Yang's and shook it playfully. "Honey, shall we go home together later?" Jiang Yang thought for a moment, then said, "You two head back first. I still have some things to handle at the hotel." "All right then," Wang Mingming replied softly without asking further. Jiang Yang suddenly remembered something and said to them, "By the way, if you're not busy, take some time to learn how to drive. It'll be more convenient for getting around later." Wang Mingming's eyes lit up instantly. "Right? I've been wanting to learn for ages." She turned to Zhou Jia. "Jia, what do you think?" Zhou Jia hesitated for a moment, then said in a small voice, "But I have classes during the day and learning to drive seems time-consuming. Besides, I don't have enough money yet." "I have money. You can pay me back once you've earned some," Jiang Yang said with a smile. "And about the piano, why would you need to find a teacher when I'm here? I can teach you. I guarantee I'm more professional than your school teachers." Zhou Jia's eyes widened in surprise. "Brother Jiang Yang, you can play the piano too?" "Of course," Jiang Yang said nonchalantly. Wang Mingming also blinked with curiosity. "Honey, when did you learn to play the piano?" "How come I didn't know?" Jiang Yang raised an eyebrow, feigning mystery. "This is nothing. There's a lot I know how to do." "Then play something for me." Wang Mingming immediately became excited and pulled him towards the piano. Zhou Jia also stood up, curiously giving up her seat. "Brother Jiang Yang, go ahead and play. I'd like to listen too." Jiang Yang sat down steadily in front of the piano, his fingertips gently resting on the black and white keys. He turned to Wang Mingming and asked, "What do you want to hear?" Wang Mingming tilted her head, thought for a moment, and smiled with anticipation. "Anything as long as it's you playing." Jiang Yang's fingertips paused briefly on the keys, then a series of lively notes flowed out like crushed starlight falling on water, stirring up layers of ripples. The melody of Love Confession Balloon spread from under his fingers, carrying the romantic aura of Paris streets, lingering and intertwining beneath the crystal chandeliers of the lobby. Wang Mingming stood by the piano staring at him without blinking. Jiang Yang, who was usually a bit casual, was now slightly lowering his head, his eyelashes casting a shallow shadow under his eyes. His fingertips danced over the keys smoothly and gently, and even the aura around him seemed to soften. She suddenly realized she had never seen him like this before, focused, serene, as if hiding an ocean within. Zhou Jia was also stunned, her fingers unconsciously moving lightly along with the melody. Having studied piano for so long, she could naturally discern Jiang Yang's skill. It wasn't the level of someone who had merely practiced a bit. Every note carried emotion with dynamics and pacing just right, perfectly blending the sweetness of the song, making one's heart feel like it held a piece of candy. Jiang Yang's gaze occasionally swept over Wang Mingming, and seeing her so engrossed, a faint smile curved at the corner of his mouth. As the chorus began, his voice softly joined in. Not particularly stunning, yet carrying a unique tenderness. "Darling, falling in love with you from that day on, sweetness comes so easily." Wang Mingming's cheeks slowly flushed, her heartbeat following the rhythm of the melody thumping against her chest. She remembered their first meeting when he rescued her from the alley covered in wounds, yet still smiling, and saying, "Don't be afraid." As the final note faded, Zhou Jia's gentle applause followed. Jiang Yang looked at Wang Mingming, a faint smile in his eyes. "So, impressive, right?" Wang Mingming said with a beaming smile. "When did you secretly learn this?" "You hit it really well," Jiang Yang said casually, "just playing a bit." Then he looked at Zhou Jia. "Is it okay if I teach you?" Zhou Jia nodded vigorously. "Brother Jiang Yang is amazing, even better than my school piano teacher." Jiang Yang stood up and said to them, "You two stay here then. I'll go upstairs to take care of some things. Be careful on your way back." After saying that, he gently ruffled Wang Mingming's hair, turned, and walked away. Shortly after, Jiang Yang took the elevator to the 46th floor. The elevator rose smoothly, and when the number jumped to 46, it stopped with a soft ding. Jiang Yang stepped out of the elevator car. The corridor was carpeted in dark brown, muffling his footsteps completely. At the reception desk at the end, a female receptionist in a white uniform was sorting through documents, her scarf tied meticulously. Hearing his footsteps, she immediately looked up, a standard smile on her face. "Hello, sir. Are you here for swimming?" Jiang Yang nodded. "Yes. Please register here," she said, handing over a registration form and a pen. Her fingertips were painted with light pink nail polish, looking clean and neat. "No need to register. I'm a friend of Chairman Shun," Jiang Yang said casually. The female receptionist's smile remained unchanged, but her tone became more insistent. "I'm sorry, sir, but even friends of Chairman Shun need to register. It's a rule set by Chairman Shun himself." Jiang Yang raised an eyebrow, but didn't make things difficult for her. He took the pen. "All right." While registering, he asked casually, "Does Chairman Shun often come here to swim?" "He comes occasionally, usually in the evening," the female receptionist replied politely, while keeping an eye on his registration details. After signing his name, Jiang Yang put down the pen. "First time here. Where's the changing room?" The female receptionist glanced at the name on the registration form and gestured. You can take the elevator to the 47th floor. There's a changing room there, and disposable swim trunks are provided. However, sir, since you're not a hotel guest, there's a swimming fee of 300 yuan. Jiang Yang let out an, oh, and looked up at her. Do hotel staff have to pay as well? There's a discount for internal staff. Which department are you from? The female receptionist took out a fee slip, her pen hovering over the paper. Jiang Yang looked at her serious demeanor and suddenly smiled. He asked, which department does the general manager belong to? The receptionist's pen paused, a flicker of surprise crossing her eyes. General manager. Yes, newly appointed. Jiang Yang. He gestured to the signature on the registration form, his tone calm. Only then did the receptionist connect the name with the notice. She remembered her smile, instantly gaining a layer of deference, as she quickly stood up. My apologies, Manager Zhang, I didn't realize it was you. Of course you don't need to pay any fees. It's fine, it's normal that you didn't recognize me. Jiang Yang waved a hand, his gaze briefly sweeping over the name badge on her chest. But you're quite diligent. A faint blush crept onto the receptionist's cheeks as she quickly gestured. This way, Manager Zhang. Shall I escort you to the elevator? No need, I'll head up myself. Jiang Yang turned and walked towards the elevator. As the door slid shut, he could still see the receptionist standing in place, slightly bowing. He arrived at the 47th floor, changed into his swim trunks in the men's locker room, and entered the swimming pool area. It was quieter than he had imagined. The azure pool water shimmered under the overhead lights. The pool was large, but not crowded, with just over 20 people present. His gaze quickly settled on the lounge area by the poolside. There Chen Meilin was reclining on a sun lounger, a white bikini contrasting sharply with her snow-white skin, revealing her slender neck. She had her eyes closed, a beige towel draped over her arm, exuding an air of languid allure. Jiang Yang walked over quietly, taking a seat on the lounger beside her. Lin, where's Sun Qian? He asked softly. Chen Meilin slowly opened her eyes, a hint of just awakened drowsiness lingering in them. She went to the restroom. Why are you so late? It's not that late, is it? Jiang Yang casually picked up a bottle of water from the table, twisted off the cap, and took a sip, the cool liquid sliding down his throat. Chen Meilin sat up, picked up her orange juice, and took a delicate sip through the straw, her gaze resting on him. Are you prepared for tomorrow's meeting? Let's see how it goes. Jiang Yang leaned back, watching the swimmers in the pool, then suddenly recalled something. That Chi-Chi you mentioned before, what does she do? She's also a PR manager, mainly in charge of recruitment. Chen Meilin set down her glass, her fingers unconsciously tracing the condensation on its side. She has a lot of connections. Jiang Yang asked curiously, do the hostesses have part-timers? They used to, but not anymore. Chen Meilin said nonchalantly. The club is doing well, and many find full-time work more stable, so they stay. Jiang Yang then asked, so how many do you plan to let go? Around 20 probably. Chen Meilin's tone was casual, as if discussing something trivial. Chi-Chi has over 100 people waiting to get in, so we need to make room for new faces. Over 100? Jiang Yang raised an eyebrow. What kind of people are they? Mostly university students, and some recruited from the general public. Chen Meilin paused, as if recalling something, then added, recently Chi-Chi is planning to head north to recruit some foreign girls. Jiang Yang frowned. Foreign girls? Chen Meilin replied. Yes, many clients are looking for foreign girls, but local resources are limited. So Chi-Chi is going elsewhere to recruit some. They're also cheaper. Jiang Yang asked with interest, the fee must be higher then. Chen Meilin nodded slightly. Of course. It depends on the quality. Pretty ones with good figures will command higher prices. Jiang Yang pressed further, are there any minors in this club? Chen Meilin's gaze was calm and unwavering as she replied flatly. There were before, but not now. Young girls are often naive and cause too much trouble. She then looked at Jiang Yang. Jiang Yang, I'm telling you, even though I'm letting you manage the club, don't you dare mess around. A slight smile tugged at Jiang Yang's lips, his tone confident. Don't worry. Aside from you, there's no one else I'd have my eye on. Chen Meilin was amused by his words, the fine lines at the corners of her eyes softening. I'm really afraid you might lose control when the time comes. Don't be ridiculous. Jiang Yang let out a soft scoff, tapping his fingers on the armrest of the lounger. It's not like I've never seen women before. Chen Meilin narrowed her eyes. It's normal if you can't control yourself. The girls there are very forward. Besides, with your looks, I'm sure there will be plenty who take the initiative to throw themselves at you. No matter how beautiful they are, they wouldn't catch my eye. Jiang Yang waved his hand, his tone turning serious. Besides, I've never hired escorts. Don't be so sure of yourself, just yet. Chen Meilin smiled faintly, twirling a loose strand of hair around her fingertip. If a truly beautiful woman comes onto you, you might not be able to resist. Jiang Yang raised an eyebrow. Then are you still comfortable leaving a place like that in my hands? Chen Meilin's smile faded slightly. After a few seconds of silence, she spoke slowly. I've never liked dealing with the trivial matters of that place, but it's important, so I need someone reliable to keep an eye on it. I had my brother manage it for a while, but unexpectedly. She paused, her voice dropping. He met some shady people there, got involved in gambling, and then drugs. So when you go there, you must never follow his path. You can rest assured on that. Jiang Yang's tone turned serious as well. I wouldn't touch gambling or drugs ever. That's good to hear. Chen Meilin breathed a sigh of relief, her fingers unconsciously tightening. Money, whether you earn more or less, is secondary. But drugs, that's a path to ruin. Jiang Yang's heart skipped a beat, and he pressed, is there drugs in the club? No, there aren't. Chun Meilin shook her head, a hint of lingering fear in her eyes. My brother got involved with them outside. But the people who led him astray, he did meet them at the club. So when you're there, don't associate with just anyone. Jiang Yang nodded, his tone solemn. I know what I'm doing. I'm completely against vice, gambling, and drugs. Chun Meilin chuckled softly at his words, a playful glint in her eyes. I'm not so sure about that. Jiang Yang frowned slightly. You have that little faith in me. I can't say for sure about the others. Chun Meilin raised an eyebrow, a hint of teasing in her voice. But with the vice part, I doubt you'd hold up. Want to make a bet? Bet on what? Jiang Yang asked. Chun Meilin deliberately dragged out her words. If you lose, you have to castrate yourself. Jiang Yang immediately waved his hands, a note of helplessness in his voice. Damn, then I'd rather not bet. Chun Meilin laughed at his reaction, leaning back into the lounger. Honestly, I'm pretty open-minded about these things. I'm just worried you might not have the energy to handle it all. After all, you have Sun Qian and that little Meng Meng. Those two alone could drain you dry. Would you even have the stamina to go looking for others? Jiang Yang leaned in a little closer, his tone playful. If you could be with me every day, I promise I wouldn't even glance at another woman. Chun Meilin shot him a glance, a smile playing on her lips. I couldn't handle it. Your stamina is too much for me to take. Besides, you're too big, so it's better if we don't get involved. Jiang Yang asked curiously, but what about Sun Qian? Will she be okay with me working at the club? Chun Meilin said seriously, Sun Qian just wants to be a full-time housewife. She probably won't mind what you do because we've talked about this before. Her point is, since you have nothing to lose, just go ahead and play around. It's better than gambling or doing drugs as long as you keep her in your heart. Jiang Yang was somewhat surprised. She really thinks that way. Chun Meilin nodded slightly. Yeah, because her late husband was quite a flirt, but he treated her really well. Otherwise, he wouldn't have married her. Besides, Sun Qian may be nearly 30, but her thinking is sometimes very simple. The happiness she wants is just to be with the person she likes. Just then Sun Qian walked over. Jiang Yang looked at her, and the pink bikini she wore made her look like a peach blossom freshly plucked from the morning dew. The tender pink fabric wrapped her youthful curves with a small bow on her chest that swayed gently with her movements, adding a touch of adorable charm. Her skin was as white as if soaked in milk, and even the skin behind her ears and on her neck had a subtle pink tint. Jiang Yang found it truly hard to resist a beauty in a bikini. Sun Qian's style in a bikini was completely different from Chun Meilin's. Chun Meilin was sexy while Sun Qian came across as cute. Especially her fair skin, which made him want to hug her. Sun Qian walked up to Jiang Yang and asked softly, have you eaten? Jiang Yang replied with a smile, yes, I have. You look beautiful in that bikini. Sun Qian gave a faint smile. Thank you. Jiang Yang stood up and said, I'll teach you how to swim. Sun Qian politely declined. No need, I'm a bit tired today. I want to go rest in the room with Lin. Chun Meilin also stood up and said, you can swim here by yourself. Qian and I are heading back. If you want to stay, just let the front desk know. Jiang Yang nodded slightly. All right, I'll swim a bit more. An hour later, Jiang Yang felt he had swum enough and was ready to head home with Wang Mingming and Zhou Jiai. He changed his clothes and went up to the 46th floor. Behind the reception desk, the same female receptionist in the white uniform was still there, her fingertip slowly tracing lines in the logbook. Jiang Yang walked over and casually asked, there's no one left. Aren't you off work yet? The female receptionist looked up, still wearing a proper smile. I'm on the night shift today. Even if there are no guests, I have to stay in case someone comes by unexpectedly. Oh, I see. Jiang Yang responded and turned to enter the elevator. Just as his fingertip was about to press the button for the first floor, his phone suddenly vibrated in his pocket. He took it out and saw Chun Meilin flashing on the screen. After answering, he said playfully, what, missing me already? Come over and recharge me. Chun Meilin's voice came through the receiver, sounding a bit coquettish. Jiang Yang raised an eyebrow and said with a smile, didn't you say you could handle it yourself? Chun Meilin's voice became decisive. Are you coming or not? Of course I am. Jiang Yang laughed, but then remembered something and asked, aren't you with Sun Qian? Chun Meilin explained, Sun Qian drove home. I'm at my sister's place. Get cleaned up and wait for me. Jiang Yang hung up and eagerly pressed the button for the first floor. Among these girls, his favorite was still Chun Meilin. After all, she was the one he had loved the most. Unfortunately, her personality was strong-willed, and if they were really together, conflicts would eventually arise. The key point was that he truly didn't have the confidence to resist temptation. Maintaining their current relationship was indeed the best choice. Soon Jiang Yang arrived at Chun Meilin's sister's house. He unlocked the door with his fingerprint and strode straight to the bedroom. Pushing open the door, he saw Chun Meilin lying on the bed in just her panties, holding up her phone to watch a movie. Why didn't you go back to the villa? Jiang Yang closed the door behind him, looking puzzled. Chun Meilin slowly turned her head and said with a smile, because it's inconvenient for you to go there. Jiang Yang asked suspiciously, don't tell me you're not divorced from your husband yet. Chun Meilin shook her head. Of course not. Jiang Yang was even more confused. Then why is it inconvenient for me to go? You'll understand naturally in the future. Chun Meilin said seriously, but seriously, can yours be a bit smaller? Jiang Yang frowned deeply. How can it get smaller? Do you think it's clay that can be shaped at will? Haven't you heard the saying? With enough persistence, an iron rod can be ground down to a needle. Chen Meilin said with conviction, almost cracking herself up. What do you know? Bigger is better. But come to think of it, if you grind it often, maybe it could get smaller. As he spoke, Jiang Yang pounced onto the bed, pinning Chen Meilin beneath him. She quickly reached out to cover his mouth, saying affectionately, Jiang Yang, this is really our last time. Jiang Yang pulled her hand away, looking completely baffled. Why? Just because I'm big. I can't stand you having other women. Chen Meilin replied. Jiang Yang asked in confusion, so this is a breakup sex? It's not a breakup. Chen Meilin sighed, her expression tangled like an unravelable ball of yarn. We can still hang out, eat skewers, and drink together as friends in the future, but we just can't do this anymore. I'm actually quite conflicted too. I want to be with you, but I can't stand you having other women around, and I'm always afraid you'll cheat. I also don't want to hurt you. Jiang Yang stared at her for 3 seconds, then suddenly said, I've got it. Every time you pay me, just think of it as hiring me. Chen Meilin burst out laughing. How can that work? Jiang Yang said seriously, why not? Don't tell me you'll just take care of yourself when you want it in the future. Chen Meilin blinked. Of course not. Well, there you go. Without further ado, Jiang Yang lowered his head and kissed her deeply. An hour later, Chen Meilin curled up lazily in Jiang Yang's arms like a satisfied cat. Jiang Yang poked her cheek gently. Boss, are you satisfied with my service this time? Chen Meilin smiled with narrowed eyes. It feels much better than last time. Of course. Jiang Yang raised his eyebrows proudly. You're a new car, so there's bound to be a break-in period. Chen Meilin was amused by him and reached out to pinch his arm. Seriously, Jiang Yang, if we were really together, would you be willing to give up the other girls for me? Without a second thought, Jiang Yang nodded emphatically. Definitely. Whether it's true or not, it sounds nice to hear. Chen Meilin traced circles on his chest with her fingertip, her voice soft and tender. For you, I'd go through fire and water. Jiang Yang was in the middle of his grand declaration when he was cut off by Chen Meilin's question. What about castration? Jiang Yang immediately changed his tune, adding seriously, provided I can keep my manhood intact. Chen Meilin laughed so hard she shook, then patted him. Let's talk business. Chi-Chi is going north to scout for talent. Go with her. A woman's eye is different from a man's. With you there to vet them, we're sure to pick out the top ones. Jiang Yang was taken aback for a moment, then asked, going north? Looking for foreign girls? Chen Meilin nodded. Right, once you've taken care of Sun Qian's matter, you can go with her. Jiang Yang blinked, murmuring. If I'm going to the Bear Country, I'll need to get a passport first. No need to go that far, Chen Meilin explained with a smile. Just head to the border. There are plenty there. No need to cross oceans for it. But it's still a good idea to get a passport if you don't have one. Jiang Yang stroked his chin, brimming with confidence. Don't worry, I guarantee I'll pick out slim, beautiful blonde girls for you. Jiang Yang knew well that the girls from the Bear Country were indeed mostly blonde and blue-eyed, quite charming in appearance. Chen Meilin's fingertips tapped lightly on the armrest of the recliner. Once the new members-only club opens, we'll have them all there to add some flair. The next day around noon, Jiang Yang was fast asleep. Jiang Yang, wake up. Wake up. Chen Meilin emerged from the bathroom, her voice brimming with barely contained excitement. Clutching something tightly in her hand, she hurried to the bedside. Startled awake, Jiang Yang asked groggily, what's wrong? What happened? Chen Meilin held the pregnancy test stick in front of him, her fingertips trembling slightly, her eyes shining like scattered sparks. I'm pregnant. Jiang Yang, I'm pregnant. Really? Jiang Yang sat bolt upright, all drowsiness instantly gone. His eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the 2 red lines on the test stick. Chen Meilin nodded emphatically. Before he could say another word, she threw herself into his arms, her arms tightly encircling his neck, overflowing with ecstasy. This is wonderful. I'm finally going to be a mother. Jiang Yang was stunned for a moment, then raised his arms to hold her back, feeling Chen Meilin's uncontrollable trembling. An indescribable feeling welled up in his heart. So this was how much she had longed for a child. He gently patted her back, his voice softening. Don't get so excited, calm down. Chen Meilin pulled back from his embrace, sitting on the edge of the bed, asking with keen interest, do you prefer a boy or a girl? Jiang Yang wasn't in a rush to have a child anyway, since he was a man and could have one anytime. He said with a smile, either a boy or a girl is fine. I'll love both. Chen Meilin's eyes sparkled with a hint of longing. I'd like a girl. I'll dress her in fluffy skirts and make her look like a little princess. Seeing the light in her eyes, Jiang Yang suggested, then we should celebrate. Chen Meilin's eyes lit up. She gently pushed him down onto the bed, a sly smile curving at her lips. All right, I'll give you another treat, a big red envelope. Jiang Yang was taken aback for a moment, then laughed helplessly. That's not what I meant. Chen Meilin raised an eyebrow, tracing lazy circles on his chest with her finger, smiling playfully. It's all you're doing. Sunlight fell across her face, her smile sweet and tinged with mischief. It left Jiang Yang momentarily speechless, the unexpected joy stirred by her into an indescribable, lively warmth. Evening. Jiang Yang smoothed out the bedspread, neatly patting the sheet as he asked, is Chi-Chi coming today? Chen Meilin, adjusting her skirt in front of the mirror, her fingertips tracing the hem's folds, replied, she's not coming, but the general manager will be there. Is the general manager a man or a woman? Jiang Yang asked, arranging the pillows. A woman. Chun Meilin said, turning around with a hint of approval in her eyes. Most of my staff are girls. This general manager Su Tian used to be a server at the club. She's extremely dependable, articulate, and socially adept. Despite being only 25, she's far more mature than her peers. She's been out in the world since she was 16. Only 25, and already a general manager. Jiang Yang was somewhat surprised. Indeed, Chun Meilin said with a smile and note of admiration in her voice. She's had a rich array of experiences. I'm currently focusing on grooming her. Jiang Yang tidied up the room one last time and followed Chun Meilin out. As they exited the residential complex, the setting sun cast long shadows behind them. Chun Meilin naturally linked her arm through the evening breeze, gently lifting her hair. She asked with a bright smile, Jiang Yang, what name do you think we should give our child? Jiang Yang thought for a moment. Chun Ihan. Sounds quite gentle and refined. Chun Meilin gently shook her head. Too common. If you shouted on the street, several people would turn around. Jiang Yang pondered again, then teased her. How about Chun Pai Tangerine Peel? It's easy to remember, and it matches your surname. Annoying. Chun Meilin gave his arm a playful pinch, feigning displeasure. Can you be serious for a moment? Jiang Yang's tone softened. It's too early to think about that now. We don't even know if it's a girl yet. You've only just gotten pregnant, why the rush? It's definitely a girl. Chun Meilin raised her chin with conviction, a stubborn glint in her eyes. I just like girls. Jiang Yang asked. But what if it turns out to be a boy? Then he'll be yours to raise, Chun Meilin said without a second thought, then added, I'll just keep trying until we have a girl. Jiang Yang looked at her earnest expression and couldn't help but laugh. I've heard that women with bigger hips give birth to boys. With your hips, it's probably a boy. Chun Meilin snorted. That's not true at all. My hips aren't big. It's definitely a girl. Jiang Yang asked with a grin. And what if the child grows up and wants a father? Chun Meilin thought for a moment, then said, I haven't figured out our relationship yet. For now, you can be the godfather. At 6 o'clock, at the Belle Club. It wasn't officially open for business yet, but many staff members were already preparing for the day. Jiang Yang parked the car and turned off the engine. Chun Meilin unbuckled her seatbelt and reminded him. You have to be strict with those girls. Don't be soft-hearted. Jiang Yang nodded slightly. Understood. Chun Meilin added. However, there are two exceptions. One is Han Baobao, and the other is Zhao Zihan. They're the most outstanding, usually don't need much supervision, and are quite self-disciplined. Jiang Yang asked, so they're the main pillars? Chun Meilin said casually. You could say that, but it's not like we couldn't function without them. There are plenty of pretty girls. The newcomers Chi-Chi has lined up could stretch from here to the street corner. It's just that those two are better at pleasing the clients with their sweet talk and social grace. Newcomers always need a period of hands-on guidance before they get the hang of it. The two of them got out of the car and walked inside. As soon as they entered the lobby, a girl in a tight black dress hurried over to greet them. The dress accentuated her delicate curves, its hem ending just at the knees, revealing slender straight calves. Her makeup was perfectly understated, her features carrying an air of cleverness and agility. Lin Jia, she said in a clear, respectful voice, her gaze quickly sweeping over Jiang Yang. Everyone's here, just waiting for Han Baobao. Chun Meilin turned sideways and introduced Jiang Yang. This is General Manager Su Tian. Then she introduced him to Su Tian. This is Jiang Yang. You'll be assisting him from now on. Su Tian immediately broke into a radiant smile and proactively extended her hand to Jiang Yang. Hello, brother Jiang Yang, it's a pleasure to meet you. Jiang Yang noticed Su Tian's hand was fair and delicate, with clear nail polish on her fingertips, looking clean and elegant. He reached out, gave her hand a brief polite shake, and replied hello. He hadn't expected Su Tian to be quite attractive, at least a 9 out of 10. Her light makeup accentuated her fresh features, a far more pleasant sight than those with heavy caked-on cosmetics. Chun Meilin then asked, why hasn't Han Baobao shown up? Su Tian's smile faded slightly, and she replied with a hint of helplessness. She said she's feeling unwell, it's her time of the month, and asked me to request leave for her. Understood, Chun Meilin said without further inquiry, adding calmly, let her rest well. The three of them walked towards the far end of the first floor, where a room marked with a conference room sign stood. The attendant standing by the door quickly pushed it open as they approached, and a heavy wave of perfume wafted out. Jiang Yang followed Chun Meilin into the conference room, his gaze involuntarily sweeping across the scene. The room housed a massive long table surrounded by a throng of young women dressed in a variety of outfits. Some wore white t-shirts paired with denim shorts revealing slender ankles and exuding a youthful vibrancy. Others donned floral print dresses, the delicate patterns lending them an air of gentleness. A few were clad in fitted blazers with short skirts, their hair neatly pinned up, adding a touch of professionalism. Their hairstyles varied, some with long flowing locks, others with chic short cuts, a few with voluminous waves, and some with twin braids. Their makeup ranged from heavy to light, and a few even went barefaced, yet all exuded a lively, fresh spirit. As the girls noticed the unfamiliar Jiang Yang enter, they all looked up with curiosity. Some exchanged quick glances, subtle smiles playing on their lips, and faint whispers drifted through the air. Chun Meilin walked straight to the head of the table and sat down, with Su Tian taking a seat beside her. Jiang Yang then casually settled into an empty chair on the other side. Being the focus of so many young women's gazes for the first time, he felt somewhat uneasy, his fingertips lightly tracing patterns on the table's surface. He quickly scanned the room again. Indeed, several were strikingly beautiful, ranking around 90 points, while the rest were at least 85. All were slim with slender waists and long legs, a truly dazzling sight. He searched the crowd for the girl, named Zhao Zihan, soon locking onto one with long flowing hair. She wore a simple white dress with no makeup. Her clean, plain face held a hint of timid shyness. She looked to be around 20, as pure as a girl next door, showing no signs of being a hostess. Jiang Yang whispered to Chen Meilin, "The one in the white dress, that's Zhao Zihan, right?" Chen Meilin gave a slight, not a glint of approval in her eyes. "You've got a good eye, you picked her out instantly." Jiang Yang smiled. "My aesthetic sense is always on point." Chen Meilin's smile faded as she told him, "Let's begin." Jiang Yang stood up, his gaze calmly sweeping over the assembled girls, a gentle smile touching his lips. The conference room gradually fell silent, all eyes fixed on him as the whispers in the air faded away. He searched the crowd for the girl, named Zhao Zihan. He quickly spotted a girl with long flowing hair dressed in a white dress. Jiang Yang noticed she wore no makeup, yet her natural beauty was striking. She appeared to be around 20 years old. From her appearance, one would never guess she was a bar hostess. She was as pure and innocent as a neighbor's daughter. He whispered to Chen Meilin, "The one in the white dress, that's Zhao Zihan, right?" Chen Meilin gave a slight nod. "You've got quite an eye, you recognized her immediately." Jiang Yang smiled. "My aesthetic sense is always on point." Chen Meilin's smile turned serious as she said to Jiang Yang, "Let's begin." Jiang Yang rose, his gaze calm as it swept over the girls present, a gentle smile playing on his lips. The conference room gradually quieted down, all eyes upon him. "Hello everyone, I'm Jiang Yang. I'll be overseeing the management here from now on." His voice wasn't loud, but it reached every ear, clearly devoid of bureaucratic jargon and full of sincerity. "If any of you have questions or issues, whether at work or in your personal life, feel free to come to me." He paused, his gaze resting briefly on a few tense faces, and his tone softened further. "Chairman Chen has entrusted this place to me because she trusts me. To put it plainly, we're all here to do our jobs well and earn more money. If you work diligently, I guarantee you'll be well taken care of. But if anyone tries to be clever or just coast by, don't blame me for being ruthless." A few girls in the front row exchanged subtle glances, their earlier tense expressions easing somewhat. Jiang Yang continued, "If I'm not around, you can also reach out to manager Su Tian for urgent matters." Su Tian gave a cooperative nod and a polite smile to the group. "I won't say more," Jiang Yang concluded. "I hope we can work well together, get the job done, and make money. A win-win for everyone." With that, he gave a slight nod and sat back down calmly. The room was silent for a moment before erupting into enthusiastic applause. As the applause subsided, Chen Meilin reached for the bottled water on the table. Su Tian quickly opened hers and offered it, saying, "Sister Lin, have this one." Chen Meilin waved her hand, dismissively twisted open her own bottle, and took a sip. After drinking, her tone was calm, but carried an undeniable weight. "Today some of you will be let go." She then turned to Jiang Yang, her eyes signaling him, "You take it from here." Jiang Yang stood, his gaze slowly moving across the girls. The previously relaxed atmosphere instantly grew tense, as if the very air had been sucked out of the room. The girls' expressions varied. Some were confused, some anxious, and a few had secretly clenched their fingers. Layoffs were common at the club, but no one wanted to leave, all hoping not to be the one chosen. "Could the girls with tattoos please stand up?" Jiang Yang's voice wasn't loud, but each word landed clearly in everyone's ears. After a brief silence, one person hesitantly stood, then another, and another. Soon 25 figures were scattered among the seats. Jiang Yang counted them, taking mental note. He recalled Chen Meilin mentioning that most of the girls here were paid daily, with only about a dozen on fixed contracts receiving a base salary plus commission. He leaned over and quietly asked Su Tian beside him, "Are any of these girls on a fixed salary?" Su Tian's gaze quickly swept over the standing girls, and she said softly, "Two of them. One is called Xinxin, and the other is Ye. Both have a few regular clients, and their monthly performance isn't bad." Jiang Yang gave a slight nod, his tone flat and unperturbed. "Let them all go." Su Tian was taken aback for a moment, instinctively glancing at Chen Meilin with a hint of hesitation in her eyes. "Sister Lin, those two." Chen Meilin raised her eyes, her gaze sweeping coolly over the standing girls before finally settling on Jiang Yang, her tone resolute. "Jiang Yang's decision represents mine as well." Su Tian nodded immediately. "Understood." She cleared her throat, turning to the 25 girls. Her voice was steady yet carried an unyielding sense of order. "Those of you paid daily, you may leave now. Xinxin and Ye, please go to the finance department later to settle your wages." The girl named Xinxin clutched the hem of her clothes, hesitating for a long moment before she dared to look up at Jiang Yang. Her voice trembled with stubborn defiance. "Why are you letting me go?" Just because. Just because of my tattoo." Jiang Yang met her gaze, his tone calm. "Exactly, but my tattoo." Xinxin bit her lower lip, her voice dropping even lower, tinged with grievance. "It's only to cover up a birthmark on my waist. It's too big, and it always shows when I wear skirts, so I..." Her fingertips unconsciously pressed against her side, as if trying to prove something. Jiang Yang's gaze paused on her for a moment, then he nodded slightly. "I see." He then turned to the others and announced, aside from her, does anyone else have special circumstances or tattoos that are very small and inconspicuous? The meeting room was silent. No one responded. All right. Jiang Yang didn't ask further. Except for Xin, the rest of you can go. The 24 people were silent for a moment, reluctant, but one by one they filed out. Jiang Yang sat down in his chair, looked at Su Tian, and gestured. You take it from here. Jiang Yang had a strong aversion to girls with tattoos, so he used them as an example. In truth, this wasn't really a layoff, as new people would soon be filling in. He wasn't familiar with the people and affairs here yet, and this was a good chance to hear how Su Tian planned to arrange things and to get a feel for the situation. Su Tian picked up the mineral water bottle on the table, took a small sip to moisten her throat. Her gaze swept over the remaining girls, her tone more serious than before. Recently, I've received several individual complaints from guests saying that some of the girls have poor service attitudes. No smiles when a guest arrives and dismissive when asked a question. I don't care what personal troubles you have. When you come here to work, you act like a professional. She paused, her tone growing heavier. I'll say this up front, if we receive another complaint, there won't be a second chance. You're out. Jiang Yang, listening from the side, suddenly spoke up. Do you have a list of those people, eh? Su Tian nodded, pulling a piece of paper from her notebook. Yes, these 3 have been complained about more than twice recently. Jiang Yang didn't even glance at the paper. No need to wait for the future. Let them leave today as well. Su Tian was stunned for a second, then quickly understood and nodded in agreement. All right. She knew in her heart that Jiang Yang was establishing his authority. Since he was going to clean house, he would do it decisively, without any hesitation. The air in the meeting room grew even heavier. Su Tian continued. And one more thing, you're all well aware that our club's business has always been good. We're never short on customers, and your income here is stable. But as I've said, keep up the standard of service and don't let any problems arise. Some guests are shy on their first visit, so you need to be a bit more proactive. A little touching and kissing won't cost you anything. If you want to make more money, you need to get the guests to spend more. Starting today, your commission on guest spending will be raised from 20% to 30%. So put in the extra effort. The girls were thrilled to hear this. An extra 10% was a significant sum. Su Tian paused for a moment, then asked Jiang Yang, Manager Jiang, is there anything else you'd like to add? Jiang Yang's gaze swept over the assembled girls, his tone earnest, yet carrying an undeniable force. We let some people go today, but this isn't the end. There may be more optimizations in the future. So you all need to stay sharp and provide excellent service. The compensation our club offers is a cut above the rest of the market. If you get eliminated, you'll only have yourselves to blame for the loss. He paused, looking at the young faces before him, and continued, no matter why you entered this profession, since you're here, you must understand that youth is your greatest asset. Make the most of it while you're young. Don't waste your days just drifting by. With that, he turned his head to look at Chun Meilin and gave a slight nod. Chairman Chen, I'm done. Chun Meilin tapped her fingertip lightly on the edge of the table and stood up. This meeting is adjourned. Go get ready for work. As she finished speaking, she was the first to walk out. The crisp, sharp sound of her high heels hitting the floor carried an undeniable aura of authority. Jiang Yang and Su Tian followed closely behind. As they walked down the corridor, Su Tian quickened her pace to catch up half a step, asking softly, Sister Lin, would you like to sit in the office for a while? Chun Meilin shook her head, her hair swaying gently with the motion. No, I'll go home and rest. You have a good talk with Jiang Yang and fill him in on all the details about the club. Jiang Yang stepped forward. Let me drive you back. No need. Chun Meilin waved her hand. It's easier for me to drive myself. Oh, and remember to see Sun Qian tomorrow. By this time, Su Tian had already walked quickly to the door, pulling open the glass door and waiting sideways. The two of them watched Chun Meilin's car drive away from the club. Su Tian turned around, a familiar smile spreading across her face, a glint of shrewdness in her eyes. Brother Jiang Yang, Sister Lin specifically told me to give you a thorough rundown of the situation here. Feel free to ask about anything you're unclear about. Jiang Yang nodded in acknowledgement. All right, but for now I'll need you to take care of the club's affairs. I have to go on a business trip in a few days. Su Tian blinked, quickly catching on. Is it going up north with Sister Chi-Chi? Jiang Yang confirmed. No problem then. Su Tian's tone was assured sincerity, clear in her eyes. Sister Lin isn't just my boss, oh, I've always considered her an elder sister. I'll keep a close eye on the club so you can rest assured on your trip. The two walked to the elevator, their figures reflected in the metal doors. Su Tian pressed the up button and turned her head. By the way, a few new girls are coming in later. Manager Zhang, would you mind helping to screen them? Jiang Yang asked. How many? 8, Su Tian replied, her fingertip tapping lightly on the elevator button. 3 are students from the art academy, and the others were recruited from outside. Our club has always found that current university students are more favored by guests. They have a clean background, and that youthful, naive charm is appealing. Actually, it's not just about being pretty, it's more about being able to let loose and please the guests. We've had some beautiful girls before, but they were too reserved and just weren't cut out for this industry. The two walked side by side toward the office, the faint scent of fragrance lingering in the corridor. Su Tian continued. Actually, most of the girls at the club are easy to get along with, though there are occasional minor frictions. When girls get together, there's bound to be some scheming. Jiang Yang listened to her detailed account, nodding in agreement from time to time. When they reached the office door, Su Tian gently pushed it open and gestured with a sidelong bow. "Brother Jiang Yang, please come in." Jiang Yang stepped inside, his gaze sweeping across the room. The decor wasn't luxurious, but exuded a crisp modern flair. Light gray fabric sofas, a wooden desk in natural tones, and a few minimalist abstract paintings adorning the walls. A subtle aroma of incense hung in the air, making it feel more like a legitimate workplace than he had imagined. Su Tian closed the door, walked behind the desk, and poured Jiang Yang a cup of tea. The amber liquid swayed gently in the glass. She placed the cup before him, saying, "Freshly brewed Longjing." Jiang Yang thanked her and slowly took a seat. He asked, "At your age, how come you're into tea?" Su Tian explained, "I'm from the south. My hometown is all about tea cultivation, so I've been drinking it since I was a child." With that, she sat down on the chair opposite, resting her elbows on the desk and lightly folding her fingers. "Brother Jiang Yang's sister Lin mentioned you two were college classmates." Jiang Yang nodded. "Yes, same department." He paused, then shifted the topic directly. "How many of the girls here are available for outside arrangements?" Su Tian's smile faded slightly, but her tone remained calm. "Around 60. Some of those who don't go out have steady partners and just want to earn some pocket money. Some are students with busy schedules working here part-time for extra income." She added, "We don't take a cut from outside arrangements. Whatever they earn is theirs to keep. But the club organizes medical checkups every month. If any health issue is detected, they're let go immediately. Drug use is also a strict no. Anyone caught is dismissed. Our club has never touched drugs." Jiang Yang uttered an "oh," picked up his cup and took a sip. The tea was crisp and refreshing. "If you don't like tea, mister?" "Jiang, I have instant coffee here." Su Tian pointed to a jar at the corner of the desk. "No need," Jiang Yang waved his hand. "I don't drink much coffee anyway." "Our club's business is quite stable," Su Tian continued. "Occasionally out-of-town clients might not know the rules and cause minor disputes, but we've always managed to resolve them without any major incidents." Just as she finished speaking, a knock came at the door, followed by a clear female voice. "Manager Su, the new arrivals are here." "Come in," Su Tian called out. The door swung open, and a figure in red caught the eye first. Bing Bing wore a tight red dress that barely reached her knees, accentuating her delicate curves. He now knew her real name, Lin Bing. Lin Bing looked up, spotted Jiang Yang, and a perfectly measured smile spread across her face. "Hello, Mr. Zhang." Jiang Yang gave a slight nod in return. "Hello." Lin Bing turned toward the door and called out, "You can all come in now." 8 girls filed into the office, one by one, dressed in casual attire. Some wore white tees with jeans, others floral dresses. One girl in a light gray blazer had her hair neatly tied back, appearing more mature than her peers. They lined up in front of the desk, shoulders slightly drawn and eyes mostly lowered, clearly still a bit tense. Jiang Yang's gaze swept over them slowly, forming a rough assessment. Their features were generally decent, averaging around 85 in looks. But having grown accustomed to the striking beauty of Chun Meiling's Sun Xian and Wang Mingming, his standards had inevitably risen. In the past, these girls would each have been considered beauties. He noticed that when pretty girls gathered together, the differences in quality became even more apparent. Take Chun Meiling, for instance. No matter where she stood, she was always exceptionally outstanding. After all, the title of Miss World Champion wasn't something ordinary girls could rival. "Mr. Zhang, what do you think?" Su Tian's voice chimed in at just the right moment, carrying a hint of inquiry. Jiang Yang nodded slightly. "The quality is decent." Su Tian turned to the row of girls and asked in a calm tone, "Among you, who is available for outside arrangements?" At once 3 girls hesitantly raised their hands, their fingertips trembling slightly. Su Tian's gaze settled on them. "Have you all done this kind of work before?" The 3 nodded in unison, subtle but unmistakable. Su Tian asked again, "How old are you 3 this year?" Each answered in turn. One was 19, 120, and 122. Su Tian paused, then asked, "Is any of you still a virgin?" The office fell silent for a moment. All 8 girls kept their heads down, no one responding, their breaths seemingly growing lighter. Su Tian didn't seem surprised and switched the question. "Then who recently lost their virginity?" A girl with a shoulder-length bob hesitated before raising her hand, her voice barely a whisper. "Me." Su Tian looked at her. "When oi." The girl answered weakly, "Last week." "Your first time?" Su Tian pressed. The girl nodded lightly, a faint blush creeping across her cheeks. Su Tian asked, "With your boyfriend?" "Yes." Her voice grew even softer. Su Tian nodded, then turned to Lin Bing. "Lin Bing, take her to go over the details in a bit. As for the rest, let Jai take them under her wing first to get them familiar with the environment and the club's rules." "All right." Lin Bing acknowledged, then signaled for the bob-haired girl to follow her, and the 2 quietly left the office. As the door clicked shut, Jiang Yang looked at Su Tian with a raised brow. "Why did you ask if they were virgins? What's the angle?" Su Tian picked up the teapot and refilled Jiang Yang's cup halfway, explaining, "Some clients specifically seek that. The going rate is around 200,000 these days, and if she's especially beautiful, the price can go even higher. There was this gorgeous girl before. A boss took a liking to her at first sight and offered 2 million outright. She ended up being kept by him." Jiang Yang's hand holding the cup paused. He was taken aback by how exorbitant the price had become. He instinctively thought of Wang Mingming. With her looks, she could fetch over $1 million. But in Jiang Yang's eyes, Wang Mengming's worth far exceeded that. Even if he never married Wang Mengming, he would still take care of her for the rest of her life. Su Tian continued, nowadays so many young girls don't take it seriously and just give it away to their boyfriends casually. In the end, most get nothing good out of it rather than. She trailed off, but the implication was clear. Girls these days mature early mentally, but virgins are indeed rare, Jiang Yang remarked casually. Then he asked, but what if she's not attractive? Can the price still be that high? Su Tian replied, if they're not pretty, our club won't take them. The price is around 10,000, though there are also some for a few thousand. After speaking, she poured herself a cup of tea, her fingertips gently tapping the rim of the cup. She suddenly asked, how is your tolerance for alcohol, Manager Jiang? Fairly decent, Jiang Yang replied. This job is fine in every way except for the drinking. It really wears you out. Su Tian sighed, a trace of weariness flickering in her eyes. I have to accompany several regular clients through rounds of drinks every day. Sometimes I just collapse into bed the moment I get home. Jiang Yang watched the tea leaves floating and sinking in his cup, and suddenly felt that beneath the glamorous facade of this club lay a complexity far deeper than what he had seen. Driven by curiosity, Jiang Yang pressed on, what exactly did you mean by what you said to that girl earlier? Su Tian raised an eyebrow, her tone casual and dismissive. I told her to go to the hospital and get a restorative surgery. Jiang Yang frowned. Isn't that just a scam? Su Tian let out a scoffing laugh, leaning forward slightly. Brother Jiang Yang, you haven't been in this business. Honestly, we're doing it for her own good. If it's done shortly after the first time, it looks much more convincing. Sure, the club makes a profit, but the girl gets to keep half of it herself. That's far better than being taken advantage of and ending up with nothing at all. Besides, those rich bosses spend money without blinking an eye. Virgins are hard to come by these days. Lin has also set a rule. We absolutely cannot touch minors. So if it can be restored, we do it. Jiang Yang asked in confusion. But with a fake one, aren't you afraid of being found out? Well, if it's done shortly after, it's practically undetectable. But if too much time has passed, then it definitely won't work. Su Tian tapped her fingers on the table, speaking slowly. Don't worry. There's absolutely no coercion in our establishment. All the girls come here willingly. The club does try to protect them to some extent. Actually, some of them take this path because they truly have no other choice. Jiang Yang's gaze fell on her face, and he asked casually, you're not bad-looking yourself. Why haven't you thought about finding a wealthy patron to keep you? Su Tian suddenly burst out laughing, a hint of teasing in her eyes. Me? I only have a thing for handsome guys. If you were willing to keep me, brother Jiang Yang, I might actually consider it. Jiang Yang shook his head with an amused smile. Stop joking. I have a girlfriend, and we're planning to get married. I'm just pulling your leg. Su Tian's smile faded, and her tone grew heavier. I actually have a terrible temper. I'm not the type for a settled life. Even though I'd like to find a rich man to marry like Sister Lin, it's not that easy. Beautiful women are a dime a dozen. In their eyes, we're really nothing special. Just as she finished speaking, a knock suddenly echoed from the office door. Come in. Su Tian called out. The door swung open, and Zhao Zihan walked in with a beaming smile, her gaze landing directly on Jiang Yang. A sweet smile curled at the corners of her lips. Hello, Manager Jiang. I'm Henin. Jiang Yang nodded politely. Hello. I can't believe our future general manager is this handsome. Zhao Zihan's eyes sparkled, her tone dripping with unguarded familiarity. Seeing this, Su Tian interjected. Henin, did you need something from Manager Jiang? No, nothing really. I just wanted to come and see Manager Jiang. I was hoping to have a drink or two with him later. As Zhao Zihan spoke, her gaze remained glued to Jiang Yang. Su Tian asked, aren't you going on stage today? I was actually feeling a bit under the weather. Zhao Zihan pressed a hand to her chest, but her words were directed at Jiang Yang. But the moment I saw our handsome Manager Jiang, I suddenly felt a surge of energy. Su Tian said flatly, if you're not feeling well, just go back and rest. Just ask me for leave. Going home is so boring. I'd be all alone without a single soul to talk to. Zhao Zihan said with a pitiful pout. Su Tian cut through her act. Don't get any ideas about Manager Jiang. He's a man who's about to get married. How could I? Zhao Zihan waved her hands hastily, her tone turning a bit more sincere. Manager Jiang will be managing the club from now on. I just want to build a closer relationship with him so I can ask for his care and guidance in the future. Su Tian smiled and asked, what about the clients you were supposed to meet today? Zhao Zihan explained, 2 were supposed to come, but I told them I wasn't feeling well and cancelled. Su Tian pressed further, aren't you going back to put on some makeup? Zhao Zihan touched her face. It doesn't matter since I'm not entertaining any clients. Makeup or no makeup, it's all the same. Alright, suit yourself. Su Tian sighed. But since you're here today, if any difficult clients show up, you'll have to step in and handle them. Bao Bao isn't here. As you command, Sister Tian Tian. Zhao Zihan replied crisply, then shot a flirtatious glance at Jiang Yang. See you later, Manager Jiang. With that, she swayed her hips and walked out. Su Tian glanced at the empty ashtray by Jiang Yang's hand and asked casually, Manager Jiang, don't you smoke? I quit. Jiang Yang replied flatly. He had forcibly quit smoking to ensure Chun Meilin and Sun Qian could get pregnant smoothly. Impressive. Quitting smoking is no easy feat. Su Tian's tone held a note of admiration. Jiang Yang said indifferently, it's nothing. It's not like I really needed it. Su Tian pulled out a pack of Love You cigarettes from her drawer, took one out, and placed it between her lips. Jiang Yang wasn't surprised. Working here, it was only natural for Su Tian to smoke. Su Tian lit the cigarette and took a drag. I want to quit, but I just can't. Every day in the private rooms is filled with smoke. Rather than inhale secondhand smoke, I might as well smoke myself. Jiang Yang smiled and asked, so how long do you plan to do this? Su Tian replied, if I can, I'll just keep going. I figure I'll work until I'm 40. Once I've saved up enough for retirement, I'll travel the world. Jiang Yang asked again, so you plan on living alone? Su Tian sighed. I feel like being alone is better. I've been in one relationship, and it was just too exhausting. Just then another knock came at the door. Come in. The moment Su Tian's voice faded, the office door was gently pushed open. A girl walked in. Her fluffy bun hairstyle accentuated her delicate face, a pink short-sleeved tee hugged her slender shoulders, and a pair of form-fitting jeans outlined her neat waistline. She looked like a freshly unwrapped fruit candy, so sweet, it was dazzling. Jiang Yang glanced up and scanned her. The girl was very pretty, but she hadn't been in the meeting room earlier. Su Tian saw the girl, and her brow furrowed almost imperceptibly, her tone laced with a hint of helplessness. Han Baobao, what are you doing here? I heard the new general manager is here. Han Baobao's eyes curved into crescents. She gave a little sway as she spoke, then her gaze landed on Jiang Yang and brightened instantly. Wow, he's just as handsome as they said. Jiang Yang thought to himself, so this is Han Baobao. She indeed had an eye-catching face, pretty features and fair skin. If not for her lean figure and small bust, she would have been only a sliver less beautiful than Wang Mengmeng in terms of pure looks. It seemed both of the club's top girls were quite attractive. Han Baobao closed the door behind her and skipped over to the desk, flashing Jiang Yang an even sweeter smile. Hello, Manager Jiang. I'm Baobao. Jiang Yang gave a slight nod. Hello. All right, you've seen him, now get back to work. Su Tian began shooing her away before Jiang Yang could say anything else. No way, Sister Tian, Han Baobao said, waving her hand dismissively, her voice soft and coaxing. I still want to have a couple of drinks with President Jiang. President Jiang is already spoken for tonight. Su Tian lifted her chin with an air of certainty. It must be Henin. Han Baobao blinked, not at all surprised, then turned her gaze back to Jiang Yang. But that's all right, I just want to get to know President Jiang. President Jiang is a man about to be married. Don't get any ideas, Su Tian said, cutting through the pretense bluntly. Oh, it's not like that. Han Baobao quickly waved her hands, a faint blush coloring her cheeks. I just find President Jiang agreeable to the eye. I want to be friends like a buddy. Su Tian shot her a glance. Aren't you on your period? And you still want to drink? I can just use soda as a substitute for wine. Han Baobao immediately chimed in, not forgetting to cast an expectant look at Jiang Yang. President Jiang wouldn't mind, right? Jiang Yang, seeing the eager sparkle in the girl's eyes, couldn't help but curl his lips into a slight smile. Of course not. That's great. Han Baobao clapped her hands immediately. I'll just wait right here for you two to get off work. We'll go for a late-night snack, and it's my treat. Sister Tian, you should come too. Count me out, Su Tian said, leaning back in her chair and rubbing her temples. All I want tonight is to go home and sleep. It's just a meal. Han Baobao leaned in, gently shaking Su Tian's arm with a hint of playful coaxing in her voice. You can leave right after we eat. It won't take that long, just half an hour, right? Su Tian, worn down by her shaking, let out a sigh of resignation. Fine, you win. But you're not in good health, so go wait in the lounge. Got it. Han Baobao agreed instantly, then turned and waved at Jiang Yang, wiggling her fingers lightly. See you in a bit, President Jiang. The sound of footsteps faded and the office returned to its previous quiet. Su Tian gazed towards the doorway, a complex smile tugging at the corner of her mouth as she shook her head. Those two girls, they're a handful, one more than the other. Still, it's rather amusing. Jiang Yang's fingers traced the rim of his cup, recalling Han Baobao's vibrant demeanor moments ago. He suddenly asked, do they both work the floors? Neither of them does. Su Tian answered crisply. She picked up a cigarette, and the lighter made a sharp click. Smoke slowly unfurled, blurring the emotions in her eyes. Jiang Yang took a sip of his tea, letting the warm liquid slide down his throat, yet a sense of doubt began to stir within him. Given the looks of these two women, they could easily find a wealthy heir or become someone's kept woman, living far more comfortably than they do now. Why suffer as hostesses in a club? He set down his cup and asked, what's their story? Su Tian took a drag of her cigarette, and as the ember glowed, her voice lowered slightly. Baobao's fate has been cruel. At 13, her mother remarried, and her stepfather was a beast. He nearly raped her. The most heartbreaking part was her mother, who not only refused to protect her, but also desperately stopped her from calling the police, afraid of ruining her own comfortable life. Later, Baobao ran away from home in the dead of night, struggling to survive on her own. She started working as a KTV hostess at 16. That's where Chi-Chi found her and brought her here to us. Oh, Jiang Yang's Adam's apple bobbed. 13 years old, an age meant for cuddling in one's parents' arms. Yet she had to endure such filth and betrayal from the very person closest to her. A life like that truly pushes a person to the brink. And what about Henin? He asked after a moment, composing himself. Henin is also from out of town. Su Tian flicked the ash from her cigarette, her tone still soft. She came to Magic City with her parents after junior high hoping for a stable life. But not long after her father died in a car accident. They couldn't save him. Her mother couldn't handle the shock and fell gravely ill. Hospital stays, surgeries, medication, everything costs money. With no other options, Henin came to the club hoping to earn money as a hostess to pay for her mother's treatment. Sister Lin learned of her situation and out of kindness directly lent her 1,000,000 yuan to tide her over. She had only one condition: work as a hostess here and nothing else. Su Tian paused, then added, actually Henin has already paid back that 1,000,000. She didn't leave, saying she wanted to save up more money, not just for her mother's continued treatment, but also to build up some security for herself so she could truly turn her life around and have a different future. Jiang Yang was stunned by the story and couldn't help but ask, with her looks there must be bosses who want to keep her, right? There are, and quite a few. They've offered generous terms. Su Tian said flatly. But Sister Lin didn't agree. She stopped them. She told Henin that being kept is a crooked path. It seems easy, but in reality, you're just tying yourself to someone else. The day they get tired of you, you'll have nothing left. When she meets a reliable person in the future, Sister Lin will introduce her, and she can marry and settle down peacefully. That's the real security. Jiang Yang then asked, and Bao, has no one tried to keep her? Su Tian replied, a boss offered 5,000,000 to keep Bao for a year, but Lin also refused. Sister Lin has her reasons for not shutting down this club. She could be living a life of complete comfort right now, but she stays for the sake of these sisters. Sure, some girls are just lazy and want quick money, but some genuinely have no other choice. That's why everyone here respects Sister Lin. Jiang Yang finally understood why Chen Meilin said the club was so important. It was for this reason. Jiang Yang asked again, have either of them ever sold their virginity? Su Tian shook her head slightly. Sister Lin only lets them hostess. It's for their own good. When the right person comes along, she'll let them marry. Jiang Yang admired these two girls. He truly couldn't bring himself to drink with people he didn't like. Like that time with Fatty Chi, he really couldn't stomach it. Thinking of Fatty Chi brought to mind that guy Jiang Yang. He suddenly asked, what about that Jiang Yang guy from the bar? Su Tian blinked, not registering at first. Which Jiang Yang? You know, that muscular guy, all sinew and muscle. Jiang Yang gestured towards his own arm. Oh, him, Su Tian said, suddenly realizing a note of pity creeping into her voice. He's still lying in the hospital. Why is he in the hospital? Jiang Yang frowned. Su Tian covered her mouth with a chuckle, lowering her voice. How else? That part of him got crushed by a client. I heard that even if he heals, it'll probably be useless. Holy shit. Jiang Yang cursed instinctively, then paused and sighed. So being a male escort isn't such easy money after all. As they were talking, Su Tian suddenly clapped her hands. All right. That time you came to the club pretending to be a male escort, I was drinking with a client, and only found out about it later. Jiang Yang found the memory amusing. It felt pretty novel and interesting at the time. He then pressed further, so was Jiang Yang crushed by that Fatty Chi? It really wasn't intentional on my part. It was King Kong who thought he had the stamina for a high difficulty move. Su Tian said with a smile, but Sister Chi was generous enough to compensate King Kong 1,000,000. That's not bad. Jiang Yang agreed. Ring ring ring. Just as he finished speaking, the phone on Su Tian's desk rang, and the name, Sister Chi, was prominently displayed on the screen. She picked up the phone, raised an eyebrow at Jiang Yang, and pressed the speakerphone button with a smile. Sister Chi, what have you been up to lately? Haven't seen you around for a while. A cheerful and somewhat forceful voice came through the phone. I heard Jiang Yang is now the general manager of your club. Su Tian suppressed a laugh and replied, Sister Chi, your sources are certainly quick. I'll be there tonight, tell him to wait for me. Fatty Chi-Chi's tone carried a familiar insistence that brooked no refusal. Got it. We'll be here waiting for you anytime. Come on over. After hanging up, Su Tian winked at Jiang Yang. See that? She's specifically coming for you. Ever since she found out you were pretending to be a young master back, then she's been thinking about you. Jiang Yang gave a helpless smile and leaned back in his chair, but she's a bit too heavy. She's heavy now, Su Tian said, resting her chin on her hand as she recalled. But she used to be a real beauty, just over 100 pounds with a great figure. Even prettier than me. That's quite a contrast, I really can't picture it. Jiang Yang clicked his tongue in amazement. He truly hadn't expected that Fatty Chi was once a stunning woman. She's definitely coming to drag you into drinking, Su Tian reminded him. Don't take it lightly. Sister Chi-Chi's tolerance for alcohol is extraordinary, though no one in the club can outdrink her. Jiang Yang couldn't help but tease. Well, that's no surprise. Just look at her size, the alcohol tolerance must be hidden in all that flesh. Su Tian smiled. Brother Jiang Yang, jokes aside, Chi-Chi hates it most when people mention her weight. You'd better be careful, it's fine to chat about it privately, but not in front of her. Jiang Yang nodded slightly. I know what I'm doing. With that he stood up and said, I'm going to take a look around outside. Su Tian said, if you haven't eaten, let me order something for you to have a bite. Otherwise, once Chi-Chi gets here, you'll definitely end up drinking too much. Jiang Yang said indifferently, no need, my tolerance isn't bad either. With that he walked out of the office. Jiang Yang raised his wrist to check his watch. The hour hand had just passed 8. The club should be opening for business around this time, though the peak customer rush was still a while away. He stepped into the elevator and pressed the button for the first floor. The cabin descended slowly, his calm expression reflected in the mirrored walls. As the doors opened, he saw 2 rows of female ushers standing perfectly straight at the main entrance, their uniform red cheongsams accentuating their graceful figures, standard smiles fixed on their faces. He walked over, and the ushers immediately bowed in unison. "Hello, General Manager Jiang." Their voices were crisp, carrying just the right amount of deference. Jiang Yang gave a slight nod in acknowledgement. Just then he felt a light tap on his shoulder. He turned around and saw Han Baobao, a bit surprised. "What are you doing here?" Han Baobao's eyes curved into crescents as she smiled and asked, "General Manager Jiang, have you eaten yet?" Jiang Yang replied, "Not yet." "Perfect." Han Baobao's eyes lit up and she grabbed his arm. "I haven't eaten either. Let me treat you, I'll take you somewhere for a great meal." As she spoke, she started pulling him outside. Jiang Yang asked curiously, "What great meal?" "Fried skewers." Han Baobao turned back and winked at him, her tone full of enthusiastic promotion. "Do you like them?" "They're all right." Jiang Yang wasn't picky, he occasionally ate fried skewers. "What a coincidence." Han Baobao tugged at him with a bit more force, her steps light. "The fried skewers at that place are amazing. I go there almost every day. Especially their chicken skin, fried until it's crispy and fragrant, brushed with their secret sauce. It's absolutely divine." Jiang Yang, seeing her excitement, couldn't help but tease, "Eating fried food every day, aren't you afraid of gaining weight?" "Not afraid." Han Baobao said with a proud look. "I've got a great metabolism, the type that doesn't gain weight." "Jealous." As she spoke, she had already pulled him out of the club's main entrance. Jiang Yang casually asked, "What time do you usually get off work?" Han Baobao replied, "Sometimes around 11, sometimes after 1 a.m. Jiang Yang asked another question, "Do you live nearby?" Han Baobao nodded. "Yeah, in the apartment building right behind the club. It's close to home, even if I've had a bit too much to drink." The two of them walked to a fried skewer shop on the street behind the club. The shop was tiny, only about 10 square meters with no dine-in seating. A few small folding stools were placed by the entrance. Han Baobao pointed to the menu hanging on one side and asked Jiang Yang, "General Manager Jiang, what would you like?" Jiang Yang glanced at it and said, "Just order whatever you think is good." Han Baobao nodded slightly. "All right." Then she said to the owner, "Give me 10 chicken skins, 5 mushrooms, 10 beef skewers, 4 chicken cutlets, and also 40 small beef skewers." Jiang Yang asked, "Boss, how much?" Han Baobao said, "Let me get it, I said I'd treat you." Jiang Yang replied, "I never let a girl pay when I'm eating. Don't argue with me." Han Baobao smiled. "All right then, I'll have to take you up on this one." Jiang Yang paid and sat down on one of the small stools. Han Baobao sat across from him, looking at him with a smile. Jiang Yang frowned slightly and asked, "Is there something on my face?" Han Baobao nodded. "Yes, there is." Jiang Yang touched his face. "What?" Han Baobao said with a serious expression, "A big, bold, handsome written all over it." Jiang Yang couldn't help but laugh. "I've never seen anyone compliment like that." Han Baobao said with a beaming smile, "It's true." Then she asked, "General Manager Jiang, why are you only getting married now?" Jiang Yang replied, "It's not too late now, is it? I'm already 30. Han Baobao rested her chin on her hand, her eyes sparkling as she said, "Then your girlfriend must be really pretty, right? Since you're so handsome." Jiang Yang replied with a smile, "She's decent." "So envious." Han Baobao let out a soft sigh, twirling a strand of hair around her finger. "I wish I could find a husband as handsome as you in the future." Jiang Yang, seeing the longing in her eyes, said in a gentle tone, "You're still young and beautiful. You'll definitely find someone." Just as he finished speaking, a young man in a floral shirt approached Han Baobao and said politely, "Miss, could I add you on WeChat?" Han Baobao glanced at him, a hint of a sneer curling at the corner of her mouth. "You want to sleep with me?" The young man's face turned bright red, and he waved his hands frantically. "No, no, no. I just want to make a friend." Han Baobao let out a cold laugh, her tone nonchalant. "I work at Polyhow next door. If you really want to be friends, come find me there." The enthusiasm on the young man's face instantly crumbled. He muttered, "Sorry to bother you," and then turned around and slunk away dejectedly. Jiang Yang asked Han Baobao, "Baobao, how long do you plan to keep working?" Han Baobao blinked and said seriously, "Until I've saved up 30 million. It's not about being filthy rich, but it should be enough for me to live on and retire comfortably." Jiang Yang asked again, "So how much do you make in a month right now?" Han Baobao chewed on her skewer of fried food, answering indistinctly, "Last month was about 800,000 or so. This month, I'm estimating I can hit 1 million. Jiang Yang raised an eyebrow, slightly a hint of surprise in his voice. "That much?" "Of course." Han Baobao tilted her chin up, unable to hide a hint of pride. "I'm the sales champion, you know. If I don't make a fortune each month, wouldn't that be a waste of this face of mine? At this rate, another 2 years should be enough." Jiang Yang did some quick calculations, a note of genuine admiration creeping into his tone. Han Baobao licked the sauce from the corner of her mouth with a smile. "Once I've saved up enough money, I'll find someone I love and get married. With your looks, you wouldn't need to look. Your admirers could probably form a battalion." Jiang Yang teased with a laugh, but a different thought quietly stirred in his mind. He had never held a favorable opinion of those in her line of work before. But after getting to know her, he realized that Han Baobao had merely sharpened her edges to survive in this world. Her buried tragic past was hidden within every day she spent striving to earn money. Instead, it stirred a sense of pity in him. Had she been born into a good family, she would be in university now holding books and smiling, living through the best years of her life. Jiang Yang watched as Han Baobao bit into her skewer a bit of sauce on her lip and suddenly spoke. Baobao, have you ever thought about leaving this line of work? Han Baobao looked up, her lashes fluttering, a playful smile curving at the corners of her mouth. What, boss Zhang, you want to take care of me? You earn so much a year I couldn't afford to. Jiang Yang smiled, then his tone turned more serious. Tell you what, I'll stop taking a cut from your table fees and increase your commission on drinks. Earn a bit more and reach your goals sooner. Han Baobao paused, the skewer in her hand stilling for a moment. Her eyes lit up and she said happily, thank you, boss Zhang. She lifted the skewer to her mouth, took a big bite, not minding the oil that smeared at the corner of her lips, and mumbled, I'll toast with this skewer. Cheers. She quickly devoured the rest of the skewer in a few bites, placed the stick on the plate, and flashed Jiang Yang a satisfied smile, her eyes and brows radiating ease. After they finished eating, the two returned to the club. As they walked into the lobby, Jiang Yang paused, turning to look at Han Baobao beside him. Baobao, why don't you head home and rest first? Fat Chi-Chi is coming over later, and I'm afraid I won't be able to properly attend to you and Henin. Han Baobao tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear, a faint smile curving her lips, her tone light and easy. That's fine, I'm okay, just hanging around here. Henin and I have our own lounge, we don't have to squeeze in with the others. She blinked, a hint of girlish playfulness in her eyes. Besides, I need to save room for a late-night snack. Hearing this, Jiang Yang didn't press further and just nodded. All right then. They parted ways in the lobby. Han Baobao headed towards the lounge, her steps light, as if treading on air. Jiang Yang meanwhile walked towards the guest elevator, his fingers gliding over his phone screen. A WeChat message from Su Tian was still displayed at the top of the interface. Sister Chi-Chi has arrived, and she's brought a few friends. The elevator climbed steadily, a soft ding sounding as the number reached 5. As the door slid open, Su Tian quickly stepped forward to greet him, a perfectly measured smile on her face, her voice warm and clear. Boss Zhang, they're all waiting for you in the ferry room. How many people are there in total? Jiang Yang asked casually as he walked forward. Including Fat Chi-Chi, there are 5. They're all bona fide rich ladies. Su Tian replied softly, keeping pace beside him. Jiang Yang raised an eyebrow. They didn't ask for any male escorts. Su Tian smiled. Sister Chi-Chi said they came specially today to have a few drinks with you to show their support for the place. No need for anyone else. Jiang Yang nodded, slightly wondering if it was going to be 5 against 1. Luckily, he had the ability to hold his liquor, or he really wouldn't be able to handle it. He just hoped these rich ladies had decent temperaments and wouldn't cause too much trouble. He walked to the door of the ferry room and pushed it open, a faint pleasant scent of perfume wafting out to meet him. On the sofa besides the plump Sun Siki sat 4 other stylishly dressed girls, their makeup exquisite, their attire simple, yet exuding understated luxury. On the table was an array of assorted fruit platters and snacks, 10 bottles of Ace of Spades lined up neatly, with a bottle of Louis XIII Black Pearl Limited Edition standing beside them. Jiang Yang knew the Black Pearl was the most expensive item in the club, priced at $1.88 million, and only 3 bottles were stocked in the entire establishment. Chen Meilin had opened one last time. He hadn't expected Sun Siki to order another one this time. In the middle of the table sat a black velvet gift box that looked quite expensive. The 4 girls were all attractive, their features carrying a youthful vibrancy. None of them appeared to be over 30. Compared to the friends Chen Meilin had brought last time, they possessed a refreshing and spirited charm. As he stepped in, 5 pairs of eyes landed on him simultaneously, carrying a mix of scrutiny and curiosity. Sun Siki stood up with a smile, her cheeks bunching up in a friendly manner. Boss Zhang, haven't seen you for a few days. You're looking even more spirited than before, even more handsome than last time. Jiang Yang returned the smile. You look thinner than last time. He genuinely thought Sun Siki did look a bit slimmer and healthier. Of course, Sun Siki puffed out her chest with a hint of pride. I'm on a diet. Just wait until I slim down to how I used to be. I guarantee I'll have you completely smitten. Jiang Yang couldn't help but laugh. Then I'll be waiting. The moment he said it, Sun Siki unexpectedly stepped forward and gave him a hug with considerable force. Jiang Yang was taken aback for a moment, but then relaxed. He now regarded Sun Siki as a friend, so he was no longer as reserved as before. He gently patted her on the back. All right. Sun Siki released him, a satisfied smile on her face, and pointed to the gift box on the table. I was in a hurry today and didn't prepare anything too impressive. This is a little welcome gift for you. Go on, open it. Jiang Yang felt a bit embarrassed and tried to decline. This really isn't appropriate. You're a good friend of Lin Lin's, which makes you a good friend of mine. Sun Siki raised an eyebrow, feigning displeasure. If you consider me a friend, then accept it. Then I'll gratefully accept it. Seeing her say that, Jiang Yang didn't refuse any further and carefully lifted the lid of the box. Inside lay neatly stacked cash, which, judging by the size of the box, was probably around 3 million. On top of it all rested a gleaming car, key, the emblem, an unmistakable double R, a Rolls-Royce. Jiang Yang's heart skipped a beat. He looked up at Sun Siki and said, Chi-Chi, this gift is too extravagant. Are you not treating me as a friend? Sun Siki retorted, her tone playful. That's not what I mean. Jiang Yang quickly explained, friends are friends, but I really can't accept this money. How about this? I'll deposit the money into your club account, and you can just deduct from it whenever you come to spend. Sun Siki thought for a moment, and then nodded fine. But you have to accept the car, otherwise you'll be slapping my face. Jiang Yang knew about Sun Siki's family background. An only child, her father was a billionaire tycoon. To her, this amount of money was indeed nothing. Yet receiving such an expensive car upon their first meeting still left him feeling overwhelmed by the favor. On second thought, he figured he could reciprocate the gesture when the opportunity arose. Then I'll thank you kindly, he said, picking up the car key. Sun Siki finally smiled, pulling him towards the sofa. That's more like it. Come sit. Tonight we drink until we're completely drunk. As Jiang Yang took his seat, Sun Siki retrieved the bottle of black pearl wine. With a soft pop, she drew the cork, and the rich mellow aroma of the wine immediately permeated the air. Wow, this smells incredible, the girl in denim shorts exclaimed with an exaggerated sniff. Even better than the Maotai my dad has stashed away. Sun Siki poured a small glass for each person. When she got to Jiang Yang, she deliberately filled his glass a bit more, asking, Manager Jiang, how's your tolerance for alcohol? Meeting Sun Siki's gaze, Jiang Yang's lips curved into a confident smile. Don't worry, I'll make sure you have a good time. Sun Siki's eyes crinkled into crescent moons as she poured herself a full glass, the liquid swirling with an amber glow in the crystal goblet. Manager Jiang, here's to your business thriving and profits rolling in daily. I appreciate the kind words, and here's to your weight loss success, Jiang Yang replied, clinking his glass against hers with a crisp ring. As he gazed at the wine in his glass, he was suddenly reminded of the last time he had played the part of a wealthy young master, when this same wine had sat on the table like a work of art untouched. Now he tipped his head back and drained the glass, the velvety liquid washing over his tongue. The subtle bitterness of roasted almonds had just settled on his palate when the sweetness of honeyed citrus followed closely. As it slid down his throat, it felt as smooth as silk, warming his stomach without the harsh burn of strong liquor. Not bad at all, Sun Siki remarked, raising an eyebrow at his empty glass. Most people would choke on a gulp of this, but you didn't even flinch. Jiang Yang set down his glass, the coolness of the rim still lingering on his fingertips. Just average, I'd say. Third best in the world. Sun Siki asked curiously, then who are the first and second? They haven't been born yet, Jiang Yang declared with unwavering confidence. He glanced at the four girls on the sofa who were watching him with amused curiosity in their eyes. Jiang Yang then asked, why don't you all order some male escorts to keep you company? Sun Siki leaned back in her chair and called out with a laugh, see, didn't I tell you? Isn't Manager Jiang even more handsome than in his photos? Absolutely, the girl in the white dress spoke first, her tone sincere. With Chi-Chi's taste, how could she pick wrong? With that face, celebrities would be fighting for his spotlight, another girl with short hair chimed in. A girl with dyed blonde hair added, he's even more handsome than Leon Lai back in the day. Too bad I'm married, said the girl in the red dress. Otherwise I'd definitely try to win you over. Jiang Yang felt his ears grow warm from all the praise. Come to think of it, he could feel the change himself. Back when he was delivering food, he always felt like he couldn't stand up straight and had to look down when meeting people. Now with his life having undergone earth-shattering changes, he had confidence to spare. Even his walk carried an unconscious air of ease. This change in demeanor was perhaps even more striking than his looks. The truth was, many celebrities were ordinary people before they became famous. Without the backing of capital, it didn't matter how handsome they were. Jiang Yang waved his hand with a smile. Stop teasing me. How about we order some male escorts after all? It's a bit dull just watching me and Chi-Chi drink. They're all married, Sun Siki explained. They just came along to liven things up. I'm single, so it doesn't matter for me. Jiang Yang nodded in understanding, his gaze sweeping over the karaoke machine. Then you girls sing some songs. I'll keep Chi-Chi company with a drink. As he spoke, he refilled Sun Siki's glass. Inwardly, he was calculating. As good as this wine was, he couldn't overindulge. Sun Siki was a valued guest and a friend. He wanted her to enjoy herself comfortably, but not to the point of losing composure. As for himself, he certainly couldn't get drunk. An hour later, 1 bottle of Black Pearl and 4 bottles of Black Ace had been emptied by the two of them. Jiang Yang was completely fine, but Sun Siki was already starting to sway. Seeing her condition, he knew they couldn't continue. Chi-Chi, let's call it a night. There will be plenty of other opportunities to drink. Sun Siki said with a flushed face, you just wait. Next time I come, I'll make your eyes pop. I believe you. But you should also take care of yourself. Don't ruin your health trying to lose weight. Why are you suddenly caring about me? We're buddies, it's only natural to care. Alright, you treat me as a buddy, and I'll treat you as one too. Next time I'll bring some heavy drinkers, and we'll definitely get you wasted. Sun Siki stood up and said to her friends, let's go. I've had a bit too much. This guy can really hold his liquor. Jiang Yang helped support her and asked, do you want me to drive you home? Sun Siki waved her hand. No need. You go about your business. I brought my driver. He helped her to the parking lot outside the club. Sun Siki mumbled indistinctly. Your car is that black Cullinan. When we have time, let's take a road trip. No problem, I'll be waiting, Jiang Yang said with a smile. Just then a white Cullinan pulled up in front of them. A young driver in a black uniform and white gloves got out and opened the rear door. Jiang Yang helped Sun Siki into the car and said, get some good rest when you're home. Sun Siki nodded slightly. You just wait for me, okay? Standing at the club entrance, Jiang Yang watched her taillights melt into the night before slowly withdrawing his gaze. The other 4 girls bid him farewell and drove off in a Bentley, a Ferrari, an Aston Martin, and a McLaren. The sounds of their engines carved different arcs through the silent night, eventually merging into the distant flow of traffic. Jiang Yang watched the string of receding lights, a feeling of wonder washing over him. In the world of the wealthy, everyone is wealthy. He turned and walked back into the club. Han Baobao was lounging sideways on the sofa, holding an unopened bottle of sparkling water. Seeing him enter, she immediately stood up. "Manager Zhang, are you drunk?" Han Baobao hurried over, genuine concern in her eyes as she studied his face for a moment, as if checking for any signs of redness. Jiang Yang's Adam's apple moved, and he said in a clear voice, "Do I look drunk to you?" Wow, Han Baobao's eyes widened, her tone full of admiration. "You're amazing. You actually managed to drink Sister Chi-Chi under the table." She had seen Sun Siki's drinking capacity before. "She can indeed hold her liquor," Jiang Yang said with a smile, walking over to sit on the sofa, his fingertips tapping lightly on the cool armrest. "But I can hold even more." Han Baobao sat down next to him, her toes lightly tapping the floor. She suddenly winked playfully. "I was actually planning to wait for you to come back and find an excuse to get you drunk. But now it seems I underestimated you." Jiang Yang raised an eyebrow at her. "And why would you want to get me drunk?" She lowered her head, picking at the label on the water bottle, her voice softening. "No reason. I just wanted to see if you talk nonsense when you're drunk." Jiang Yang was amused by her. He reached out and ruffled her soft hair, a gesture as familiar as if she were his own little sister. His tone held a hint of affection. "No more drinking. Your period isn't over yet, so you should avoid cold drinks. If you want some, wait until you're better." Han Baobao looked up at him, her eyelashes trembling slightly. Her voice dropped to a near whisper. "Manager Zhang, don't be so good to me. Or else, I might really fall in love with you." Jiang Yang waved his hand, a hint of self-deprecation in his tone. "Don't flatter me. I'm not as good as you think. I've met quite a few people in my time." Han Baobao, however, was serious. Her eyes sparkled as if they held fallen stars, and her tone was resolute. "The first time I saw you, I knew you were a good man." Jiang Yang's brow furrowed slightly. He raised his hand and gently flicked her forehead with his fingertip, a playful glint in his eyes. "So you're giving me the good guy card, eh?" No. Han Baobao quickly waved her hands, a light blush spreading across her cheeks, and her voice softened. "That's not what I meant. You make me feel really good." Jiang Yang withdrew his hand, offering only a faint smile. The air was still for 2 seconds. Then Han Baobao lowered her eyelashes, casting a small shadow beneath her eyes, and her voice was as light as a sigh. "Mr. Zhang, I don't want to do this anymore." Jiang Yang was taken aback, raising an eyebrow. "Why the sudden change of heart? Weren't you just telling me you wanted to earn 30 million before you left?" 30 million? I don't want to earn it anymore." Han Baobao clutched at the hem of her clothes, her tone laced with a hint of bewilderment and a touch of longing. "I want to live a quiet life." "What made you change your mind all of a sudden?" Jiang Yang asked, his tone growing more serious. Han Baobao looked up at him, a determined, all-or-nothing glint in her eyes. "I've made up my mind. I'm quitting. Because I have someone I like." Jiang Yang looked at her, curiosity piqued. "Is it one of your clients?" Han Baobao shook her head slightly. "No." Jiang Yang's curiosity deepened. "Then what does he do?" Han Baobao fell silent. Seeing she didn't want to say, Jiang Yang didn't press further. He didn't try to persuade her or stop her. He softened his tone. "Then take some time off. But I suggest you really get to know him first, see if he truly loves you. There are a lot of scammers out there. Just be careful you don't get fooled." Han Baobao suddenly looked up, her voice carrying a timid, tentative quality, like a kitten cautiously extending its paw. "Mr. Zhang, the one I like is you. Will you take care of me?" Jiang Yang was stunned. "Me?" A hint of helpless amusement crept into his voice. "You earn over $1 million a month. How could I possibly afford to keep you? You wouldn't have to give me money." Han Baobao's eyes shimmered with a trembling light. She leaned in closer, her voice soft and sticky. "I just want to be with you. I'm willing to." She paused, biting her lower lip before whispering, "Be yours." Jiang Yang's Adam's apple bobbed, his heart feeling like something had struck it. "We've only known each other for less than a day. Besides, I'm about to get married." Han Baobao's voice dropped, tinged with a hint of self-consciousness. "Mr. Zhang, I just want a home, someone to lean on. I know. You probably mind my past as a hostess." "No, I don't." Jiang Yang cut her off abruptly, his tone heavier, carrying an earnestness that brooked no argument. "That's not what I meant." "So you agree?" Her eyes suddenly lit up like a spark catching fire. "I'm truly not as good as you think, and I really am getting married." Jiang Yang's tone held a softening he wasn't aware of, as if he were trying to convince her. "It doesn't matter." Han Baobao leaned in even closer, nearly pressing against him, her voice so soft it seemed to drip with tenderness. "As long as I can stay by your side, I'm fine with anything. I'm willing to be your mistress." The words pricked Jiang Yang's heart like a fine needle, and his resolve softened by half. Seeing him silent, Han Baobao's eyes curved into crescents like a child who'd just gotten candy. "You've agreed?" Jiang Yang let out another sigh laced with resigned helplessness. "Don't you regret this?" "I won't." Han Baobao's words were unwavering, the light in her eyes brighter than the stars. Jiang Yang nodded, pointing to Su Tian, who stood behind the bar. Go say hi to her first, then head home and get some good rest. Han Baobao smiled softly and walked over to Su Tian with a light step. Jiang Yang watched her bouncing figure, a smile unconsciously curving his lips. His heart felt as if it had been soaked in warm water, soft and warm. It was often said that men had two great desires: to lead a virtuous woman astray and to persuade a courtesan to return to a life of virtue. But here he was encountering a girl who on her own was choosing to settle down for him. In his eyes, Han Baobao was not a courtesan. She was merely a young woman stumbling through the struggles of making a living, her eyes always holding a pure yearning for a peaceful life. He also couldn't understand why Han Baobao had suddenly taken a liking to him. A moment later, she suddenly turned back, flashing him a sweetly cloying smile, like a little sprite finally freed from its shackles, and ran lightly towards the direction of the lounge. Su Tian came over and sat in the empty seat next to Jiang Yang, teasing him with a smile. I can't believe Han Baobao quit just like that, all for you. Jiang Yang rubbed the tip of his nose, a smile in his eyes. I didn't expect it myself. Do I really have that much charm? You sure do. Su Tian leaned forward slightly, her tone a mix of jest and earnestness. If you said the word, I'd let you take care of me too. No, no, no. Jiang Yang quickly waved his hands, looking both amused and exasperated. I can't afford to take care of that many people. And there's Chi-Chi too. Su Tian added another tease, a mischievous glint in her eyes. She's even started dieting because of you. Now that's some serious appeal. There's definitely nothing between me and Chi-Chi. Jiang Yang dropped the playful expression, his tone turning serious. Besides, I have a girlfriend. Who here cares if you have a girlfriend? Su Tian let out a scoff, though her tone softened. What they're after is you as a person. It's not just about money. They have all the money they need, but winning their hearts is the hard part. Women are women after all. They all want someone to lean on. Though I'm looking for that too, I always feel men can't be relied upon. I have to rely on myself. Jiang Yang frowned, somewhat puzzled. I still don't get why Baobao quit because of me. Su Tian sighed. Baobao is only 20, but she's seen all kinds of men over the years. She's all alone now. She acts all cheerful every day, but who knows the bitterness in her heart? Her taking a liking to you means you genuinely attract her and give her someone to rely on. More than anything, she doesn't even have a single family member. Jiang Yang nodded silently. Su Tian gently patted his thigh. Baobao is a good girl. I hope you'll treat her well, Mr. Zhang. Jiang Yang replied, of course I will. After a moment, Han Baobao returned, having changed her clothes. She wore a JK uniform, white top and black skirt, which made her figure look even more slender. Her long hair draped over her shoulders, the ends slightly curled, carrying a girl-next-door shyness and an indescribable vivacity. Seeing her in this outfit, Jiang Yang's eyes lit up, as if seeing a completely different person. Han Baobao walked up to Su Tian and said cheerfully, Sister Tian, send the new girl to the training room. Su Tian gave a slight nod. All right, go ahead and wait there. Then she smiled at Jiang Yang. Mr. Zhang, I'll get to work. Han Baobao turned to Jiang Yang, her voice soft and coy. Come with me. Jiang Yang stood up and walked towards the training room. Han Baobao naturally linked her arm through his, her face beaming with undisguised joy, her tone full of longing. I'm finally going to have a real home of my own. Jiang Yang turned to look at her, a gentle curiosity in his eyes. Wasn't Lin going to introduce you to some rich boyfriend? Why didn't you wait for that? Han Baobao shook her head, immediately a stubbornness in her tone that betrayed her true feelings. I wouldn't settle for someone I don't love, not even for mountains of gold and silver. Genuine affection can't be bought. Right now all I want is a home, someone I can let my guard down for and truly depend on. But we only just met today. Speaking of genuine affection is premature. Jiang Yang's voice softened, carrying the cautiousness of someone who had been through it all. Han Baobao edged closer to him, her arm nearly brushing against his sleeve. Her voice was as soft as melted cotton candy, yet brimming with a resolve that refused to back down. The moment I saw you, my heart skipped a beat. Do you believe that? Some people you just know from a single glance that there's someone you can rely on. Jiang Yang asked with curiosity, then why? Do you insist on being the other woman? The light in Han Baobao's eyes dimmed for a moment. Her voice was as light as a sigh, yet laced with a clarity beyond her years. I know you must have plenty of admirers. I have no background, not even a relative to stand up for me. How could I dare to hope for a title? Being your woman, staying safely by your side, is already the best life I could ever imagine. Aren't you afraid that one day I'll get tired of you and cast you aside? Jiang Yang's voice deepened with a deliberate coldness, as if testing her or trying to dissuade her. Han Baobao suddenly smiled. The smile held a hint of resigned acceptance wrapped in a gambler's determination. If that day ever comes, I'll accept it. In this life, going crazy for someone you love is better than sitting on a pile of gold feeling empty inside. If I can't be with the one I love, even being empress wouldn't make me happy. As they spoke, they had already reached the door of the training room. Han Baobao pushed it open, pulled Jiang Yang inside by the wrist, and gently closed the door behind them. The moment the door clicked shut, she suddenly stood on her tiptoes, wrapped her arms around his waist from behind, and pressed her warm cheek against his back. Then she tilted her face up, and with a timid hesitation kissed him on the cheek. Her lips were as soft as petals just blooming in early spring, trembling slightly with nervousness. A warmth surged in Jiang Yang's heart. He reached back, pulled her close by the waist, and deepened the kiss. He felt how soft and sweet her lips were. His hand instinctively slipped under her clothes, touching a stretch of smooth, warm skin. The air thickened with a heady warmth, and even their breaths became scorching. Just then a sudden bang, bang, bang on the door shattered the intimate moment. Han Baobao hastily pulled away, quickly smoothing her disheveled collar, her voice still trembling. "See, come in." The door opened, and Lin Bing walked in, leading 8 timid-looking girls. They all kept their heads down, nervously twisting the hems of their clothes. Some were even trembling, their eyes full of the unfamiliarity and confusion of newcomers. "Sister Bing, I've got this. You can go attend to your own things," Han Baobao said, her tone instantly switching to a gentle one, as if her earlier shyness had been a mere illusion. Lin Bing swept her gaze across the room, pausing for a moment on Han Baobao's flushed cheeks, then instructed, "Take good care of them. Several of these girls are new to this and don't know a thing. Don't let them mess up. Don't worry, leave it to me." Han Baobao patted her chest, a sharp, capable glint flashing in her eyes, a stark contrast to the girl who had just been nestled in Jiang Yang's arms. After Lin Bing left, Han Baobao closed the door again. As she turned around, all softness drained from her face. She addressed the 8 girls in a low, stern voice. "Line up in a single row. Chest out, head up. Don't slouch like you have no backbone." The girls scrambled to comply, clumsily forming a line, but their heads remained lowered, shoulders hunched like a flock of frightened fawns. Jiang Yang sat on the sofa nearby, casually crossing his legs, tapping his fingers lightly on his knee, watching Han Baobao with keen interest. He was curious to see how this girl who had just been cuddling in his arms would handle these newcomers. Han Baobao walked up to the girl on the far left with a ponytail, her gaze sharp as she scanned her. "How old are you?" The girl's voice was as faint as a mosquito's buzz. 19. Han Baobao stepped closer, her tone heavier. "I'll ask again, how old are you?" The girl's shoulders trembled, her voice even lower. "Hi, it's really 19. Did Chi send you here?" "Yes." Han Baobao turned to Jiang Yang, her eyebrow arched. "Boss Jiang, does she look 19 to you?" Jiang Yang gave the girl a careful once-over. She was thin and frail, wearing a dress that didn't fit well, her exposed wrists looking like they could snap with a slight bend. Most girls nowadays matured early, and judging by her height, she did look like an adult. But her face still held a childish innocence, her gaze timid like a fledgling that had just left the nest. He nodded slowly. "She seems about right. If Chi found her, it should be fine." He knew Chi was responsible for scouting new talent. Although they had never met, Lin had made it clear that no minors were to be recruited into the club. Chi wouldn't dare defy Lin's orders. Han Baobao didn't press further. She took a few steps back, her gaze sweeping over the 8 girls, her voice calm, but carrying an unyielding authority. "Take off your coats. Down to your undergarments." The girls exchanged uneasy glances. 3 of them reacted quickly, biting their lips and silently slipping off their dresses or jackets, revealing simple undergarments underneath. Though they still kept their heads down, they seemed less flustered. Clearly they had done this before. Seeing the other 5 hesitate, Han Baobao's tone grew impatient. "What are you waiting for? If you want to do this line of work, drop the pretense. Treat Boss Zhang here as a client. If you can't even loosen up now, how will you deal with clients later?" After a moment's hesitation, the 5 girls gritted their teeth and slowly took off their clothes. Their heads hung even lower, their shoulders nearly touching, their fingertips trembling. Han Baobao walked straight up to the girl with the ponytail. Her fingertips brushed over the girl's collar, then suddenly pulled out a silicone breast pad from her bra, revealing a flat, underdeveloped chest beneath. She shoved the pad back into the girl's hand, her tone unreadable. "You can leave." The girl's eyes instantly reddened, her voice choked with tears. "Why? I can do this, I'll be obedient." Han Baobao didn't meet her eyes, only said flatly, "No reason. Just go." The girl bit her lip, silently picked up her clothes from the floor, threw them on haphazardly, and with her head down shuffled out of the training room. Han Baobao said to Jiang Yang, "I guess she's only 14 or 15. She must have used a fake ID to fool Chi." Jiang Yang thought it was possible. He certainly hadn't been around as many girls as Han Baobao and knew little about this business. So he trusted her judgment.